This secret letter was vital for the steward to stay alive, so she hid it carefully. That night, she killed the prefect, causing chaos at the camp. The steward took the opportunity to pack his things and escape. Otherwise, he would have had to wait until the enemy army from the East country arrived. Anyone smart would plan an escape route in advance. Among all the items found, Song Qingling believed the household registration was the most important. She pulled out the arrow from the steward's body, took back the arrowhead, and stored everything, including the dead horse, into her space. Then she mounted her horse and left, heading south again. Not long after Song Qingling left, some people ran from the camp area. They had felt the unrest and wanted to escape south. The road had been blocked earlier, so they couldn't leave. Tonight's chaos was a perfect opportunity. They hurriedly took their families and fled south. Camp area amid the chaos. Most families saw the danger and chose to stay safe rather than join the looting. Among them was Zhang Hongyu's family, who hid far away. When they learned the prefect was dead and saw the mess, they felt anxious and unsure of what to do. "I'm going to find Chun and Zhou Wu," Zhang Hongyu said firmly to her family. "Okay, we'll go find her. This time, we'll bring her with us." Zhang Eru knew his daughter was close to Song Chunya and believed she was capable and kind. He felt pity for the poor girl. Zhang's family and Wang's relatives all followed Zhang Hongyu to the place where Song Qingling was sleeping. After running for over 2 watches, they reached there, out of breath. The area was mostly empty, with many people hiding in fear, afraid of being caught in the chaos. "Chunya, where are you?" Zhang Hongyu whispered softly. She tiptoed, searching with her eyes, her heart pounding with worry. The Zhang family members went outside the safe area to look for people, splitting up and searching several times, but they couldn't find anyone. Zhang Hongyu was so anxious she started crying, and someone beside her was also crying loudly, their voice full of sadness. The person crying was Tian Huilan, calling out "Kong Kong," with tears streaming down her face. Tian Huilan was trying to move toward the area where people were fighting to grab things, but Lin Yuan and Lin Jian held her shoulders to stop her. Far outside the wooden house, in the area where people were frantically fighting, Lin Kong was easy to recognize because he was tall. He was struggling to move with the crowd, arms outstretched in a protective stance, shielding those below. Earlier, their family was awakened by the noise, hearing that people were stealing things. Lin Yuan quickly told his family to pack up and leave. They could have escaped, but Li Fong and her daughter were tempted and insisted on joining the fight. Lin Kong was worried about Chun Yu getting hurt, so he went to protect her. Because of this delay, they got separated in the rushing crowd. Lin Yuan, along with 2 others and the Dong family mother and son, did not follow. In the crowd, beneath Lin Kong, Chun Yu was squatting on the ground, fighting over a gold bracelet, her eyes red from the struggle. Chun Yu reached out and scratched at the other person's face, her expression fierce, not caring that her injuries from earlier were bleeding again, or that Lin Kong had been hurt and stepped on. Chun Yu, let's go quickly. Don't pick up anything else. Hurry." Lin Kong kept urging her, but Chun Yu was lost in her obsession with grabbing the bracelet and didn't hear him. Morning came. The blazing sun in the sky continued to emit its scorching heat. After a night, there were many tragic corpses outside the wooden house, piled up like small hills, blood flowing everywhere, with a foul smell filling the air. They had paid with their lives for greed. Last night, the soldiers arrived just in time with 600 troops, along with the guards from wealthy families in the wooden house. Together, they managed to control the chaos among the refugees. Among the dead, about 100 had been trampled or beaten to death during the fight. When reinforcements arrived, they stopped the chaos, but some people still refused to give up. The soldiers, trying to maintain order, had to use force, resulting in over 100 more deaths. Some survivors were bending over the bodies, searching for their loved ones or friends. Those who found them held the bodies and cried loudly, beating their chests in regret for not stopping them earlier or for their own greed that led to the chaos. They mourned that they survived while others did not. The continuous sound of grief and crying filled the air over the area. This place is full of corpses and cannot be lived in. The rest of the camp is still fine, and the people who lived there had to move farther away. Those who grabbed food and soldiers all moved to the side, hiding from others to cook this hard-earned meal and enjoy it alone. Lin Yuan's family of 3 searched for several hours but still couldn't find Lin Kong. Chun Yu also wasn't found, but they found Li Fong, who was so crowded and dead. Unable to bear the shock, Tian Huilan fainted again. Zhang Hanyu also couldn't find Song Qingling. She cried loudly, being tightly held and comforted by Wang Shi. While crying, Zhang Hanyu suddenly remembered her conversation with Song Qingling from yesterday. Her crying stopped suddenly. She tightly held Wang Shi's arm and smiled through her tears, saying, "I know now, I know." She might have left first. "Mother, father, we need to pack our things and leave quickly. Let's head south." Zhang Eru also kept thinking about this, feeling uneasy. He looked around, saw no one paying attention, and quietly told his family, "All right, so many things happened last night. The guards over there aren't strict. Let's leave quietly and quickly." That night, when it was very late, most people in the camp were asleep. Some, because of loved ones passing away, couldn't sleep and quietly sobbed. Some surviving soldiers were guarding the mountain village, while others blocked the road south to Longzhou at the camp. Not long after midnight, the usually quiet forest suddenly sounded like boiling water, bubbling and roaring loudly. Some even felt the ground trembling slightly. From above the forest, looking down, there was a winding line of bright orange flames, like a rolling fire dragon, mighty and approaching the mountain village. In less than 15 minutes, the peace of the camp was completely broken. Groups of soldiers on horseback shouted loudly, waving torches. Under the firelight, everyone's faces showed excited, proud smiles. They looked at the people in the camp as if they were ants, with contempt in their eyes. There were hundreds of cavalry, followed closely by endless infantry running behind them, at least 1,000 soldiers. The Dongi army was coming. Screams echoed as people hurriedly fled in all directions. Seeing this, the Dongi army didn't rush to chase. They all looked up and laughed loudly. Instead of killing immediately, they enjoyed the thrill of chasing and capturing people. At the same time, Song Qingling was sleeping peacefully on another mountain far away. The next day, it was just getting light when she opened her eyes and woke up. She sat up and stretched, having slept well all night. She felt energized and ready to go. She needed to hurry to Longzhou because she didn't know when the Dongi army might arrive. She packed her things quickly, fed her horse some filtered water and dry grass. To make her horse run fast, she knew it needed good food and drink. She ate 2 meat buns and 2 boiled eggs. She had stored some eggs in her space the night before, keeping them fresh, and used the boiled water for her horse. After everyone was fed and rested, they set out for the new day. In the morning, she rode for 3 hours, stopping midway for her horse to rest. Because it was very hot at noon, she took a half-hour break. In the afternoon, she rode for over 2 hours. In the evening, she relaxed and carved some wooden arrows with her knife, preparing for future use. She had traveled for 3 days without meeting anyone. The road was blocked ahead, so she thought only further ahead might be other people. If she saw someone, she planned to ask about the current situation in Longzhou. That evening, she slowed down to look for a good place to camp. The surrounding trees were dense, and the terrain was poor, so she decided to speed up and look elsewhere. While riding, she saw 6 people standing about 50 meters ahead. When they saw her, they seemed to talk among themselves. Her horse moved at a steady pace, and soon she was less than 20 meters from them. Suddenly, 2 of the people lay down across the path, each over a meter tall, their bodies blocking the road completely. Her companions retreated to the sides of the road, all staring intensely at her horse. Song Qingling immediately understood their plan. They wanted to rob her. She tightened her reins, whipped her horse to speed up, then quietly retracted the whip and took out a bamboo tube with an iron needle. Seeing her horse run faster and faster, the 2 people lying on the ground panicked and tried to get up. One man standing nearby said, Don't panic, stay lying down. You two are alive. She wouldn't dare to force through. When she stops, we'll deal with her. Her horse is carrying something. The two stayed lying down, facing the approaching horse, their necks stretched out nervously, swallowing hard. Her other companions drew weapons, knives, axes, and cleavers, each looking fierce. The distance between her and them was closing, 5 meters for meters. She aimed her bamboo tube with iron needles and shot 2 needles at each side. The 4 people collapsed to the ground with loud thuds. Before she was a meter away, she had completed her attack. The 2 lying on the ground watched the horse rush toward them, their faces turning pale with fear. Fearing death and wanting to survive, they tried to roll aside, but their movements were too slow. The horse lifted its head and let out a neigh. Its front hoof rose high, and then came down, just hitting their chests. They looked pained. But it didn't end there. The horse's back hoof followed quickly, striking again. Both of them spat out bright red blood. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. After running a short distance, Song Qingling pulled on the reins and called out, "Whoa." She turned the horse around. She dismounted and approached the 6 people to finish them off. The horse behind her stood quietly, snorting. She searched their bodies but found nothing useful. They were all thin and ragged, likely refugees moving from Shuzhou to Longzhou. It was getting late, so she gathered her weapons and rode to find a place to camp. 3 days later, Song Qingling reached a large mountain called Nyodo Mountain. After crossing another mountain called Qingfeng Mountain, she would arrive in Longzhou territory. Shuzhou is bigger than Longzhou. Originally, she could have started from Xiqiao County, passing through 2 towns to reach Longzhou. But Xiqiao fell, and she had to take a longer mountain route. The path was difficult, winding around mountains, and it took more than 20 days to reach Nyodo Mountain if she hadn't been riding. At noon, she looked for a shady spot to rest. She passed through a dense area with tall trees, where the shade was quite large. It was a grassy area, but a group of people had taken over it. They seemed to be taking a break. When they saw Song Qingling riding by, they looked surprised. She looked around but found no better place. She thought about asking these people about Longzhou. She dismounted, led her horse over, and approached them. The group was initially surprised to see her horse, but suddenly they smelled a strong, foul, and nauseating odor. They all raised their hands to cover their noses, opened their mouths to breathe, and some rolled their eyes and gagged. They all vomited. The source of the foul smell was actually Song Qingling herself. "Excuse me, everyone. Sorry to bother you. I'm passing through and just want to rest here for a while." A middle-aged man lowered his hand from his nose, pointed to a nearby open space, and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Young brother, there's space over there. Feel free to sit." "Thank you," Song Qingling replied, noticing the spot and walking over. Her horse had been with her for several days. It had water and grass to eat, so it wasn't hungry. They had become familiar with each other, and she didn't need to tie it up. It wouldn't run away. After raising the horses, the amount of water used each day increased a lot. In the past, she drank over 3 liters of water alone daily. Now, with the horses, she consumes at least 10 liters a day, as the horses drink much more than she does. After running around for so many days, the water in the space has almost run out. A few days ago, Song Qingling made 2 square, deeper wooden baskets from rough wood and ropes, attaching one on each side of the horse to carry things, so she wouldn't have to carry everything on her back. At this moment, she took out some dry grass from the wooden baskets, actually from the space, and placed it under the horse for it to eat. Among the group, a man with a square face turned his head slightly, intending to speak to her face to face. But when he turned a little, a strong foul smell hit him right in the forehead. His features were disorganized, and he quickly turned back, facing away from Song Qingling, and asked, "Hey, little brother, where are you from?" "Lian Shan. I just came from over there," she replied. She didn't want to reveal everything about what happened on Mount Tuaming or other matters, as it wouldn't help. Lian Shan is a mountain in front of Nyodo Mountain. She passed through there just a few days ago. Lian Shan, that's a bit far, the square-faced man nodded, holding a half-eaten, greenish grass root in his hand. He opened his mouth to breathe, staring at the grass root. Although he was very hungry, he had no appetite. Not only him, but others also silently put away their grass roots to eat later. When they couldn't eat anymore, they simply picked up bamboo tubes filled with water to drink. Song Qingling sat down, took out some dry grass roots from her clothes, and started eating. After 2 bites, she asked fellow villagers, "Are you from Xiqiao County?" They nodded, and someone asked her, "Little brother, are you from there too?" "Yes, I got separated from my family. I've been heading south. They might be waiting for me in Longzhou territory. Most refugees escaping from Xiqiao take this mountain road to Longzhou." A woman said, "Yes, we're also traveling this way. Your family might be outside the city gate of Yuanyang County in Longzhou, where many people gather." It's strange. Normally, Jisua is large and populated, so why are there so few refugees escaping? Could they have fled north instead? Yes, I think so too, others agreed. They discussed this, but Song Qingling, who knew the truth, didn't say anything. She waited until they had almost finished talking, then looked confused and asked, "Outside? Didn't the city gates open?" Hearing this, a small commotion arose. The group looked distressed. The county magistrate of Yuanyang ordered the city gates to be closed and refused to accept refugees. Many refugees came from Shilin County near Xiqiao County. They couldn't enter the city, so those with extra food camped outside several city gates, waiting for the gates to open. Some, like us, ran into the mountains. Only in the mountains can they find food and water. Staying outside the gates means risking starvation. During our conversation, Song Qingling learned about the border town of Longzhou and some details about Yuan County, as well as that these people all came from a village called Huangjia Village. As she expected, the city is sealed off, which shows that the Eastern Yi army has not yet arrived. Fellow villagers, I am almost out of water. Do you know where I can find some? When she mentioned water, the group's mood grew even more gloomy. They sighed and shook their heads. There is a river where you can get water, but the deeper part is occupied by a group of bullies. Ordinary people can only fetch water from the sandy areas.
Look.
The man closest to Song Qingling couldn't stand the smell, so he turned his face away and showed her a bamboo tube filled with water. There wasn't much water left in the tube, and it was yellow, indicating poor water quality. The village head of Huangjia Village shook his head helplessly. The deep part of the river is only knee-deep, but unfortunately, it's taken over by those bullies. Song Qingling asked, "Bullies? How many are there?" The village head estimated, about 90 or so. Some are bandits from the mountains, others are thugs. They work together, kill without hesitation, and are very ruthless. A young man angrily said, "We're getting less and less water, and it's worse every day. More people are fetching water, and in just a couple of days, we won't even be able to get water like this." Everyone in Huangjia Village looked worried, sighing deeply. They decided to wait until the hottest part of the day, when the sun was at its peak, to go and fetch more water while they still had some. "Young brother, if you want to fetch water, come with us. Don't accidentally go to the bullies," the village head kindly advised. The villagers also offered to take Song Qingling to the river. She led her horse and followed them. After walking for about half an hour, they reached the lower part of a river. On both sides of the river, tall trees grew unevenly, with weeds everywhere, showing some greenery. The river was quite wide, the largest Song Qingling had seen since crossing over. During a hot, dry day, the riverbanks in this area have dried up in some places, causing the water to evaporate and exposing the sandy ground. A few meters away, many people are bending over to fetch water from the shallow, muddy river, which is about 2 meters wide. The water is dirty and only ankle-deep. People from Huangjia Village are guiding her to fetch water. Someone ahead is already working, and after waiting for a while, it's finally her turn. Song Qingling tilts the wooden bucket and waits until it's full. The bucket is mostly filled with mud and stones. The water quality is very poor. She fetches 2 buckets and then looks upstream. The river there is crowded with people. Nearby, A horse is munching on some green grass that hasn't dried out yet but looks wilted from the sun. The horse hasn't eaten such good grass in a long time and is eating eagerly. Seeing the horse enjoy the grass, she takes out a sickle and cuts more grass to give the horse more space to eat. The horse eats well and runs fast. People from Huangjia village are busy fetching water. A few men in their 40s or 50s come over and find the village leader, Huang Damao. They talk together on the other side of the river. 15 minutes later, Huang Damao runs back to the river, looking serious. He calls all the villagers to the shore. The leaders of 4 other villages just came to talk to me. They want to work together to deal with the bullies and take control of the good water area, so everyone can share it. What do you all think? The villagers react differently. The young men are eager. We can take it. With several villages combined, there are at least 100 people. We drink yellow water every day, and many of us are getting sick. Yes, if we get sick and can't get treatment, and with so many people, there won't be enough yellow water soon. In a few days, it might run out. What should we do then? Better to try now. It's better than dying of thirst or illness. We have more people than them, and we can fight and hurt some of them. The young men are full of energy. Some middle-aged men think more carefully. We have many people, but we usually only kill chickens or pigs at home. They have killed people before. Exactly, they don't hesitate to kill when they're angry. They are very fierce. I think we should wait and see. Maybe the leaders of those villages can find others to join us against the bullies. These discussions reach Song Qingling's ears. She ignores them, cutting grass while her horse eats its fill. Then she leads the horse upstream along the river. The villagers from Huangjia village are too busy to notice that she has already left. Near the river, many people gather, especially since the river is not yet dry. There are trees and wild grass on both sides. Many are fetching water, either digging for roots or tearing leaves from trees. Song Qingling is not foolish enough to ride a horse along the riverbank. Instead, she slips into the woods and takes a detour along the river. The trees are dense, so she can only walk. Along the way, she inevitably encounters some people. The timid ones see her holding a long sword and a machete at her waist, so they dare not approach. The braver ones fix their eyes on her horse and try to steal it, but she quickly and mercilessly deals with them. Among the dead, she avoids the bodies and leaves one behind, which will be useful later. The blood on her sword is fresh. When others see her sword and her cold, emotionless face, even those with bad intentions dare not act. These refugees came from the counties west of the bridge. The drought was slightly better before, and now they can find water and food at Nyoto Mountain. They still have conscience and do not dare to do anything too extreme. She walks quickly for over 2 hours. At dusk, she spots the bandits' traces. They have camps on both sides of the river, spaced apart. Each side stretches about 2 kilometers, with no other refugees nearby. She climbs a tall tree and sees the water in the river. It's quite deep, shimmering in the sunlight. The deeper the water, the better its quality. Finally, she finds such good water and decides to stay overnight to stock up before moving on. She doesn't know if she can find water again when she reaches Longzhou. The bandits patrol in organized groups. Song Qingling avoids them and moves further away. She eats 2 meat buns and a steamed bun to satisfy her hunger. If she can stock enough water, she might also make some ice. Thinking of the cold ice water makes her mouth dry and her tongue parched. She opens her water pouch and takes a few sips, but the water is heated by the sun and doesn't quench her thirst. After eating and drinking, she sits down to rest. Time passes second by second. At midnight, dark shadows appear in the dim forest. They are approaching the bandits' camp in a surrounding formation. As they get closer, the patrols at the camp notice something is wrong and shout out. The shadows rush forward to fight. Suddenly, both sides of the river burst into fighting sounds, shouts, clashes of weapons, and the noise of combat. Song Qingling, hiding in the dark, hears the commotion ahead. She observes for a moment and recognizes that the people fighting are the village leaders and villagers fighting the bandits, as discussed earlier with Huang Damao. Looking at the scene, the villagers had the advantage of numbers. The bully fought with some strategy, but the villagers' attacks were clumsy. 3 villagers fought one bully and barely managed to hold their own. Soon, one by one, villagers fell to the ground dead. Despite this, the villagers did not retreat. They faced the danger head-on. Several village leaders also joined the fight, all injured, shouting words of encouragement repeatedly. Suddenly, many wooden arrows fell rapidly, each hitting the bully. This change stunned everyone fighting on the left side of the river.
Kill.
Kill the bully and save the village.
Charge.
The leaders from both villages cheered loudly. One shouted, raising a big sword, rushing forward to attack the bully. Arrows kept falling like rain, fierce and relentless. Nearby, villagers from the Huang family village hid in the woods, watching the battle unfold. Leader, it looks like we might win. Let's go support the other side of the river quickly. We don't know who is helping us, but with this help, our chances of winning are much better. Let's go help the other side of the river. Before Huang Damao could speak, young men from the village ran out on their own. The bullies were busy fighting and couldn't move easily. They crossed the river secretly, stepping through the water to reach the other side. On the far side of the river, there were no arrows helping, and they were at a disadvantage. The arrival of the Huang villagers temporarily stabilized the situation. The person shooting arrows was Song Qingling. She saw the situation improve from her position, jumped down from the tree, and ran upstream along the river. She found another tree to climb and continued shooting arrows to support the fight. She repeated this several times. To the villagers, the person shooting arrows seemed like a hero who helped turn the tide. Their confidence grew. Once people had this strength, they became more determined. It was like a temporary transformation, unleashing unprecedented power. With this strength, the villagers fought bravely, causing the bullies to retreat in panic. The fight on this side was almost over, and villagers voluntarily moved to support the other side. As the situation gradually stabilized, Song Qingling took her bow and arrow, jumped down from the tree. She had used up the 30 wooden arrows she had sharpened in recent days, along with some iron arrowheads, which she needed to retrieve. She pulled arrows from the bodies of fallen enemies. Hero, you are truly a hero. Please accept our bow and respect. Thank you for helping us eliminate the bully and saving our lives. Thank you, hero. You are our great benefactor. Several village leaders, looking excited and grateful, ran over and knelt before Song Qingling to show their thanks. Song Qingling said nothing, silently drawing her bow. She was doing this for herself. The village elders were all around 40 or 50 years old, very sharp-eyed. When they saw her move, they quickly stood up to gather the arrows, put them together, and handed them back to her. She nodded in thanks, took the arrows, and walked toward the woods. The elders wanted to follow her, but they couldn't keep up with her speed. Her departure made them feel a bit disappointed. After about half an hour, Song Qingling returned on her horse. Her belongings were in a wooden basket on the horse's back. Later, she planned to use the water bucket to fetch water and store it in her space's jar. The expert is back. The expert has returned. Villagers saw Song Qingling and cheered loudly. A few village elders, who had been directing the villagers to deal with the bandit's body, hurried over excitedly when they heard the news. I'm going to fetch water.
Don't block the way.
They immediately made way for her, saying if she needed anything, just tell them, and they would do their best to help. On the way to the river, Song Qingling walked under the watchful and respectful gazes of the villagers. She felt nothing special, staying calm and composed, her eyes only on the water.
Bang!
The wooden bucket dropped into the water with a clear sound. It floated because of the buoyancy. She tilted her hands to press the bucket into the water, and the water immediately flowed in. The surface of the full bucket looked normal. She closed her eyes and used her mind to see that the water was pouring into an empty jar in her space. The water was just a little below her knees and had a faint yellow color. The quality was much better. She squatted by the riverbank, carefully watching her surroundings. The villagers, having won the battle, were still busy cleaning up. After a while, women and children from nearby villages came over, visibly happy. Everyone grabbed wooden buckets or basins to fetch water. With more people around, Song Qingling took out a few sets of dirty clothes from her basket and slowly washed them, secretly collecting water. She believed in leaving a little room for mercy. After washing for a while, she threw the cleaned clothes into a basin, placed it in the basket, and carried 2 buckets of water away. As she left, her horse automatically followed her. Finally, she stored a large amount of water, probably several hundred liters. She was about to go to Longzhou, and now she had enough water. She wanted to clean herself up a bit before heading to Yuanyang County in a few days, using her master's identity to enter the city. As a master, she wouldn't end up in the miserable state she was in now. Honestly, she reeked so badly that the smell could be detected from several meters away. Even she disliked herself. She led her horse toward the forest. When she reached an empty area, she lit a torch for light. She took out a partition from her space to create a small enclosure. Inside, she used water from a wooden tub, mixed with some ash, to wash her hair. Ash is alkaline and good for washing hair. It was very hot, so the water was warm, but she didn't heat it. She used it directly. Her hair hadn't been washed for a long time, so it was tangled and difficult to comb. She tried to brush it with her hand, but it was full of tiny loose hairs. She didn't insist on perfect cleanliness. She just wanted to wash it well. She used 2 buckets of water, washing twice. The water after washing was black and muddy. She wrapped her clean hair in a dry cotton cloth, then took a bath. She rubbed her body casually, which removed dirt, sweat, and oil, turning into small dark lumps that looked like medicinal pills. She scrubbed her whole body repeatedly until her hands hurt. Finally, she rinsed herself with a bucket of water, finishing her bath. Afterward, she felt much lighter. Every pore seemed to open, and she took deep breaths, as if she had shed her clothes. Even after putting on clean clothes, she still felt light and floating. She used 4 buckets of water for the bath and hair wash. She removed the partition, laid down a straw mat, and filtered water into a bucket. When she had free time, she made a few more, since the water she collected earlier was quite dirty. In the dim forest, the torch's light pushed back some darkness. She sat on the straw mat, filtering water into a bucket. Her short hair, still damp and slightly oily, reflected the firelight, each strand glowing with a soft, warm yellow hue. The horse, tired from the day, lay on the grass nearby, resting. One night passed. The next morning, at dawn, Song Qingling woke early to feed and water the horse. After breakfast, she set out on her journey. 4 days later, Song Qingling arrived at a mountain in Longzhou territory. It was evening. She didn't rush down the mountain but stopped halfway to rest, planning to descend later at night. The darkness would help hide her movements. Over these 2 days, she encountered more people, especially on this mountain. She prepared defenses, killed her horse, and stored it in her space. It was inconvenient to bring a horse into the city, so if possible later, she planned to buy a new one. After a simple dinner, she lay down to sleep. Not long after, a scream woke her. 5 suspicious people tried to steal something but ended up caught in a trap. Annoyed by the disturbance, Song Qingling's mood was terrible. She killed them without expression, leaving their bodies lying there. Perhaps the body had a frightening effect, so no one came afterward. She then slept peacefully. When she woke up, it was midnight. She got up and tidied herself, dressing to resemble Master Deng, and finally put on a straw hat and a black cloth mask, leaving only her clear, bright eyes visible. An hour later, Song Qingling arrived near the South City gate of Yuan County, carrying 2 bags on her back. She stood in a small forest more than 100 meters outside the city gate. Besides the front, there were people living on the left, right, and behind, some sleeping on mats, others in makeshift shelters. Most people were asleep at this time, but some couldn't sleep because of the heat. They sat and fanned themselves with palm leaves. Everyone looked tired and exhausted, with dull eyes. They watched Song Qingling walk toward the city gate, shaking their heads weakly. Someone said, "You can't get in. Don't waste your effort." A row of barriers blocked the space between the gate and the open ground. Behind the barriers, a line of soldiers stood guard, with bright fires burning around them, lighting up the night sky. Further back, at the gate, 2 rows of armed soldiers stood, and there were soldiers on the city wall as well. Song Qingling ignored them and kept walking forward. The soldiers behind the barriers saw her approach and looked at her with sharp, threatening eyes, as if they wanted to eat her. Ordinary people seeing this would have run away in fear. Some soldiers, noticing her lack of caution, moved and raised their silver spears, aiming at her. Officials, I am Deng Wenjin from Shuzhou City. I am here on orders to Longzhou. Please kindly inform the county magistrate. Here is my household registration. She held up the household registration, looking straight at them, without avoiding their gaze. No one is allowed to enter the city. If you don't want to die, get out quickly. The soldiers raised their spears and pointed them at Song Qingling, ready to strike. A cold wind blew, and the shiny silver spears reflected light into her eyes. She lowered the corner of her eyes slightly, her eyes flickering with a mysterious glow, as if a sharp ice blade was closing in. An invisible coldness and killing intent seemed to fill the air, making everything around her feel frozen. The soldiers saw this and felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Their hands trembled, and they hesitated. A tall, broad man dressed in different armor strode forward. He was a tall, muscular man with dark skin. He looked at Song Qingling and asked loudly, "Who do you say you are?" "Deng Wenjin," she replied directly. "Everyone, stand down," the man ordered, waving his hand to make the soldiers lower their weapons. He stepped in front of Song Qingling, took her household registration, and looked at it carefully. After examining it, he stared at her face and said, "Remove your mask." Song Qingling followed the instructions. She untied the rope from behind her ear with one hand, and her black mask fell off, revealing a dirty, tired face. The man's sharp eyes looked at her face, moving up and down, left and right, examining her features. Then he compared her face to the portrait on the household register. The household register shows a drawing of the person holding the registration, along with their place of origin, family members, and social status. Deng Wenjin is a thin man with no extra flesh on his face. His side profile shows a sharp chin. His most noticeable feature is a goat beard on his mouth, and he has double eyelids. Song Qingling also has double eyelids. She is thin too, and her face resembles Deng Wenjin's about 80%. On the way to Longzhou, she cooked some coarse rice to solve her goat beard problem. She used rice paste to stick to her hair, making her hair longer at the ends, then cut some off to make a fake beard. After making it, she tried it on and looked in the water. She found some flaws, adjusted, and improved it repeatedly. When she finally glued the fake beard on, the rice paste color was a bit obvious. She thought about adding some dirt and smudging her face to look more authentic, as clean faces on refugees might raise suspicion. The fake beard was glued on with water. Its biggest flaw was that when the water dried, it could reveal flaws or fall off. In ancient times, the portraits on household registers often didn't exactly match the person. Usually, if the likeness was about 80 to 90% similar, it was considered close enough. The man finished examining her and thought her face was somewhat different from the household register picture, but not too much. In a refugee situation, where food was uncertain and people traveled dusty roads, slight changes due to weight loss were understandable. The key was that some time ago, a secret order was issued. If a person named Deng Wenjin needed to enter the city, they must be reported immediately and kept behind. Open the barrier and let her in. The soldiers curiously looked at Song Qingling a few more times and then opened the barrier. "Follow me." The man returned her household register and turned to walk ahead. Song Qingling put on her mask and followed him. At the city gate, the soldiers looked at her with curiosity. Not only them, but also the refugees behind saw her entering the city smoothly, and they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, whispering among themselves. Inside the city, the man told Song Qingling to wait there for a moment. He then called 10 soldiers to the nearby stables to bring out 12 horses. He mounted one of the horses, holding the reins, and turned to Song Qingling, asking, "Can you ride a horse?" Song Qingling nodded and said she knew a little. She remembered the scene when she met the steward on Tua Ming Mountain. The other person was riding quite well. She stepped into the stirrup, turned onto the horse, and held the reins. The man led the way in front, and 10 soldiers followed behind her. There were people both in front and behind, watching her closely, really afraid she might run away. Steward Deng's status was special. He was a threat to the king of Huainan. He probably received orders early on from the county magistrate of Yuanyang County to ensure Deng was kept, and once they got the secret letter, they would kill him to cover their tracks. The man was taking her to the county magistrate's house, and she also wanted to go there to handle something. The streets were empty at night, and the usual quiet was broken by the rapid sound of hooves. Horses galloped through the alleys and soon disappeared. After more than 2 hours, they arrived at the back door of a luxurious yet tasteful mansion. The man dismounted, knocked on the door, and someone came out. They whispered briefly. After a few words, the man returned and told Song Qingling, who had just gotten off her horse, "You may go inside with him." She nodded and left her horse, walking toward the person standing at the back door. He was probably the house steward, about 40 or 50 years old. His eyes, though polite and smiling, looked sharp and clever. The steward slightly bowed and gestured for her to go inside. "Honored guest, please go in." Outside, the man watched as Song Qingling limped inside. After the back door was fully closed, he and his men rode away. Inside the house, Song Qingling followed the steward through several twists and turns to a study in the front yard. While waiting, she was served cold tea and snacks. Soon, a man in dark cloud-patterned robes, about 40 years old and quite fat, hurried in. The moment he entered, he looked at Song Qingling first, then dismissed the servants inside and outside, and reached out to close the door. Through the small gap as the door slowly closed, the steward outside could be seen giving a dark, meaningful nod to the man. When the man received the signal, the door was just shut. "Lord Deng, you've finally arrived. I received the master's order early and am here to welcome you." "We've been waiting for a long time," the man said cheerfully, with single eyelids squinting as if he had no visible pupils, looking as if his eyes were closed. He approached Song Qingling, noticing the crumbs on her lips and the traces of food on the snacks and tea on the table beside her, with a fleeting look of sharpness in his eyes. He sat down at the main seat above. Song Qingling sat in the first chair to his lower right. "Sir, what is this?" She held a roll of tightly wrapped secret documents, her face showing a faint smile or perhaps a smirk. When Magistrate Yu saw this, his eyes only focused on the secret documents. He suddenly stood up, stepped forward, and forced a smile that he couldn't control, saying, "I've long heard that Lord Deng is loyal and brave, swift and decisive. Today, I see it for myself." He had obtained the secret documents, and his goal was achieved. Naturally, he didn't want to waste more words. All his attention was on the documents. Anyway, the person named Deng had already ingested poison water and snacks, so he was not a threat. He looked at them carefully, so focused that he didn't notice Song Qingling had an iron needle tube in her hand. She shot a needle at his hand back. The needle pricked Magistrate Yu, making his hand feel as if bugs were biting him. He looked down but hadn't seen clearly when a shadow flickered in front of him. Song Qingling, who had just stood up, reached out and grabbed his arm, pushing him toward the chair she had just sat in. At the same time, she used her mind to take out a torn cloth from space and cover his mouth. The secret document fell to the ground. Song Qingling bent down to pick it up. Magistrate Yu, pushed so suddenly, felt dizzy and weak, unable to exert any strength. He used all his might to blink at Song Qingling. How could she be fine? In fact, Song Qingling hadn't touched the tea and snacks brought by the person in charge. She took advantage of his turning away to hide them in her space, pretending she had eaten them. She controlled the amount of the sedative in the needles so that it wouldn't make him faint, but it also made him lose strength. She left the helpless Magistrate Yu and ran to another room connected to this one. The 2 rooms were connected, spacious, with bookshelves, potted plants, and guest tables and chairs in the outer room. The inner room was more private, with valuable personal collections displayed on antique shelves, bright and varied. No matter which room, the elegant layout and furnishings clearly showed it was Magistrate Yu's study. In that room, she found what she was looking for. On a fine yellow pearwood long table, neatly placed in the upper right corner were inkstones and brushes. In the center, there was a stack of papers. She casually flipped through a few pages. Some were household registration records, and others were travel permits awaiting stamps. There were no seals on the table. On each side of the table, there were matching wooden cabinets, but the right side was locked. She took out a long needle and carefully unlocked each lock, finding seals, a thick stack of land deeds, and some banknotes. The land deed and silver notes were casually thrown into the space. She picked up the seal, paper, pen, and ink, placing them on a desk that was slightly taller than her waist. Then she moved away and stood in front of the county magistrate Yu, who was dazed and completely limp like a puddle of mud. "I'll read what you write. If you're not honest, try me." She took out a bottle of medicine with a refreshing effect and held it under Yu's nose, letting him sniff it. With her other hand, she pressed a dagger against his neck. After smelling the medicine, Yu's eyes gradually focused and became sharper. He hesitated but didn't move. Song Qingling slashed him with a knife. Immediately blood flowed.
Ugh, ugh, ugh.
Yu's face turned red with pain, his forehead sweating as drops rolled down. He trembled and picked up a brush. "Make a household registration for Yuan County and also prepare a pass with the name Zhou. She had already thought it through. Using a consistent alias outside was better to avoid future loopholes and suspicion. Yu made faces and mumbled, "Ugh, ugh, ugh." Song Qingling struck him again. Seeing his eyes roll back and nearly faint, she brought the medicine bottle close for him to smell, which revived him slightly. "Now you dared not resist anymore." He wrote with divine speed, creating a fake identity for a merchant from Datong Town within Yuan County, based on her description. The household registration, pass, and stamps were all completed in one go. Tears welled in Yu's eyes as he shook his head and begged Song Qingling for mercy. She confirmed that the household registration and pass were flawless. With a single, she finished Yu, and his body collapsed onto the ground. Inside the room, valuable and useful items, like books on the shelves, were collected. She poured all the lamp oil in the room onto the flammable papers and the wooden shelves. She had some oil from the mountain village, given to her by Hong Yong, which she used up entirely. She poured more onto the doors and windows, ensuring every corner was coated. Next, she took the corpse from the space outside, opened the door, and stood on the threshold facing inward. To carry out the order from King Huainan to eliminate Deng Wenjin, she had prepared in advance. Confident and serious about the task, she had just driven away all the servants, leaving no one else in the yard. She lit a piece of paper and threw it inside. The moment it touched the oil, a loud bang sounded. Flames surged wildly, rising like fierce, clawing fire snakes, licking every corner of the house. Thick, black smoke billowed upward. Outside the door, her face was indifferent, illuminated by a faint orange glow. The county magistrate never understood why King Huainan wanted to kill Deng Wenjin. They were just pawns manipulated by those in power. She closed the door and turned to run, climbing over the wall to leave. If she hadn't encountered that horse earlier, she could have entered the city and the Yu residence smoothly. But when she left, she couldn't take the horse with her. Because the horse had entered the Yu residence and was seen by soldiers and servants, taking it away afterward would expose her. Not taking it would be a shame, wasting a good horse. After a while, the fire in the courtyard spread into a large blaze, lighting up the day like noon. Thick smoke filled the air, and the servants discovered the water was running out. Everyone panicked and shouted, grabbing buckets of water to put out the fire. At this moment, Song Qingling had changed into a different outfit, disguising herself as Zhou Wu, and went to stay at a local inn in town. She booked a simple room, paying 40 coins for a day and night, with a window and privacy. Before dawn, she fell asleep immediately. When she woke up, it was bright outside, and she could hear the lively street sounds. Finally in town, she planned to stroll around and stock up on supplies. She put on a straw hat and wore a clean, neat, but worn-out sky-blue patched outfit. She smeared a thin layer of yellow mud on her face to change her skin color. Recently, her diet had improved, and with exercise, her complexion was better than average. After packing everything, she went downstairs and reached the first floor. She overheard the clerk talking with the accountant about the fire at the magistrate's residence. Outside on the street, people were also discussing it. The stories grew more exaggerated and unbelievable as they spread. Song Qingling ignored the gossip and wandered the street, asking about prices and looking for rice and flour. She walked around the main street but found no rice or flour at the grocery stores. Other goods were expensive. One bun cost 12 coins. The main street was busy and costly, while the market on a slightly less busy street was cheaper but less nice. She didn't rush to buy anything, preferring to compare prices first. While browsing, she arrived at the market. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet and passed by a bun stall. She often ate buns on the go, but today she wasn't hungry, just wanted to ask about the prices. If affordable, she might buy some to store in her space for later. "Ma'am, how much are the buns and steamed bread?"
she asked.
The bun seller, a kind-looking woman, smiled and replied, "Meat buns and vegetable buns are 10 coins each. Steamed bread and cornbread are 7 coins." Inside the steaming baskets, the buns and bread were just a bit larger than a fist, steaming hot. In the past, she couldn't afford to buy things, so she hesitated. Now, she has some money in her space, and not spending it would just leave it there. Buying food to eat might be better because later, even with money, she might not find these items. "I want 30 buns, 30 steamed buns, 30 flatbreads, and 30 steamed corn cobs," she said. "That would cost over 700 coins. Hey, little brother, are you trying to trick me?" The old lady looked at her with suspicion. Song Qingling took out a coin from her clothes and counted it, ready to give it to the old lady. Since this was such a good business opportunity, the old lady should have been happy, but she only smiled awkwardly. Right now, there was no rice or flour in the city. She had bought a stone of white flour at a high price more than 2 weeks ago, and there wasn't much left. She kept some for herself. Today, she made a batch of buns, steamed buns, and corn cobs to sell, and they were almost sold out. The old lady looked at the coin, showing a worried and regretful expression. "Little brother, I only have a few buns, and together with the steamed buns and corn cobs, there are only 10. Song Qingling looked around the bun stall and saw no white flour or filling ingredients. Normally, with business coming to her, she should be earning money. She said, "It's okay, I can wait. You can steam and pack them now." The old lady reluctantly told the truth. She said that for several days now, the city couldn't buy rice or flour because the shops had run out of stock. Song Qingling nodded understandingly and asked the old lady to wrap all the buns, steamed buns, and corn cobs in clean bamboo shoot shells. She bought everything, spending over 100 coins. Holding the bought buns, she entered a quiet alley and stored them in her space. It was hot outside, and the food could spoil if left out too long. After leaving the alley, she walked a little further to a pushcart stall. She bought a pushcart to carry her things and to keep a low profile. She asked about the price and learned that different sizes of pushcarts cost different amounts. She tested pushing a medium-sized one and, considering her strength, chose it confidently, spending 140 coins. The pushcart was made entirely of wood, with 3 wheels, 1 large wheel in front and 2 smaller ones at the back. The boards on the cart were thick, about 70 centimeters wide and a meter long. Cleverly, the sides of the cart had raised barriers, so if the road was bumpy, she wouldn't have to worry about her items falling off. The cart was smooth and free of splinters after being sanded. After buying the pushcart, she decided to visit the general store at the market to see if she could find what she needed. Honey is wild honey from the mountains, golden in color, attractive in appearance, and fragrant. The vendor selling honey is a strong man in his 30s. His stall also sells wild game, including 3 rabbits kept in bamboo cages, 5 bamboo rats, and 2 colorful pheasants. She is most interested in the honey. She adds some to water, and drinking a sip while traveling helps restore her energy better than red sugar. She asked for the price and learned that a jar of about 200 grams costs 160 coins. There are 3 jars in total. She buys all of them, along with the wild game, spending over 700 coins. The live animals are first placed in a backpack at the back, to be dealt with later. She then bought more than 10 water bags. Seeing a few stalls selling wild vegetables, she bought 6 baskets, even though the prices are a bit high because she can't go long without vegetables. Most stalls at the market sell daily necessities. She doesn't need anything else, and then looks for a grocery shop. She visits 2 shops, but both say they have no rice or flour. Even beans are running out because people buy them quickly. She buys the last 2 buckets of beans. She also orders 20 jin, about 10 kilograms, of peanut oil and sesame oil. She hasn't used the oil she bought earlier, which was brought along during her escape, and cooking with it makes the food taste strong. Buying more now will be useful later, so she feels at ease knowing she has supplies. There is also a wild boar in her space, which she plans to deal with when she has time. She has bought about 20 pounds of kerosene for lighting, and she also bought candles made of beeswax, over 50 of them, all purchased. Dry goods like dried yellow flower vegetables, shiitake mushrooms, dried chicken, fish, and other preserved foods are out of stock. Fortunately, dried chili peppers are available, but they are from last year. The weather is hot, and eating spicy food can cause heat rash. Plus, they're not cheap, and only a few are bought. She picks up the dried chili peppers, checks them, and finds they are not moldy and are of good quality. She buys more than 2 buckets full. And garlic have no harvest this year, so they are unavailable. She hears from a shopkeeper that there is another grocery store diagonally across the street, run by someone related to the local magistrate, who might have access to grain. She loads all her purchases onto a handcart and pushes it along. As she walks, she suddenly feels a sharp, cramping pain in her lower abdomen, causing her to stop abruptly. She places her hand on her stomach. This pain feels so familiar. It's her period about to start. The original owner's body was weak and malnourished, with irregular, sometimes once a month, sometimes every 2 or 3 months, and she also experienced menstrual cramps. In ancient times, there were no sanitary pads or tissues. Song Qingling felt a bit worried and sad for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her mood. She believed nothing was impossible to overcome. If one attempt failed, she would try again until she adapted. Nothing was more important than life. As long as she was alive, everything else was not a big deal. She decided to visit a grocery store to see if there was any grain, then go to a fabric shop or pharmacy to buy some things. With her mind made up, she pushed her cart and wandered into a small alley. Just as her figure was about to disappear at the alley entrance, 6 men across the street exchanged glances with each other, their eyes unfriendly. They all looked toward the alley and moved in that direction. In the alley, Song Qingling had just finished removing half of the items from her cart when she suddenly sensed something was wrong. In an instant, she gripped a sharp knife in her right hand. She turned around and saw several men looking at her cart with bad intentions. Looks like there are fewer things on the cart? It seems so. Kid, where did you hide the rest? Be smart and hand it all over. This is our territory. You choose whether you want to live or die. The men, some holding wooden sticks and others with knives, approached casually. They saw Song Qingling as a shorter, weak-looking kid, easy to deal with. She raised her knife and said coldly, "I choose for all of you to die." Judging by their clothes, they appeared to be city beggars, all in their teens or early 20s, acting arrogantly, probably used to causing trouble and harming others. Her movements were very quick. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the men, and her knife flashed so fast it looked like a shadow. They saw nothing clearly. With a loud bang, one man's neck bled heavily and he collapsed, dead. The men snapped out of their shock, shouting incoherently, raising their weapons to attack her. She skillfully dodged between a few men, avoiding their weapons, and her knife struck deadly blows each time. In less than 15 minutes, all 6 men were dead. She bent down, searched their bodies, and found many copper coins totaling over 100 taels. She also threw the items from her cart into her space. Her clothes were stained with blood, which was hard to change outside. She put on an extra piece of clothing to cover it up. She didn't want to waste time on these matters, but some people sought death themselves, so she had no choice. Leaving the alley, she headed to the last grocery store on the market street. It was located in the best spot on the whole street. As she approached, she saw that this shop was also the largest among several grocery stores. She was about to enter the shop when a man inside, with bloodshot eyes, hurried out clutching a bag. He pushed through the crowd recklessly, even bumping into people without caring, and ran headlong, attracting many passers-by to point and scold him. She paused for a few seconds to watch. During that time, a couple crossed her path and went into the shop a few steps ahead of her. As soon as they entered, Song Qingling immediately felt several strange eyes on her from inside. These came from the shopkeeper sitting behind the cash register, who was looking directly at her, and from two strong men standing beside him. There were also 3 more strong men standing in the aisles on each side of the main hall. All these men were tall and muscular, with fierce eyes. Some had ugly scars on their faces, clearly not easy to confront. In the middle aisle of the shop, the couple stood close together. They wore simple cotton clothes, but the styles were new. The woman wore a plum blossom jade hairpin and 2 silver bracelets on her wrist. They seemed slightly better off than ordinary poor families. They originally wanted to buy rice and flour, but the strong men in the shop looked like pillars standing there, which made them a bit nervous. The shopkeeper sat there lazily, ignoring Song Qingling's shabby appearance, and explained to the couple, "Recently, there have been thieves breaking into the shop. I've hired some people to guard it. Don't worry. If you see something you want, I'll have someone bring it to you." The couple showed understanding and told him what they wanted. Their total was about 3 stones of goods. Under the shopkeeper's urging, they paid the money. Then, 2 strong men went to the back room, claiming to fetch the items the couple bought from the storeroom. While they talked, Song Qingling observed the shop situation. Not far away, in a deep wooden box on a shelf, there was coarse rice, yellow cornmeal, and slightly yellowed white flour. Next to each item, there was a small wooden sign showing the price. Coarse rice, cornmeal, and white flour all cost 60 coins per liter. There were also some scarce dried goods like and garlic. "What are you buying?" The shopkeeper looked up and down at Song Qingling. Seeing her in tattered clothes, a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. He was about to wave her away when she asked, "Do you have more rice and flour?" "Yes. Do you have enough money?" The shopkeeper sneered. Song Qingling took out a silver ingot from her clothes and showed it to him. His eyes widened in surprise, and he sat up straight. "How much do you want?" Attracted by her, several other strong men inside the shop also looked over. "Brown rice, cornmeal, and white flour. I want 3 stones of each." "Yes, yes, yes." The shopkeeper's face lit up. He picked up an abacus on the counter and quickly calculated, fingers moving fast. Finally, he said, "Total is 54 taels. If you want to buy, pay quickly. Otherwise, if someone else comes and pays first, the goods belong to them." At this point, Song Qingling was completely sure there was something wrong with the shop. 3 stones of each grain was normal before, but now, during a year of famine, other shops in the city had no grain. Yet this shop had plenty. It was very suspicious. When she heard the bun seller say that recently the city couldn't buy rice or flour, she guessed that wealthy families in the city had bought and hoarded the grain. The shopkeeper saw she hesitated to pay and angrily said, "Are you buying or not? If not, get out now. There are others who want to buy grain. Don't block our business." "I'll buy," Song Qingling said, handing over 54 taels of silver. The shopkeeper took the silver, checked it to make sure it was real, and was visibly happy. He turned to 2 strong men behind him and said, "Take all the goods this young man bought to the back warehouse." The strong men responded and left. Not long after, the men who were bringing grain to the couple came from the backyard. They carried 2 big bags each on their shoulders, placed them at the couple's feet, then went back into the yard and came out again. The couple, having bought the grain, looked at each other and smiled happily. The man squatted down to carry a bag of grain to put on his cart outside. When he felt the bag, he realized it was not grain, but sand. He shouted in surprise, "Wait, shopkeeper, this isn't rice or flour, it's sand." The woman quickly opened several other bags, and they were all filled with sand. "Stop talking nonsense. This is what you bought. Payment is settled. Now get out of the shop. Are you trying to make us ask you to leave?" The shopkeeper was fearless and sneered. The strong men inside the shop clenched their fists and moved closer to the couple. The man tightly hugged his trembling wife and shouted, "You're running a black shop, deceiving people. I will report you to the authorities. They want to go to the officials? Then you two should go now. The road is rough and bumpy. Be careful so you don't hurt yourselves. My cousin's house was attacked by thieves and caught fire last night. The officials and our family are in chaos. You happen to come at a bad time, so go ahead. Last night, there was a fire at the county magistrate's house. By this morning, everyone in the town knew that the magistrate had been burned to death. His son, who was also an official, was protected by powerful connections. The situation was complicated, and it was likely that his son would become the next magistrate. The couple understood this. The shopkeeper was related to the magistrate's family and had someone backing him. No wonder he dared to do wrong openly in broad daylight without fear. They ran a business in the town, and only recently had their life improved. Their family was made up of ordinary people, no match for officials. The woman cried loudly in her husband's arms. The man was held down by two strong men, unable to move. He was furious and clenched his teeth, but he stayed calm and didn't fight back. Slowly, he lowered his head and gave up. "We were wrong. This is what we bought. We won't report it. Please, let us go," the man begged humbly. The shopkeeper smirked proudly, deciding to stop here. There was no need to make a big fuss. Even if they did, it wouldn't be a problem. It would just take a little more time to handle. He raised his hand, and the two strong men released the couple. They supported each other and, stumbling, hurried away as if a flood or beast was chasing them. Song Qingling watched everything happen. In the backyard, two strong men carried burlap sacks out. The shopkeeper leaned back in his chair, sneered, and said, "Brother, your things are here too. Hurry and take them." The strong men carried the sacks several times. There were many bulging cloth bags at Song Qingling's feet. She looked down without opening them, knowing they were filled with sand. One strong man, seeing she didn't move, impatiently shouted, "Hurry up and get out of here." A few other strong men clenched their fists, their knuckles cracking. Song Qingling glanced at the door. People passed by outside from time to time. She quickly swung two knives, spinning so fast they blurred, creating confusing afterimages. With two swooshes, the knives flew toward the door, hitting the wooden panels. The force pushed the door outward, slowly closing it and blocking everything outside. The daylight was strong, but the inside was only a little dimmer than before. The shopkeeper and the strong men were stunned by Song Qingling's quick moves. She didn't care about that. She grabbed another knife and charged forward to fight. She swung the knife horizontally, injuring two standing men at the knees. They fell in pain. As they fell, she turned and slashed near their necks. Both men died on the spot. The other strong men reacted quickly and rushed forward in a crowd. She held a machete, moving like a ghost among them. Since they had the advantage of numbers and strength, she didn't fight them head-on. Instead, she looked for chances to attack their weak spots, legs, knees, eyes, wrists, and struck. When they showed a gap, she would deliver a deadly. It didn't take long. All 9 strong men died from her attacks. She was covered in blood, with some on her face. She slightly lifted her eyelids, her gaze calm and cold, with a sharp edge inside. She casually wiped the blood off her cheek. Over there, the shopkeeper saw the fight was turning bad. While they were fighting, he quietly slipped toward the backyard. Just as he was about to step over the backyard gate, an arrow shot swiftly and hit his back. "Ah!" he screamed loudly. Song Qingling quickly walked over and grabbed his hair. "Where are the grains hidden?" she demanded. The shopkeeper looked down, his eyes spinning. "They're in a main hall outside." Song Qingling took a torn piece of cloth and stuffed it into his mouth. She stabbed a dagger into his soft belly, twisting the handle tightly. Her voice was cold and commanding, full of pressure. "I'll give you one last chance." The shopkeeper trembled from pain, sweating all over. He nodded in fear. She pulled the cloth out of his mouth, but when she saw him open his mouth wide and look strange, she pushed it back in and stabbed him hard in the wound. Blood burst out like a fountain. Soon, a large pool of red blood gathered on the ground. He lost too much blood and was injured many times. His head drooped, his face pale as paper. He cried and nodded desperately. Song Qingling removed the torn cloth. The shopkeeper cried and said, "There are some in the cellar in the backyard, and in the rooms. Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything." She looked in the direction of his gaze and saw the hidden cellar in the dark. What she wanted was more than just that. Song Qingling loosened her grip. The shopkeeper collapsed to the ground, face full of pain. She took out a silver needle and quickly inserted it into acupoints. Sticking the needle into specific points on the body could regulate the flow of energy and blood through the meridians, helping to stop the bleeding. After inserting the needles, she waited a moment. The bleeding from the wound slowed down a bit, and her condition slightly improved. She felt a little more energetic. Just as she was about to sit up with effort, a bundle of grass paper and some brushes and ink fell to the ground in front of her. Draw a simple map of the main areas inside the town, such as the kitchen, main courtyard, storeroom, and other key locations. Only include what you know. Don't make up details. If you try to cheat, I don't mind stabbing a big hole in your stomach. She holds a dagger against the wound on the shopkeeper's belly. First, draw the layout of the county magistrate's residence. Keep it simple and clear, no fancy details. The Easterny army is getting closer, ready to attack at any moment. Suppose they come while she is inside the city. Maybe she can find a chance to search for supplies and stock up. It's always better to be prepared than not. To stay alive, the shopkeeper has to lie on the ground. He trembles as he picks up a brush and starts drawing. While he is drawing, Song Qingling suddenly stabs into his wound. He screams in pain, his face twisting, and almost faints. He tried to cheat, but Song Qingling's sharp and ruthless actions made him stop. He begins to draw honestly. After making 2 maps, the shopkeeper is exhausted. He is about to faint, so Song Qingling takes out a silver needle to give him an injection and keep him alive. The shopkeeper is the nephew of the county magistrate. Seeing that he runs a shop here, it's clear he has support from the magistrate's family. Most of the money he earns probably goes into the magistrate's pocket. They work together secretly. With his status, it's normal for him to visit wealthy families in Yuan County. 35 minutes pass. He finishes 6 maps. The shopkeeper is very weak now. 1 more map he just started is incomplete. He dies from blood loss, still clutching the brush in his hand. Song Qingling then kills the person inside the house with her dagger. She quickly searches the place and finds over 18 taels of silver and some weapons. She retrieves 2 broken knives she had thrown earlier to close the shop. She takes everything from the main hall, including the shelves. They find about 2 stones of grain, over 20 jin of dried goods, garlic, and brown sugar, each over 10 jin.
There are over 30 jars of yellow wine.
They also gather peanut oil, sesame oil, coarse salt, and refined salt, several jin each. The cash register is locked. She smashes it open with a hammer and takes the money, probably a few hundred taels in total. In the backyard cellar, in a corner of a space about 10 square meters, there is a row of burlap sacks. She counts 10 sacks, filled with coarse rice and cornmeal, totaling over 3 stones. After collecting everything, she searches the nearby rooms in the backyard and finds over 10 taels of silver and more than 30 jin of grain hidden in secret places. I collected all the useful items I found. In the backyard under the parasol tree, there is a water well. There is still water at the bottom, but not much, about a meter deep. She carried up water bucket by bucket, counting carefully, and took 10 buckets. The shopkeeper's dishonest actions have offended many people. Investigating him won't yield quick results, and since she won't stay long in the county, she's not worried about being caught. Before leaving, she entered a room, closed the door, changed into clean clothes, climbed over the wall from the backyard, and walked around the alley, then returned to the street. It was noon. Her stomach was protesting, but because her period was about to start and her abdomen was aching, she had no appetite. After thinking for a moment, she decided to continue shopping, worried that she might not buy enough like last time in Shimping Town, and unexpected trouble could happen. She went to the fabric shop, originally planning to buy some breathable, absorbent cloth to make menstrual pads. During her chat with the shopkeeper, she learned that ready-made pads were available. She asked the shopkeeper to show her. The shopkeeper looked her over, giving her a strange look. She didn't hide or avoid his gaze, and let him look. "I'm buying this for my wife. If you don't sell them here, I'll go somewhere else." Since doing business without making money is foolish, the shopkeeper quickly called her back, smiling and saying, "Young man, you're very lucky to find such a good wife. You're truly a loving couple." He admired her willingness to spend money on his wife and personally buy the pads, which not many people would do. Thinking that Song Qingling loved her wife, he flattered her. Song Qingling looked pleased. Soon, the different types of menstrual pads were brought out. They were made from various fabrics, each about 270 millimeters long at most. She thought they were a bit short. These are suitable for daytime use. For nighttime, she needed pads with a fan-shaped tail that could reach the waist, as shorter ones felt insecure. The materials varied, and so did the prices. She touched the most expensive one, which was naturally the best. These ready-made pads are secured with a string, and inside, grass ash is inserted to absorb moisture. She had been saving grass ash from firewood she burned before. It would be even better if she had cotton. She had no prior experience with these items and limited knowledge. She described the characteristics of cotton to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked at her in surprise. Cotton does exist, and is grown in the northwest region of Bai Kingdom's provincial city. It's rare and valuable, usually enjoyed by the wealthy. Ordinary people don't know much about it. It's only found in provincial and some county towns, not in small places. Yes, there is some, but that's enough. Let me see it. Last winter wasn't so cold, but this year it's dry and hot. The cotton is still stored away and hasn't been sold, so it will take some time to find it. The shopkeeper hesitated. When his cold gaze accidentally met Song Qingling's, he felt an odd pressure. He nodded and said, "Wait a moment." About 15 minutes later, the shopkeeper came out holding a wooden box. After placing it down, he went back to the backyard and returned with the same box. "Young man, there are 2 types of cotton. Take a look." The shopkeeper opened the box. One box contained clean, white cotton quilts, pure white and flawless. Each box held 1 quilt. The other box contained loose cotton, which looked slightly different from the first. It felt soft. She asked, "What is this?" The shopkeeper explained, "This is kapok, which is cheaper than cotton. It's been around in our country for a long time." Both looked good. When it's cold, spreading a cotton quilt on the bed keeps you warm. Kapok can also be used to stuff menstrual belts. She personally thinks it's better than ash from plants. If you have money and goods, you should buy some. Otherwise, you're just wasting time. Especially during tough times, it's better to be comfortable if you can. "Why not?" She asked, "How much stock is there and what are the prices?" 1 box of kapok costs 2 taels. There are 3 more boxes of cotton quilts. "If you want to buy, 1 box is 7 taels, the shopkeeper said. Seeing her frown, he quickly added, "Young man, this price is quite cheap. In previous years, people paid 10 taels for the same. It's so hot today. No one knows what this winter will be like." The shopkeeper wants to sell the cotton quilts quickly. Keeping them longer means losing money. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Here's an idea. If you buy everything, I'll give you 3 of the best menstrual belts for free. The best menstrual belt costs 30 coins each. All right, I'll take the cotton quilts and kapok. As for the menstrual belts, whatever you have, I'll buy. And the oilcloth, how much do you have? I want it all." No matter how good or bad the menstrual belts are, as long as they're available, she wants to buy them. She's just worried she might miss out later. Oilcloth is waterproof and useful during heavy rain. The shopkeeper was very happy to hear this. We have over 10 rolls of oilcloth. The room was full of old clothes, mostly rags. If she ever had a chance to be alone, it would be better to wear nice, comfortable clothes. She picked out a few ready-made outfits. Altogether, she spent over 70 taels of silver. The shopkeeper happily helped carry the items onto a cart. They had to make several trips to finish moving everything. After everything was moved, Song Qingling asked the shopkeeper at the fabric store about some matters. As a businessperson, she had many contacts and broad knowledge. Having learned some information, she pushed her cart away, heading to a quiet, deserted alley to pack up her items. There was another fabric shop at the market. Song Qingling went there and bought 2 boxes of cotton quilts, 6 boxes of kapok, 6 pairs of finished cloth shoes, and all the menstrual pads and oilcloth. Next, she went to the pharmacy. She visited twice in the morning, familiarizing herself with its location. There was 1 pharmacy in the market and 2 on the main street. Inside the pharmacy, some people were queuing to buy medicine. She waited her turn. When it was her turn, she clearly stated what she wanted to buy: medicine for cold and fever, abdominal and stomach pain, treatment for injuries, anti-inflammatory and pain relief, and medicines to prevent insect bites and snake bites. She ordered both internal herbal sachets and external ointments, requesting a good amount of each. She also listed a long string of medicine names for the clerk to write on the list. Due to the hot weather, many corpses were on the streets, and the air was filled with a foul smell, breeding germs that could cause outbreaks of disease. Ancient medical technology was limited. She didn't know how advanced the treatment for epidemics was. If an epidemic truly broke out, poor families wouldn't afford medicine and would just wait to die. To prevent disease, she prepared 2 prescriptions, 1 for prevention and 1 for treatment. In her past life, before the apocalypse, she lived in her own community. Later, she traveled across cities to her older sister's old house, which had abundant supplies of food and various other materials. Her sister loved collecting all kinds of things, organizing them in different rooms, including books on medicine and poisons. These weren't common books, but rare and invaluable editions. During a hot period, an epidemic broke out with high contagiousness. Although medical technology was advanced, medicine was scarce and many people died because they couldn't get treatment. She didn't have a special cure, but she noticed the rising temperatures and anticipated an epidemic. She gathered some related books her sister left her and, after gathering herbs, experimented and created a medicine formula. During the apocalypse, besides going out for supplies and sleeping, she spent most of her time at home studying survival methods and ways to protect her life using the materials she had. She listed many medicines. The clerk was overwhelmed, so 2 more people came to help. The 3 of them searched the medicine cabinets according to the list, busy and quick. Some herbs were missing, so they marked them, and others were packed up. Almost half an hour passed as the medicine shop finished gathering the herbs and packed them into burlap sacks, placing them on Song Qingling's cart. Buying medicine cost over 90 silver taels. No matter when, medicine is always expensive. Some medicines are bought in small amounts or are unavailable. She went to the main street to buy them. Although costly, she couldn't help it. She bought some to stock up for peace of mind. Among the herbs purchased were spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, dried tangerine peel, cloves, grassfruit, and fennel. In ancient times, these were often used in medicine and were not cheap. She bought some spices to improve the taste when she is alone later. There are 2 pharmacies on the main street. She visited each to buy the needed herbs and medicinal products. However, both lacked some medicines, especially those for treating injuries. She bought as much as she could, spending over 160 silver taels in total. When she had almost finished shopping, it was late afternoon. She went to a hidden spot to store everything from the cart into her space, then pushed the cart back to the inn. She handed the cart over to the young servant for handling and paid for the room for the day. Since she didn't buy as many medicines or some were missing, she returned to the inn and used charcoal to write on grass paper. She had a brush, but wasn't used to it. The writing was messy and hard to read, blending into itself. After finishing the list, She separated the medicines for epidemic prevention and treatment into small packages, ready to be boiled when needed. After finishing, she felt quite hungry and looked around the inn for some food. While free, she closed her eyes and used her mind to check the books she collected last night from the county magistrate's study. The road ahead was difficult to navigate without a map, especially since in ancient times, private sale of official maps was forbidden. She carefully examined the books. The good news was that she found a map. The bad news was that the map only showed the terrain within Yuan County. There was also a collection of local customs and traditions related to each area. She listed those books separately, thinking she might pass through those places someday. As a government official, it was normal for Magistrate Yu to have a map of his jurisdiction. But other regions outside his control wouldn't have maps. Without a map, she was essentially blind, like walking in the dark. Currently, she only knew she was in Yuan County. Longzhou had a coastal town, and from her inquiries today, she learned roughly which counties were nearby. She had already planned her route, from Yuan County to the nearest coastal town in Longzhou, then along the sea route to find that mysterious island recorded on the sheepskin scroll. The other half of the parchment scroll not only shows the map of the mysterious island, but also contains written notes on the back. It records that Zhang's ship captain, after experiencing failure, returned home, summarized his lessons, and spent some time preparing thoroughly. One day, about a month ago, he set out again to find the island. Unfortunately, he had bad luck. Near Mount Tuoming, he passed through a village on the mountain and was harmed by San Mao and others. The parchment scroll fell into San Mao's hands and is now in her possession. If she could find the mysterious island on the scroll, far away from the dangerous world, and live alone there, she would think that was very beautiful. The island has abundant resources. Before going, she plans to gather more land supplies, so she won't worry once she arrives. Song Qingling picks up half of the scroll and looks at it. It only shows a part of Longzhou near the sea, with the town name but no county name. Getting a more complete map is not impossible. She thinks of Hongyong and others. The caravan travels north and south all year round, so they know some official roads, and even small paths. She considers approaching the caravan in the county town to learn more. Ancient laws were strict. If someone committed a crime, their whole family could be executed, and the punishment could extend to 9 generations. They used a collective punishment system. If someone in the caravan secretly drew a map, they would be guilty of a serious crime. Right now, Longzhou is still orderly and not completely chaotic, so ordinary people wouldn't dare take such risks. She has thought of other ways to solve the problem. She was very hungry, so she opened the door and went outside. The oil lamps in the corridor lit up, casting small pools of light. It was dark outside. She called the young servant and learned what food the inn could provide. The prices were very high. The servant explained that water in the city was running out, so they had to buy water to supply everyone, causing prices to soar. In the end, she ordered rice, 2 meat dishes, saltwater chicken and roasted pork, and a pot of wine. There were also vegetarian dishes, but they were even more expensive than meat. After ordering, the servant asked if she wanted the food brought to her room. "No need. I will eat in the main hall," she replied. The main hall was the place where guests ate, with tables and chairs. People came and went, including members of caravans. Caravan members usually traveled in large groups and found it hard to rest. After staying at the inn, they liked to gather, drink, and chat. Song Qingling went downstairs, looked around, and walked toward a large table made of 3 joined tables, where more than 20 people sat. She deliberately sat at a table beside them, facing their side. The group was the same people she saw earlier this afternoon in the inn's main hall. They had just arrived and checked in, so she had briefly seen them before. After waiting a while, the food and wine she ordered arrived one after another. She didn't rush to eat. Instead, she took small sips, shaking her head and sighing softly. Her expression looked sad and defeated, as if she was overwhelmed with sorrow. Since they were eating nearby in the hall, it was hard for the merchant group not to notice her, but they were strangers to her. They only exchanged some glances, without speaking. Song Qingling called for wine 3 times in a row. At first, she drank sincerely. She wasn't good with alcohol and blushed after 2 cups. When she started to show signs of being affected, she stopped drinking and secretly stored the remaining wine in her space. While she was drinking, the group was also eating, drinking, and chatting. From their conversation, she learned they were from Yuanyang County. They were transporting goods southward and discussed safety on the road, when they might return, and other personal matters like who had a son or who had died. When it was almost time to leave, Song Qingling secretly took out peeled garlic, rubbed it in her hands, then dabbed it into her eyes. The sting was sharp and painful, and tears streamed down her face. She stood up, pushed her chair back with her leg, and made a creaking sound. She staggered over to their table, pretending she was drunk, overwhelmed by sorrow. She bit her tongue and slurred. "Big brothers, I overheard your conversation. You are capable and strong men. Please, I beg you for help. A few days ago, my only family, my father, fell ill and passed away. I have no home now. Before he died, he told me to go to my aunt in a distant city. My aunt left her family years ago, running off with a man she loved, and she never came back.
But
I've only ever left Datong town once. I don't know how to find my way. I asked the townspeople, but they said they didn't know. So I came here to ask around. I really have no other options." As she finished speaking, her body wavered, and she nearly fell forward. 2 kind men nearby quickly helped her, supporting her arms and guiding her to a chair at her table. Once seated, she rested her arms on the table and buried her face in her hands. She didn't cry out loud, but her shoulders shook, and she trembled all over. Some people at the next table felt sorry for her, while others grew cautious about this sudden change. Having traveled and seen many things, they knew not to judge by appearances alone. "This young man looks about the same age as my family's dog. He is very young, has lost his parents, and is all alone. It's really sad." "Yes, it is. He's so young and not married yet.
what will his future be like?"
Someone with a kind heart asked her, "Young man, where is your uncle's house?" As soon as he finished asking, his companion gently tugged on his sleeve, signaling him not to get involved to avoid trouble. He turned to his companion quietly and said, "It's okay, I'm just asking." Then he looked at Song Qingling. When Song Qingling heard the question, she suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with tears. She pretended to grasp this rare hope and said eagerly, "Big brother, my father told me that place is called Fengdan Town, not far from the sea. Do you know it?" "Fengdan Town?" The people around repeated the name, thinking deeply. One man said, "I know. Fengdan Town is in Pingda County." "Yes, I remember now. It's in Pingda County. No wonder it sounds familiar. Many years ago, I visited Renha Town next to Fengdan Town, and I heard about Fengdan Town before." The man who first asked Song Qingling spoke to her after some thought. "Young man, Yuan County is separated from Pingda County by 2 other counties, Qingzi County and Rong County. If you take the official road northwest out of the city, or walk on the small road from the South City Gate heading east, you won't need to detour." Someone couldn't help but sigh. Things are so chaotic outside now. It's better to take the official road. "Thank you, everyone." Song Qingling expressed her gratitude sincerely. She stood up unsteadily, bent her knees, and was about to bow and thank them. She did this on purpose to create a good impression. They just met, and since she seemed reasonable, they probably wouldn't accept such a big gift. Seeing this, everyone quickly stood up and stopped her from kneeling. Some of them, with kind hearts, comforted Song Qingling and encouraged her to stay strong. They also kindly added some details about the route. Since they only gave a rough idea and didn't draw a detailed map, it was no problem. They thought it was a small favor to help. She thanked them one by one. Finally, Song Qingling got so drunk she collapsed on the table and was helped back to her room by a young waiter. When the door closed, the room became quiet again. It was dark. Lying on the bed, Song Qingling opened her eyes. Her mind was clear, with no sign of drunkenness, just a slight dizziness. She took out a beeswax candle, lit it, and let the melted wax drip onto the table. She carefully dipped the candle into the wax a few times. With the light, she quickly drew a route map on a piece of rough paper. The map was drawn based on what the caravan members said. They were sure they didn't lie because during the day, she went to a general store and fabric shop, asking several shopkeepers about the nearby counties around Yuanxiang County and the coastal counties. Someone in the caravan mentioned Renha Town, which can be found on the scroll. A simple map was sketched with just a few strokes, showing the directions of 3 counties and their important landmarks. Although not very detailed, it was enough to get a rough idea. With this, she could set out at any time and figure out the unclear routes as she traveled. After finishing the map, she immediately blew out the candle. That night, she was awakened in the middle of the night by pain. Her abdomen was heavy, she felt hot and uncomfortable, and there was a clear sensation of damp heat downstairs. She looked and saw her period had started. She quickly used 2 overlapping menstrual pads, making them longer. Fortunately, before dinner, she had thought about this and prepared several months' worth of pads, stuffing cotton into them. She placed the pads on and lay back in bed, closing her eyes, but the pain kept her from sleeping. She had been busy all day and didn't have time or the means to prepare some medicine to relieve the pain. There was hot water in the space, so she took some out to drink. She didn't know how long she was in pain or when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she immediately changed her pad. She had no paper, only a clean cloth to wipe herself. In the dark room of the underground mountain village space, she collected some cloth using fabric. After tidying herself up, she made a few more pads. The blood-stained ones were very dirty, so she rolled them up and threw them into an old wooden bucket meant for waste, then stored it in the space. She planned to dispose of everything after this period. For breakfast, she ate the buns she bought yesterday. They were well-seasoned, but gritty. She wasn't picky, eating 1 meat and 1 vegetable bun. After eating, she carried her basket and went out to buy limited arrows at the blacksmith shop. She checked the pharmacy for new herbs but was disappointed. Many herbs had dried out due to the dry weather, so their survival rate was low. She then bought a handcart similar to yesterday's. She had used it all day yesterday and found it quite useful. Next, she bought over 300 jean of pork from 2 pork stalls. There were also sellers with chickens and ducks, but only a few, only 13 in total, all quite thin, so she bought all of them. There were wild vegetables for sale too, but fewer than yesterday. She bought 3 baskets. After finishing her shopping, she stored everything, including the cart, in the space, then headed to a remote forest outside the city. Outside the forest, some people were busy searching for wild vegetables. Song Qingling headed straight into the deeper parts of the woods. The city forest was not as large as the mountains and had fewer animals, most of which had already been caught, eaten, or sold. She circled around twice, noticing many people inside. She originally planned to deal with the pig and pork she bought outside, but the timing wasn't right, so she decided to forget it. Since she was already here, she collected a lot of dry firewood and stored it in her space. She went further back to a sunny spot where the plants were all dried and yellow from the sun. Seeing no one around, she put down her basket and secretly took out 2 clay jars from her space, prepared earlier with medicine to relieve menstrual pain, added water, and started boiling. If she used the stove at the inn, it would cost quite a bit. Cooking outside was fine for medicine, unlike cooking food. If anyone dared to cause trouble, she was ready to send them on their way. While boiling the medicine, she didn't sit idle. She gathered some suitable-sized sticks and sat in the shade, using her dagger to carve wooden arrows. When passers-by saw her boiling medicine and noticed her carving arrows with a serious look, they dared not stay long and hurried away. After boiling 2 jars, she drank a bowl while it was still hot, secretly storing the rest in her space. At noon, the hottest part of the day, few people were on the street. Song Qingling, feeling faint, returned to the inn with unsteady steps. Her stomach no longer hurt, but she felt weak all over. She needed to rest well before setting out early the next morning. That afternoon, she lay on the bed and drifted into a deep sleep. After sleeping for over an hour, she woke up in complete darkness, sweating profusely. Her back was wet and sticky. She changed into clean clothes and lit an oil lamp in the dark. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach protested loudly. Last night's chicken and fish dishes were poorly made, with a fishy taste, and they were very expensive. Just 2 dishes, a bowl of rice, and 3 jars of wine cost over 6 taels of silver. Tonight, she didn't order any dishes and ate the leftover steamed corn cobs she bought yesterday. After a good rest, she felt refreshed. She picked up some leaves and practiced training her fingers. An hour later, still unable to sleep, she drank a bowl of medicine and decided to sit and carve wooden arrows. She finished 6 arrows by the time it was late at night. She tidied up, changed her monthly cloth, and lay down to sleep. But she still couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was very clear. She closed her eyes and counted sheep. Just as she reached 3,568 sheep, she heard faint noises outside. She immediately sat up alertly and listened carefully. After a few seconds, 2 loud, deafening bangs sounded, causing the ground to shake slightly. Song Qingling immediately sensed danger. She got out of bed and put on her shoes. Such loud noises were unusual, like fireworks coming from the North City Gate. Bang, 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 more loud. Similar noises echoed from a different direction. The South City Gate remained quiet. At the same time, she heard hurried footsteps and panicked shouts outside the door. Song Qingling stayed calm. She quickly packed useful items inside the room. When she opened the door, she was blocked by a crowd in the corridor. The people were residents from different rooms on this floor. After a while, the crowd thinned out. She ran in the opposite direction. Most people headed downstairs, so it was pointless for her to go there. She knew the backyard kitchen of the inn was crowded. The innkeeper's accountant, the staff, and curious guests would all be gathering to collect supplies amid the chaos. Unfortunately, the handcart parked in the backyard was left behind. The inn had 2 floors. At the end of the corridor, there was a wooden door that was locked. She used a hammer to break the lock and open it. Outside was a cluttered terrace. She stepped on the wall ledge and climbed onto the roof. From her elevated position, she looked around and saw everything clearly. First, she saw the North City Gate area, brightly lit as if it were daytime. Orange-red light shot straight into the sky, and thick smoke billowed toward the horizon. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. There were many black dots moving like ants, dense and numerous. The East and West City gates showed similar scenes. Even from a distance, she heard terrible screams and the sounds of fighting from those directions. The Eastern Army was coming. Inside the city, people ran through streets and alleys. It wasn't very crowded yet. Most people were still asleep when the chaos broke out. Once they realized something was wrong, they quickly packed their belongings and left with their families. More people would come later. For now, the South City Gate was quiet and seemed safer. While she considered her options, more loud bangs sounded repeatedly. Each time, terrified screams erupted from nearby. The hot, acrid smell of gunpowder spread with the warm wind. Amid the noise, Song Qingling sensed something was wrong. To confirm, she listened carefully around her. The banging continued. More people were running on the streets below. One street was packed with crowds, like a flowing tide. In this noisy environment, Song Qingling blocked out everything except the banging sounds. After a while, her eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, I heard correctly. The Eastern Barbarians' army used gunpowder, but the quality was uneven. Initially, the loudest noise came from the best quality gunpowder. As time went on, the power weakened, so the noise was loud but didn't actually cause any real damage, like thunder without rain. This show of force successfully frightened everyone in Yuan County. People had never seen such a display and, scared, they ran away, not bothering to tell apart the details. Outside each city gate, there were displaced people living behind walls, and they could hold out for a little while. Because of this, the black-hearted shopkeeper's map became useful. Song Qingling stepped on the tiles, quickened her pace, and leapt easily over a roof more than a meter wide. Below, people were crowded together and couldn't move, so she ran swiftly above them. The county magistrate's office was near the wealthy homes in the city. She was now on the street, close to a pharmacy and a blacksmith shop. She decided to go to these two places first. The nearest was the pharmacy. She ran for about 15 minutes and reached the roof of the pharmacy. She lifted a tile and looked down quietly. Everything was calm, but there was some noise coming from the backyard. She went over and saw the doctor she met earlier sitting in his house, hurriedly carrying 2 bags of items. His family looked anxious, standing in the yard. The men were pushing a cart, ready to leave quickly. "Dad, hurry. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Those are just things. Big brother is right, Dad. Our lives are the most important." The doctor's 2 sons urged him. Okay, we'll go right now. Hurry." The family ran out of the backyard. Song Qingling jumped from the high place to the ground, then ran to close the backyard door. After that, she went to the front hall. Some of the medicine cabinets were open, empty inside, while others still had medicine. She didn't look closely, just quickly grabbed everything from the cabinets. After removing 2 rows of medicine cabinets, the heavy door slammed shut. Shadows reflected on the door and windows outside. A group of people was outside, trying to break in, shaking the door so hard it squeaked. Medicine was valuable, and everyone wanted it. After a while, they gave up trying to break in and discussed climbing over the wall through the back door. They all ran toward the backyard. Song Qingling didn't pay attention to them. She only paused for a second, wasting time. Quickly, she finished collecting everything inside the hall and then moved to the backyard, heading for the room where the doctor had just come out. That should be the doctor's bedroom. It doesn't look very big from the outside, but when she went inside, it was quite spacious. There was a separate study area with shelves filled with medical books. She cleared everything out, tables, chairs, and anything else in the way. After finishing the study, she moved to the bedroom. The first thing she saw was a large wooden bed with intricate carvings, looking very comfortable. She cleared that out as well. She then searched the entire room, turning around to check dark corners for hidden items. She was really surprised to find something unusual, a spot where the floor had been moved. It was under the bed, hidden from view unless the bed was moved. The marks looked recent, left in a hurry, without enough time to hide them properly. She picked up a dagger and poked at the spot. It was hard, not solid ground, but a patch of earth-colored bricks. She tilted the dagger and pried one brick up, creating space. Nearby bricks easily came loose. Underneath was supported by a wooden board. She quickly removed bricks to clear the space, about 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide. Once all bricks were gone, she lifted the wooden board. Below was a small space built with earth bricks, neither too deep nor too shallow. The walls were lined with waterproof cloth, and in one corner, there were various medicinal herbs. She recognized high-quality ingredients like deer antler, gastrodia, ginseng, and lingji mushrooms, covering about 1/3 of the space. Some herbs had been taken, leaving empty spots, but what remained couldn't be moved easily. Next to the herbs were bottles and jars. She didn't bother to look closely and just gathered everything. She didn't search other rooms. There wasn't enough time. She wanted to gather supplies from everywhere, so each place had some items. Suddenly, outside the back door, she heard noisy footsteps and the sound of people climbing over the wall. The wall was tall, and ordinary people couldn't climb over it easily, often falling down. Some tried to squat while others stepped on shoulders to get over. A few succeeded, and others followed. 2 people managed to get inside. By then, Song Qingling had already left, running across the rooftops. The tiles beneath her feet clattered loudly, but the noise was drowned out by the chaos outside, making it barely noticeable. When she reached the blacksmith shop nearby, she saw many people in the street below. The houses were noisy, even more lively than a market. She lifted a tile and peeked through a gap, seeing a crowded scene inside. People were fighting over iron goods, blood was shed, and the air was filled with smoke and chaos. She arrived late. Time waits for no one. While she was moving, others were also acting. There are gains and losses. This is a normal part of life. Without hesitation, she left and headed to the county magistrate's residence. About 2 hours later, Song Qingling arrived near the magistrate's house. The area was filled with wealthy families. Under the night sky, the buildings looked grand and impressive. In the wide alley below, the homeowners were hurriedly urging their servants to carry items from their homes onto carriages and carts. The homeowners were important people. Some were already sitting in sedan chairs, guarded by armed escorts. Behind them, wooden carts pulled by mules and horses were loaded with goods, tied securely with ropes. Every household used more than 10 horses or mules to pull their carts, showing their wealth. There was an explosion of gunpowder. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook slightly. Frightened, everyone dared not delay. They ordered their servants to lock the gates and hurriedly climbed into sedan chairs, shouting to leave quickly. The wealthy neighbors living nearby all knew each other. They understood that walking alone at such a time was unsafe. It seemed they had already made arrangements to gather and head toward the city gate together, forming a long, mighty line. Song Qingling first went to the magistrate's residence. During such times, valuables were mostly taken or hidden. She checked the storeroom, which was empty. Items had either been moved or concealed. Her main focus was on searching hidden rooms, especially in the kitchen and the main residence's study. She had a map, which saved her some trouble. She arrived at the magistrate's kitchen, which was as large as several rooms. The place was cluttered with messes, hurriedly left behind. There were scattered grains on the ground, rice and flour. She felt distressed seeing them. They were food. But there was no time to gather everything. She searched around the kitchen thoroughly and finally noticed some fallen firewood in the corner of the backyard. Suspecting something unusual, she collected the firewood and found a hidden cellar. Using a dagger, she pried open the cover. Holding a torch for light, she saw a wooden ladder inside. She stepped down, her feet landing softly, and inserted the torch into a wall cavity. The cellar was about 30 square meters. In the northwest corner, there was a pile of items wrapped in oilcloth, about 2 meters long, half a meter wide, and a few centimeters high. The oilcloth was tightly sealed, probably to keep the contents dry. She quickly lifted the cloth, feeling the contents, hard grains, likely rice, amounting to several stones. She collected everything. After leaving the cellar, she headed straight to the magistrate's residence courtyard, running along the corridor. Your family is holding a funeral. White cloth hangs along both sides of the long corridor, fluttering as she runs. White lanterns hanging above emit a faint, pale light. People who are easily frightened would be scared to see the scene. She is not afraid of ghosts. She believes that human hearts are scarier than ghosts. She checked the study last time and found no secret room. So, she went straight to the county magistrate's bedroom. As expected of a powerful person, the house is very luxurious everywhere, whether in the yard or the rooms. Anything that looks good, she quickly takes. After searching for a while, she notices the house's structure is unusual. There is a secret room, but she can't find any mechanism. She has taken most of what she needs. Suddenly, she remembers something. Her eyes glance at the wall above her at an angle. She quickly walks over. Inside the house, there are several blue lotus-shaped oil lamps made of bronze embedded in the walls. She feels around the lamps and finally finds a trick. She grabs the base of a lotus and gently lifts it, listening carefully to the faint clicking sounds inside. After a moment, she notices a pattern and turns the base at the right time. In an instant, the wall behind her slides open to the left and right, revealing a passage. The walls on both sides of the passage are lit by oil lamps, providing enough light. She runs inside. After a few minutes, her view opens up. The space is larger than a cellar, filled with stacked wooden boxes and shelves holding weapons like swords and guns. Even weapons are stored here. She notices 6 large iron chests near the weapon racks, suspecting they contain something special. She opens one and finds a box of sharp arrows. Her eyes light up with surprise and joy. She quickly gathers these items. Inside the wooden boxes, she finds gold and silver treasures, 22 boxes in total. There are also 5 boxes filled with dried tea leaves in iron containers and 10 jars of wine. After finishing her search at the county magistrate's residence, she hurried to the next place, the neighboring Wang family estate. Song Qingling climbs over the wall of the county magistrate's house to reach the Wang estate. The house is empty, with many scattered items on the ground: clothes, shoes, pots, and bowls. If there had been money, it would have been stolen long ago. Nothing valuable remains. After searching the Wang estate, she moves on to the next house. During this time, she visits several households marked on her map, searching carefully while occasionally glancing outside to check for any movement. After finishing the last house, she hasn't heard the sound of gunfire for a while. She wonders if the stockpiles meant to scare people have all been used up. Thanks to these gunpowder weapons, the Dongyi army truly frightened the people of Yuanyang County. They had never seen such powerful explosives before and were very scared. Many soldiers probably abandoned the city and fled, so the city gates are likely to fall soon. Calculating the time, the Dongyi army should be close to entering the city. After searching several households, she found many valuables: heavy gold and silver treasures, paintings, jade artifacts, and the most, silk and satin. In terms of food, only the county magistrate's family had the most, with each of the other households having only about a stone of rice or flour and a bit more beans. Before fleeing, they must have taken a lot of rice and flour from their homes. What's left behind are the things they couldn't carry, kept in hope that they might return later. They hide them secretly, thinking they might be safe and not found by others. Song Qingling decided not to search further and took the opportunity to escape as the Dongyi soldiers rushed into the city. From a high vantage point, she could see the overall situation clearly and adapt quickly. She climbed to the roof and ran toward the South City Gate. The situation at the South Gate looked slightly better. On a dark, windy night with a bright moon hanging in the sky, Song Qingling leapt effortlessly onto the opposite roof, looking graceful and strong. Although she seemed slender, her movements showed bursts of powerful energy. After running a few steps, she stopped and looked down below. It was about a kilometer to the South Gate, at the end of the market street connecting to the residential area. The residential area here wasn't as grand as the magistrate's house near the busy main street, but the best part was the homes of local vendors at the front, single-family houses, better than ordinary homes. Right now, several carts loaded with bags and bundles were parked at a 3-way intersection below. Several households had their doors wide open, and some Dongyi soldiers were searching inside. On the street outside, 6 Dongyi soldiers had captured 10 people from the North Wing Kingdom, with a few horses nearby, tails flicking. Song Qingling's gaze lingered on the horses for a moment before shifting away. After assessing the situation on the other side, she thought of a way to escape the city. The frightened people from the North Wing Kingdom knelt in a row, trembling. The Dongyi soldiers spoke in a strange language, sneering and laughing contemptuously. A woman with messy hair, covered in sweat, looking more terrified than someone in a boiling pot or in the depths of, was pressed down by a soldier. The soldier was moving over her, and she was crying out in pain and fear. She desperately tried to lift her head, eyes wide with terror, and looked at one of the men kneeling nearby, crying out, "Ah! Ah! Please rescue our children, save the children." Next to her, a knife is stuck upright in the muddy ground. A blood-covered baby is pierced through the middle by the blade and hangs there. The flowing blood soaks the entire knife, and the blood on the ground below snakes out in different directions, forming red lines. The man begging for help shrinks back like a quail, his pants wet and still dripping yellow fluid. The Dongyi soldiers see this and laugh loudly. Suddenly, 2 sharp arrows fly down quickly, hitting the soldier pressing on the woman's back of the neck. The arrows pierce through, and blood spurts out. The soldier tilts and falls over the woman. As he falls, her whole body is exposed. Her clothes are torn off completely, and a large, bloody hole is torn open in her abdomen. The flesh is torn, and some internal organs are faintly visible. Her head droops weakly to one side, and it's unclear whether she is dead or alive. After the arrows land, The Dongi soldiers immediately looked toward where the arrows came from. Just as they turn their faces, Song Qingling has already stepped in front of them, swinging two shiny big knives to attack. The sharp new blades cut smoothly through two soldiers' necks, killing them instantly. The remaining Dongi soldiers, furious, shout in their language and raise their weapons to attack Song Qingling. This commotion alarms the soldiers inside the house who are searching for things. In the chaos, 10 people from Bai country kneeling on the ground hurriedly stand up and run toward the city gate. The woman's husband stops for a moment before running away, glancing back at her and the child, then flees faster than a rabbit. Song Qingling faces more than 10 Dongi soldiers alone. All of them are well-trained soldiers who have fought in battles. They are agile and fierce. She fights with 2 knives. They are brutal, but she is even more ruthless. She manages to hold them off without a single injury to herself, even injuring some of them. The Dongi soldiers gape in anger, showing their yellow teeth and shouting loudly. Eventually, fighting alone is not enough. After killing one soldier, Song Qingling deliberately drops one of her knives, making the enemies think she is unarmed. Her free hand hangs down, and she picks up an iron needle bamboo tube. She uses one hand to block their attacks with her knives, spinning her body in a circle. With her other hand, she shoots poison darts from the bamboo tube into their backs. Each tube can fire 3 darts. She uses her mind to switch between them, firing several darts in succession. 9 soldiers fall unconscious to the ground. The sudden change made the other soldiers look like they saw a ghost, distracting them. She seized the chance, raising a metal needle bamboo tube and aiming it directly at their faces, knocking down several soldiers. 3 soldiers reacted quickly and dodged, avoiding the attack. She then drew her sword and engaged in close combat. The fierce Dongi soldiers shouted loudly. They scattered and ran toward her in a triangle formation, swinging their large swords at vital parts of her body. She remained calm, tilting her head back and bending forward. Supporting herself with her right hand on the ground, she performed a backflip. As she did, the 3 swords above her converged. Just as they were about to strike, she kicked the swords upward with her foot. At the same time, she flipped her left wrist and swung her sword at the soldier's legs, which appeared upside down in her view. All 3 soldiers' legs were cut. Her sword, having been kicked, had strong impact, causing her to lean back slightly. But they were strong, and after stepping back 2 paces, they stopped. Although only a few seconds passed, it gave Song Qingling a moment to recover. She jumped up, planting her feet on the ground, and immediately charged forward with her sword, striking twice at their necks. 2 more soldiers fell. The last surviving soldier looked at Song Qingling with terror. He dragged his injured leg, limped toward his horse, and tried to escape. Behind him, Song Qingling looked at him with a cold, dead-eyed stare. She raised her metal needle bamboo tube and shot a needle at the back of his neck. He collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. She raised her sword and stabbed each Dongi soldier's heart, pulling the sword out smoothly, like cutting a watermelon. The actions of the Dongi kingdom made Song Qingling feel a deep, instinctive disgust, similar to her feelings toward the Sakura country in her past life, disgust to the bone. If loving someone also means liking the people or things related to them, called loving the house and its surroundings, then her feelings toward Dongi could be described as hating the house and its surroundings. From the start of the fight until now, it took about 15 minutes. She finished off all the Dongi soldiers, looked around to see if anyone was left, and then gathered the carts she had brought out, along with the bodies of more than 10 soldiers, into her space. She collected the bodies to prevent future trouble, worried that the approaching Dongi soldiers might see so many corpses and run out of the city to report, which would clash with her plan to escape. She killed the extra horses and kept only one for riding. She entered a household, changed into armor worn by soldiers from the easterny country, and mounted her horse. With a loud command, the horse reared and galloped forward. As the horse and the bodies of a woman and a child passed by, 2 clean pieces of clothing floated down from above, one just covering her entire body, the other covering the child. Riding a horse is much faster than running. Tonight, her activity level was high, and during this special time, her stamina was not what it used to be. Sitting on the bumpy horse, she couldn't afford to be careless. If she loosened her grip on the reins, she might be thrown off. Not long after, she saw 3 carts and 2 horses parked in an open space ahead. The Easterny soldiers were nowhere to be seen. They must have gone to search nearby houses. She tightened her grip on the reins, pulled the horse's neck to slow down, and adjusted the direction of the horse's head. She leaned forward, reaching out to gather items from the carts and store them in her space. The 2 horses were also taken down and killed for their resources. Then she rode away swiftly. Soon after, several Eastern soldiers emerged from a few households. Seeing the empty spot where the carts had been, they looked around suspiciously. As she headed toward the southern city gate, the smoke on the horizon grew thicker, and she encountered more people, those who hadn't escaped in time or had been captured and brought back. They fled in panic, while the Eastern soldiers nearby shot at them for sport. Song Qingling observed all around with keen senses, riding her horse through the chaos and safely reaching near the city gate. The area inside and outside the city gate was crowded with people. The smell of blood was strong. Some Eastern soldiers bent down to pick up bags and search for supplies, while others enjoyed tormenting and killing people. She whipped her horse sharply, causing it to neigh loudly in pain, which drew attention from nearby onlookers. Frightened people from the North Wing thought the Eastern soldiers were coming to kill them and fled in all directions like frightened birds. Seeing her, the Eastern soldiers mistakenly thought she was one of their own. They hurried out of the city, perhaps to report urgent news, and made way without stopping her. Thus, Song Qingling confidently rode her horse out of the city gate. Outside, there were more people. It seemed some North Wing people had started to resist. Some Eastern soldiers responded with violence to intimidate them. Other soldiers gathered supplies and treated the North Wing people like animals, whipping them mercilessly for fun. A few Eastern soldiers on horseback chased after those trying to escape. She observed that the number of Eastern soldiers at the southern city gate was actually not large, about 300 or so. She wondered how many soldiers were at the other gates. Did the Eastern army from Mount Tuaming rush over along the mountain path? She didn't look back much and took advantage of the chaos to ride her horse away from the city gate, pretending to chase after the northern border people, running farther and farther away. Everything was going well at first, but suddenly, a bird call came from behind. A soldier said something to Song Qingling's back. She couldn't understand it, so she quickly made a decision: turn around and go back. If she kept running forward without regard, the enemy would surely become suspicious and shout loudly, attracting more foes. The soldier said something else to Song Qingling. Seeing she didn't react much, he frowned slightly. At this moment, Song Qingling had already reached his side. They were close now. She suddenly raised her hand and swung her big sword at him. The soldier reacted quickly, turning his head to dodge, but he didn't expect Song Qingling to have another knife in her other hand. She swung it, and her head directly hit the blade. The knife deeply embedded into most of his face, extending into his mouth, with blood flowing diagonally down to cover the rest of his face and neck. The knife was stuck in his mouth, and he couldn't make a sound. He fell from his horse with a thud. Song Qingling went to finish him off. When she pulled back her sword, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around. It was a sneaky man hiding in the grass, running backward while looking behind him, as if avoiding some danger. Seeing the scene ahead, he became cautious and slowed down. You're not an Eastern soldier." The man looked at Song Qingling and then at the dead soldier. "We are from the same country. Why are we fighting each other?" "Yes, you're from the northern border country." The man suddenly became excited, straightened his chest, and strode forward. "I'm also from Yuan County. We happen to have 2 horses. Let's escape together and watch out for each other on the way." Even if that thin boy wasn't from the northern border country, so what? With his tall height, he could kill with one punch. With 2 horses, he could escape to safety and then kill the horses for food. Before Song Qingling could reply, the man had already come beside her, secretly pulling out a dagger hidden in his sleeve, planning to strike unexpectedly. He didn't know that Song Qingling had been watching him all along. When he moved, she was faster. She elbowed him in the chest. As he doubled over in pain, she grabbed his wrist joint, snatched the dagger from his hand, and stabbed it fiercely into his chest. After dealing with the man, Song Qingling decisively killed a horse, stored it in her space, and ran to a safe area. She took off her armor, stored it away, and quickly rode away. Outside the city gate, only a small path is available. She recalls the directions given by the caravan people and rides her horse eastward. After so much trouble, she dares not relax and endures her discomfort to keep moving. Before dawn, visibility is poor at night. Carefully, she passes through the woods and returns to the small path. Although the path is rough, it's better than the forest, so she keeps running forward. After about half an hour, she begins to see people ahead. They are civilians fleeing from Yuan County. To escape, they carry their belongings and run hard. When they see someone riding a horse coming, many look at her with envy. Some have greedy, jealous eyes, thinking if only they had a horse, they wouldn't have to walk so hard. If the horse tires, they could even eat it. They think this, but no one dares to be the first to act. They stretch their necks, hoping someone will step forward. The sound of hooves pounding is loud and clear. On the roadside ahead, those who hear the horses' hooves stop and turn to look. Among them, a family pushes 3 carts, one carrying an elderly couple. A middle-aged man in their family sees the approaching horse and brightens at the sight. He runs out and stands in the middle of the road, spreads his arms, and calls loudly, "Good people, my mother twisted her ankle and my father fainted. I'm willing to pay to buy your horse." Those who don't want to be the first to act but feel restless see this and become excited. They speed up to catch up from behind, while those in front slow down. They all want to see the excitement and secretly hope they might get to ride the horse. These people are in the minority and have bad intentions. Normal people, after experiencing a dangerous crisis and escaping from the soldiers of the eastern tribes, just want to quickly leave with their families. They speed up, refuse to stop, and hope to escape as far as possible. On horseback, Song Qingling loudly commands, "Get out of the way." She is about 10 meters from the middle-aged man. His family has many belongings, and the 2 elderly are weak. To make them more comfortable lying on the cart, they carry some of their luggage with them. With so much heavy stuff, they can't walk fast. Seeing that Song Qingling shows no sign of stopping, he is shocked and a little scared, worried about being trampled by the horse. But he doesn't give up and shouts, "I'll pay 50 taels to buy your horse." Money can move people's hearts, but he doesn't believe he can buy a horse. However, the horse doesn't stop. Instead, it speeds up. The middle-aged man is frightened, trembling in his legs. He hesitates whether to leave, fearing the Dongi soldiers might catch up and endanger his family. He steels himself, grits his teeth, and offers again, 60 taels. His son rushes out, waving and shouting, "We're willing to pay for the horse."
Please stop.
The man's older brother quickly speaks to a younger-looking man nearby. "Third brother, we must buy this horse. It will carry our bags and pull the cart with our parents. That way, we can run faster. There are many of us, and we're blocking the passage, stopping the way. Let that young man stop first, then we can talk to him properly." The family has 3 brothers. The youngest agrees, with the eldest nodding. The 2 brothers and the 3 children of the eldest stand together, blocking the path. Seeing what that family is doing, Song Qingling's eyes darken, a murderous intent rising. She tightly squeezes her legs around the horse's belly and whips its rear. The horse suddenly speeds up, kicking up dust with its hooves. The dust gets inhaled by some nearby spectators eager to watch, causing them to cough uncontrollably. Initially, there was some distance between them, but with her whip, in just a few moments, the horse reaches their family. Someone blocks the way, and the horse, knowing it can't stop, lifts its front hooves to kick the obstacle, trampling on the middle-aged man and his older brother's chests and shoulders.
Ah!
They are kicked aside and knocked over by the horse's head, along with 2 others nearby. As they fall, A clear path opens for the horse to run through. The horse gallops away quickly. The sound of hooves is accompanied by shouts and curses from behind. Song Qingling remains calm. Those people blocking the way are essentially threatening her. She's never been soft-hearted about such things. Anyone who feels guilty is just being taken advantage of, and she won't be a fool. The road ahead is smooth, with no one blocking her. She runs far without interruption. Along the way, she encounters groups of wealthy families traveling ahead of the refugees. They are carrying many belongings and are quickly left behind. The sky begins to lighten with the faint glow of dawn. The morning sun, a dull yellow, peeks out from behind the clouds, slowly rising. Song Qingling adjusts her clothes and steps out of a dense patch of grass. She hasn't had time to change her menstrual cloth overnight, and her blood has stained her pants. She just changed into a new one. After running for so long, she was exhausted and just wanted to lie down on a soft, comfortable bed to rest. However, the situation did not allow it, and she had to keep moving forward to shake off the followers behind her and avoid trouble. She mixed honey with a bit of salt to make energy water, filling several leather water bags. She quickly ate a bun and a cornbread, and fed the horse some green grass she had cut earlier. After a short rest, she put on a straw hat and a breathable gauze mask to protect herself from the sun and wind. Then she set out again. Along the way, she slowed down to drink a bowl of bitter herbal soup, which she drank slowly to ease the bitterness. She also drank some energy water to feel better. At noon, under the blazing sun, she stopped to eat something. She leaned against a tree trunk and closed her eyes for about half an hour. She fell asleep and woke up feeling a bit more refreshed and energized. In the afternoon, she ran for over 2 hours. Not only was she very tired, but her horse was too. Even with the whip, the horse couldn't speed up much. As the sun set, she saw a suitable place to camp and decided to settle there. She lit some mosquito incense, the horse, and gave it some grass and water. Then she set up defenses around the area, making them tighter than before. She was on her period, and her body had a blood smell, so she took extra precautions because wild animals have keen senses. Finally, she laid out a straw mat. After laying it down, her hair and sweat dampened her forehead and ears. Sweat dripped from her hair tips. She touched her face and felt it was hot and red, even without a mirror. She sat on the grass mat, resting for a while. Her breathing gradually stabilized, and she drank some water to soothe her throat. She was very thirsty and wished she could drink ice-cold water, but it was not possible during this special time. In her past life, she had drunk ice water and eaten ice cream during a difficult period, but afterward, she lost a lot of blood. Moving slightly felt like a volcano erupting inside her. Since then, she never dared to do that again. During special times, she avoided eating or drinking cold things. In the past month from Suzhou to Yuanyang County, she had very few chances to eat meat. Most of the time, she ate buns, steamed buns, and cornbread, often with wild roots. Today, she finally had some alone time and wanted to cook something nice for herself. She also planned to take out some meat from her space to make dried meat. All the bear and wolf jerky she made earlier was gone. The buns, steamed buns, and cornbread she made were running low. She needed to prepare more cooked food to store in her space soon. In the space, there is a wild boar and more than 10 horses, but unfortunately, they all have fur. To clean them, hot water is needed, but water is scarce. She doesn't want to use it all at once. After thinking, she decided to process the over 300 gene of pork she bought. The meat was already prepared, with the vendor having cut it into pieces, separating skin and meat. She stood on stable ground and took out a large table and chairs, which she had brought from the county magistrate's residence. The furniture felt very good. On the table, she placed a cutting board, knives, a wooden basin, and other utensils for use. She doesn't like fatty meat. She cut the fat and pork belly into pieces to make oil. The lean meat was partly kept fresh in the space, and the rest was cut into rough strips, similar to bear meat. After cutting, there were 5 large bowls of meat strips. They looked a lot, but after drying out some water, there wasn't much left. She added salt, slightly coarse strips, some honey, and whole Sichuan peppercorns to the meat strips. The dried chili peppers were ground coarsely in a stone mill and added together. She mixed everything well and marinated it to make a spicy and numbing flavor. She could only tolerate a little numbness from the Sichuan peppercorns. Too much was not good, so she didn't add many. On the way, she usually ate light food, but occasionally spicy dried meat could improve the taste. She removed the skin from the processed wolf meat, which was about a few dozen jin left. She set up a fire and roasted all the meat at once over the flames. She found some large stones and built 3 stoves, placing 3 large pots on top, 2 for rendering oil and 1 for boiling water. She worked alone, busy and moving quickly, so much so that her feet barely touched the ground. After half an hour, it was completely dark. The air was filled with the fragrant smell of roasted meat and oil. Both large pots of pork fat were finished and poured into clay jars, producing a lot of oil residue. She scooped out many pieces, enjoying the crispy texture, adding some salt and dry chili powder, delicious beyond words. With such a strong aroma, she only made it when alone. After eating some pork fat residue, she stopped. She stored the oil and the pots with oil in the space, knowing they could be used for cooking later, so nothing was wasted. The wolf meat roasted to a golden color, releasing oil. She kept some for tonight's meal and stored the rest. During her free time, she ground some spices and dried chili peppers into powder using a stone mill, adding a little salt to make seasoning powder. In the quiet, desolate wilderness, the fire burned brightly. Song Qingling sat on a chair, with a bowl of roasted wolf meat in front of her and a small bowl with a steamed bun. She sprinkled the seasoning powder on the roasted wolf meat and enjoyed it bite by bite. Tonight's roasted wolf meat was much tastier. She ate until she was about 80% full and stopped, knowing eating too much at night was not good. After cleaning up, she sat on a grass mat, facing a tree trunk, twirling a leaf between her fingers and shooting it towards the tree. She has been practicing for a while now. Her control over the strength of her leaf throwing has become more steady. The leaves are thin and soft, but when she throws them, they contain force. They are still thin, but they look sharp and hard like weapons. She has shot out more than 10 leaves, and 2 or 3 of them briefly scratched the tree trunk, but they couldn't stay attached for long before falling off. The damage isn't very serious. For Song Qingling, it's a good start, just beginner level. Last night, she didn't sleep. During the day, she traveled a long way. She practiced for about half an hour, but her eyelids started to droop from tiredness. She was very sleepy, so she forced herself to stay awake, changed her menstrual cloth, and lay down to sleep. The campfire burned at some distance and was still burning. She slept well in the first half of the night, but was awakened by strange sounds in the second half. She opened her eyes. The fire was out, but some glowing red coals still flickered. The moonlight was bright. She saw faintly that something animal-like was caught in a trap. The sound wasn't from a small animal. She sat up and saw 3 yellow martens. The martens aren't as fierce as wolves, but they were struggling and making noise because they were in danger. Their legs were caught in the trap, and they couldn't move. She got up, took her big knife, killed them, and stored them in her space. Then she reset the trap. She had slept for several hours and felt refreshed, as if she had come back to life. Afraid that the blood on the ground might attract dangerous animals, she tidied up and set out on the road in the dark. Traveling at night was cooler, but her vision was limited, so she couldn't run very fast. During the midday rest, she took out several jars of marinated meat from yesterday. She picked out strips and Sichuan peppercorns. These ingredients couldn't be thrown away, they would be used again next time. She set up some long benches on the ground and placed bamboo racks for drying things. The marinated meat was laid out on the racks to dry in the sun. The sun was strong. She dried the meat for about an hour, turning it twice, and it was about 80% dry. In the afternoon, she continued on her way. Along the way, she reached a fork in the road, splitting into 2 paths, one to the northeast and one to the east. She stopped there, recalling the details the innkeeper's caravan people had told her. If she remembered correctly, The first fork was heading northeast, so she adjusted her horse's direction and galloped left. In the evening, she found a campsite. She her horse and lit the last remaining coil of mosquito incense. No mosquito incense was a problem. Every night, mosquitoes buzzed around. She had bought all the medicinal herbs needed to make more, so she planned to make some tonight. For dinner, she ate roasted wolf meat. After eating, she hurried to make more mosquito incense. She steamed the dried meat she had sun-dried during the day, so it would be ready to eat tomorrow after another drying. You need water to steam things. After using the pot, there was a little left, so she poured it to the horse to drink. Late at night, she was asleep. From the nearby forest, there were rustling sounds, and dark shadows jumped and got closer and closer to her. The horse tied nearby was originally sleeping. It sensed something and stood up, nervously pawing the ground and neighing constantly. Song Qingling opened her eyes and stood up. She saw pairs of glowing green eyes in the dim forest. The wolf pack had arrived, and there were quite a few. The smell of blood from her period had attracted fierce animals. Howling, a wolf stood on a dirt hill, howling to the sky. This call made other wolves rush out from the forest in all directions. That was the alpha wolf. She looked around quickly and estimated there were about 40 wolves. First, catch the leader to stop the chaos. While there was still some distance, she drew her bow and aimed at the wolf leader. The wolf leader was smarter than normal wolves and could give commands. The arrow was shot, and the wolf leader saw it. It leapt to dodge, but before it could steady itself, more arrows came. It jumped and dodged nimbly, only one arrow hitting its front leg. At this moment, the wolf pack was very close. If she stayed, she would be surrounded. She decided to take out the bodies of the soldiers from the easterny country that she had stored in her space. The bodies were laid out on the grass. The horse's neighing grew louder. It sensed danger and wanted to run away, but a rope was tied around its neck. Even as it tightened painfully, it refused to give up. Gradually, its neck bled. Song Qingling quickly climbed a nearby tall tree, stood on the trunk, and drew her bow to shoot at the wolf leader. Meanwhile, the wolves were fast and rushing toward her. They opened their mouths, showing sharp teeth, and a foul smell filled the air. The wolves in front, smelling the blood of the corpses, paused to sniff and snort. Unable to resist the tempting food, they all opened their mouths and started biting. The wolf leader was overwhelmed by Song Qingling's arrow storm and couldn't dodge. An arrow pierced its throat, but it was very cunning. It fell to the ground pretending to be dead. While Song Qingling was shooting other wolves, it took its last breath and let out a loud howl. The howl lasted only a few seconds before stopping. The wolf leader died. The wolves eating the bodies heard the wolf leader's commands and calls. Even if they didn't want to obey, they had to listen and follow the leader's instructions to continue attacking Song Qingling. Up in the tree, Song Qingling cursed it. Even after dying, it still wanted to cause trouble. She shot and killed wolves with her bow and arrow. Around her camp, there were traps set to delay the wolves. The leading wolf ran into a trap and was caught. It struggled hard but couldn't escape, growling angrily, until Song Qingling shot it dead with arrows. The trap was limited. Once used up, no more. The other wolves ran toward the trees. The trees were about 3 meters high. The wolves jumped and tried to climb up, some using their hands and feet, sharp claws digging into the bark, climbing higher. Arrows and bows weren't effective at close range, so she put them away. She held a large knife in one hand, swinging it to cut, and used a bamboo tube with iron needles to shoot. She wasn't sure if the sleeping poison on the needles worked on animals. She shot 3 needles, and the wolves didn't fall immediately, only moving more slowly. She fought to resist with one hand, feeling a bit tired. After shooting a few more needles, she put away the bamboo tube and used both hands to swing her knife at the wolves climbing or reaching for her legs. The cuts didn't hit vital parts, only causing superficial injuries. More wolves gathered below. They were clever, stepping on each other's backs to climb like stacked humans. Song Qingling stayed calm and quick-witted, thinking of a way to escape. She was about to act when several wolves stepped on their companions' bodies and quickly climbed up, nearly half of their bodies reaching the tree trunk. They stretched out their sharp claws or opened their mouths wide to bite her legs. The wolves climbing up grabbed the tree trunk where her feet stood. Their lower bodies hung onto other wolves, adding weight to her, causing the already thin trunk to make cracking sounds. Time was urgent. Song Qingling used her mind to control her actions. Suddenly, dry wood and black oil spilled from above, falling onto the wolves. The oil was so heavy it looked like buckets of water being poured out. The dry wood hit some wolves, knocking them down, while others dodged. The oil poured over them, flowing down to cover more wolves below. At the same time, she pulled out a three-pronged iron hook tied with a rope. She swung it twice in her hand and threw it forcefully onto a large tree 3 meters away. The hook caught onto a branch, and she pulled the rope tight. The dry wood and oil temporarily slowed the wolves, but there were many. She quickly grabbed the rope, used her foot to push off the tree trunk to swing outward, and threw a torch at the wolves. During this, some wolves still managed to bite and hold onto her legs. After a few seconds, she grabbed the rope and successfully swung down to the bottom of the tree trunk. She was panting heavily and sweating profusely, as if she had been in water for a while and just got out. Her legs and the cuffs of her pants were stained with bright red blood. She looked up and aimed her bow at the opposite side, ready to shoot. Wolves are animals that remember grudges. If you want to kill them, do it thoroughly, or they will cause trouble later. The tree suddenly caught fire, burning fiercely. The wolf at the top couldn't escape in time, and since it had the most lamp oil on its body, it was completely engulfed in flames. The wolves below had lamp oil on their fur. When they caught fire, they burned quickly. The flames hurt them, and the frightened animals howled loudly. They didn't care and jumped down to escape. The wolves at the bottom, touching the ground, acted like the foundation. When they ran, the wolves above fell down one after another. Song Qingling aimed her arrows at the wolves that were running away and on fire. After about 15 minutes, all the wolves were defeated. She jumped down from the tree. Her legs wobbled upon landing, and she leaned on a nearby big tree to steady herself. Sharp pain shot through her calves, as if steel fingers were twisting inside her wounds. Blood seeped out and soaked her pants. She wanted to lift her pants to check her injuries, but suddenly a horse neighed loudly. She looked over and saw the horse starting to fall. With a loud bang, the horse collapsed completely. She limped over and saw multiple bites and scratches on the horse's body. The most serious wound was on its neck, where the rope had cut deep into the flesh. Because of the injuries and shock, the horse had died. Earlier, she had fought off the wolves and didn't have time to help the horse. It was a real pity. While the wounds were still fresh, she put the horse into her space. There was only a straw mat outside, but it was destroyed and messy because of the wolves, so she left it. Some of the wolf carcasses caught fire from the sparks and started burning the dry grass on the ground. She hurried over to put out the flames and also collected the arrows. The smoke was strong and unpleasant. The tree was still burning, having lost about 2/3 of its height, with only the tip remaining untouched. It was very dry and the vegetation could catch fire easily. She moved to a safe spot to sit, tending to her wounds while watching the fire. She waited until the tree burned completely, making sure the fire didn't spread elsewhere. The mountains were connected, and once the fire started, it would be disastrous. Her lower legs and ankles had 5 wounds, 3 scratches, and 2 bites. The scratches left streaks of blood, some deep and some shallow. The skin was torn and turned outward, with blood flowing down her legs. The most serious injury was a bite wound, all on the left leg. One was on the calf, and the other just below the knee. Each wound was slightly smaller than a fist, with flesh and skin torn away by the wolf. The wounds were irregular in shape, with missing flesh that was bloody and raw. The surrounding skin and flesh were torn apart, and there were bite marks. Song Qingling took out cooled boiled water to clean the wounds, keeping her eyes on them to check the cleaning process. The water soaked into the fragile wounds, causing sharp, stabbing pain like thousands of tiny steel needles twisting and poking repeatedly. She kept her mouth tightly closed, remaining calm and expressionless, not even letting out a small groan. The veins on her forehead, neck, and back of her hand bulged visibly. Her face was pale and wet, with her scalp's hair roots soaked, as if washed with water. After cleaning, she applied the best hemostatic powder she had bought. Once she saw the bleeding stopped, she wrapped the wounds with a clean cloth. Because of the hot weather, the wounds could easily get infected or cause a fever. She planned to cook some medicine for inflammation and pain later. The middle and lower parts of a nearby tree burned to a certain point, making a cracking sound as it broke apart and fell rapidly. Sparks ignited the dry grass around it, and the burning tree top fell along with the flames. Song Qingling, who had been watching closely, immediately ran over to put out the fire. She had collected a lot of sand earlier and used her space to release soil, covering the fire directly. Overall, this task wasn't difficult. The hardest part was her injured leg, which slowed her down. Moving back and forth tore at her wound, causing pain and some bleeding again. After more than 2 hours of effort, the fire was completely extinguished and wouldn't reignite. She didn't rest. She leaned on a thick wooden stick, almost like a cane, and hurried along through the night. She was injured and also had her period, so her blood and the smell of blood were strong. She couldn't stay in one place for long. Without a horse, she could only walk on foot, limping along. She couldn't walk for too long without stopping to rest because her injured leg couldn't handle it. Moving kept her blood circulating quickly, which wasn't good for injections, so she had to wait until she was more stable. After sitting for a while, she wiped sweat from her face, then continued walking. She couldn't stop. So, Song Qingling, limping with her injured leg, kept walking and stopping through those tough hours until dawn finally arrived. Her injuries were serious, especially her leg. She decided not to travel during the day today. She would find a place to rest and continue at night. She found a shady spot and laid a straw mat on the grass. Limping on her foot, she set up defenses around her, sprinkling some insect and rodent repellent powder. After everything was ready, she leaned on a tree and slowly sat on the mat. She adjusted her injured leg to avoid further scraping. At this moment, she not only felt her foot hurt but also felt terrible all over, as if her body was falling apart. She couldn't rest and took out the necessary herbs to make medicine. Since she had time today, she cooked extra soup and stored it in her space for future use. While boiling the herbs, she checked her wound. Since it wasn't bleeding, she didn't need to give herself an injection. She worked until nearly noon, and then finally stopped. She felt weak all over, her eyes tired and sore. She had no appetite but forced herself to eat a small bun and drink a bowl of herbal soup, changing her medicine once. After finishing, she lay down exhausted. With her period and leg injury, she lay on a straw mat and couldn't turn over. The mat was hot and stuffy, lying close to the ground. During the day, the temperature reached about 38 or 39 degrees Celsius. She lay down for a while but felt unbearable heat, so she sat up against a tree. Sitting there, with the breeze behind her, felt a bit more comfortable. The exhaustion from her body and the drowsiness from fatigue, combined with the unstable hot environment, felt like invisible hands pulling at her, making her feel alert, drowsy, uncomfortable, and confused all at once. The blazing sun burned like fire, scorching the earth, and hot wind blew dust and fallen leaves into the air. Song Qingling's head, resting against the tree trunk, slowly drooped. She fell asleep and started dreaming. In one dream, she was in a narrow alley paved with blue stones, being chased by a group of men with guns, their faces fierce and cruel. In another, she was in a large shopping mall gathering supplies, surrounded by people. She fought her way out, covered in blood, pushing a cart filled with supplies to escape. In another scene, she was outside a military base warehouse, where a fierce battle was happening. Everyone was fighting over cold weapons, shooting guns, and there were corpses and blood everywhere. Amid the gunfire and explosions, she crouched low and gathered supplies in the chaos. Suddenly, The warehouse exploded with loud blasts, flames roaring, and the fire spreading quickly, about to reach her. In another dream, a tsunami was coming like a mountain collapsing. She was too weak to do anything but watch as the seawater rushed in, flooding her. The salty water filled her mouth and nose, bubbles escaping from her mouth and nose. She slowly closed her eyes from lack of oxygen and was swept away by the water. The final scene showed a large pool of blood on the ground, shining like a mirror, reflecting her panicked and helpless face. Her injured older sister was lying in her arms, barely alive. Sister was holding her last breath, smiling like a flower. Ailing, live well. Only by becoming strong can you rely on no one. May you enjoy the spring flowers, visit the sea in summer, admire the autumn leaves, and hold snow in winter. Year after year, joy and good fortune will come, like a bird soaring freely. After saying this, Sister closed her eyes, her hand limp and hanging down, her head tilting forward. Song Qingling, leaning against a tree trunk, closed her eyes tightly. Her thick black eyelashes rested on her eyelids, slightly curled at the tips. She shook her head, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She felt as if her throat was being tightly squeezed by a pair of hands. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't breathe. Her heart was pounding loudly, and the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation made her instinctively open her mouth for air. In that moment, a drop of clear tears slid down the corner of her right eye, falling onto her clothes. She opened her arms in an embrace. Sister, Song Qingling straightened up, gasping for breath. She turned her head to look around. The brief illusion of her open hands disappeared. Just now, when she woke up, she thought Sister was speaking to her in her arms, and she still had a chance to save her. It was all just a dream, dreams of the dangerous moments during the end-of-the-world period in her past life. Song Qingling sat there like a meditating monk, sitting motionless for a long, long time. After a while, sweat dripped down her forehead into her eyes, stinging painfully. She came back to her senses, wiped away the sweat with her hand, and sat for a while to rest. Her throat was dry and itchy. She moved her lips slightly, pulling apart her dry, stuck-together lips, and a faint smell of blood entered her mouth. She shook her head, cleared her mind, and adjusted her mood. Staying in one position for too long made her whole body stiff and uncomfortable. She supported herself against the tree and stood up, moving her limbs carefully. The sky was dimming as night approached. She didn't delay much, quickly packed her things, and used a stick to continue her journey. She ate 2 meat buns along the way to regain strength. Traveling at night was better than under the blazing sun, slightly cooler. But the downside was poor visibility. It was dark, so she held a torch to light her way, walking very carefully. At midnight, she stopped to rest, taking a break for about half an hour before continuing. Because her legs were injured, she didn't walk very fast. In the same amount of time, she covered only half the distance she normally would. Later in the night, as she walked, she noticed fresh tracks on the trail, marks left by carts and wheels, not long ago. She also heard voices ahead and sounds from animals. A person walks alone, carrying nothing. She encounters people and takes out an old, broken cart she previously collected. The cart holds some daily necessities. She carries a bow and arrow on her shoulder and has 2 knives at her waist. She pushes the cart toward the sound. She sees if she can find out where she is now and how far it is to Qingzi County. On a flat, grassy field ahead, dozens of torches are stuck in the ground, providing light. A group of about 100 people sits there, mostly families. Each family has a handcart, and there are around 40 domesticated animals like mules and donkeys, along with a few cows. They were resting and chatting on the grass when suddenly they heard approaching sounds. Everyone looked over with suspicion. Among the young and middle-aged men, they stood up together, holding weapons like axes and knives, ready to defend themselves. From what she observed, Song Qingling thought to herself that this group looked very different from the usual fleeing groups she had seen before. She stopped at a safe distance and said, "Hello, fellow villagers. I escaped from Yuanyang County because of a war. May I ask where this place is and how far it is to Qingzi County? If it's convenient, please tell me. If not, that's okay too. They still looked at her nervously. Seeing this, she pushed her cart and prepared to leave, understanding that they didn't want to share information. At that moment, an old man in the crowd looked at her departing figure and thought for a moment. He stood up and called out loudly, "Hey, young man, wait a moment. You said you came from Yuanyang County, which is over hundreds of miles away. As I know, the war started 4 days ago." Song Qingling immediately understood what he meant. She turned around and said, "I rode my horse and escaped from the city overnight. Unfortunately, last night, I was attacked by a pack of wolves. My horse died and I was injured. That's why I was traveling at night." She unrolled her pant leg to show her bandaged wound. This might reveal her physical condition. If the people were untrustworthy, what they said wouldn't be reliable. She also thought of ways to escape if needed. The old man implied that the county town was quite far from here, and she had come so quickly alone. She wrapped her injuries with cloth strips, covering her legs almost completely. From a distance, the others smelled strange medicinal herbs and a faint bloodstain, and they began whispering. Some said it was too dangerous, some discussed wild animals in the woods. A few women looked at Song Qingling with sympathy. After showing them everything, Song Qingling quickly took off her pants and used a rope to tie her ankles tightly to prevent the smell of blood from spreading. This way, the wound wouldn't breathe well, but there was no other choice. Saving lives was more important. During the daytime rest, she only applied medicine without bandaging to allow airflow. The old man kept a calm and observant look as he watched Song Qingling. He pointed to the open space opposite them and said, "Young man, if you're not in a hurry to leave, you might as well sit down and rest." Song Qingling looked at him too. It was clear that the old man was the leader of this group. Everyone listened to him, and no one questioned or opposed his words. The old man was about 50 years old, with short beard stubble. His skin looked loose and aged, but his back was straight, and his eyes were sharp. He seemed healthy and energetic. His words suggested there might be hope, and she was tired, so sitting down to rest was fine. After sitting down, she took the initiative to talk about the recent attack on the county town by soldiers from the eastern barbarians a few days ago. Song Qingling told the truth and didn't hide anything. While she spoke, the group listened carefully. When they heard about the power of the explosion caused by gunpowder, everyone looked frightened. Women hugged their children in fear. Even the old man showed a brief flicker of emotion, but it was quick and gone. After she finished, the old man raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. "All right, making too much noise might attract wild animals," he said. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, looking around nervously. The darkness was so thick they couldn't see a thing, and they were afraid that a hungry beast might appear at any moment. "Grandpa, you all escaped from a nearby village, right?" Song Qingling asked. Besides her quick actions, the others who escaped from Yuanyang County either walked or carried their families, and they couldn't keep up with the group, falling behind. So the old man and his group definitely didn't come from there. It was easy to guess this without much thought, and there was no need to hide it. The old man nodded and said, "We come from Baichao village. There has been a long drought, and there's no water left in the village. The crops in the fields are failing, and we have to go far to find water on the mountain. Recently, even the mountain has almost run out of water." He continued, "I have a close friend working inside the government office. A few days ago, after a military uprising in Yuanyang City, urgent messages were sent by carrier pigeons to the county and nearby towns and the capital. When he heard the news, he found me and told me everything. Then, he hurried back to the village, gathered everyone, and proposed leaving the village to escape the disaster. Every household spent a day packing, and early the next morning, they set out on the road." Song Qingling nodded, her nose twitching. She smelled a medicinal scent, not just one or two herbs, but many. The smell didn't come from her wound, but from across the way. Her gaze quickly swept over the carts and poultry of those people. Beitsao village used to grow medicinal herbs, which explained why half the families kept poultry and carried many supplies. An old man told Song Qingling that they were near Hoqiu town, which was over 900 miles from the edge of Qingzi County, about 400 kilometers. Normally, walking 1 kilometer takes 10 to 15 minutes. Her leg was injured, so her pace slowed. Using 15 minutes per kilometer, she could walk about 40 kilometers a day, which would take at least 10 days. This was a tight schedule, and they had to keep moving fast to arrive so quickly. Her leg was hurt, and walking over 40 kilometers a day might be possible for a few days if she gritted her teeth, but her wound could worsen, affecting her speed later. It's better to have a horse. Song Qingling sighed quietly. After resting for a while, the old man led their group to continue traveling. She didn't delay much and headed in the direction they had left. Although they didn't say it openly, she could sense they were also heading toward Qingzi County. Following the trail left on the ground, she kept pace. The group from Beatsao village walked a distance. At the front, the old man sat on his ox cart, driven by his eldest son. The eldest son didn't look back and said, "Father, that young man earlier doesn't seem ordinary. He's carrying 2 knives, a bow and arrow, and his eyes, cold as winter ice hanging on our roof, like a frozen pond, with no visible emotion." Sitting on the ox cart, the old man's body swayed as the cart moved. He squinted slightly and said, "That young man said he was attacked by wolves. Usually wolves travel in packs, at least 10, sometimes dozens. He's alive, only injured, and has medicine to treat him, so he must be quite capable. If we meet him again on the road, we must be careful and avoid conflict."
Tell the villagers about this.
More than an hour later, the sky began to brighten. Song Qingling's legs felt weak and her strength was almost gone. She slowly walked, searching for a place to rest. The vegetation in this area is scorched and yellow, consisting mainly of small trees with bare branches that can't block the intense midday sun. If she were searching for a resting place at night, conditions wouldn't be so harsh. Usually, by the time the sun rises, she would already be on the move. After walking for about half an hour, she huffed and puffed, finally finding a suitable spot. Unfortunately, the best place was already occupied by the people from Baichao village who arrived earlier. She stood still, looking straight ahead. A few dozen meters away on the grassland, the people from Baichao village, both young and old, divided into 2 groups based on gender, lined up neatly. Everyone held weapons, knives, axes, or simple sticks. The men's group practiced fighting in pairs, with 4 strong men watching from the side. They moved through the ranks, correcting those who made mistakes and demonstrating proper techniques. Even the elders were among them. Though older and less physically capable than the young men, their movements were quick and steady, showing they had trained before and had a solid foundation. They had been practicing consistently without interruption. The men trained properly, with some showing more skill than others. Among them, a few stood out. There were also children, mostly around 10 years old, with a few as young as 2 or 3. They practiced diligently, their young faces showing determination. However, some boys looked reluctant, trying to slack off and sneak around. The women's group was guided by 2 serious-looking women around 40. Each held a wooden stick and fought cautiously, not daring to use too much force, but their movements were organized and purposeful. Whenever they trained, the women would shout loudly, "Treat your opponent as if they want to harm your family. They not only stole your grain but also hurt your parents, your husband, and your children." Hearing this, the women became more motivated, fighting with more energy. After watching for a while, Song Qingling stepped forward. Some of the Baichao village villagers training saw her approach. Some glared fiercely to warn her, while others took the chance to slack off. She nodded slightly at the elders and moved about 20 meters ahead to a shady spot to set up her camp. She prepared her defenses, laid down a straw mat, and sat down to drink water from her water bag. While drinking, she turned her back to the villagers and ate a steamed bun and a bread roll slowly, wanting to finish quickly so she could tend to her wounds and rest. She removed the cloth wrapping her wound after keeping it covered all night. She carefully peeled it off, layer by layer, gradually making it thinner. Finally, she gently removed the last piece of cloth that was stuck to her wound. The blood-stained cloth was secretly tucked away into her pocket. After cleaning and applying medicine to her wound, she secretly drank a bowl of anti-inflammatory and pain relief herbal soup. Her period had lasted several days, and today she could feel there was almost no blood left, so she didn't change her menstrual cloth. Everything was prepared, and exhausted, she lay down to sleep. She didn't know how long she slept before waking up from the heat. She opened her sleepy eyes and looked up. Through the gaps in the leaves, the sunlight was strong, and the faint light hurt her eyes. As she kept looking, her eyelids slowly closed, and she fell asleep. Not long after, she was woken up again by the heat. Her back was sweaty, and her clothes were wet. Carefully, she dragged her injured leg and sat against a tree trunk, planning to rest while sitting. She glanced toward Baichao village, where they were also sleeping. The sky was filled with colorful clouds, and the sun was slowly setting in the west. While sleeping soundly, Song Qingling heard some noisy sounds. She groggily opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the noise. People from Baichao village had woken up and were training again. When their training was over, she rubbed her eyes, supported herself on the tree, and stretched her stiff limbs. With her back turned to Baichao village, she ate a bowl of lean meat and wild vegetable porridge she had prepared earlier. Then she used a clean cloth to bandage her wound and tied her pant leg with a rope to prevent insects and stop the smell of blood from spreading. As she packed up her mat, the villagers from Baichao village had already finished and set out on their journey. They passed by her without stopping or talking. Over the next 3 days, Song Qingling and the villagers from Baichao village kept crossing paths. Neither disturbed the other, and they simply went about their own ways peacefully. Every morning and evening, the villagers trained for most of the time. Traveling at night was tiring enough, and during the hot daytime, their perseverance was impressive. That afternoon, since her period had finally ended, Song Qingling felt in a good mood. She was sleeping peacefully when suddenly, she was awakened by a loud, increasingly noisy commotion. She opened her eyes and looked around. She realized that some villagers from Baichao village couldn't bear the daily hard travel and the over an hour of training each day. They were protesting. The loudest among them was a man named Wu Yutian. He puffed out his chest and angrily told an elder, full of resentment, "Li Zheng, we fled our homes because of starvation. We escaped and have been living like this every day, getting up early and working till dark. We are worse than animals. Animals at least get to rest when they're not moving. You can't say that because you're slowly improving everyone's lives. Everything must be done exactly as you say, right?" Wu Yutian's mother is a short, strong woman. She speaks quickly like a machine gun. "Exactly, village chief. 2 months ago, you made us practice every day. Back then, it was too dry to do much work, so practicing was a good way to rest. But now, walking so far every day gives us blisters, and the pain feels like needles. How can we keep practicing? You always say it's dangerous, but we've traveled for days without meeting anyone. Even if we do, what's the big deal? We have so many people. What are we afraid of? Could it be that you think our lives are too easy and want to make us suffer more?" Some villagers nearby also have opinions. They ask the village chief politely. "We have many people. Usually others wouldn't dare attack us. Village chief, we've been walking for so many days and are exhausted. Can we rest a few days before practicing again?" "Yes, village chief. The children are still so young, and the elderly can't walk well. If we go on like this, we won't be able to handle it." Wu Yutian's older brother, Wu Yukai, secretly pinched his own children. Seeing this, a few children around 10 years old quickly understood what their father and uncle meant. They started crying sadly, begging loudly, calling out Grandpa Village Chief over and over. This made it seem like they were being oppressed or bullied. Village Chief Wu Zhuofeng didn't expect his careful plans to lead to such scenes. Facing the villagers' eager gazes, he opened his mouth and said, "Fellow villagers, life on the run is not like life in the village. We may have to endure some hardships now. Keep going a little longer. After suffering now, there will be sweetness later." Wu Yutian couldn't stand it and angrily said, "No more suffering. Village chief, you just admitted it yourself.
Why should we suffer like this? We don't want to.
Life is finally getting better, and we shouldn't have to suffer more. Some others agreed, and the discussion grew louder. Can't you handle this little hardship? There are worse hardships ahead, and you can't imagine them. Wu Zhuofeng shook his head sadly, feeling helpless. But he didn't say it too harshly. All right, starting tomorrow, children under 10 will practice once a day, and elders over 60 will practice once every 2 days. Once everyone gets used to it, they can increase the practice. Despite everything, they still couldn't give Wu Tian and the others a satisfactory answer. The children, hearing they had to practice every day, opened their mouths wide and cried more painfully than losing a loved one. Wu Yugui had gone to school in recent years. He had learned from books and knew more than ordinary people. He loudly questioned, "Why do you force us to practice? You're the village chief, that's fine, but you can't insist on us practicing. Not practicing isn't against the law." Wu Yukai's eyes lit up, thinking his third brother made a lot of sense. Yes, it's not a crime. Why are they forcing us to do this or that? Wu Tian firmly responded, "We won't practice." Other men from 3 families also felt Wu Tian's words were reasonable and came forward to agree, but their family members thought it was not appropriate and tried to stop them, only to be blocked. Wu Zhuofeng's family saw this and wanted to speak up to mediate. He quickly raised his hand to stop them and said to Wu Tian and the others, "If you don't want to practice, you don't have to." The others were happy to hear this, but Wu Zhuofeng's next words made their smiles fade. "Only those who don't run away with the villagers can skip practicing. That means you can leave Bai Chao village, but from now on whatever happens it has nothing to do with the village. This isn't a threat, but a matter of different goals. When the strings are not united, no matter how tightly they are tied, they won't hold. How can they resist outside enemies?" Next to them, Song Qingling heard this and looked at Wu Zhuofeng sideways. As the leader, he was thoughtful, clear-headed, and courageous. In such chaotic times, that was rare. After a moment of silence, Wu Tian's family went aside to discuss. The other families with similar ideas also gathered and spoke one after another. After the discussion, they all returned to Wu Zhuofeng and said they were willing to leave the village. Good. Is there anyone else who feels the same and doesn't want to practice? Wu Zhuofeng turned around, his gaze sweeping over all the villagers. Everyone shook their heads decisively and firmly said they wanted to practice. Except for Wu Tian's family, no one else had ever considered not practicing. The village chief had a reason for making them do this. Besides, the village chief was quite old, and they had always practiced together without ever slacking. "We need to pack up quickly and prepare to leave," Wu Zhuofeng said, then walked toward his ox cart. His family members followed him closely. Soon, only about 70 villagers from Bai Chao village set out on their journey. Wu Tian's family, totaling more than 30 people, watched the former villagers leave and felt a moment of sadness. Wu Yukai didn't feel sad for long. He took out rice from his home and said, "Don't just stand there. Cook the rice quickly. Eat, then sleep. We have so many people. What are we afraid of? We are from the same village. If something happens behind us, the village chief will take care of us." These days, Wu Zhuofeng didn't let them cook rice, dried meat, or bacon. They had to eat grass roots every day, which made them very annoyed. When others heard this, they agreed and happily took out rice and meat to cook. Someone remembered Song Qingling and looked over at her sleeping spot. "Hey, where's that kid?" The area under the tree was empty. "Who cares? Let's eat our food." Not long after Wu Zhuofeng and the others left, Song Qingling also left. 2 days passed like this. At night, Song Qingling traveled for about an hour and suddenly met people from Baichao village sitting on the grass. Usually, she would need some time to catch up with them, but this time, they seemed to be delayed here for some reason and not moving forward. It could only mean that something was holding them back. Things are clear now. The road ahead is blocked by a group of bandits. They won't let anyone pass unless they pay a toll. The toll that Song Qingling knew was called protection fee. The person speaking was Wu Zhuofeng's eldest son, Wu Changping. He, Along with his second brother Wu Chang'an, Wu Zhuofeng, and some middle-aged men from the village, had just returned from exploring ahead. They went to check the situation and came back. Wu Changping wanted to say more but noticed Song Qingling also there. He immediately shut his mouth. Wu Zhuofeng saw Song Qingling and thought for a moment. He said, "Young lady, there's trouble ahead and the road is blocked." Song Qingling understood that Wu Zhuofeng didn't want to keep the news to himself. She asked, "Oh, what's going on?" Even if Wu Zhuofeng didn't tell her, she could find out what was happening if she went forward. But he chose to tell her first, as a sign of kindness.
Sit down and rest.
"Let's talk," Wu Zhuofeng said, looking at her injured leg. Song Qingling wisely sat at a distance from them. Wu Zhuofeng also sat down and explained, "Not long ago, we arrived here and found many footprints on the ground. Then, a few of us followed the footprints. About 4 miles ahead, we saw some people fleeing from a nearby village or town. We didn't disturb them. We watched quietly for a while. Then, we saw lights ahead of the road. We sneaked closer and saw that the road was blocked by a barrier and someone had set up a camp there." Wu Changping looked serious. "The group blocking the road looks fierce. They each have a big knife, so they probably aren't easy to deal with. In recent years, there have been many famines and the situation is unstable. Life has been hard, and many people have committed crimes or become bandits in the mountains to survive." People gasped and stirred a small commotion. Song Qingling was not very surprised. In chaotic times, such things happen often. Someone asked, "Village chief, should we pay them to pass?" "Paying for safety is better than risking trouble. As long as we're safe, it's fine. It's better to pay early so we can leave sooner. Yes, bandits are usually fierce. It's best to stay away from them. I've never heard of bandits blocking the road here before. If they only want money and don't harm people, they're just after the payment. If bandits really blocked the road, they would loot everything or kill people. Over time, news would spread, and no one would dare to travel this way. Then, they wouldn't get supplies anymore." The villagers agreed to pay the money and leave quickly. However, Wu Zhuofeng had a different opinion. "Don't rush to pay yet. Everyone bring your things and follow me. Young man, you're free to go. We have something to do first." He stood up, told his family to pack up, and led the villagers into the woods. To learn more, Song Qingling also took action. She went toward the area Wu Zhuofeng mentioned to investigate. After walking a few miles, she hid in the grass. She saw many people on the grass field about 50 meters ahead. They were gathered in groups, clearly not part of the same fleeing group. Normally, people should be lying down and sleeping at this spot, but only a few were sleeping. Most sat there quietly, with children crying from hunger and muffled sobs. She noticed something important. These people carried very little. Each family only had a few bags. Since they just fled, they wouldn't have finished their food supplies so quickly. They must be saving for later. If they were hiding food out of caution, how could they bear to see children crying from hunger? Without thinking further, she moved toward the bright path ahead. About a mile ahead, she saw a barrier across the road, barbed logs. Behind it, more than 10 rough-looking men with knives stood, their faces fierce and angry. Behind them, a few meters away, large makeshift shelters had been built, with big fires burning brightly. Groups of 5 men moved around, patrolling the area. All of them were men. She silently moved along the outer edge of the camp's grass, observing the area. She encountered patrols of bandits several times but always spotted them early and managed to hide and avoid detection. The bandits had set up multiple checkpoints along this road, with long barriers blocking the way every few miles, stretching about 7 or 8 miles in total. There were roughly 120 to 130 bandits. After gathering this information, Song Qingling returned near the place where she first met the villagers of Baichao village. She didn't want to gather with others or stand out. The refugees and escapees had all retreated to the side, and no one dared to resist. She ran out alone, fighting fiercely to clear a path for others. She asked herself honestly, she didn't have the noble spirit of selflessness and sacrifice. After several days of travel, her leg injury hadn't healed much. She decided to stay here and rest properly, keeping an eye on the surroundings. She made a plan, set up defenses near her camp, spread out a straw mat, and, when no one was around, quickly ate some dried meat and 2 steamed buns. After eating and drinking enough, she treated her wound and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, the villagers from Baichao village carried torches and moved forward. They had traveled a very long way. As they walked, Wu Zhuofeng, leading the group, looked around and said, "Everyone stop. Divide your belongings into 2 parts. Bury the more valuable items in a pit here and only carry a small, less important portion." "Father? Village chief, what are we doing?" People were confused. Someone quick-witted guessed, "Could it be related to the bandits blocking the road?" Wu Zhuofeng nodded and said, "Exactly. We will stay here for a few days to observe the situation. If something happens, the items we hide here will be our backup." Realizing this, the villagers prepared to act, but Wu Zhuofeng added, "Don't bring the livestock over there, it will attract too much attention." Everyone agreed, thinking he was right, but they didn't know how to respond. The livestock could be used to carry things, saving them a lot of effort, so they couldn't just abandon it. A young man suggested, "Village chief, why don't we leave some people here to guard the livestock?" Wu Changxin looked at Wu Zhuofeng and nodded. "That's a good idea. Some people stay to watch the animals, while the rest return to where we just came from. We can send people back and forth daily to pass messages." Everyone eagerly looked at Wu Zhuofeng, hoping he would agree and give the go-ahead. Actually, Wu Zhuofeng's original idea was to kill some livestock, salt and dry the meat to make jerky, just in case something unexpected happens later, so they could save as much as possible. At the same time, he knew how hard the villagers had worked to buy a single animal for their family and how much they cherished it once they had it. He felt very conflicted inside. After thinking carefully, he finally came up with a compromise. He looked serious and said to the others, "Let's see how things go for a few days. If it's not good, we must be brave and do what we have to." They were stunned by his words, their faces showing worry and reluctance. They looked very sad, tears in their eyes, quietly touching their own livestock. More than an hour later, some people from Baijia village returned to the place where they had been resting and sleeping. Late at night, shadows moved quietly through the forest, and they whispered as they walked. A young boy, about 16 or 17, with a sneaky look, led the way at the front. He excitedly told his companions, "It's just ahead, not far. There's a kid alone on one side and a group of people on the other. They have carts, baskets, and sacks. There must be food inside." Half an hour ago, he was so hungry he couldn't sleep and felt uncomfortable. He decided to wander around, hoping to find insects or small animals in the forest to eat. While wandering, he saw a group of people sleeping under a tree. They had carts and seemed to carry a lot of things, which made him think of doing something bad.
But there were too many of them.
He was afraid he couldn't fight or steal from so many, so he decided to take a shortcut back to find villagers. Not far away, under another tree, he saw someone curled up and sleeping. Then he quietly went back and found some brave men from the village, avoiding the women because he thought they were too timid and afraid. The men knew it wouldn't be good if they found out, so they kept it secret. Walking alongside the young boy, a shorter man mumbled, "Shiwang, how far is it? I'm so hungry. It feels like my stomach is on fire." Shiwang excitedly rubbed his hands and said, "Almost there. Soon, we'll first attack that group. After we take everything, we'll kill everyone so there are no clues. No one will find out." Xuanzhu thought that fighting so many people and stealing would take more time. He was very hungry and said, "I'll go after the person alone over there. It'll be quicker to deal with one person." Xuanzhu, I'll go with you." Others, "Me too." 3 peers are excited to join, all eager to eat and satisfy their hunger. Their group has about 10 people, mostly middle-aged men. As they walk, one middle-aged man suddenly wakes up and stops abruptly. "Hey, wait a minute, just in case, what if the bandits find out?" The bandits are collecting tolls from passers-by. Their actions are like preempting the bandits, taking what rightfully belongs to them. When they mention the bandits, everyone stops, looking scared. their legs trembling like leaves in the wind. I was so hungry, I lost my mind. I won't go anymore. I'm going back. The middle-aged man says this and quickly runs away. Once one person starts, more follow, second, third, and even more. I'm not going either. I'm going back. Many are so scared they run away, leaving the group. They eat roots and bark every day, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. When Shiwang brought back the news, everyone was so hungry they thought they would die happy if they could just eat enough. Now, halfway there, they start to wake up. Only 5 young men, about the same age as Shiwang, remain. Xuanzhu and others look like they're also thinking of giving up, their faces pale. Compared to them, Shiwang has a few more sharp and fierce looks in his eyes. Don't you guys want to go too? If you don't want to go, then leave quickly. I'll go alone to steal from that lone kid. If I succeed, it's mine. Better to die hungry than to starve. If I get caught, I'll kill her, hide the body, and erase all traces. After saying this, Shiwang strides forward confidently. A few people standing still look at each other in surprise.
I'm scared.
My mom and others are probably looking for me. I'm leaving. Wait for me. Let's go together. 2 more run off. Xuanzhu looks at Shiwang's back and seems to have made a decision. Shiwang is right. If we don't steal, we'll starve. I'll go too. Can 2 people really not take down one person? He quickly catches up. The remaining person thinks Xuanzhu's words make sense. Adding himself, that's 3 people, sure to have a good chance of winning. Thinking this, he smiles happily and runs after them. The light is dim. Under the thick branches of a large, leafy tree, a figure is lying down and sleeping. Nearby, a handcart is parked. Later, I'll deal with that person. You 2 push the cart and run that way. Shiwang points in a direction. Xuanzhu and Laifu nod, clearly seeing Shiwang as their leader. They act quickly, splitting up and moving quietly forward. Unaware of what was happening, Song Qingling, who was sleeping there, had already woken up. Her eyes were cold and calm. Suddenly, there were 3 soft thuds, and a trap snapped shut, accompanied by 3 loud screams. There's a trap. Hurry and push the cart. I'll handle her. Shiwang, sweating heavily from the pain, lifted his injured leg caught in the trap and quickly hopped towards Song Qingling. Xuanzhu and Laifu cried out in pain, but they knew what this was about. They endured the pain and hopped on one leg toward the cart. As Shiwang got closer to Song Qingling, he pulled out a prepared kitchen knife. His breathing grew rapid. He took a deep breath, swung the knife at her back, his face twisted with anger. It was as if there were eyes watching from behind Song Qingling. The moment Shiwang moved, she suddenly turned sideways, supporting herself on the grass mat with her elbow. She lifted her uninjured leg and kicked his wrist, where he held the knife. Ah! Shiwang screamed again, dropping the knife from his hand.
He was kicked aside.
Song Qingling grabbed the fallen knife and stood up. If her leg hadn't been injured, she would have moved faster and more smoothly. She stepped forward with the knife, taking advantage of Shiwang holding his injured hand and groaning, and slashed at his neck. The blade sank into his side neck, going in more than halfway. It all happened too quickly for him to feel much pain. Warm blood gushed out, flowing down. He touched his neck, feeling the wet, sticky blood. He looked at his hand, shocked to see it covered in blood. His mouth opened wide in horror, but his throat was damaged, so his voice was barely audible. The wind blew gently, and he collapsed like a willow in the breeze. Xuanzhu, who had run over to the cart, heard the noise and looked back. He shouted, "Shiwang." He thought Shiwang had just fallen, not realizing he was already dead. Laifu trembled all over. "Xuanzhu, that person looks very dangerous. Let's push the cart and leave quickly. You go first. I'll go save Shiwang," Xuanzhu said, and ran over. Laifu, trembling, pushed the cart away, but his injured foot slowed him down.
Siwan.
Xuanzhu helped Shiwang up and tried to run, but he saw that Shiwang was soft and covered in blood. He looked up in horror at Song Qingling, filled with hatred. "You killed him. You killed him." Xuanzhu's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists and swung at Song Qingling. She stood still, coldly watching Xuanzhu rush toward her. As he got close, she tilted slightly to avoid his punch. Her right hand raised the knife, and she slashed across Xuanzhu's neck. With a sharp snap, the pillar's neck skin tore open, blood pouring out. He was stunned, eyes filled with deep fear, and then he collapsed and died. Hearing the noise, Wu Shuifeng and the others arrived just in time to see this scene. They were all shocked, their pupils shrinking in surprise, staring blankly. But it wasn't over yet. Song Qingling picked up her bow and arrow, placed on the straw mat, and aimed at Laifu, who had just stepped about 10 meters away and was about to disappear into the bushes.
Whoosh!
The arrow shot out quickly. On the other side of the bushes, only half of Laifu's head was visible, then suddenly he was gone. Immediately after, a loud bang sounded from that direction. After shooting the arrow, Song Qingling looked over, sensing there were still people nearby. Her fierce gaze made Wu Shuifeng and the others' hearts race, their eyelids twitching nervously. Wu Shuifeng was the quickest to react. He kindly said, "Young man, it's us. We heard the noise and came to check." Song Qingling replied calmly, "Is there anything else?" Her words implied that they should leave now. Wu Shuifeng understood immediately, showing good judgment. He waved his hand, urging his people to hurry back. Once they were far enough away and no one else was around, Song Qingling pushed her handcart back and took the opportunity to finish her task, collecting the bodies into her space. These 3 people were likely refugees from another village. It was safer to take the bodies with her. When she first attacked, blood splattered onto the ground. After tidying up her things, she moved her camp, avoiding the front area by going around to a spot some distance ahead of Baichao village. As usual, she set up defenses and lit mosquito coils. She lay down to sleep, exhausted from traveling the past few days. She hadn't rested well during the day, so now she finally had a chance to sleep peacefully. She slept until she woke naturally. The mottled sunlight filtered through the leaves onto her face, feeling warm. As the sun rose, the temperature increased. Her back and neck sweated, sticky and damp. She sat up, took a fan to cool herself, but it didn't help much. She gave up fanning herself and put the fan down. Her stomach growled loudly from hunger. During the day, with so many people around, she didn't want to draw attention, so she took some grass roots from her basket and ate them. After eating, she pushed her cart and decided to look around for food supplies, checking if there were any other useful items and gathering information. She observed the dryness of the plants along the way, collecting dry firewood, easily ignitable grass, and some medium-sized stones into her space. After walking a while, she reached a place where some plants still remained green. Gradually, she noticed more people around, all digging for grass roots and carving bark from trees with knives. People saw the handcart pushed by Song Qingling and stopped their work to stare at it intently. 2 men were so fascinated that they moved to go over, but their family members stopped them. "That person looks fierce. She has a knife and a bow and arrow." After this reminder, people finally noticed her, and their growing greed quickly faded away. Song Qingling walked straight ahead, stopping to gather suitable grass roots and bark. Seeing her actions, the onlookers felt relieved and even a little happy, realizing everyone was in the same difficult situation. No one was better off than others. Half an hour later, Song Qingling left the less dry area. She didn't find a water source, and in the distance, there was no sign of greenery. There must be water somewhere, or else the refugees wouldn't stay here. The water source should be far away. The sun rose higher, and she pushed her cart back home. With nothing else to do, she took out a wooden stick and started carving a wooden arrow. At noon, it was time to eat. She took out the grass roots she found earlier and ate them. Since returning, several groups of people had secretly been watching her. After eating a handful of grass roots and chewing on bark, her cheeks puffed out. The rough bark was hard to swallow and irritated her throat. She didn't even drink water, just chewed stubbornly. In the hot afternoon sun, she stayed inside, continuing to carve arrows instead of going out. In the evening, the people watching her saw she was still eating grass roots and left disappointed. Not long after they left, a group of people appeared on a narrow path just a few meters outside Songqingling. It's so hot. I wonder if we can catch up with the village leaders today. Definitely. They practice so hard every day and move slowly. We might meet them soon. There are many footprints here, like they were just left not long ago. Yeah, let's go and see. This group was Wu Yutian and his companions. Hearing these voices, Song Qingling packed up her cart and secretly followed them. More than 15 minutes later, Wu Yutian and his group encountered refugees from another village, about a mile away from the bandit camp. They learned about the current situation through inquiries. The road is blocked. What should we do? They usually followed Wu Zhuofeng's lead, but this was the first time they faced such a difficult problem. They were confused and didn't know what to do. Wu Yukai was already fed up with Wu Zhuofeng's bossy attitude and arrogance. He made the villagers do this and that, insisting they all follow his orders. Without him, he believed he could still get things done. He thought he was younger than the other person, had better ideas about many things, and was more capable. This was a good opportunity. Why panic?
Let's go see.
Didn't those villagers just say that if one person gives a bushel of grain, we can pass? Then why are those people still here? Why haven't they gone? Wu Yutian curled his lips. Foolish. Can't you see they look poor and starving, as thin as skin and bones? If they don't have grain, how can they give any? In the past 2 days, they had been sleeping well, eating rice and meat at every meal, and their health visibly improved. Wu Yukai and Wu Yutian called the villagers to follow quickly. Some hesitated.
I'm still a bit worried.
What if the bandits want to take our livestock? A few other families had the same thought. Their livestock was hard-earned, and they didn't want anything to happen to it. Since their most valuable livestock was involved, Wu Yutian's family calmed down and thought of a plan. 100 meters away, the refugees who had brought them news looked enviously at the livestock and the things on the carts. Wow, they have so much stuff. Yes, even mules and oxen. Look at them. Their faces are full. Not like they've been starving. Why do they have everything while our things are? Their tone grew more bitter. One person grinned mischievously. While the others are out looking for food and haven't come back, let's quickly tell the bandits about these people. They ran around the bushes toward the bandit camp. 15 minutes later, Wu Yutian and the others still couldn't think of a good plan. Just then, 5 bandits strode over. Seeing how much they had, more than expected, they exchanged meaningful glances. The leader asked, "Are you planning to cross the road? Just give a bushel of grain." Wu Yukai looked nervous. Really, just 1 bushel? The leader looked around at them, noticing they seemed weak and timid, and deliberately provoked them. Poor folks who can't even give a bushel of grain. You expect to pass? Since you have no grain, stay with those poor folks over there. Let's see who lasts longer. Today, 1 bushel per person. Tomorrow, 2 bushels. We're leaving. He deliberately turned and walked away with his men. Wu Yukai was so angry his pride was hurt and panicked. He caught up and said softly, "Wait, we'll give it." He turned to the others and whispered, "We can only go forward. The people behind are watching us. I see that this group of bandits is quite reasonable. They didn't rob openly, and just left when they wanted to." Wu Yukai said, "I think so too. People like them won't push things too far. If they did, they might lose more in the end. Otherwise, no one would dare take this route in the future. Without people, how would they get their money?" Initially, Wu Yogue's family hesitated, but after hearing him, they relaxed their worries. They trusted the only educated person in their family, believing that a scholar is smart and wouldn't make mistakes. Seeing that no one else moved, Wu Yukai pushed his handcart and said, "If you don't want to leave, we'll go on our own."
Goodbye.
His family hurriedly followed the bandits. The people standing nearby were anxious, like ants on a hot pan. They couldn't think of a better plan, so they had to grit their teeth and follow. After they left, the villagers from another village, who had been watching closely, all bent down and stomped their feet, laughing loudly with glee. In the shadows, Song Qingling watched all this happen. There is trouble between the bandits and the villagers from the other village. Earlier, she wondered why the refugees had so few belongings. Perhaps the bandits had stolen them. So many refugees stayed here without leaving. It was impossible that every household had no grain or that they couldn't pass the checkpoints. It only meant there was some secret behind the toll collection. The bandits were strong and the refugees weak. Seeing so many supplies right under their noses, how could they resist stealing? They could threaten the refugees to act as spies, watching who brought how much supplies here and passing the information quickly. Newcomers to this area would find it hard to doubt the refugees, lowering their guard. The refugees here didn't return the way they came. Facing drought and chaos, they stayed. Besides, they had traveled so far and didn't want to go back. Some also couldn't bear to see others with belongings, especially after what just happened. The people of Baichao village were many, and the bandits knew their location and situation well. They wouldn't pass the checkpoint for long. They would come to loot. Even she was the same, just with fewer visible belongings. Song Qingling returned near her camp. As she walked, she heard noise ahead, loud arguing. She didn't want to get involved and kept walking. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced her ears. "It's you? What did you do to Shiwang? They came here last night and only your group was around. Hand over Shiwang now, quick." The woman was shouting as if she was about to hit someone. The voices on that side grew even louder.
Shiwang?
Song Qingling stopped in her tracks. Last night, among the 3 people, one was named Shiwang. Wu Zhuofeng's strong voice rang out. "Don't cause trouble. We don't know anything about Shiwang or Zhu. If you hit someone again, we won't hold back." Song Qingling listened for a while. Shiwang's mother had a dispute with people from their village and Baichao village, and they started fighting. In the end, the former couldn't win against the latter. During the whole process, Wu Zhuofeng and the others didn't mention anything about her. Seeing they couldn't win and had been hurt, and since there was no proof linking the 3 missing people to Baichao village, they forcibly dragged Shiwang's mother and others away. The commotion ended. Wu Zhuofeng comforted the villagers, telling them not to panic and to be careful in the future. Then he took the people who saw Song Qingling kill last night aside. Wu Chang'an said, "Dad, what if those people come back again? Maybe we should." "No, we must tell the truth." "Will they believe us? They will just think we're in it together, accomplices. The more we talk, the more confusing it gets. Everyone must keep this secret and not tell anyone." They rarely saw Wu Zhuofeng so serious. Everyone nodded obediently. Meanwhile, at the bandit camp, Wu Yukai and his group arrived outside the Zhuma defensive barrier. Each family handed over their grain. After checking, the guards didn't say anything or take extra things. They opened the barrier and let them pass. Everyone was happy and couldn't hide their smiles. A few steps away, Wu Yukai held his head high and said cheerfully, "See? Our judgment was right. They wouldn't dare do that kind of deal. Ha ha, Brother Kai, you're so clever. Luckily we followed you." Of course. Farmers are smart people. Others complimented him with smiles. Everyone liked being praised. Wu Yukai and his family felt proud and a little more confident. "Let's go." But less than a mile later, their smiles faded. A row of barriers blocked the way again, with guards watching. Wu Yukai told everyone not to panic. He ran forward and said to the guards, "Good men, we just paid the toll. Please open the way so we can pass." One bandit lowered his eyes, expressionless, and said, "You paid the toll for this road. The roads beyond here require a different fee, or 1 bushel of grain per person."
This.
Wu Yukai was so shocked he stared with wide eyes, sweat dripping down his forehead. He went back and told everyone what the bandits had said. They were very anxious. The grain they had already given was about 1/3 less than before, and if they gave more, they would run out soon. Half of them decided to give up and no longer wanted to hand over anything.
Wu Yutian was worried.
"But we've come this far. If we don't go forward, wouldn't all our effort be wasted? We should try to trade some medicinal herbs to get through. Yes, we can't just give away the grain for nothing. Let's trade some herbs," Wu Yukai said, calling his family to find medicinal herbs. Others looked at the road on the left and the right, feeling stuck. In the end, They had no choice but to search for herbs. With the herbs, they managed to pass safely. But not long after, they encountered another checkpoint blocking the way. Wu Yukai and the others were almost at their breaking point. No one wanted to give anything to move forward. They turned back with what little they had left but were stopped. The bandits told them that if they wanted to go back the same way, they had to give something to be allowed to leave. In short, once the barricades were set up, they had to give something. Thinking about how much they would have to give both ways, they all broke down, shouting and refusing to give anything. The bandits didn't tolerate this. They claimed that since the villagers were on their land, they not only stole everything but also beat them up. They threatened them to act as spies, warning that if they didn't cooperate, they would suffer more. Night fell. The moon shone faintly. Wu Yukai and his group, empty-handed and limping, left the camp. Their steps were weak and unsteady, like soulless zombies. They were battered and torn, their clothes ragged, covered in wounds, worse than beggars. As Song Qingling guessed, that night she went to bed early. Before she could fall asleep, a group of bandits with torches ran past her. They raided the villagers' belongings, causing a big commotion. On her side, only 2 bandits came over. Tonight, she hadn't set any defenses, and all her traps and supplies were stored in her space. The bandits searched her belongings thoroughly, only finding some old daily items. The edible food was just roots and tree bark. This kid is too poor, has nothing at all. Search her again. Song Qingling pretended to be a weak and helpless little lamb, crouching on the ground and trembling. She wasn't afraid of their search because she had nothing on her and her body hadn't fully developed yet. Her private parts were wrapped with cloth strips, making her look like a flat-chested girl. After searching her, they didn't find anything they wanted. The 2 rough bandits cursed and swore. One of them grabbed Song Qingling by the collar and threatened her with words, even trying to hit her. The other bandit said, "Stop wasting time on this poor girl. Let's go to the next place." That person pushed Song Qingling, causing her to sit down the ground. Seeing how fragile she looked, the 2 bandits laughed mockingly and left. Later that night, the bandits suddenly returned to search Bai Chao village again. No one came to help Song Qingling because everyone knew she was alone, only with a broken cart. The villagers of Bai Chao village were different. They had many people and more belongings. After 2 rounds of looting, the villagers looked like wilted eggplants, defeated and exhausted. Wu Zhuofeng had warned them repeatedly earlier. If the bandits came, they must not fight back. They followed his advice and managed to stay safe. That night, Song Qingling had a good sleep. The next morning, she went out again to find some roots and bark. As she was about to head back, she crossed paths with a group of people coming from the opposite direction. She was momentarily surprised but quickly calmed herself. The others saw her and were very happy. Zhou Wu. It's really Zhou Wu. The group included Zhao Haimeng and Meng Xiaotian. They were leading a few horses and pulling a wooden cart. It seemed some others were following behind, but they were hidden behind bushes and couldn't be seen clearly. She nodded and looked at them. They looked thin, weathered, and scarred. They appeared messy and unkempt. If you didn't look carefully, it was hard to recognize them. Zhao Haimeng approached her and asked formally, "Zhou Wu, Brother Yong isn't doing well. Could you please take a look?" Meng Xiaotian, carrying a sword on his back, also came over with sincere eyes. "Whatever you need, we will do our best," he said. The caravan members looked at her pleadingly. Song Qingling didn't speak immediately. She thought for a couple of seconds and then said, "Let's find a more stable place first." She said this not because she pitied Hong Yong, whom she knew before. Hong Yong was part of the caravan and often traveled between the southeastern part of the northern Wing country and the north. He probably had what she wanted, or at least knew where it was. She led them to an open area that didn't get much sunlight. Once they stopped, Zhao Hai and the others spread out to chase away the people following behind their group. Seeing Song Qingling watching those people, Zhao Qin said worriedly, "Those are people who escaped with us from Tuaming Mountain. We can't chase them away." She nodded and looked ahead at an angle. Hong Yong was lying on a wooden cart, eyes closed, face pale, sweating heavily. His condition didn't look good. She approached, bent down, and checked Hong Yong's pulse. The pulse was weak, soft, and unsteady, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. The situation was not very good. Song Qingling took out a bag of silver needles and inserted them into key acupuncture points on Hong Yong's body. After a while, Hong Yong slowly regained consciousness. Song Qingling leaned close to his ear and said plainly, "I can help you recover, but in return, you need to give me a map of several neighboring states of Longzhou as payment. If you agree, just nod." Hong Yong's trading routes covered these states, and he didn't know about the ones beyond. If Hong Yong couldn't accept this deal, there was no point in staying. Although Hong Yong was badly injured after the acupuncture, he regained some awareness. He recognized Song Qingling and heard her words. He nodded and then closed his eyes, falling back into unconsciousness. That was enough. Song Qingling wasn't worried about Hong Yong playing tricks. If he dared, her abilities were enough to make him pay a painful price. Mainly, Hong Yong looked too weak now. Song Qingling didn't know if he had a ready-made map or if he remembered everything in his mind and needed to draw it. She called Zhao Qin over and asked, "Where are his injuries?" On his back and abdomen, Zhao Qin said, helping Hong Yong to sit up and unbutton his clothes, revealing his wounds. Hong Yong was strong and muscular, with tanned, wheat-colored tendons. He had old injuries of various sizes. His abdomen and back had one cut from a knife and another from a gunshot. The bloodied flesh was covered with a layer of brown medicinal powder with some yellow liquid. This was infected and suppurating. We still have some medicines for treating external wounds, but giving them to him or applying them externally hasn't been very effective, Zhao Qin said worriedly. "Show me what medicines you have." Zhao Qin hurried away and brought back a small bag of herbs. She looked through it and found several medicines for reducing inflammation, fever, and toxins. There was enough. She selected some and said, "Boil these with water." Also, the dead tissue around his wounds needs to be removed. If not removed, the infection would worsen. In ancient times, there were no antibiotics and medical conditions were limited, which was very dangerous. Zhao Qin went to boil the medicine, and Meng Xiaotian came over to help. He asked, "How do I remove the dead tissue?" "Do you have a dagger?" she asked, not wanting to waste her own dagger. Meng Xiaotian took a weapon and handed it to her. Before removing the bandages, she used silver needles to several key points on Hong Yong's body to slow the bleeding. Completely stopping it was impossible. Zhao Haixing built a fire to prepare medicine, while Song Qingling took a dagger, flipping it to heat it over the flame. The purpose was to disinfect. The temperature had to be controlled carefully, or it could cause serious secondary injuries like burns. Proper high heat not only disinfects but also helps stop bleeding to some extent. When the heating was enough, she took the dagger back to the cart and told Meng Xiaotian, "Put something in his mouth. Get 3 people to hold his shoulders and legs so he doesn't move around." Meng Xiaotian forcibly opened Hong Yong's mouth while he was unconscious and stuffed a cloth inside. He and Zhao Haixin stood on either side, helping lift Hong Yong upright, holding his shoulders, while Deng Danian squatted to hold his legs. Song Qingling started treating the wound on Hong Yong's back, mainly by using the tip of the knife to carefully lift the damaged flesh. She moved quickly and repeatedly, which was very painful for Hong Yong. After a couple of attempts, Hong Yong woke up in pain, his face twisted in agony, muscles tense, and he started to move. Luckily, enough people held him tightly, so he couldn't cause further harm to himself or interfere with Song Qingling. Soon, the damaged flesh on his back was cleaned away, leaving only fresh, red tissue. The bleeding was light. She sprinkled some medicinal powder given by Zhao Qin on the wound, then handed over the rest of the bandaging to others. She cleaned her dagger and heated it again to remove the damaged tissue from his abdomen. Hong Yong had already fainted from pain, but when she was removing the damaged flesh from his abdomen, the intense pain woke him up again. After about 15 minutes, everything was done. Hong Yong lay on his side on the wooden cart. If nothing else happened in the next 2 hours, he would have survived this ordeal. Song Qingling didn't leave. She sat on the grass mat they had prepared nearby, listening to Zhao Qin and others talk about what happened after the attack on Tuaming Mountain. That night, during the night raid by Dongyi soldiers, they took advantage of the chaos to find a passage into the underground space. One by one, they went down. When only 2 people hadn't gone down yet, someone broke in, 1 man and 1 woman. The woman saw what they were doing and threatened to run away with them, or she would scream. Since the situation was urgent, they allowed her and the man to follow into the underground space to find an exit. They found an exit, but the battle outside was fierce, making it unsafe to go out that way. They had to use another exit instead. Fortunately, the entrance near the soldiers' camp was in better condition. They killed some Eastern barbarian soldiers, seized a few horses, and were about to ride away to escape. Suddenly, enemies ambushed them from the nearby bushes and launched an attack. Originally, Hong Yong wouldn't have been hurt, but the woman who was escaping with them pushed him from behind to avoid harm, giving the enemy a chance. As a result, he was injured multiple times. When they mentioned the woman, they felt deep regret and anger, wishing she were here so they could punish her severely. "You said that man and woman. The man only has 1 eye?" Song Qingling guessed. Zhao Qin's eyes filled with hatred as he pointed to his eye. Yes, he was hurt in that eye. He was with that woman, whose name seems to be you. Song Qingling was sure now that the man and woman were Lin Kong and Chun Yu. What about them? Humph. While we were killing Eastern barbarian soldiers, Hongo was badly injured, and the woman took the man and rode away. Song Qingling was speechless. Later, they rode horses along mountain paths, galloping southward. They initially planned to go to Longzhou to treat Hongyong, but when they neared Yuanyang County, they found traces of the Eastern barbarian army. Reluctantly, they continued south. "Zhou Wu, thank you." Each of Zhao Qin's brave men had tears in their eyes as they sincerely thanked her. Meng Xiaotian didn't speak, but his grateful feelings showed on his face. They all silently agreed not to ask how Song Qingling had come here. 2 hours later, Hong Yong's condition stabilized. His body was no longer feverish, and his wounds stopped bleeding. Zhao Qin and the others were overjoyed. As the lively atmosphere grew more cheerful, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived. They all wore belts with swords, their eyes sharp. The leader took out a black wooden token and showed it, saying, "We're the soldiers of Yuanyang County government. We have orders to conscript men for military service. Quickly come with us to fight bandits." Song Qingling examined the group. There were 5 men, all with official-made swords bearing special patterns, and the wooden token was similar. Where did they come from? In the past few days, because of her leg injury, she had slowed down. But compared to the wealthy convoy led by Yu Fu behind her, they were not much faster. Did they catch up so quickly, or was someone pretending to be official soldiers to plan something? Conscription? Zhao Qin and the others were stunned. The leader coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Move faster." A stern voice came from behind. "Hurry up, or the swords and knives won't have eyes." Someone gradually emerged from the bushes. Seeing that they were all men from Baichao village, even the elderly like Wu Zhuofeng, 5 men with belts and swords were urging them to move forward. The leader standing in front of Song Qingling angrily drew his sword and raised it, shouting, "Still not moving? Do you all want to die?" Confused, Zhao Qin and the others exchanged glances and decided to act accordingly. "Official, my brother is seriously ill and can't move. Let me stay and take care of him," Zhao Hai said politely with a smile. "No, everyone must go fight the bandits." Seeing they hesitated, the leader approached the cart with his sword, intending to hurt someone. Meng Xiaotian prepared to draw his sword to step forward, but Zhao Qin stopped him in time. The passing soldiers saw these people. If anything happened to these 5 soldiers, they would be investigated later. Zhao Qin stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Sir, we will go." There was no need to argue. They could find a chance later to cover for one person to slip away. Thus, they were taken by the soldiers to the bandit camp. On the way, the soldiers straightforwardly warned them that after the battle began, anyone who dared to run away would be executed along with their family and friends if they had any connections. They also encountered other groups forcibly conscripted, all looking pale and anxious, as if they had lost loved ones. Several miles away, a long line of people waited in the shadows under the trees. They were wealthy families with carts transporting goods. These people looked forward anxiously, glancing back nervously as if a ghost lurked in the dark, ready to attack and take their lives. Among them, the Yu family had the best location, protected by layers of soldiers. Yu Yingjie, the eldest son of the Yu family, sat on a fine wooden chair. Two beautiful young maids stood beside him, fanning him with palm leaf fans. Yu Yingjie's head was leaning back, and a sharp-eyed attendant quickly brought a cushion to support him. Once placed, the cushion was properly arranged, and his head rested comfortably. Why isn't it over yet? Why are those refugees so useless? Yu Yingjie said impatiently. His trusted aide bowed respectfully and replied, Master, we received news earlier that there are over 200 men among the refugees, while the bandits only have about 100. Plus, 30 soldiers have been sent over. We should be able to handle the bandits easily. We just need to wait a little longer before setting out. It would be better if it were like this. Eastie soldiers, they stick like dog plasters, attaching themselves here and there, very annoying. The soldiers sent by Qingzi County to help haven't arrived yet. I used to think Lord Wei was clever, but now I see he's as stupid as a pig. His laziness and negligence in these matters make things difficult for me. What use is he? King Huainan and General Jinan have already led their troops to Yuanyang, and they fought the East soldiers like lost dogs, causing them to run everywhere. If it weren't for those troublesome enemies behind, I would have run much farther and gone through a lot of trouble to reach Qingzi. When I return to Yuanyang after taking a detour from Qingzi and meet with the prince, I will tell him clearly how poorly Wei Guangxin handled things. My close aide carefully agrees and speaks kindly to him. Only then does Yu Yingjie's face look a bit better. A few days ago, 2 urgent letters arrived one after the other in Yu Yingjie's hands. One was from Yuanyang County Town, saying that 3 days after the night raid, General Jinan launched a surprise attack on the East Army, catching them off guard and retaking the town. After this first victory, Jinan took some soldiers and moved towards Shuzhou to attack. King Huainan personally stayed in Yuanyang. The East Army was defeated and in chaos. At that time, they didn't know the routes around Yuanyang, so some of them fled in panic toward Qingzi County. The other letter was a bit slower to arrive, from Qingzi itself, written by County Magistrate Wei Guangxin. It said he was preparing to welcome refugees, building a refugee camp, and providing porridge for those in need. In recent days, wealthy families started experiencing thefts. At first, they thought it was refugees stealing, but after investigation, they found traces of East soldiers. Those soldiers also had horses, and within a few days, they caught up with them. Soon after learning the truth, a group of East soldiers launched a night raid to loot. Fortunately, the soldiers were alert, so the damage wasn't too bad, and the two sides barely fought to a draw. Since they didn't get what they wanted, the East soldiers escaped with the stolen goods. But unexpectedly, the next night, the East soldiers returned in greater numbers. The scattered soldiers regrouped and launched a furious revenge attack on Yu Yingjie and his group. At that time, Yu Yingjie and the wealthy families were at the front of the line, with refugees behind them serving as a barrier. The soldiers from the government protected them and managed to escape. However, the casualties were heavy. More than 100 guards and servants died. The situation was chaotic and urgent. Yu Yingjie and others of status couldn't take care of the refugees, who had no protection or fighting ability, and several hundred refugees also lost their lives. The surviving refugees desperately chased after Yingjie and the others, but they could only rely on their legs. Where could they outrun a four-hoofed horse? Soon, they were left far behind. Bandit camp. 6 squads of soldiers, each with 5 men, led a group of refugees approaching the bandit camp from different directions, planning to surround and attack. Once in position, the soldiers drew their swords and shouted, "Charge and kill."
Kill them.
The helpless refugees had no choice but to rush out, shouting loudly to boost their morale. Suddenly, the bandits were caught off guard. They didn't understand what was happening. Danger was imminent. Without hesitation, each bandit swung their sword at the rushing refugees. Among the crowd, Song Qingling held a wooden stick and fought half-heartedly. She wasn't foolish. Why should she put in effort to fight and kill for others? She moved through the chaos, entering and leaving various huts. Over time, the bandits must have collected some supplies. She hadn't planned to steal from them initially, but fate was unpredictable. Now, they seemed to be offering their goods willingly. She thought, no way am I passing this up. She checked several huts, but they were all empty. When the bandits heard the commotion and went out to defend, she didn't find anything useful. It seemed important items were stored somewhere specific. Fortunately, she had scouted the area that night, so she roughly knew the routes and situation. She moved towards the central part of the camp stealthily. On her way forward, she peeked inside each hut by lifting the cloth curtains. Maybe there was something valuable inside. After passing 2 sets of defensive barriers, she lifted a curtain and saw some supplies. There were a few burlap sacks and a couple of handcarts, nothing much. They probably belonged to the bandits' recent acquisitions or plunder, still unorganized. At that moment, 2 suspicious men turned their backs to her, collecting the burlap sacks onto the carts. Really strange. Those refugees have gone mad. They're willing to risk their lives. Even though we're skilled, there are so many of them. It's uncertain if we can win a fight. We should pack up these things and run back to the mountains, hide for a while, and wait for this chaos to pass. They whispered to each other. They were bandits, so focused on collecting loot that they didn't notice Song Qingling approaching from behind. One of the bandits sensed something was wrong, drew a dagger, and turned around. Unfortunately, he was too slow. As he turned, Song Qingling struck him down with a single sword. She quickly moved forward, pressing her big sword against the other bandit's neck before he could react. "Tell me, where did you hide the stolen goods?" The man raised his hands, his eyes darting around wildly, flickering with fear. He opened his mouth to speak, but Song Qingling immediately slashed his shoulder with a knife and then pulled it out. From his appearance, it was clear he wouldn't tell the truth. Since talking nicely didn't work, she decided to get serious. The man cried out in pain, his voice drowned out by the loud fighting outside. His scream seemed insignificant in comparison. He slowly bent over, face down, with a fierce expression from that angle. Quickly, the man reached into his sleeve and pulled out a dagger, stabbing towards Song Qingling. In her eyes, his move looked slow. She remained calm, easily blocking and countering with her sword. After a few exchanges, the man was pushed back repeatedly and injured again, this time in the chest, with a more serious wound. He finally realized Song Qingling was too strong to fight and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "I'll tell you everything. All the stuff at the checkpoints is being moved to the boss's place, too." Before he finished, Song Qingling cut his throat without hesitation, then collected the items and headed toward the hideout of the bandit leader. She avoided the fighting outside, glancing at the chaos, only describing it as terrible. The bandits, despite their fighting skills, were no match for the untrained refugees. The refugees grabbed kitchen knives and cleavers, swinging wildly like children playing house. One by one, the refugees fell under the bloody blades of the bandits. As some died, others immediately rushed forward to take their place, unable to catch a breath. The bandits couldn't stop to rest or gain any advantage. Meanwhile, the guards stood outside the fighting zone, not getting involved. They watched the refugees rush forward, threatening them with swords if they tried to attack. She took a quick look at the guards, then stopped paying attention to them and headed straight for the bandit leader's hideout. After about 15 minutes, Song Qingling finally reached her destination. The hideout looked no different from others outside. There was fighting nearby. She crouched down and tiptoed along the edge of the shelter. As the fighters moved to the other side, she seized the chance to lift the curtain and slip inside. Inside, she sensed a killing intent. A chopping knife came at her, so she tilted her head back to dodge it. At the same time, she swung her sword to fight her opponent. In just a few moves, she defeated him. There were 3 other people in the shelter. Seeing Song Qingling's skill, they exchanged glances and drew their knives to attack her. In the fight, the 3 were slightly stronger. The person who appeared to be the bandit leader was among them. After about 2 minutes, all 3 were dead. She didn't rush to take her things. Instead, she finished off the last opponent first. She was about to strike another person with her knife, slowly lowering her hand. The person closed his eyes and didn't react, but she noticed the sweat on his forehead increasing. He was pretending to be dead. A cold sneer of mockery flashed in her eyes as she deliberately walked around him. After taking a few steps, she saw his clenched fist slowly loosen. Unexpectedly, Song Qingling suddenly turned around, bent slightly, and stabbed the tip of her knife into that person's heart. The pain made the man widen his eyes and open his mouth, making choking sounds. His body curled up like a cooked shrimp. His eyes were full of unwillingness and hatred, but his body was quickly failing. He couldn't do anything. After a few seconds, his eyelids gradually closed, and he lost all signs of life. After finishing the strike, she quickly packed her things. She arrived just in time. The others had almost finished tidying up. The items to be loaded onto the vehicle were already packed, and she directly stored everything into her space, collecting 7 carts in total. Scattered on the ground were over 10 burlap sacks. The tables, chairs, and wooden beds had been taken away. They were wooden and could be burned as firewood later. The bandits had many people, so there was definitely a kitchen at the camp. She went outside to look for it. She found the kitchen, but there were many people there. With so many eyes, it was better not to go into the kitchen. She looked around and focused on the northwest. She put on a black mask, only revealing her eyes, and pretended to hit a stick while weaving through the crowd, moving subtly without being noticed. Not long after she left, at the kitchen side, Wu Yutian and a few others were struggling to pull their livestock out in the chaos, trying to escape. Song Qingling headed in that direction, and Meng Xiaotian happened to be there. Meng Xiaotian's back was turned, but Song Qingling could see him. He couldn't see her. She saw that Meng Xiaotian was fighting carelessly, just trying to protect himself from injury. She ignored him and headed toward the guard in charge of that area. She deliberately circled behind him and shot an iron needle into the back of his neck. The drug took effect, and the guard staggered and couldn't stand steadily. He fell to the ground. He opened his mouth to call for help, but a torn piece of cloth was stuffed into his mouth. Song Qingling dragged him with all her strength, though he was weak and still had his eyes open. The conscious guard moved toward the grass behind. Meng Xiaotian turned around and unexpectedly saw this scene. At first, he was surprised that someone dared to hurt the guard, but after a closer look, he thought the attacker looked somewhat familiar. He recognized her and silently muttered the name Zhou Wu. After recognizing her, he cautiously looked around, his eyes sharp, checking if anyone had noticed. If so, he planned to take advantage of the chaos to deal with them. Song Qingling dragged the soldier to a nearby small grove. As the sun set, the orange-yellow light covered everything, and shadows of trees were cast on the ground. She took a deep breath, squatted down, looked at him, and played with the dagger in her hand. As she turned it, a cold gleam reflected on the blade. "Tell me, who sent you here to fight the bandits?" She removed the cloth gag from the soldier's mouth. The soldier opened his mouth to shout, "Ignorant brat, you dare hurt an official of the court. Bold and reckless. You deserve death." She stuffed the cloth back into his mouth. The dagger spun in her palm, then she grabbed it and stabbed it fiercely into the soldier's stomach, twisting it repeatedly and stirring the flesh inside. "Tell me everything honestly." After a while, she watched the soldier sweat profusely, look pale, and nod desperately for mercy. She pulled out the cloth gag. The dagger was still stuck in his belly. She knew he was a tough opponent. She pressed her lips together, lowered her eyelids, and glanced left and right. Just as he was about to speak, she pushed the cloth gag back into his mouth. Song Qingling expressionlessly pulled out the dagger from his stomach and repeatedly stabbed the wound, making the cuts deeper and more brutal. The clothing around the wound was soaked in blood, the original color unrecognizable, only a bright, glaring red remained, torn apart by the stabbing. The soldier didn't expect Song Qingling to be so alert. When he realized he was about to lie, he was in so much pain that he struggled to breathe, his chest rising and falling, and his eyes became unfocused. One last chance.
Speak.
This time, after the cloth gag was removed from his mouth, the soldier trembled and said, "Yes, sir." He noticed Song Qingling's brow furrow slightly, closed his eyes in fear, and quickly said, "It's the eldest son of County Magistrate Yu. We escaped from Yuanyang City and headed towards Qingzi County. Recently, we received good news. The king of Huainan and the general of Zhennan led troops to retake Yuanyang." She immediately understood the key point and looked a little more serious. "So, there are Eastern barbarians chasing after you?" The soldier nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. The officials sent us to lead refugees to fight the bandits and clear the roads. What else do you know?" She pressed the tip of the dagger against his wound. The wound was already fragile and painful. Even just pressing the blade there without moving caused unbearable pain. Torture. The soldier shook his face with pain and said, "That's all I know. Oh, and I heard that the county magistrate of Qingzi is willing to accept the refugees." Song Qingling looked at him. He didn't seem to be lying. His rank was low, so his information was limited. She quickly ended his life with a single strike, causing him to die without suffering too much. "Come out," she said, looking straight ahead. The person walking out of the grass pile was Meng Xiaotian, who had been standing there watching for any movement. Meng Xiaotian silently carried the body of a soldier from the government army and headed deeper into the woods. Clearly, he was going to deal with the body. Song Qingling watched his distant figure leave, thinking about the current situation. She returned to the bandit camp and saw that the battle was almost over. The ground was full of corpses and blood. Some people were still alive but badly injured, lying there crying or gasping for breath. Others helplessly reached out with trembling, blood-stained hands, begging for help. A large group of soldiers came to clear the bodies on both sides of the road. They roughly carried the corpses away and kicked the ones still alive, making sure the road was not blocked. After a while, the road was mostly clear. The soldiers ran back toward the camp entrance. Along the same line, but at a distance, Song Qingling followed the soldiers toward the camp entrance. A little over a moment later, near the camp entrance, layers of soldiers escorted several luxurious carriages, heavily guarded so not even a fly could get in. Behind the carriages was a long line of wagons and servants walking alongside. As they moved, people on both sides of the road struck bronze gongs, making sharp sounds, while shouting loudly, "Lord Yu, son of the county magistrate of Yu County, leading the cleanup of bandits, everyone else, quickly step back." The shouts echoed over the camp. Refugees outside the camp heard this and burst into joyful tears. They had waited for officials, hoping someone could help and save them. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in happy laughter, temporarily forgetting about their loved ones who might not return from the fight. At the front of the line, the most luxurious carriage had a hand reaching out from inside. The curtain was slightly lifted, revealing a grim face. Yuingjia. He spoke impatiently to his trusted aide outside. "Tell someone to quickly gather the stolen goods from those bandits. Once packed, we leave immediately. And also, tell those lowly refugees to be quiet. If they don't behave, drag them away and execute them." The aide nodded respectfully and hurried off. Song Qingling stood there, watching all the wealthy people go inside. Compared to before, the number of soldiers and guards had decreased by about 1/3. There were fewer horses, carts, and supplies overall. The losses seemed quite heavy. She walked outside the camp to take a look. She didn't see any refugees who had come here with a wealthy convoy, only those who had been here before. After this battle, the number of refugees dropped sharply to about 300, mostly women and children. From the side, she could see that the wealthy convoy led by young Master Yu was being chased and beaten by Eastern soldiers. They were no match for the enemy. From this, she roughly estimated that there were at least 500 Eastern soldiers, and they had horses. She hurried back to where Hong Yong and the others were. Zhao Qin and the others had returned. They were gathered around a wooden cart, and from their conversations, she knew Han Yong had woken up. "Zhou Wu, you're back. Brother Yong is awake," Zhao Hai said happily. There was a blood stain on his cheek, near his beard. When he smiled, it tugged at the wound. He reached up and touched it, saying unhappily, "During the fight earlier, those soldiers from the government looked like turtles hiding in their shells. They didn't move, just told us to go into battle. One soldier saw I was slow and stood outside. Without a word, he drew his sword and tried to cut me. Luckily, I dodged quickly." The others also talked about how those government soldiers pretended to be good but were selfish and ruthless. Hong Yong's smile, which had been greeting Song Qingling, slowly froze. "All right, stop talking. There are ears behind the wall. If they weren't ordered to do this, how could they act so recklessly?" Zhao Hai and the others fell silent. "Zhou Wu, thank you. You saved me again." Hong Yong remembered this kindness deeply and believed he should repay it. After spending some time together, Hong Yong had a rough idea of Song Qingling's personality. He knew she didn't like owing favors and was principled in her actions. Song Qingling had saved him. Now that he was awake, it was time to keep the promise they made earlier. Just as Hong Yong was about to ask Zhao Qin to bring his bag and take out the map hidden inside, he heard Song Qingling say, "Brother Hong, we need to pack up and leave quickly." She briefly explained what she had learned from the soldiers and the current situation of the wealthy convoy. After she finished, Meng Xiaotian happened to return. Zhao Hai and the others asked where he had been, but he only said he had been delayed at the camp. Hong Yong told everyone to hurry and pack up to leave. "Brother Yong, your injury." Zhao Qin was a bit worried. "It's fine. I feel much better now. The fever is gone. This is a dangerous situation. Hurry and pack up. I will check the route." Hong Yong ordered Zhao Qin to get a bag from another cart. Inside, he took out a folded map made of sheepskin, larger than A4 paper, about twice its size. Because he often took it out to look at, the edges were a bit wrinkled. Seeing the map, Song Qingling's heart moved. "Zhou Wu, come take a look." Hong Yong pointed to a mountain at the foot of a peak on the map. "Right now, we are here at Suiyun Mountain." His finger slid along a trail from the foot of Suiyun Mountain, passing around a mountain and stopping at a place with a bridge drawn on the map. "This route isn't the only way to Qingzi County, but it's the best and fastest. We could also go over Suiyun Mountain by a different path, but the terrain is steep and there are cliffs." "I mean, we'll take this route," he said. Song Qingling looked at it and thought he was right. She asked, after crossing the bridge, how much longer until we reach Qingzi County? While speaking, she quickly glanced at other parts of the map. Next to Qingzi County is Rong County, and further on is Xiwan County. Each county marked some towns and mountains, highlighting important places, making the map simple and easy to understand without being cluttered. Hong Yong said, "If everything goes well, we can get there in 2 or 3 days." After a few glances, Song Qingling withdrew her gaze, not wanting others to notice her actions. Once the route was confirmed, Hong Yong handed the map to Song Qingling with both hands, bowing slightly to thank her sincerely. "Thank you for saving me, Zhou Wu." Song Qingling nodded, took the map, looked it over briefly to ensure it was correct, then stored it away. After packing up their things, they immediately set out. Hong Yong insisted on leading the group, guiding them at the front. Song Qingling stayed near the middle of the team. Her leg was still injured, so they let her sit on a cart. She followed because they had a carriage, and since her leg was hurt, traveling with them was much easier for her. Unexpected events could happen later, and if things turned bad, she could leave alone at any time. Currently, the team had 7 horses, with 7 people leading them. They were in a forest with many trees, making riding impossible. Once they reached a small path, they could run and pull the cart, while others would sit in the carriage. The refugees who followed Hong Yong earlier were no longer there. Men went to fight bandits, some died, some were injured. Their families, seeing officials arrive, held hope and stayed at the camp. Finally, they escaped from those followers. Zhao Hai and the others were very happy. "Who?" A sound came from ahead, slowing their pace. Song Qingling looked up. It was the people from Baichao village. The villagers saw the horses' owners making way and, understanding, quickened their pace to give way. The road was clear, so they continued on. People from Baichao village headed towards Song Qingling and the others. The leading Wu Zhuofeng and his group saw her and were a bit surprised. Meng Xiaotian, wait a moment. Meng Xiaotian, who was holding the horse, listened and stopped. Song Qingling quickly shared some information she had learned with Wu Zhuofeng. After she finished, she nodded to him and told Meng Xiaotian he could go ahead. With Wu Zhuofeng leading, Baichao village's team wouldn't be in trouble. She told them that her only goal was to help, and it was a simple matter. That day, Wu Zhuofeng told her about the bandits. They exchanged information, and neither owed the other anything. Thanks for the warning, Wu Zhuofeng said gratefully. As the group moved farther away, the people from Baichao village hurried back to their camp with Wu Zhuofeng to meet up with others. During the recent battle, they were also hurt, but not as badly as other villages. About 10 people were injured, and 1 person died. After this fight, the villagers finally understood why their village chief had insisted on strict daily training. The people from Baichao village quickly gathered and headed to where supplies and guards for livestock were stored. They were glad they had split into 2 groups. The men near the camp, 18 in total, had all participated in fighting the bandits. They dug up the hidden supplies, loaded them onto the animals, and hurriedly set off. Meanwhile, when Song Qingling and her group arrived at the camp, they saw no living people, only a mountain of corpses that had been burned. The piles of bodies crackled in the blazing orange fire. At the edges, some limbs, hands, and heads had not yet been burned, showing that the fire had consumed most of the bodies, leaving some parts untouched. A strange smell filled the air, especially when the wind blew. The heat carried that smell, and after a while, it made them feel sick and nauseous. They paused briefly to look, then covered their noses with their sleeves and hurried away. On a small path, the horsemen mounted their horses and rode for about 15 minutes. They saw a large group of refugees ahead, over 100 people, filling the path. They fell to the back of the line, unable to push through. They had to wait until the refugees stopped to rest, then they would try to move forward. After a while, the Baichao village people caught up and became the last group in line. They didn't know how much longer they would need to walk before passing the refugees. Song Qingling, sitting on a cart, decided to lean against a sack and sleep. When she woke up, she planned to let Meng Xiaotian rest. She couldn't keep riding all the time. She leaned back and fell asleep amid the bumps and jolts. After sleeping for more than an hour, I woke up at midnight. I rubbed my eyes and saw some refugees stopping by the roadside to rest, all exhausted. Song Qingling switched places with Meng Xiaotian so he could rest, while she sat on her horse and continued riding. More refugees stopped to rest along the road after about half an hour. Song Qingling and the 2 groups from Baichao village saw the opportunity, and one group sped up to move ahead while the other followed behind. Among the refugees resting by the roadside, Wu Yutian and a few others were panting and fanning themselves with palm fans. Wu Youtian's mother looked back at a growing group approaching from behind, suddenly stood up in surprise, and stomped her foot happily, saying, "Hey, look over there. It seems to be the village chief and the others. It really is them." Woo, the village chief. A dozen or so survivors ran to the middle of the road, waving their arms and happily shouting "Village Chief" to the people from Baichao village. At a distance ahead of the group, Wu Zhuofeng was sitting on a cart pulled by oxen. Although his eyesight and hearing weren't as sharp, Wu Chang'an, who was driving the oxen, saw them. "Dad, there are Kai and the others over there." Wu Zhuofeng stretched his neck to look. The villagers behind him also heard and pointed ahead, discussing excitedly. Most of them were happy, all from the same village, with some family ties. Seeing that half of the people among them were missing and had nothing on them, Wu Zhuofeng was momentarily stunned, his eyes turning red. He turned away and said sternly to Wu Chang'an, "Ignore them. Let's go our way." Wu Chang'an knew his father's temper and didn't say anything. He nodded to Wu Yukai and the others, signaling them to follow. Wu Yukai and the others understood and happily smiled, making way for the group. Once they passed, they followed at the back of the line. The fastest runners were naturally Song Qingling and her group. Some people from Baichao village walked and were slower, falling behind them by quite a bit, but still faster than the refugees. After about half an hour of running, they were about to catch up with the wealthy group. Hong Yong planned to chase after them all at once, staying close behind the wealthy group, but Song Qingling stopped him. They asked her why, but she didn't say anything. In the end, Hong Yong decided to listen to Song Qingling and kept a moderate distance from the wealthy group. At dawn, the wealthy group stopped. Song Qingling and her group also stopped a few miles away, hiding in a small forest away from the trail. She called 3 others to help her carry large branches filled with leaves to cover their tracks. This was also Song Qingling's request. It left Xiao Hai and the others puzzled. She didn't explain much to them. She knew they wouldn't believe her now, and talking more wouldn't help. After traveling all night, the horses and everyone else were extremely tired. The caravan members took out their remaining water, sharing the limited supply of only 8 water skins. People needed to drink, and the horses also needed water. Since there wasn't enough, each person drank a little, and they gave the horses a small amount. The horses that didn't get enough water became restless and started stomping in place, kicking up a lot of dust, which covered them and made everyone dirty. They didn't blame the horses. Instead, they gently petted and comforted them. Some people stayed to guard their belongings, while others went into the forest to find water and food. Song Qingling gave Hong Yong some medicine to change the dressing. After running for so long, his wound had started bleeding again. Meanwhile, on a small path, a group of about 600 Dongi soldiers rode quickly, raising dust as they came. Except for the leader, who rode alone on a horse, the rest rode 2 people on 1 horse, pulling a wooden cart behind them. They found a dense forest area and stopped to rest. Several scouts went out with some soldiers to explore the surroundings. The man riding alone was the captain of 1,000 soldiers, the highest-ranking officer in this army. Naturally, he had authority over all soldiers and affairs. He dismounted and went to the best spot, where someone quickly set up a chair for him to rest. The captain opened his water skin and drank several big gulps, causing water to splash on his beard. His deep red tongue stuck out to lick away the water droplets. He looked up at the 2 centurions standing respectfully in front of him, his eyes dark and intense. His heavy breath carried a tense, oppressive feeling, like a fierce beast locked onto its target, ready to attack. The captain looked fearless and proud as he opened his mouth to speak in a strange language, giving orders. Chase the remnants of Yuan Yang's forces without letting them escape. Fight fiercely, kill everyone, leave no one alive. Count the kills and reward accordingly. Soon, Longzhou will fall, and we will return to Longzhou to take the head of the Huainan king. Hearing this, the centurions understood that their empire had plans to strike against Bei Kingdom and other enemies. They bowed happily, speaking in the same strange language, offering congratulations. One centurion presented a route map, saying, "This is the route drawn by the Yuanyang people. Following it, we will surely catch up." A few days ago, they captured some people from Yuanyang County, including officials, soldiers, and wealthy families. After harsh interrogation, everyone revealed what they knew. The captain lowered his gaze at the map and sneered, "People from the northern Wing country are just like this. They can't handle a little hardship. A light slap makes their backs and knees seem broken, and they immediately bend over, like dogs begging and wagging their tails on the ground." Ha ha. After a short rest of about 15 minutes, the Dongi army mounted their horses and continued their journey. In the woods, Zhao Qin and the others dispersed to find water, hunt, and look for food. They didn't find water but caught some cicadas, birds, and a few snakes. They cooked and shared what they caught, giving a portion to Song Qingling. She didn't want any, and they didn't insist. After eating and resting for a while, they packed up and set off again. They traveled a bit further and saw villagers from Baichao village resting by the roadside. They didn't exchange much with the villagers. When they reached near the wealthy convoy, they didn't see anyone. The others had already left ahead. Hong Yong and the others hurried on horseback. The Baichao village people didn't rest long and hurried to catch up. Some had livestock, riding or sitting on carts. But Wu Yutian and his group at the back had it harder. Initially, they could sit on others' carts, but after traveling so long, their animals were exhausted and they couldn't let them sit anymore. Wu Yutian and his group could only run on foot to keep up. Wu Yotsai's mother muttered unhappily, "We're all from the same village, but they're so stingy. They won't even let us sit."
They all had some complaints about this.
Yesterday, they found some of their own livestock in the camp, risking their lives during the chaos to take a few. But soon after, the soldiers took them away. They were ordinary people, so they dared not argue with the soldiers. They could only watch helplessly as their livestock was taken. In the afternoon, the wealthy convoy stopped to rest for about 15 minutes. Song Qingling and her group stayed in the woods a little behind them. Every time the convoy stopped, two groups of soldiers searched nearby, wary of ambushes from Dongi soldiers. In the evening, the convoy suddenly had to stop. The horses panicked, whinnying and stamping in place. No matter how they pulled or whipped, the horses refused to move. They reacted strongly and even damaged some of the carts. Yuing Jie and the others were both angry and anxious, but could do nothing. They sent people to repair the carts and lead the horses. Behind them, Song Qingling and her group caught up, noticing what was happening ahead. Their horses also showed signs of agitation and looked very restless. Song Qingling looked around. This area was known for wild animals, and such reactions from the horses meant there might be dangerous creatures nearby. Her expression grew serious. Hong Yong and the others also guessed the same. In this situation, walking through the forest is dangerous, and there is a wealthy group blocking the way ahead. Staying put is not an option, and they are overwhelmed with worry. At the same time, hundreds of miles behind them, the refugee group at the back suddenly hears a thunderous sound of hooves approaching. When they turn around, they are shocked to see the Eastern Tribes' army rushing toward them with great momentum. The refugees are terrified and scream as they scramble into the woods to escape. People push and shove, causing a stampede. The fleeing refugees are like mice crossing the street, which makes the Eastern soldiers laugh loudly. The soldiers deliberately slow down, enjoying the chaos and the stampede that causes some to fall and get hurt. The onlookers see the refugees as weak ants and the soldiers as powerful humans. The soldiers gently wave a stick, making the tightly packed ants scatter in fear, thinking they are escaping quickly, but actually they are still within the soldiers' reach. When most of the refugees have run far enough, the leader, a captain, loudly says, "Don't bother with the common folk. Take everything from the wealthy group, kill them all, and then slowly deal with the commoners." After speaking, the captain rides his horse to the front. The soldiers behind him show signs of excitement for battle. Night falls heavily, and occasional bird calls echo through the forest, making the quiet and empty environment feel eerie and a little frightening. The wealthy convoy ahead still hasn't moved. Song Qingling knows they can't wait any longer. Just as she is telling Hong Yong to abandon their horses and leave, the villagers from Baichao village arrive. They see that Song Qingling and her group are still there and find it strange. Wu Zhuofeng and his two sons step forward politely to ask what is happening. Zhao Qi notices their courteous manners and honestly explains the situation. Wu Zhuofeng and his family look at their animals, which are restless and looking around anxiously. Some of their legs are even trembling. "Then we can't go through this forest." Wu Zhuofeng quickly decides when he learns Song Qingling plans to abandon her horses. "I think it's better if many of us, move forward together, leaving the horses and livestock for those important people. We walk ahead and won't block them at all." Village chief.
Dad.
Hearing that they won't take the animals, the villagers become anxious. Wu Zhuofeng remains calm and firmly says, "Is your life more important, or the animals? If we lose our lives, everything is gone. Quickly pack what's important and take it with you." Hearing this, the villagers, despite their reluctance and sadness, stop arguing and quickly gather their belongings. Behind the group, Wu Yutian and others exchange glances, their eyes flashing with a fleeting, satisfying sense of relief. Today, they were rushing along the road, and their legs nearly gave out. Great news! The villagers are also running out of livestock and becoming just like them. Hong Yong and his group are also packing up. Song Qingling is alone, with only a basket. She had already put away her handcart before meeting Hong Yong and others. On the escape route, losing something is common and doesn't raise suspicion, like how the people of Baichao village are about to abandon their livestock now. She stands quietly to the side, watching the faint outline of the forest ahead, where the wealthy convoy is heading. In her opinion, even with their 3 groups totaling about 100 people and abandoning horses and livestock, the wealthy convoy wouldn't let them pass easily or move ahead. It's clear that Hong Yong and the people of Baichao village still haven't completely given up hope on the imperial court. With no way forward, pursued from behind, and dangerous beasts in the forest, all 3 routes are difficult to travel. First, they need to see if the path ahead is passable. If not, they can only go through the forest. At this moment, if she leaves alone, it would be even more dangerous. If her legs weren't injured, it would be better. It didn't take long for both sides to finish packing up. Everyone forcibly pulled their horses and livestock toward the wealthy convoy, about 20 meters away, but the horses and animals refused to move anymore. The people in the convoy noticed Song Qingling and her group. Hong Yong and Wu Zhuofeng, along with Song Qingling, discussed and decided to send the 2 older men as representatives to negotiate. Time was urgent, so the 2 hurried over. As they approached the convoy, they were stopped by a group of guards and soldiers. They explained their purpose. The guards and soldiers couldn't decide, so they sent someone to report to Yuingjia. It was hot inside the sedan, like a steamer, making it hard to breathe. Yuingjia sat outside on a chair, with several beautiful maidservants fanning him. But the fans only blew hot air, and the horses couldn't settle down, making him irritable and grim-faced like a darkened pot. The soldier, who came to report, understood how to read the mood and hoped not to anger this superior. He nervously explained the situation. Is it possible that a commoner ran so fast? Yuingjia turned his head. He raised a hand, touching his lips, and lifted his eyelids with a cold look, like he was looking at a fool, full of sarcasm. Do I need to be told about such a small matter? His tone suddenly rose sharply, implying disdain. You keep so many useless fools, and you can't even handle such a small task. What use are you then? The dog still knows how to guard the house after eating, but what can you do? You're useless fools. The soldier immediately understood his meaning, bowed respectfully, and sweat dripped down as he retreated. Everyone around Yuingjia was trembling, silent with fear. That soldier quickly moved to the back of the group, pointing ahead, toward the horses and livestock of the people from Hongyong's village. Go, bring all those horses and livestock here. They have been requisitioned. Hong Yong finally understood why Song Qingling had been following behind the wealthy group for the past 2 days, hiding her tracks. If he hadn't listened to her advice, the horses would have already been taken, and they would have had to walk on foot. He looked ahead, his eyes dimming a little, and asked, "Can we go now?" Wu Zhuofeng noticed the soldier's bad attitude and frowned, feeling something was wrong.
No.
No one is allowed to go in front of the officials. Quickly step back. Retreat 10 miles away.
Do not follow closely.
If anyone disobeys, they will be executed on the spot. The soldier drew his sword, expression cold. Get lost quickly. Wu Zhuofeng wanted to say more but held back, silently sighing. They went back and told everyone what had happened. People who were happy earlier were stunned and confused. Just then, a group of soldiers came and forcibly took away the horses and livestock. They thought the matter was settled. Without the animals, they couldn't pass through. Both their money and livestock were gone, and the villagers couldn't bear it. They cried loudly. Suddenly, arrows rained down, piercing into the ground in front of them. Several arrows flew over but were blocked by Song Qingling and others with their swords. The soldiers shot the arrows, urging them to retreat quickly.
Retreat fast.
Run now. People panicked and ran backward. Song Qingling's leg was injured, so she couldn't run as fast. Brothers Zhao Hai and Zhao Qin told her to ride on their backs. She didn't complain and nodded in agreement. Zhao Hai carried her on his back. Zhao Hai was tall and strong, running more steadily than she expected. Meng Xiaotian carried Hong Yong and ran. After about 15 minutes, they were out of sight of the wealthy group. Stop. Stop now. Song Qingling got off Zhao Hai's back and looked at them. This is the situation. We can't go back. We can only move forward. I plan to go into the woods. You all can do as you like. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Yong quickly responded. We're leaving too. The villagers from Baichao village were still shaken, grieving over the loss of their livestock and overwhelmed by disbelief at how the officials had heartlessly abandoned them. Only Wu Zhuofeng was the clearest. He told Song Qingling and Hong Yong, we're leaving too. They decided to leave immediately. As they entered the forest, everyone became very alert. The front of the team was led by Hong Yong and Song Qingling, while the strongest men from Baichao village brought up the rear. Men from the village stood on both sides, protecting women and children in the middle. They moved quickly, walking for about 15 minutes until they reached near the wealthy households. A small path was a few dozen meters to the right. They sped up, passing the wealthy group. Some people from Baichao village breathed a sigh of relief, but looked around nervously, praying silently that no wild animals would appear and that they could pass safely. Around the wealthy households, guards stood at intervals, watching for signs of danger. One sharp-eyed person saw movement in the forest and immediately reported it. An experienced officer gritted his teeth and said, not much noise, but those people are sneaking around. They don't act like soldiers from the east. It's those traitors. They dare to disobey orders and go ahead on their own. If the elders found out, the consequences would be terrible. Just as the officer was about to organize a small group to chase away the villagers, loud screams of fear came from another direction. Wolves are coming. Lots of wolves. The wolf pack is here. Guards, soldiers, come quickly. Howls and shouts filled the air. The guards turned around and saw wolves rushing out of the forest behind them, so many that they couldn't count. The wolves charged forward, baring their teeth and biting, causing panic among the people. Horses and newly gathered livestock were frightened and ran away without being. Those that were tied reared and struggled, shaking the carts violently. Chaos broke out. They had no time to chase after Song Qingling and the others. Instead, they hurried to support the guards in fighting the wolves. The Yu family's guards and soldiers managed to hide inside their sedan chairs. Outside, people fought the wolves, peeking out through the curtains, both scared and curious. Other wealthy families only had guards. Along the way, they lost some animals. With so many wolves and few defenders, it was harder to fight. There were over 60 wolves, mostly confined to the area around the wealthy group. If any accidentally ran into the forest on the other side, where Song Qingling and the others had left, they seemed to sense a deadly threat. They shivered violently once or twice, then quickly ran away. Thanks to the efforts of the guards and soldiers, all the wolves were killed within 15 minutes. However, the team also suffered some losses. Wealthy families checked the number of surviving guards and servants. When leaving the original county, each family had over 30 or 40 guards and more than 40 servants. Now, counting them, there are only about 10 or so guards and servants left each. Servants are ordinary people who often go hungry, eat poorly, and have to travel quickly while serving their masters. If an emergency happens, few can escape alive. The head of the city soldiers counts the survivors, including injured soldiers. There are only about 90 people left. When counting, they realize there are so few. The Yu family still has about 10 guards alive. When leaving the city, there were over 300 city soldiers and more than 60 guards. On the way, many fell ill from lack of water and heat, some were killed by wild animals, and recently, most died in an attack by Eastern barbarian soldiers. After counting, he reports the numbers to Yuingjia. He knows without thinking that his master will be very angry soon. He considers his words and walks. Suddenly, loud, sharp noises come from behind. At that moment, the head of the city soldiers looks very worried and shouts loudly, "Eastern barbarian soldiers are attacking. Quickly hide in the woods." In this situation, running along small paths makes it easy for the enemies to catch up. He runs to Yuingjie and says, "Sir, the horses and the things on the carts probably can't be saved." Yuingjie is about to give instructions when the head of the city soldiers reports the current number of guards and soldiers. Seeing how few there are, Yuingjie visibly panics, but he remains firm and says, "Save as many as you can." The head of the city soldiers feels very worried. He turns around and orders everyone to move quickly. They have many things, but they haven't packed everything yet. The leader is so anxious he almost faints. He ignores the wealthy families and forces the team to leave first. If the horses can't be moved, they leave them behind. They dismantle the carts, and servants push the remaining items. The slowest family just enters the woods when the Eastern barbarian soldiers arrive. They wave torches excitedly, like primitive tribes, shouting loudly. The captain sees many horses and livestock left behind and quickly makes a decision. 2 centurions lead half the people on foot to chase the wealthy families. He stays with the others, slaughtering the animals, roasting meat over fire, and celebrating tonight's victory. In the woods several miles ahead, Song Qingling and her group slow down because, a few minutes earlier, they heard a roar of a tiger in the forest. The sound was quick and short, making it hard to tell exactly where it came from. The fierce beast has a keen sense of smell. Song Qingling believes that being caught is only a matter of time. Before it arrives, she calls Wu Zhuofeng and discusses with Han Yong. She lowers her voice and says, "The big beast is the king of all animals. It is large and powerful. We don't know how many there are here, or if there are other wild animals. Regardless, we must be prepared. If we encounter it later, do not panic. Those who can fight should stay and handle it. Running with just legs won't outrun the beast, and weaker ones should quickly find nearby caves to hide. It's best to mark the way so we don't get lost or confused. Also, when fighting the beast, aim for its weak spots, its eyes and legs. At night, it can't see well in dark places, so try to lure it into those areas." Han Yong and Wu Zhuofeng both agree that her advice makes sense, and they quickly tell their teams. Especially at Baichao village, Wu Zhuofeng repeatedly emphasizes the importance of these instructions. Sure enough, not far away, the sound of a tiger roar suddenly approaches, indicating the animals are very close. Listening carefully, they realize there is more than one tiger. Song Qingling looks to the northwest and shouts, "Run now." As soon as she finishes speaking, Zhao Hai kneels in front of her, with his back facing her. She says sorry for the trouble. Zhao Hai carries her on his back and runs. Usually, Meng Xiaotian carries Han Yong. The others follow closely behind. The night is dark and thick, soaking the forest. The sound of crunching dry leaves grows louder. For large black shadows leap over the bushes from behind, moving quickly. The shadows of trees on the ground are torn into patches of darkness by their figures. Song Qingling, on Zhao Hai's back, glances back twice. She sees 2 tigers with golden fur and black stripes. Their foreheads have a large, prominent mark that looks like a king's character. Even standing still and staring at them, she can feel their powerful presence. Behind these 2, there are 2 smaller tigers. The tigers look at the fleeing people with amber eyes shining with a faint glow. They're familiar with the forest and do not run straight after them. Instead, they take a detour, chasing from the side. As they pass, birds on the trees scatter in panic, chirping loudly. After about 15 minutes of running, the tigers catch up. Everyone follows the plan they discussed earlier. Those less skilled in fighting immediately find caves to hide. Those with some ability stay behind to deal with the tigers. Han Yong is forced to stay under a safe tree. Song Qingling wants to shoot from the trees. She takes out a 3-claw iron hook, throws it upward to catch the tree trunk, and climbs up using the rope. Meng Xiaotian also finds a tree from another angle and climbs up. 2 people are shooting arrows, providing cover for those facing the tiger below, while also looking for an opportunity to shoot and kill the tiger. Howl. 4 tigers stand back to back, facing all directions. People hold weapons, standing a few meters away. It's their first time facing so many tigers. Everyone's heart pounds, their hands trembling with fear. Some people's fear shows on their faces. The tigers seem to sense everything, lifting their paws and lunging at the people. A fierce battle is about to begin. The people in close combat see the tigers rushing toward them. They step back to widen the fighting space. They form groups, attacking the 4 tigers from different sides. In the trees, Song Qingling shoots 2 arrows in quick succession. One arrow grazes a tiger's arm. The tiger, noticing another arrow coming, raises a paw, spreading its claws, and swipes at the arrow. With a buzzing sound, the arrow is knocked away and lands on a tree a few meters away. Song Qingling then aims carefully to provide cover and shoot again. She focuses on the 2 large tigers. She can tell the smaller tiger is their cub. As long as the big ones are too injured to fight, the cubs will naturally fall apart. The big tigers, having lived many years, are not fools. They react quickly. Every time they are about to cause serious harm to the people, annoying arrows come flying, injuring them a little. They no longer rush to fight the close-range fighters. Instead, they stop and stare intently at Song Qingling in the tree, their amber eyes flickering with dangerous hunting intent. 2 big tigers, one on each side, leap swiftly towards Song Qingling. Their paws crush the dry leaves, turning them into dust instantly. Because of their movements, the people have to dodge. If they don't, a single paw could knock 2 people flying. Song Qingling notices their plan early. She swings 3-pronged iron hooks in her hands. She had observed beforehand that the area on her right was darker, so she hooks onto a nearby tree a few meters away and swings over using the rope. Meng Xiaoyan sees this and quickly fires several arrows at the 2 tigers to distract them. Meanwhile, those who had just dodged are now chasing after the tigers, realizing that the tigers intend to hurt Song Qingling. During this process, Song Qingling kept using her 3-clawed iron hook to hang onto trees and change positions. Meng Xiaoyan stepped on the tree trunk and leaped from one tree to another. The 4 tigers were led to a darker area, which affected their eyesight. People didn't aim to kill them, but tried to defend themselves and hold them back as much as possible to give those hiding more time to escape. If they wanted to kill the tigers, they had many people, so it was not impossible. However, doing so would likely cause injuries to both sides and wasn't worth it. Meanwhile, the villagers from Baichao village split into small groups to search for hiding caves. After searching for a while, one group saw something different ahead in the dim light. As they approached, they found an entrance wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side. Inside was very dark and unclear. They picked up a stone from the ground and threw it inside. After hearing only the sound of the stone hitting the ground, they saw no other noise and then carried torches to go in. The inside was very smelly. Several people covered their noses with their hands and looked around. This was a cave about 50 square meters in size, with dry grass scattered on the ground, along with animal droppings and fur. This grass is covered in dust, so it hasn't been stepped on for a long time. The place is quite large, enough for us to hide. Yes, once we go in, we can block the entrance with stones. The tigers definitely won't be able to get in. They were very happy, marked the location, and ran back to inform others to come over. In the forest, the wealthy group hurriedly fled. The front runners were still the Yu family members, arranged by status. Usually they traveled in sedan chairs, but now they were running on rough mountain paths and kept tripping. Their servants had an even harder time, pushing heavy carts. If they accidentally dropped something, they would face scolding, and afterward they might be beaten or starved. Because they had many belongings and couldn't run fast, the people at the back of the group were caught up by the Dongi soldiers, who began killing and looting. The screams of panic and fear, the cries of pain, and the soldiers' wild, triumphant laughter shattered the quiet of the night in the forest. Hearing the commotion behind, the people in front felt anxious and worried that the soldiers would catch up soon. Under the constant persuasion of the military leaders, Yuangjie finally changed his mind and decided to abandon some valuable items to slow down the soldiers. If they didn't do this, they would have no way out and would only face death. Without a carriage for transportation, they could only rely on their legs to run. However, having lived a privileged life, the young lady of a wealthy family, who never touched spring water with her fingers, couldn't endure such hardship. She couldn't run for long without getting tired. She either twisted her ankle or hit a stone, scraping her skin and crying out in pain. Even Yu Ingjia was the same. He had run quickly earlier and didn't watch his step carefully. He stepped on a stone, twisted his ankle, and fell hard, unable to stand. He tilted toward the lower ground, and his lower leg hit a sharp piece of wood. The wood pierced into his flesh, causing such pain that he fainted on the spot. The situation was very serious. The leader of the soldiers knew that if they stayed any longer, they would definitely be caught. He ordered a few men to break away and look for a hiding place ahead. Hiding and avoiding the East barbarian soldiers gave them a small chance to survive. He warned the men, "There are tiger roars ahead, but we don't know exactly where. Be careful." Fortunately, after running a few miles, they found a cave. The guards who discovered it ran back to report the news. When the leader of the soldiers heard this, he quickly made a plan. Some people carried the injured master ahead, following the guide to the cave, then returned to bring more people. The servants pushed a cart, carrying as much as they could. In the end, he led some men to stay behind and cover their tracks, also distracting the East barbarian soldiers. After giving the orders, everyone split up. The wealthier families at the front followed along, leaving their guards to be commanded by the soldier leader. It wasn't because they were generous. If they didn't stay, how could they escape to the cave together? They left behind valuable items and the rear part of the team, which tripped the East barbarian soldiers temporarily. The soldiers hadn't caught up yet, so the leader and his men moved quickly. They cleaned up the traces along the way and ran back and forth in another direction, deliberately leaving footprints to create false signs of passage. When everything was nearly ready, some East barbarian soldiers caught up. The soldier leader and his men quietly left, heading toward the cave. After getting away from the soldiers, they sped up their run. Not long after, a series of powerful tiger roars echoed from near the cave, causing everyone to change color with fear. The East barbarian soldiers also heard the tiger roars and looked terrified. Their homeland was small, and there were few big beasts. They had never seen such fierce creatures, but had heard how powerful they were, and they were terrified. After a fierce fight, all 4 tigers were injured to varying degrees. 2 of the older tigers were hurt the most. Song Qingling shot one of the mother tigers in one eye with an arrow, and 3 arrows struck the leg of a male tiger. Because of this, the tiger became very angry and unleashed a huge amount of destructive power. Those fighting close to it were injured. The battle was very intense. The people from Baichao village who found the cave returned, carrying severely injured patients on their backs. They led the way, while those fighting near the tiger held it back, slowly moving forward to catch up. Song Qingling continued shooting arrows from the tree. The wooden arrows they had recently sharpened finally came into use. Wooden arrows are not as powerful as iron arrows, and they had used up all the visible arrows. Meng Xiaotian had already gone down to fight the tiger with his sword while collecting arrowheads to give to Song Qingling. Several injured people were there. With fewer people, the tiger had an easier time attacking. Hong Yong, who was injured, and a few men returning from searching for the cave insisted on joining the fight. They kept pushing the tiger forward toward the cave. The whole process took over 3/4 of an hour. Hong Yong and the others were exhausted. Song Qingling was a little better. She secretly drank some energy water to restore her strength, but her injured leg was still bothering her, and she was bleeding again. When they reached near the cave, the people from Baichao village heard sounds of movement ahead and stopped. Wu Shuofeng looked at them with his eyes, asking what was going on. They shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Wu Shuofeng placed his index finger over his lips, signaling them to stay quiet, then gestured to his 2 sons. The 3 of them tiptoed over to check. After walking a while, they hid behind a large rock and saw the head of the military officers leading some people in carrying large stones into the cave, apparently trying to block the entrance. Wu Chongping and Wu Chong'an were worried. If the cave was taken, where could their people hide? Wu Zhuofeng tugged on his 2 sons' sleeves, signaling them to go back. They initially wanted to ask the officials for a way to survive and hide inside the cave, but seeing their father's expression, It seemed he didn't want to get involved with the officials. The head of the soldiers urged his men to quickly cover the surrounding traces, move enough large stones into the cave, and then from inside, block the entrance with stones. Once blocked, it was hard to tell there was another passage inside. Wu Zhuofeng and the others only dared to speak quietly after they had walked far away. "We can't let the soldiers know we're nearby," Wu Zhuofeng said firmly. In the past, the villagers wouldn't understand why, but after being shot at by the soldiers recently, they realized they couldn't rely on the soldiers. "What should we do now?" Wu Zhuofeng frowned and said, "Let's go back first and tell everyone the news." The people fighting the tiger, including Song Qingling, thought they would finish quickly and hid inside a cave. Unexpectedly, they saw the villagers from Baichao village returning, which made everyone feel uneasy. The villagers from Baichao village explained that they had taken over the cave from the soldiers. After hearing the truth, everyone was very shocked. They didn't expect such a problem to happen suddenly. Song Qingling remained calm. She shot sharp arrows at the tiger while thinking of a plan. The wealthy team ran into the woods and hid, probably facing a tough problem: either wild animals or enemy soldiers from the Dongi army. They had only two choices: either kill the tiger quickly or keep delaying, letting Baichao village people keep searching for a safe place. The others were also thinking about this problem. They were exhausted, and the tiger seemed to last longer than they could. Just when everyone was feeling stuck, a group from Baichao village ran from another direction, cheerfully shouting, "We found it! We found it!" Wu Zhuofeng, who was injured and supported by others, asked, "Zhuangzi, how far is it?" Zhuangzi was a young boy, thin and dark-skinned.
About 4 miles away, I guess. Great. Great.
Wu Zhuofeng sighed in relief. "Zhuangzi, lead the way." This was good news, and everyone gathered their spirits to continue fighting the tiger and dragging it away. A little over a quarter of an hour later, several tigers, frustrated and desperate, started to give up. They ignored the weapons and attacks, rushing forward. One tiger swung its paw, knocking people and weapons flying, clearly trying to end the fight quickly. This was dangerous for both sides. Even Song Qingling on the tree was affected. The tigers charged wildly, shaking the tree violently, causing leaves to fly. One tiger raised its paw to grab her, but she narrowly escaped. After stumbling along, they finally reached near the hiding spot Zhuangzi had mentioned. Song Qingling, standing on a high place, took a quick look. It was a cave big enough for one person to enter, with faint light inside. Outside, weeds grew wildly. Wu Zhuofeng and Wu Chongping, father and son, ordered villagers to first carry the injured and the dead into the cave. Only they and the fighters remained outside. They called out to the others to come quickly. The fighters wisely let the most injured retreat first. Once they left, the number of people dropped sharply, and the tigers became even more dangerous. In the tree, Song Qingling shot several arrows. Her bowstring was so hot she almost burned her fingers. One arrow hit a tiger that was blind in one eye. Now, the mother tiger's eyes are blind, and she can't see anything. The whole world is dark. This feeling makes her scared. She stops attacking people, lets out a loud roar, and uses her paw to touch her eyes. The father tiger and the little tiger hear the mother tiger's worried roar and focus on her. Taking this chance, Song Qingling jumps down from the tree. She wants to run, but Meng Xiaotian runs over and squats in front of her. Sorry for the trouble. People use all their strength to run toward the cave entrance. Wu Zhuofeng and his son push each one inside. Hong Yong and Zhao Qin run at the back. Two little tigers chase after them quickly, getting closer and closer, trying to reach out with their claws to grab their backs. Wu Chang'an stands at the cave entrance and reaches out his hand. "Quick, hold my hand. Brother Yong, you go in first." Zhao Qin pushes Hong Yong's back hard and pulls his brother's arm forward, urging them to run ahead of him. Seeing Hong Yong and his brother go inside, Zhao Qin shouts to Wu Chang'an, "Hurry, go in too." At this moment, a tiger paw is about to reach Zhao Qin's back. Its claws, shining with a faint glow, catch a few of his hairs. The hairs break and fall. The claws slide down as he stretches one foot into the cave and bends down, brushing past his clothes. The claws catch on his torn clothes, leaving a few blood marks on his back. He rolls inside, tearing his clothes and shaking off the tiger claws.
Bang!
The cave shakes violently, and some stones and dirt fall from above. The little tiger, unable to stop in time, crashes into the mountain. Roar! It lets out a painful and angry cry. After a while, they try to crawl into the cave, but their large bodies only allow one paw to reach inside. The tiger paw inside the cave keeps scratching, making a creaking sound. This sound is one of the most unbearable to Song Qingling, like nails scratching a blackboard. She gets goosebumps all over. For now, they are safe. She leans her back against the mountain wall and slowly sits down, looking around. This is a spacious mountain cave. Even with so many people inside, it doesn't feel crowded. Scattered around are rocks of different sizes. The ceiling is covered with strange stones, some pointed, some round. After a big disaster, everyone looks exhausted, sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. Wu Zhuofeng and his son don't sit down to rest. They take out medicines from their families to treat the injured. Their village people are experienced with herbs and medicine shops, so they are skilled at cleaning wounds. They give each injured person a pill to take internally and apply medicine on the outside. Received the pills assigned to her. Song Qingling checked them carefully, then took one. She tore off the cloth on her leg to let the wound breathe. There was blood at the hem of her pants, but since there were many people and she couldn't change, she just wore them as they were. After a while, the small tiger trying to enter was called away by the male tiger's roar. Wu Chongping went to the cave entrance to look and then came back to report happily they have gone. People didn't dare to let their guard down and kept watch for any movement outside, especially those who were uninjured. After all the fuss, Song Qingling was tired and sleepy. She sat leaning against the earthen wall, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The 4 tigers that left had sensed someone nearby and mistakenly thought it was Song Qingling and her group. Filled with hatred and anger, they ran back. Some soldiers from the Dongi country, searching for wealthy families in the forest, saw the 4 large beasts suddenly appear. They were so scared they screamed and turned to run, heading in the direction where the captain was waiting. During the first half of the night, some people stayed awake to guard the cave, while others rested and slept. However, some families couldn't sleep because they had lost loved ones. They quietly mourned while watching over their relatives' bodies. In a quiet corner of the cave, Wu Yotsai's family, who were sleeping at the innermost side, quietly nudged each other, exchanged glances, and then got up silently. They told the guards they needed to go outside to use the restroom. The cave entrance was blocked by a large stone, but Wu Yukai and his family pleaded softly and cried as they explained. Since they all came from the same village and had lost several family members, the guards felt pity and helped move the large stone, allowing them to leave the cave. Away from the cave, Wu Yukai rubbed his hands nervously and whispered, "Earlier, I saw many villagers drop their bags while fleeing. Our family has nothing now. We should go pick them up, and it will be easier to walk the road ahead." Not long ago, Wu Yotsai's family joined a group led by Shuangzi and found the cave. They were afraid of encountering tigers on the way back, so they stayed behind, claiming they would guard the cave. At that time, only their family was inside and they started to think. It was Wu Yukai who first said he saw many villagers from their village drop their bags while fleeing. Once he mentioned this, everyone in his family decided to go pick up the bags, believing they belonged to them. In recent days, they had been eating rice borrowed from villagers, but they were never full. "Big brother, will we encounter a big tiger?" Wu Yukai asked nervously, shrinking his neck and looking around fearfully. "All the big bugs have run away. Let's hurry to find them and bring them back. We have food to give to your father, 3rd brother, and my grandson as offerings." "My poor son and grandson." Their mother covered her chest and cried sadly. During the bandit suppression war, their father Wu Yugue and Wu Yotsai's 16-year-old eldest son died. They didn't even get a chance to see the bodies. Talking about their lost loved ones, they felt very sad and quickened their steps. They were collecting their belongings in the forest. Some had clothes, some had dried herbs, and some had a little food. Better a little than nothing. They were so focused on gathering that they didn't notice danger approaching. A group of Dongi soldiers surrounded their family. They were so scared they dropped everything they had. "Do you know where the Yu family is hiding?" the soldier asked in the northern dialect. Ugh. The children trembled and cried from fear. The adults, Wu Yukai and others, were also in bad shape, almost unable to stand. The soldiers didn't have much patience. One soldier stabbed Wu Yutian nearby.
Speak.
"Where are the Yu family?" the soldier demanded. The knife pierced Wu Yotian's chest, blood flowing out. He fell to the ground, no longer breathing.
Son, Yutian.
"Husband." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law crouched down and cried. The children sat down suddenly, their pants wet with tears. I don't know anything about the Yu family." Wu Guang saw the soldier raise his knife toward himself. His eyes widened, and he suddenly remembered something. "Are you talking about those soldiers from the government army?" he asked. Yes, that's them." Wu Yukai, sweating all over, dared not look directly at the soldiers. His eyes darted around, not knowing where the Yu family was. In the cave, while the injured were being treated, he had heard villagers say that government soldiers had taken over the cave. But he wasn't there at the time and didn't know the exact location. Seeing his hesitation and inability to explain, the soldiers pointed their knives at the women and children. "If you don't tell us, I will kill them," they threatened. "Please, no, I will tell you everything." Wu Yukai said everything he knew. "So it was your fellow villagers who know. Let us there quickly." The soldiers exchanged a glance, then grabbed the women and children, tying them up with ropes. They searched through the belongings and took everything.
Wu Yukai didn't dare resist.
He shrank back and pointed in one direction. "Over there, in the cave." Song Qingling suddenly woke up, feeling strangely restless. She looked around. The cave was lit by torches, providing enough light. Everyone except the night guards was asleep. She got up and walked to the entrance. The large stone blocking the entrance was still in place, a barrier she had suggested. The guards were from Baichao village, and it was now Zhao Qin's turn to watch. She asked, "Has anyone gone out?" They only remembered this after she asked. 15 minutes ago, Tian and the others went out, and they haven't come back yet. When Song Qingling heard the name Tian, she frowned and immediately went into the cave, waking up Wu Zhuofeng and Hong Yong to tell them what she knew. Although she hadn't interacted much with people from Baichao village, she was good at judging character. She knew Wu Tian's family was troublemakers. She thought they might have been killed by bandits, died in the chaos, or been with the refugees. Tonight, with so many people and things happening, she hadn't paid attention to that family. Clearly, Wu Zhuofeng also knew what kind of people Wu Tian's family was. After learning this, he immediately stood up and assured Song Qingling and Hong Yong, "This won't involve you. If there are any consequences, we will take responsibility." Wu Zhuofeng gathered more than 20 skilled villagers and hurried out. Hong Yong exchanged a glance with Song Qingling and followed silently. They weren't trying to interfere but wanted to stay aware of the situation so they could escape if things went wrong. Not far behind Wu Zhuofeng and the others, they suddenly saw them hide in the grass on both sides of the road. Song Qingling and Hong Yong also hid. After a moment, they heard a humble, pleading voice. "Official, it's just ahead. Don't try any tricks." Someone replied, "I dare not." When Song Qingling heard that familiar tone, she realized Wu Yukai had brought soldiers from the Dongi. She slightly peeked to see how many there were. Luckily, it was a small team, 12 Dongi soldiers. Hiding in the dark, Wu Zhuofeng and the others waited until the soldiers passed, then suddenly appeared and surrounded the soldiers, launching a fierce attack. Village Chief Wu Yukai and his men, seeing Wu Zhuofeng and others like divine warriors, were so excited they cried and ran to the side, crying. Wu Zhuofeng and the others fought alongside, engaging the soldiers. The battle lasted over 15 minutes. In the end, Wu Zhuofeng's side won, but everyone was injured, some more than others. Wu Zhuofeng's arm was injured again, and he swayed slightly, struggling to stand steadily. Father. Wu Chang'an hurriedly helped Wu Zhuofeng. Village chief, how are you feeling? Village chief, come. I'll carry you. Everyone coming out was concerned about Wu Zhuofeng. Wu Yukai and a few others huddled aside, knowing they had done wrong and dared not speak. Wu Chongping and others saw this and felt very sad. Wu Zhuofeng, supported by others, was weakly gasping for air. He looked coldly at Wu Yukai and the others. How many soldiers did you bring? None, only these few. They're looking for the Yu family. Village chief, we didn't. Wu Yukai tried to explain his difficulty, but Wu Zhuofeng didn't give him a chance. Silence. Wu Zhuofeng's face was full of disappointment, and he said firmly, from now on, Wu Yukai and your family will have nothing to do with Baichao village. If you dare to cause trouble again, it will be a fight to the death. No mercy. When he said this, the people of Baichao village looked at him in shock. They knew that the village chief was usually gentle and rarely lost his temper. To speak such harsh words today was the first time. Hong Yong, hiding in the dark, was stunned by Wu Zhuofeng's boldness. Song Qingling watched quietly, her heart already decided. She could see that Wu Zhuofeng intentionally wanted to cut ties with Wu Youcai's family, but they had lived in the same village for a long time. Some relationships couldn't be broken instantly. Often, such tangled relationships caused unnecessary trouble. Song Qingling gave Hong Yong a look, and the two quietly left. She didn't return to the cave, but went to the other side. Hong Yong understood. She had something to say, and silently followed her. They reached a remote place. Song Qingling said, later, I will pack my things and leave the cave. She didn't need to report her whereabouts to anyone. She said this to make her stance clear to Hong Yong. From their interaction, she knew Hong Yong was smart and could understand her hidden meaning. Hong Yong understood her intention. She was saying I, not we. He also had this idea. He thought it was best to leave as soon as possible. Seeing that Song Qingling didn't want to stay with them, he smiled slightly.
Okay.
She turned and walked ahead, thinking that dealing with smart people was easier and less troublesome. When they returned near the cave, they saw Wu Yukai and others guarding outside. They pretended not to see and went straight into the cave. As soon as they entered, they heard Wu Zhuofeng's angry voice filled with disappointment. In the past, in the village, they caused some chaos, but it wasn't serious. But tonight is different. They knew there was danger outside, and still ran out. When they met the Dongi soldiers, they told everything, and even led people here. If we hadn't discovered it in time, many lives in the cave would have been lost, all because of them and the people of Baichao village. The villagers, who had wanted to plead for Wu Youcai's family, immediately fell silent. Yes, if they hadn't found out in time, the whole village could have been wiped out and innocent outsiders caught in the danger. Seeing Song Qingling and Hong Yong come in, Wu Zhuofeng, sitting on a mat, insisted on standing up. But his body was hurt badly, and after trying twice, he couldn't get up. His two sons helped him to his feet. He looked guilty and said, I'm sorry for troubling you and causing you worry. Chongping, go get the things on the mat for them. Next to him on the mat was a small, bulging bag, their own. Wu Chongping picked up the bag and handed it over with both hands. What's inside? Hong Yong asked. There are some medicines inside. Take them and use them. Be careful on the bumpy road, Wu Zhuofeng said with a slight smile, his wrinkles easing. He had already guessed that these two people were leaving, and he felt both guilty and regretful. In such a situation, the value of medicine was obvious. Hong Yong hesitated, feeling embarrassed to accept. Song Qingling remained silent. Finally, Wu Zhuofeng pushed the bag into Hong Yong's hands several times. Seeing the other person injured and standing so long, Hong Yong first expressed thanks and then accepted the medicines. He divided the medicines in half and gave them to Song Qingling. She took them and then turned to leave, carrying her basket. With a leg injury, refusing the medicine would seem suspicious. Once she left, Hong Yong and the others packed up their things and departed. Everyone in Baichao village watched them go with reluctance, but felt helpless. They sighed inwardly, and Wu Zhuofeng mustered his strength to say, Rest a bit longer, then we set out tonight. Song Qingling and the others planned to return to the small path, but walking deep into the forest was easy to get lost or stray. They didn't know that the wealthy convoy had already gone ahead of them. More than an hour earlier, Yuingjie, who had been treated, woke up. The pain and the rough environment overwhelmed him, and he became frantic, insisting on leaving the cave. His outburst prompted the madam and other ladies of the Yu family to agree. They couldn't stand staying in such a dirty, scary, enclosed cave either. The leader of the soldiers tried to persuade politely, but it was useless. Instead, Yuingjie threatened him with the lives of his family members, forcing him to think of a way quickly. Helpless, the leader of the soldiers could only take a small elite team to investigate the situation of the Eastern barbarian soldiers. They had just heard the roar of a tiger and headed toward a small path. There were valuable items like horses and livestock near the small path. If the Eastern soldiers couldn't find them, they might be stationed nearby. The leader of the soldiers moved carefully along the small path. Halfway, he saw many dead soldiers on the ground, some with their heads or limbs cut off, their bodies in terrible condition, obvious signs of a fierce beast attack. As they got closer to the small path, more bodies appeared along the way. The leader thought that if the beast had finished off those soldiers, it would be good. When they arrived, there was no one alive. The livestock was gone. Only human corpses remained. There were fewer wolf carcasses, which the leader guessed had been taken by the Eastern soldiers. The soldiers had been attacked by a large beast and had fled to an unknown place to hide. As long as the Eastern soldiers weren't ahead on the small path or in the woods, the leader took his men to scout ahead. They searched, but found no trace of the soldiers moving forward. They quickly returned and, under cover of darkness, led the wealthy family's group to set out. About 10 miles away, in the woods, there was a fire. The Eastern army was stationed there. At that time, a captain ordered people to deal with the wolf carcasses, roasting them over the fire. After cooking, they ate the meat and drank heavily. Suddenly, a roar of a tiger frightened them. They hurried to pack up and leave, trying to deal with the tiger as they retreated. 2 injured big tigers took a quarter of an hour to be defeated by their combined efforts. The little tiger saw its close relatives killed and went mad, chasing after them wildly, killing fiercely with great destructive power. The captain led some people to retreat first, leaving others to handle the tigers. After running more than 10 miles, they finally killed the 2 little tigers. Because of this, the Eastern soldiers lost more than 20 men, some injured, and over 100 horses scattered. The captain blamed the wealthy family's group for the disaster, thinking the tigers had suddenly attacked and were injured, mistakenly believing they had secretly caused trouble and set a trap. The Eastern people were known for their grudges. The captain was furious, grabbed a jar of wine, stood up, drank a few big gulps, then slammed the wine onto the cart in front of him, shouting angrily. He issued an order. Tonight, go out to look for horses and people. If we can't find them, we will follow the small path toward Qingzi County and pursue them in the afternoon tomorrow. Without the horse, Song Qingling moved more slowly. But she felt freer traveling alone. When she was with Hong Yong and others, they had no water to drink, but she kept some in her space. She had to pretend to be thirsty like everyone else, hiding her own supply. During those days, only when she was extremely thirsty did she secretly drink a little when she went outside to use the toilet. She didn't dare drink too much because her lips and mouth would show signs of dehydration. Because of this, her lips cracked like dry land, just like Hong Yong's group. Now, she was alone, so she could drink as much as she wanted. When hungry, she took out a small cake called Awawatu and ate it. The Eastern Army followed very closely. Knowing she was moving slowly, she took extra time to travel and shorten her rest periods. Meanwhile, without a map, Hong Yong relied on his strong memory and experience to lead the group toward Qingzi. 2 days later, Song Qingling arrived near a large bridge. She remembered Hong Yong saying there was a big river nearby, so she decided to check if there was water before crossing the bridge. The river was called Xiangxi River, and it took about an hour to walk there. The good news was that the water hadn't dried up. The bad news was she encountered people. She didn't meet just anyone but a wealthy family's group. The river still had water, but only in certain good spots, which the wealthy group occupied. Hidden in the bushes, Song Qingling observed that they were packing up quickly, probably about to leave. A little over a quarter of an hour later, the wealthy group hurriedly left. After they were gone, she waited carefully for a while longer. Just as she was about to reveal herself and head to the river, she saw someone emerge from the grass ahead. It was Hong Yong and his group. The water in the river was only a few centimeters deep and not very good quality, but better than nothing. Song Qingling thought for a moment and decided to wait until Hong Yong's group left before going out to gather water herself. Hong Yong's group was very cautious. Even if they were very thirsty, they didn't rush to drink. They split up. Some looked for water and firewood, others fetched water. They had many years of outdoor experience and knew that drinking unsafe water could make them sick. Meng Xiaotian took an empty bucket, covered it with 2 layers of cloth, and filtered the water they had collected. With many people working together, it took about 3/4 of an hour, and they finally boiled the water until it was warm. They boiled several large pots of water at once. Some of the water was stored in water sacks, bamboo tubes, or wooden buckets, filled to the brim. Hong Yong's group left in a hurry, and Hong Yong felt uneasy. He urged everyone to leave quickly. After walking for a few more hours, they should reach the large bridge around the evening hour. After they leave, Song Qingling goes to the river to collect water, filling more than 10 jars with sand, but she doesn't finish collecting all of it. Once done, she quickly continues her journey, planning to rest after crossing the bridge, without stopping along the way. Several hours later, the night is dark as ink. Having walked so long, Song Qingling feels a bit tired, but she is glad they are close to the bridge. When she reaches nearby, she notices something strange. About 50 meters ahead, the bridge is glowing with an orange-yellow light. The forest around is pitch black, making everything hard to see. The bright fire on the bridge stands out clearly. The firelight reveals the shape of the bridge, and dark figures moving back and forth on it, holding something in their arms. Because the nightlight is poor, Song Qingling squints to look more closely and recognizes what they are doing. They are the soldiers guarding the estate. In the shadows nearby, Hong Yong and others also realize something is wrong. They whisper, "What are they doing? Let's get closer to see," someone suggests. They move closer, and Song Qingling also advances a bit, using the cover of trees to get nearer. In this way, both sides notice each other's presence. Zhao Hai and his group see Song Qingling and smile happily. She nods in response. As they get closer, both sides see clearly what the others are doing. The guards have found bundles of firewood in the nearby woods, carrying them to different parts of the bridge and placing them down. The bridge is about 10 meters long. On the opposite side, Yu Yingjie faces towards Song Qingling, illuminated by a bonfire. He sits on a chair, staring intensely at the bridge, with sparks flickering in his eyes, showing signs of barely contained madness. Not good. Song Qingling instantly understands their plan. They want to burn the bridge. Hong Yong and his group, still wondering what the wealthy family's purpose is, are stunned. They can't believe that Yu Yingjie, as an official, would be so ruthless. Destroying the bridge would block the eastward soldiers' advance, but it would also cut off the fleeing refugees heading toward Qingzi County, threatening their survival. The dry, harsh night wind blows, causing Song Qingling's short hair to flutter at her forehead and ears. Feeling itchy, she raises her hand and brushes her hair aside with her palm. She has made her decision. Turning to Hong Yong, she asks, "What do you all think?" Hong Yong and others look at each other with anger and anxiety. They are essentially caravan traders, but they have a relationship with the government, which gives them some advantages when transporting goods outside. Yu Yingjie is a high-ranking official, very powerful, with authority that surpasses others, one on the ground, one in the sky, comparable to nothing. Seeing their difficulty, Song Qingling no longer spoke and prepared to leave. The caravan members had concerns, but she did not. She knew exactly what she wanted: to stay alive. Any obstacle blocking her way, she would do her best to eliminate. To survive, she was willing to do anything. As she turned away, Zhao Hai and others looked at each other anxiously, hesitant to speak.
Wait.
When she turned back, Hong Yong stared directly into her eyes and clenched his fists. Zhou Wu, let's go together and fight. He told the caravan members, cover your faces quickly with cloth. Those people might set fire to the bridge at any moment.
We must act fast. All right.
I've been itching to work these days, Zhao Hai said happily, tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes to cover his face and hide his identity. He also put on his straw hat. With the dark environment helping hide their faces, even if they got close, their looks wouldn't be recognizable. Others followed suit, feeling excited. Before Hong Yong said that, everyone secretly wanted to rush forward recklessly, better than waiting around to die. They just didn't say it out loud, worried about others' opinions. They didn't have time to plan a proper attack. They saw two people at the bridgehead lighting torches near the bonfire, preparing to take them onto the bridge. They all rushed out together. Song Qingling and Meng Xiaotian flanked them on either side, drawing bows and shooting arrows as they ran. 2 arrows flew out simultaneously, hitting the 2 torchbearers. This sudden change caused the wealthy families to scream in panic, chaos erupting everywhere. Hong Yong and the others had already reached the bridge and started fighting. Song Qingling didn't rush forward but kept her sharp gaze on Yuingjie, who was furious, shouting at the soldiers. The goal was to catch the ringleader first. Kill the mastermind, and the others would scatter. She knocked an arrow, aimed, and shot the first one. Then she deliberately aimed slightly off for the second shot, paused briefly, and fired again. Suddenly, a soldier leader who was scolding heard a whistling sound approaching fast. He pushed Yuingjie aside, shouting, "Sir, watch out." He reacted quickly, but the arrow was faster. Almost as soon as he pushed Yuingjie away, the arrow pierced through his neck. Blood sprayed onto Yuingjie's face, feeling the warm, sticky sensation. He trembled and stood there frozen, as if his whole body was paralyzed. A second arrow shot rapidly, its tip gleaming with cold light. A soldier standing next to Yuingjie nudged his arm with his elbow. "Be careful." The arrow was too fast to dodge. Only the soldier's quick push saved Yuingjie, but the arrow still hit his shoulder. It was aimed at his heart. Yuingjie, struck by the arrow, almost fainted from pain. He was supported by someone and shouted angrily, "Kill these traitors. Kill them all."
Stop.
Yuingjie grabbed a soldier. The firelight from the nearby campfire lit up his face, showing beads of sweat and a fierce, cunning look. Light a firework and burn the bridge. If they did that, the bridge would be destroyed, and the traitors who hurt him would die. The soldier looked at the bridge, where guards were still standing. The guards could not intervene, but the soldiers were his comrades, with whom he fought and lived. They cared for each other. There were about 40 of them. Several arrows rained down like a storm, and the soldiers in front of Yuingjie struggled to defend him. Veins bulged on Yuingjie's forehead and neck as he roared, "I told you to burn." Before he finished, an arrow shot into his forehead. On the bridge, Song Qingling watched Yuingjie fall and then aimed her bow at others. With Yuingjie dead, there was another loud commotion. The loudest voices belonged to the bold traitors, shouting that he dared to kill officials and that they deserved punishment. The wealthy merchants were panicked, jumping and shouting. They believed they needed to light the bridge immediately to stop these dangerous traitors. They hurriedly ordered the soldiers to light their arrows and shoot. Now that Yuingjie was dead, no one listened to him anymore. Even the soldiers on the bridge withdrew. The soldiers weren't fools. They saw how powerful Song Qingling and others were. At this point, they thought about escaping and stopped fighting among themselves. They came back to urge the Yu family members to run for their lives. The wealthy merchants were furious and cursed, then ordered their guards and servants to hold torches and rush forward. The soldiers had no authority to stop them, but the guards and servants were their own people, bound by contracts. If they disobeyed, their families' lives could be threatened. The guards and servants had to follow orders, risking their lives to advance. Suddenly, a group of torchbearers appeared at the bridge's entrance, throwing their torches onto various parts of the bridge. Song Qingling saw the situation and shot the man holding the torch, then prepared to shoot and fire rockets at others. Hong Yong and his men had only reached halfway across the bridge when they saw this. They turned back and told Meng Xiaotian not to cover for them, but to stop those people first. As Song Qingling and Meng Xiaotian kept shooting, one guard after another fell. The torches dropped down the bridge, plunging into the endless darkness below. This mostly stopped the attackers, but both of them were tired and couldn't watch everything. Some torches were thrown out, and a few rockets hit the wooden bridge, causing small fires to start. Luckily, the fires didn't spread fast because they might not have been well fueled. While Song Qingling and Meng Xiaotian fought on the bridge, a group of people hurried from behind. Song Qingling sensed something was wrong, looked back, and saw it was the people from Baichao village. They were running quickly, looking very worried. Wu Zhuofeng saw the chaos ahead and felt nervous. He shouted loudly, "The Dongyi soldiers are coming after us." The people from Baichao village shouted back, trying to stop the fight. The wealthy family's leaders were terrified, like mice seeing a cat. The Yu family thought, as long as the Green Mountains are safe, we won't worry about firewood, and didn't dare delay. They listened to the soldiers' advice, hurriedly leaving with Yu Ingjia's body. The men from the wealthy families told women and children to run first. They stayed behind to burn the bridge. If they burned it, the Dongyi soldiers wouldn't be able to cross. As the soldiers got closer, their bows and arrows became less effective. The bridge was only about 2 meters wide. Hong Yong and others were fighting fiercely ahead, pushing back the remaining 20 guards. They retreated step by step toward the burning part of the bridge. Someone caught fire and cried out in pain. Behind the burning people, the wealthy men kept adding torches. Song Qingling took out 2 knives from her basket and put her bow and arrow away. She quickly ran forward, stepping on a pile of dry wood on the bridge to gain momentum, then pushed off with her foot, stepping onto the guard's shoulders. The dry wood was not very stable. When she stepped down, it broke apart and fell off the bridge. She moved forward, stepping on their shoulders. The guards saw her coming and cooperated. She stepped off Hong Yong's shoulder onto another guard, then kept stepping on several others. When she was about to cut them with her knives, she quickly switched to the next person, attacking fast and fiercely, not giving them a chance to react, ensuring they didn't fall off the bridge. The 2 sides of the bridge were already on fire, smoke stinging her eyes and heat waves rolling over. Because she was standing on the guard's shoulders, giving her some height, she was temporarily safe from the flames. She rushed to the front, fighting fiercely, while Hong Yong and the others behind her moved even faster. The closer they got to the bridge, the bigger the fire became. The guards were burning, and she could smell the smell of cooked meat. They were in pain but couldn't run back because their family members' lives were in the hands of their leader. Song Qingling swung her sword and killed the last few guards. The guards, wanting to end their suffering, didn't resist. There was no one ahead to step on, so she landed and ran quickly. Flames were on both sides. She ran fast enough, and since the distance wasn't far, she soon reached the flat ground. Some parts of her body had small flames, so she hurried to put them out. Now, she was the only one left around. The wealthy families had all run away. In this moment, she saw that Hong Yong and the others had finished dealing with the guards and were coming over one after another. They were all rolling on the ground to put out the fire. Through the swirling smoke, Song Qingling saw the people from Baichao village running ahead onto the bridge. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The proud and mighty neighing of horses filled the air. On the opposite side of the bridge, Dongyi soldiers were riding quickly toward them. The people from Baichao village, in the middle and back of the group, hadn't yet reached the bridge. They were strong men from the village. Seeing the soldiers getting closer, it was understandable to be afraid, but their families and villagers were ahead, so they had to defend this line well and not let the soldiers cross. At the very back of the team was Wu Youcai's family. They were closest to the soldiers, only about 20 meters away. In the past few days, they had shamelessly followed the people from Baichao village. If they got too close, the villagers would really attack with knives, scaring them half to death, so they didn't dare get too near. Wu Youcai was almost scared to himself. What do we do?
There are still so many people ahead.
We definitely can't get through. A few children cried so hard they couldn't breathe, and their pants were soaked with. His mother looked around and said, "There's no choice now. We can only run into the forest. Hurry." She ran at the front. "But if we do that, we'll leave the village," Wu Yukai said, though he was honest and ran along with them. Their family ran toward the forest. The men from Baichao village saw this and felt both ashamed of their lack of courage and disappointed. Soon, the Dong-yi soldiers charged forward. The infantry led the way, and the men at the back didn't retreat. They picked up their knives and fought back. The soldiers wore armor and had protection, but the men without armor were wounded with bloody cuts all over their bodies. They fought while looking back at the rear. If there was enough safe space in the middle, they would retreat further. Wu Zhuofeng and the others, already on flat ground, watched the men fighting with fear. They all wanted to help, but some people had not yet crossed the bridge. After a while, 2/3 of the people from Baichao village reached the flat ground, while the remaining 1/3, the rear group of men, had retreated more than halfway across the big bridge. The section they retreated from didn't look far. The man at the front, fighting the Dong-yi soldiers, had fallen 10 times. The current group, all badly injured with several bloody holes, saw that they were close to the bridge head and that the fire there was intense. They exchanged glances, nodded together, and, ready to face death, charged forward. Several men formed a line, using their bodies to block the Dong-yi soldiers, shouting loudly, "Run quickly! Run now!" Wu Zhuofeng and his companions, arriving just in time, saw this scene. Their hearts ached terribly, tears filling their eyes. This was a path made with flesh and blood. They couldn't let these people die in vain. Wu Zhuofeng, fighting back his sadness, ran forward, grabbed those unwilling to leave and trying to help others, and dragged them toward the bridgehead. The crisp cracking sound came from the burning bridgehead as the flames surged. The villagers on the flat ground watched with great anxiety, wishing they could grow wings to bring all the villagers on the bridge back. "Come back quickly. Come back now." The fire at the bridgehead grew more intense, and each sounded like it was amplified many times, pounding painfully on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, people ran out of the fire one after another. They were all covered in fire, with a strong, burning smell that was sharp and choking. The villagers rushed forward to help extinguish the flames. Wu Zhuofeng and his father and brother finally arrived. Just as they steadied themselves on the flat ground, a loud noise erupted from the bridgehead. The fully burned bridgehead cracked apart completely, and the burning wooden debris fell rapidly downward. The unsupported bridge tilted toward the opposite side, swaying uncertainly. Amid the creaking and crackling of fire, people could only faintly see fire and figures falling from the bridge, accompanied by mournful screams. The villagers of Baichao village stared at this scene, overwhelmed with endless pain, their sobs echoing continuously. The entire bridge was burning and rapidly collapsing. Sparks scattered briefly dispelling the darkness. The Dong-yi soldiers exchanged glances from a distance, unable to cross, and reluctantly turned their horses back, filled with regret. After a while, with Wu Zhuofeng's comforting words, the people of Baichao village gradually regained some strength. Hong Yong and the others watched from nearby, feeling a bit uneasy, and they offered words of comfort. Song Qingling stood quietly beside them, observing their recovery. When she saw they were better, she approached and announced her intention to leave. Hong Yong expected this and smiled, saying, "Be careful in everything. We will meet again someday." Zhao Hai couldn't help but speak up, saying, "Zhou Wu, just in case, don't go to Qingzi County. Those wealthy families have already moved there. They know about us." This was known to Song Qingling, who nodded slightly and then turned to leave, her figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. The people of Baichao village didn't know Song Qingling very well. They were surprised when she suddenly left. Hong Yong and the others knew Song Qingling liked to be alone, but they didn't explain this to the villagers, nor did they gossip behind her back. "Village chief, you have no way to get into the city without a guide. What are your plans?" Hong Yong asked. Wu Shuifeng had already thought it through. We'll go around Qingzi County first, find a suitable place to settle, and wait until things stabilize. Our village can't handle much more trouble right now. Hong Yong nodded, said goodbye, and left with their belongings. The group was heading home. Wu Shuifeng looked back at the bridge, tears shimmering in his eyes. He stared for a moment, then turned and walked forward, saying meaningfully, "Let's go. We're looking for our new home. The road is still long." Meanwhile, after Song Qingling left alone, she didn't rush down the small path toward Qingzi County. She had been traveling hard these days, sleeping poorly and eating little. Her foot injury hadn't fully healed, so she moved slowly. She decided to find a nearby forest to rest, letting Hong Yong and the others go ahead to avoid them. She preferred being alone, free and unburdened. Entering the forest, she found a tall, lush tree, threw out her iron hook, and climbed up using a rope. She hung an oil lamp in the tree for light, then selected 2 thick branches, laid out a straw mat, and decided to sleep there tonight. She needed to light mosquito incense, so she took out a small iron dish from her space, lit the incense, and fixed it among the branches. The scent of mugwort and mint filled the air. She liked this smell, took a few deep breaths, and felt her mood relax. She blew out the oil lamp, fumbled to lie down, with her back against the tree trunk, which was a bit hard. She closed her eyes, feeling sleepy. The dense leaves above hid the view of the sky. The night passed. The next day, Song Qingling was awakened by the chirping of birds. When she opened her eyes, golden dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the leaves rustled softly in the breeze. Ignoring the heat of the day, everything looked so beautiful. Since she rarely had such a relaxing free time, she decided not to rush and to rest well. She planned to prepare some cooked food and store it in her space while she was alone. Unconsciously, she watched the dancing shadows and soon fell asleep again. Not long after, the hot sun shone through the trees onto her, making her sweat. She quickly got up. She didn't need to pack the straw mat. She grabbed the rope and climbed down the tree. If her legs healed properly, she wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. She took out a set of table and chairs, along with pots and bowls, and prepared to cook 2 pots of porridge because the food in her space was finished. She built a simple stove with about 10 large stones and placed 4 big iron pots on top. She added water to each pot, pouring some rice into 2 of them after rinsing it roughly, saving the rice water for washing wild vegetables. The other 2 pots boiled dried tangerine peel and mung beans. Since the weather was hot, she needed some refreshing, heat-relieving food to drink when she was tired or thirsty during her journey. While the pots cooked, she exercised her body. She had to stop and rest after a while because her injured leg couldn't handle too much activity. As she watched the rice in the pot nearly boil over, she stopped exercising. She still had a few jin of lean pork. She chopped some into fine paste, pounded a small piece of, and chopped it too. She cut some wild vegetables into small pieces to set aside. After about 15 minutes, the fragrant lean pork and wild vegetable porridge and the tangerine peel mung bean soup were ready. She kept 1 bowl for herself and stored the rest in her space. She preferred her porridge to be thin rather than thick. After it cooled, she ate it with the remaining bread, feeling very satisfied. After breakfast, she packed up the table and chairs, put on her straw hat, and planned to take a walk in the forest to look around. The trees here were quite dense, with some leaves still green. She wandered around, hoping to find water sources, wild vegetables, medicinal herbs, or other useful supplies, while also thinking about her upcoming journey. A few days ago, she learned some information about Qingzi County from Hong Yong. He said that after crossing another mountain, she would reach the border of Qingzi County, where there were mines. Many years ago, officials started mining there, mainly iron ore. She had thought about going to check it out later, to see if she could find some iron ore. But unexpectedly, Hong Yong said the mines had already been exhausted and were now abandoned. While exploring, she actually found something valuable, a wild yam plant. Most of the vine was dried out, with only a few green leaves remaining. The cooked yam tasted somewhat like sweet potatoes, making it a kind of coarse grain. The original owner has limited knowledge, and doesn't know if the northern wing country has sweet potatoes. It would be great if they did, as they store well and can help endure hunger. She takes out her and can't wait to start digging. Digging for yams seems simple, but in practice, it's very tiring. You have to follow the roots deep underground, as they are buried quite deep, making it hard to dig out quickly. She huffs and puffs, digging for about 15 minutes. As she digs, she collects the soil into her space, saving time and effort. She digs about a meter down, with yams as thick as her arm, some straight, some bent, embedded in dry, hard soil, requiring her to chisel them out with a pickaxe. After some effort, she finally digs out the yams, which are longer than her arm and weigh around 16 or 17 jin, about 8 to 9 kilograms. It's a good harvest, enough for several meals. The joy of the harvest drives her to continue searching under the blazing sun. While searching, she suddenly smells a rotten odor. She quickly puts on a mask and walks toward the source of the smell. She walks a mile away and sees that the source of the smell is a deer. The carcass lies under a tree, stiff and rigid like a brick, with some parts chewed. You can see the white bones covered in blood and sinew, with flies crawling all over it. It looks like the deer has been dead for a while. The body is mostly intact and hasn't been eaten by predators in the forest. She only glances at it briefly and quickly moves away, afraid of catching any disease. The deer's head faces the other way, and from a certain angle, she can see its eyes slightly open, with eerie blue pupils. Song Qingling spends about half an hour nearby, but doesn't find any yams. She collects a lot of dry wood and big stones before returning to her camp. It's noon now. Although she isn't hungry since she has free time, she decides to prepare some cooked food. Travelers and onlookers are everywhere, so she prefers to make small, mild-tasting foods. She plans to make rice balls, pancakes, steamed buns, and cornbread. For the rice balls, she boils 2 large pots of rice. The brown rice has some small stones, which she carefully picks out and rinses. She then cooks the rice, adding some wild vegetables inside. Currently, food isn't too scarce, but vegetables are. Growing bean sprouts requires a lot of water, and she's reluctant to use too much until she finds more water. While the rice is steaming, she places a large sieve over the pot and uses a big bowl to steam some dried chicken and rabbit meat cut into chunks. The pancakes are made with white flour, a pinch of salt, water, and a few beaten eggs to make a batter. She brushes a thin layer of oil in the pan, and each wooden spoonful of batter makes 1 pancake. She baked one by one, totaling over 40 pieces. Her hands grew tired from the baking, and she stayed by the fire the whole time, feeling hot and sweaty all over. After finishing the bread, she sat down to set the cooked rice and vegetables at a suitable temperature, then store them in a space for freshness. She also took out some pig fat scraps she had prepared earlier. After washing her hands, she sat on a chair and wrapped rice balls, each slightly smaller than a fist. She didn't add too much pig fat, as it would make the flavor too strong. Just a little was enough to enrich the taste. She made more than 50 rice balls. Then she rested for a while, using a damp cloth to wipe her face and neck where she was sweating. After wiping, she felt much more refreshed. She continued making steamed buns and small steamed bread. When kneading the dough, she added some dried chicken, rabbit, and fish to steam together. She also boiled more than 20 eggs in the water to save water. Before she knew it, it was evening. She had prepared so much cooked food. The fire had many glowing red coals, so she moved some aside. The yam surface was muddy, so she cut it into pieces instead of wasting water washing it. She put the pieces into the hot coals, covering them completely, and steamed them until cooked, like roasting sweet potatoes. It was hot, and she had little appetite. She ate a bowl of dried tangerine peel and green bean soup and 2 boiled eggs. There were also chickens and ducks in the space, but they hadn't been plucked yet. She planned to find a water source by a river next time to clean and cook them all at once. All the cooked food for the day was finished. She began tidying up, wiping the table and washing the pots and bowls with a single basin of water. Feeling a bit tired, she didn't rush to climb a tree for rest. Instead, she took out talcum powder, mint, licorice, and white angelica. Because of the heat, she developed prickly heat rashes on her body, with small red bumps that itched and felt uncomfortable. The mint, licorice, and white angelica were dried herbs. She ground them into powder using a special stone mortar, then sifted them to make the powder finer. She mixed the 3 herbal powders with talcum powder into a small jar. The smell was cool and refreshing. She applied her prickly heat areas with a homemade powder twice, then treated her foot wounds. The wounds had already scabbed over, so as long as she avoided strenuous activity and pulling, they wouldn't bleed. After finishing, she tidied up the table and chairs, set up a protective barrier, and took out the cooked yam to store in the space. She climbed a tree to sleep. The next day, she woke up naturally. In the morning, she exercised, then had lunch. Afterward, she started making ice. This time, she made more than a basin of ice, using over 5 basins of water. Her nitrate solution was almost ready, so she set it aside to crystallize. She poured it into a container to evaporate the water, allowing the nitrate crystals to be reused in cycles. With the ice, she made 2 types of cold drinks, one with mint and honey, and another with honey and salt energy water. She poured them into leather water pouches, ready to drink when needed. Since it was still early, she planned to make some black powder for emergencies. The ingredients needed were saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, which had to be mixed in specific ratios to work properly. For her, this was easy. She had made black powder many times in her past life. She hadn't made it before because she lacked materials, but when she was in Yuan County, she bought enough saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. Although not much, it was enough to make some black powder. She wanted to make a type of firework using bamboo tubes as containers with a fuse. When lit and thrown, it would explode. There were plenty of bamboo in the space, and she collected some whenever she saw them. She picked different thicknesses of bamboo tubes, cut them into sections, and made fuses from cotton cloth, twisting several strands together for backup. Next, she prepared the black powder by grinding it into fine powder. The finer it was, the better it burned. She mixed the powders in the right proportions and poured them into the bamboo tubes. One end was sealed with a wooden plug, and she shook the tubes back and forth to mix everything thoroughly. After preparing the powder, she decided to test one to see its power. She took a medium-sized bamboo tube, sealed one end, and carefully carved a small hole with her dagger tip. She inserted a cotton fuse, filled it with black powder, and sealed the other end with sticky mud, then plugged it with a wooden stopper to ensure it was airtight. Once finished, she took it to an open space, placed it on flat ground, and lit a long dry stick to ignite the fuse. After lighting the fuse, she ran to a safe area and watched. The fuse burned quickly, and the front part turned black. The flame gradually moved into the bamboo tube, igniting the black powder inside. She saw a bright flash shoot out of the bamboo, like a fiery snake, accompanied by loud bangs and echoes that sounded like thunder. The powerful explosion shattered the bamboo into fragments, which flew in all directions. The surrounding air was disturbed, creating a strong shock wave that lifted dirt high into the air, which then fell back down. Leaves and dust swirled and spun in the air. A strong smell of gunpowder spread out. She waited a moment before going to check. The explosion had created a deep hole about the size of a wash basin. Not bad. The power is quite good,
she said.
She made 5 more identical bamboo tubes with the same size as the test one and prepared 3 larger ones with more black powder for future use in the space. She finished her work late at night, ate a quick meal, and then climbed a tree to sleep. When morning came, she made some gunpowder, using up all the prepared powder, and then carved wooden arrows when she had free time. In the evening, she finished her dinner early, exercised a bit, washed herself, and applied some powder to prevent rashes. After applying it for 2 days, she felt much better, no more growth, and it didn't itch anymore. Since she needed to continue traveling early the next day, she packed her things and went to sleep. Before falling asleep, she reviewed her route in her mind. Before dawn, Song Qingling woke up feeling refreshed after several days of good rest. She removed the iron tray holding the mosquito coil, the straw mat, and the 3-pronged hook. She held onto the tree trunk with her hands and feet and slid down. Her injured leg should heal completely in about 10 more days. Now, she walked with a slight limp, but it was much better than before. She packed everything up, put on her straw hat, covered her face with breathable gauze, and started her journey. Traveling alone was really enjoyable. When she was tired or thirsty, she took cold water from her space to drink. On such a hot day, she sipped slowly instead of gulping down the ice-cold water. When hungry, she ate sticky roasted yam and rice balls or pancakes. She followed a small path around the mountain for 2 days and finally reached near Chingsa County on the 3rd morning. Earlier, at the bandit camp, she captured a soldier and questioned him. She learned that the magistrate of Chingsa County was willing to accept refugees, which was a bit surprising. She never believed that free things like pies falling from the sky would happen. No matter how strange Chingsa County was, it didn't concern her. She decided not to enter the town. Not going into the town, she wanted to visit the mine to see if she could find some opportunities. But the chances were slim. Most of what the government had dug out had already been taken away. Fortunately, Hong Yong had given her a rough direction on which mountain to look for iron ore. After walking for about half an hour, she reached near the iron mine. The site was desolate. No grass grew there, and it looked very abandoned. It hadn't been touched for a long time. The hard, black ground was the trace of iron ore, while the yellow earth she saw on the way up was from the mountain. The iron ore was inside a tall mountain, likely an iron vein. She looked around and saw that both entrances were blocked. She couldn't open them alone. She could use her homemade gunpowder to them open, but since the mine was close to Chingsa County's gate, making a big noise would attract attention quickly. She initially planned to go inside directly to check it out, but that didn't work out. So, she decided to leave and descend the mountain. On the map, there is a shortcut that not only avoids the city gates but also leads to the desired road. After descending the mountain, she slipped into the woods and took a small path. As she got closer to Chingsa County, she started to see more people. They all had smiles on their faces and were heading toward the city gates. A family was walking from the opposite direction. Song Qingling stopped them and asked, "Uncle, Auntie, where are you going? Are you fleeing from famine?" "We are escaping from famine, little brother." "Where are you from?" Song Qingling remembered the place names on the map and pointed to a town near Yuan County, Yinsong Town. The woman said, "Oh, that's quite far from here. Little brother, you're going the wrong way. To reach the city gates, you should go straight ahead. I heard the county magistrate is accepting refugees and giving out porridge. We should hurry there." Worried about missing out on the porridge, they didn't say much more to Song Qingling and hurried off. Watching their backs disappear, Song Qingling looked thoughtful. She didn't think much and continued her journey. Along the way, she occasionally met people. They were all from drought-stricken areas of Chingsa County, leaving their homes to find work. In the evening, Song Qingling looked for a place to rest. She checked several spots, but felt they weren't quite right. She decided to walk a bit further and take another look. While walking, she noticed some messy footprints on the nearby sandy ground. There were quite a few people here. Just as she was about to leave quickly, a group of people came out of the woods carrying buckets of water. They looked surprised to see her, and their gazes were full of curiosity. No wonder there was water. There was a water source nearby. She politely asked, "Brothers, where did you get this water?" "From the woods. Walk about 15 minutes that way, and you'll find it." "Thank you." After they left, they talked happily about going back to bring their families and more containers to fetch water. It seemed they had just found the water source recently. Song Qingling headed toward that direction. Staying near water was the best choice. She could store more water and wash what needed cleaning. After walking for about 15 minutes, she saw a campsite about 10 meters ahead. It looked like they had caught something and were preparing to roast it. A thin man, not very tall, proudly held up 3 wild rabbits, smiling so broadly his mouth almost couldn't close. "Today's luck was good. I caught these rabbits all at once," he said happily. Another man, sounding a bit sour, asked, "Third brother, aren't rabbits supposed to run fast? How did you catch them?" "They simply caught them. The rabbits were dozing off there, and I was quick. I managed to catch all of them. While they were talking, Song Qingling quickly approached them. She looked at the 3 tired rabbits in the man's hand. They were definitely wild rabbits, but they were very agile. Why would they be relaxed and sleeping in a place with people? She found it strange and looked at the rabbits more closely. When her gaze unintentionally fell on their eyes, she paused slightly. The rabbits' eyes were blue. The man holding the rabbits saw Song Qingling and thought she wanted to steal them. He immediately hid them behind his back and shouted angrily, "You little brat! What are you looking at? Get away from here. This is our territory." His companion stood up, watching her cautiously. Song Qingling didn't say anything. She quickened her steps and walked on. She kept thinking about the blue-eyed rabbits and arrived at a small stream. There were people stationed by the stream, and they looked at her warily. The stream was about 2 meters wide, with more water than she expected, about half a meter deep. As the sun set, the water shimmered beautifully. It should have been a peaceful scene, but she saw that the plants on both sides were withered and blackened. It wasn't from the sun. The water was contaminated. She walked to a quiet part of the stream, picked up a broken branch, and poked it into the water. She sniffed the water at the end she held to her nose and detected a faint rusty smell. The water was definitely polluted, and so were the 3 blue-eyed rabbits. The water was undrinkable. She moved away from the stream to find a camp. At nightfall, she found a good spot. Trees that weren't too tall, with few leaves. Sleeping in the trees didn't seem useful, so she decided to sleep under the trees. She set up a simple defense, lit some mosquito coils, and built a small fire for light. Sitting on a straw mat, she slowly drank a few sips of mint honey-iced water, feeling its coolness and sweetness on her tongue. Her mind kept thinking about what had just happened. She suspected the water source here was polluted and toxic. Some underground water sources are connected, so even if she found water later, she wouldn't dare drink it without proper treatment. Better to keep it safe. After traveling all day, she was tired and hungry. She took out a rice ball, added some pork fat scraps, sprinkled some seasoning powder, and then enjoyed a bowl of old green bean soup with honey and ice cubes. The delicious food comforted her tired body. After eating, she didn't feel like moving much. She sat for a while, then picked up a wooden stick and started making wooden arrows. She made several, feeling a bit less hungry, and decided to do some practice. After about half an hour, Song Qingling stopped sweating and feeling tired, but she also felt a pleasant sense of relief all over her body. She used a damp cloth to wipe herself, applied some powder for heat rash, finally extinguished the fire, and lay down on a straw mat to sleep. Just as she was about to drift off, she heard strange noises in her ears and sat up. Buzz! It sounded like the flight of insects, getting closer and closer. Hearing this, she started to feel a bit annoyed. She lit some mosquito coils. Usually there shouldn't be mosquitoes around, so why were there so many tonight? The sound suggested quite a few. She took out an oil lamp to light her way and planned to light 2 more mosquito coils. Just as she was about to do so, she glanced at the direction of the buzzing sound. There, a dark shadow seemed to be floating in the air, slowly moving forward. Where did so many insects come from? She ran to light the fire again, then looked back quickly. With the firelight, she saw more clearly that the dark shadow was made up of countless insects. It made her scalp tingle. After watching for a while, she realized these weren't insects at all. They were some kind of bugs. Just as she was observing the bugs, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her arm, followed by an itching sensation that made her feel hot. She looked down at her arm and saw a black bug crawling on it. A few more were flying nearby. Within seconds, the area where the bugs were crawling became more painful and hot, with the skin swelling and forming a bump, much larger than a typical mosquito bite. She knew she couldn't touch the bugs with her hands. She took out a fan from her space to air, and the bugs on her arm, along with the ones flying nearby, were blown away. Seeing the dense swarm of bugs flying toward her, she moved away from the fire. She didn't know if these bugs were attracted to light. She stepped back a few meters, repeatedly rinsed her bitten arm with cool water, and applied a thick layer of special ointment for insect bites. The ointment felt cool and eased some discomfort. She saw the bugs flying toward the fire again, circling in the air. Buzz. The annoying buzzing sound returned from another direction. She quickly took some dry wood and ignited 2 fires. While the bugs flew toward the flames, she acted swiftly, using 2 fans to swat at the slower-moving bugs, ensuring they were killed before they could fly away again. When she opened the fans, the bodies of the poison bugs looked a bit burst and gooey, but she could barely tell what shape they were. It looks a bit like a mosquito, but its shell is hard. It has a pair of small red eyes and thin, transparent wings like cicada wings. It is more than twice the size of a mosquito. What kind of strange insect is this? Since entering Qingzi County, strange things have happened often. She thinks it is related to water pollution. She didn't think too much about it, as she wouldn't stay in Qingzi County for long. Worried that insects might crawl into her clothes, she tied all the pant legs and sleeve cuffs with thin cords, kept her neck covered, and wore a cloth over her face. Just after finishing, she heard someone approaching. Help! Help! A panicked cry came from someone running towards Song Qingling, indicating they saw the fire. It was a family about 10 people. 2 middle-aged men each carried an elderly person, 1 man and 1 woman, probably a married couple. The others were the men's wives and children. They were a few meters away from her. Song Qingling saw many insects swarming around them. Each person's face, neck, and hands were covered with large, swollen red bumps. It looked shocking. She raised her bow and arrow and shouted, "Don't come closer. If they got too close, they might bring the insects with them." Seeing that Song Qingling was safe and sitting under a tree, and noticing the insects flying over the fire, they immediately understood. One man told his family, "Quick, light a fire. Insects like moths and are afraid of fire." They were suffering from bites and just wanted to drive the insects away quickly. 2 women saw a ready-made fire pit nearby, which was faster than gathering wood, and ran over to grab some burning sticks. Suddenly, 2 wooden arrows shot toward the women. "Get closer, and you'll die." Song Qingling aimed her bow at them. She couldn't understand why some people always thought they could do whatever they wanted without consequences. The arrows hit the ground in front of the women, scaring them so much they sat down on the ground in fear. One man impatiently urged, "Stop talking and find dry wood to start a fire." He could tell that Song Qingling was not easy to deal with, so he told his family to run to the other side. The 2 women quickly got up and followed. The family ran about a mile away and started a fire. The insects around them finally flew away and went above the fire. Song Qingling lost her sleep. She didn't know if the insect's venom was dangerous to her life, so she kept checking her pulse and inspecting the bites. The firewood was almost burned out, so she needed to add more soon. She observed the bite area for a while, noticing the swelling slowly decrease. She applied more ointment, added more firewood, and became so sleepy that her eyelids nearly closed. She leaned against the tree trunk behind her, but was afraid to fall asleep completely. She half closed her eyes and, upon hearing a buzzing sound nearby, quickly took out a torch to scare away the insects. She endured until dawn, and as the insects gradually disappeared, she was extremely tired. She slept for over an hour in the morning, then got up to eat a little before continuing her journey. In the forest, she met several groups of people who had been attacked by poisonous insects last night. They were all affected, with bumps covering their exposed skin, swollen and red, some even oozing yellow fluid. They were refugees fleeing hardship, with no medicine to cure their wounds and no knowledge of self-treatment. They cried out in pain. She hurried out of the forest and returned to the small path. In the afternoon, the sun was very hot. She tried to stay in the shade, resting only once. As it grew dark, she lit a torch to continue walking. The poisonous insects came again, but she was less frightened because she could see clearly. By around the hour of the dog, around 7 to 9 p.m., she found a place to rest by the side of the path. She lit 4 fires, knowing that the insects would make the night difficult again. Last night, she had sprinkled some powder to repel snakes, mice, insects, and ants around her sleeping area, but some insects still flew over, showing the powder was ineffective or only slightly so. She remembered finding bottles and jars in the doctor's room at the pharmacy in Yuanyang County. The medicine she used for her foot injury during this time was from those bottles, and it worked well better than the golden wound ointment. She guessed it was a secret recipe made by the doctor. She looked around and found that one of the blue porcelain bottles contained powder aimed at snakes, mice, insects, and ants. There were also a few other medicines she couldn't identify yet. She sprinkled some of the powder from the porcelain bottle around her straw mat, applied a little to the back of her hand, and, after confirming no discomfort, she also applied some to her face and neck. The smell was unpleasant and a bit cool. After applying the medicine, she wiped her hands with a damp cotton cloth, then drank a bowl of green bean soup with ice cubes, eating a rice ball afterward. As she drank the cold green bean soup, she suddenly felt all her fatigue disappear. After a delicious dinner, she removed a few blisters that had formed on her feet and lay down to sleep. She knew she should sleep as much as possible. Soon she fell asleep. Buzzing sounds returned. She opened her eyes and sat up, witnessing a swarm of dark, floating insect shadows slowly flying out of the forest. They approached the fire a few meters away, and some groups of insects were attracted to the flames. Two other groups flew more slowly. When they reached the fire, there was no space above the flames, so they turned around, seeming to sense life nearby, and flew towards Song Qingling. Song Qingling kept a close watch on the poisonous insects. If the insects got very close to her, it meant the powder was ineffective, and she needed to quickly light a torch to scare them away. 2 meters, 1 meter. When the insect swarm was half a meter from her, they suddenly stopped, as if an invisible barrier was in front of them. They flew to the left, then to the right, and soon changed direction to head toward the fire. As they approached, more insects gathered above the fire, pushing the ones below. The flames flickered upward, burning the insects instantly with a crackling sound, causing them to fall into the fire. A smell of burnt insects spread through the air. It seemed the powder was working. Tonight, she could finally sleep peacefully. Song Qingling lay on a straw mat, ready to rest. Before she saw anyone, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Run faster. They're coming. Faster. A group of people was chased by the insects, running out of the forest in a panic. They saw a bright light ahead and the dark insects on the fire. Quick, find some wood and light a fire. They scattered to find wood, then gathered opposite Song Qingling and used flint to start a fire. The flames grew bigger, drawing the insects away from them. After escaping the insects, everyone was exhausted and sat down, gasping for breath. Song Qingling ignored them and continued to rest. The first half of the night was peaceful. In the second half, 3 people from the other group stayed on watch. When the insects came, they used torches to scare them away. They had been traveling all day and night without rest, so they were very tired. One by one, they fell asleep, unaware of the insects approaching, and were bitten awake. They quickly lit torches to drive the insects away, then grumbled at each other. Big brother, second brother, stop arguing. Look over there, there's no insects around that person. Isn't that strange?
It was their younger sister speaking.
A woman in her 40s looked at Song Qingling and said, Yes, Sister Shun is right. That young man has no insects around him. Maybe he has a good trick? Big brother, go ask him. Here, take this. She took 3 wild vegetable buns from her basket. The eldest brother went over and stood a few meters from Song Qingling, calling out, little brother, wake up. Song Qingling was awakened by the call. She frowned and pretended not to hear. The eldest brother called several more times without success and then returned. Big brother, you shouted so loudly. She must be awake.
She's not deaf.
I'll go wake her up. Sister Shun said she was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, she was stopped by a woman. Don't go over there. We take turns guarding. We don't know each other, so why should they help us? Just stay here. The woman was firm, and her 2 brothers agreed that their mother was right. The noise on the other side gradually quieted down, and Song Qingling fell asleep again. At dawn, she got up, packed her things, and set out on the road. When she left, the family across the way was still sleeping. During the day, she traveled and rested 3 times, morning, noon, and afternoon. Along the way, she drank from 7 water skins, each holding about 400 milliliters of water. As she moved, she sweated, and the sweat evaporated. She didn't need to go to the bathroom often. Because she was walking around the mountain, she mostly saw mountains, dry yellow grass, cracked hard soil, and sometimes wind and sand when it was windy. After seeing this scenery for a while, she missed the green and lush colors. She really hoped that when she reached Manhwa County by the sea, things would be better. With her current pace, she would arrive in about half a month. Soon, night fell again. This time, Song Qingling didn't light mosquito coils, but used a blue ceramic bottle with medicinal powder to cover her body and set up defenses. That night, she slept in a tree more hidden because it was rare to find such a tall, leafy tree. She sat on a grass mat spread on the ground, took a break, sipped some cold honey water to cool down, and relaxed. Her hair at the back of her neck was neither too long nor too short, and covering it was uncomfortable. She really wanted to cut it, but given the current situation, she couldn't. She decided to wait and see how things developed. She exhaled, took a damp cloth, and wiped the sweat off her body. It was very hot, and she had little appetite. She drank a bowl of mung bean soup, dipped some powder, and ate 3 boiled eggs. After eating, she practiced leaf movements. She practiced for over an hour, then used a damp cloth to wipe the areas with prickly heat and applied some powder. The medicinal powder kept away insects. She only lit a small oil lamp within the grass mat area for light. When she was ready to sleep, she extinguished the lamp, packed up the grass mat, climbed a tree, and went to sleep. While sleeping, she occasionally heard buzzing from the forest and people's screams. She would wake up and then fall back asleep. The sky turned a pale blue as dawn broke again, marking a new day. Today was strange. During the day, Song Qingling traveled for several hours but didn't encounter anyone. In the past, she would have met a few people by now. Not meeting anyone was actually better, saving her from unnecessary trouble. In the evening, when she reached her resting camp, she unexpectedly found 2 bodies under a tree in the forest. She kept her distance and didn't get too close. They had probably just died recently. Their exposed skin was swollen with large lumps, like fermented bread, some bursting open. The flesh was wrinkled and mixed with yellow fluid. Their features were so deformed that they were unrecognizable. Their whole bodies looked swollen like water retention. She didn't know if they had been bitten by poisonous insects and left untreated, or if they drank contaminated water or ate toxic animals. It was clear they died from poisoning. In her past life, she studied some poisons but had never encountered this kind. She didn't stay long and kept away from that place. In the following days, every day she traveled, she saw more corpses, with similar symptoms as the ones in the forest. This was why she saw fewer and fewer people. She had a feeling that Qingza County only looked fine on the surface. Inside, it was already rotting. The county magistrate of Qingza was willing to accept refugees, probably to hide the truth. On the road ahead, she became more careful. She didn't camp in the forest. She stayed on small paths, wearing clothes dusted with powder that she never changed. The powder was running out. She had used more than half. Besides the corpses, she also saw people covered in lumps, oozing yellow fluid, weak and near death, neither fully human nor ghost. Suddenly, those people rushed out, blocking her way, kneeling and begging her to save them. She wasn't a saint like Mother Mary or Jesus, with the idea of saving everyone. Seeing her walk away without hesitation, some people despaired and broke down, crashing into trees. Others, filled with resentment and jealousy, couldn't understand why she was fine and charged at her with fierce faces, wanting to die together. Song Qingling wouldn't let them get close. She shot arrows to eliminate the threat. After several more days, they were about 100 miles from Shiwan County. Here, the number of poisoned people and dead bodies had decreased significantly. They also encountered others fleeing from disaster, mainly people from Qingza County near Shiwan. Song Qingling asked them about the situation. Although this place was not far from Xiwan and near the sea, the hot weather had lasted for months without rain. The land was scorched, and there was no water. People had to leave their homes and go into the mountains, where some places had water. Xiwan didn't accept refugees unless they had a guide and paid a fee to enter the city. Finally, she mentioned to those people the strange people she had met in the forest, the poisoned ones. They shared information she wanted to know, exchanging words back and forth. Poisoned people varied in severity. Those with mild symptoms didn't die quickly. They turned into those ghostly figures, and some people's hearts became dark and twisted, doing terrible things. 2 days later, Song Qingling arrived at the South City Gate of Xiwan County. It was already evening when she arrived. She didn't rush into the city, but planned to tidy herself up. It had been a while since her last bath and wash, and she was feeling very dirty. She took out some water to wash her hair and bathe. The last time she bought soapberry tea powder in Yuanyang County, which had cleaning effects. She used it to scrub herself clean and put on slightly better quality clothes. Initially, she had her household registration made by Deputy Yu based on her appearance. Her identity was that of a merchant, so she needed to dress in a way that suited a merchant. That night, she slept in the woods. The next morning, at the hour of Chen, Song Qingling, dressed in disguise with 2 bags hanging from her shoulders, queued at the city gate to enter. There were 2 lines of people. Some entered the city, but no one left. After about 15 minutes, it was almost her turn. She saw that everyone before her paid 3 or 2 silver coins to enter. The family in front of her was a family of 5. Seeing they had to pay so much, 15 silver coins, they couldn't help but say to the soldiers collecting the fees, "Officer, half a month ago, when we went to Qingzi to visit relatives and left the city, we only paid 1 silver coin.
Why now?"
Before the man finished speaking, the soldier, having collected money from the person ahead, shot him an impatient look with a hint of pressure and said, "You don't want to pay, then pay 1 silver coin per person. Because you are standing here and delaying others from entering, disturbing order, pay 5 silver coins and then get out of the way." The man was stunned and couldn't accept it. "You're just extorting money. Isn't there any law?" The soldier didn't bother to argue and turned to his companions behind him, saying, "Come here. These people are causing trouble. Arrest them and throw them in jail." Seeing the soldiers really approaching to take action, the family panicked. They didn't care about the cost and hurriedly handed over the money to the soldiers. Behind them, Song Qingling watched carefully. She saw that the family handed over 5 gold bars. After receiving the money, the soldiers smiled with satisfaction, waved to the others to let the family go, and they entered the city. The people behind in line watched the situation ahead. Learning that the entry fee was so high, some didn't have enough money. Before their turn, they quickly slipped away to avoid paying more and being arrested. More than 20 people ran off at once, and the number of people entering the city sharply decreased. The soldiers saw this and merely sneered. Starting tomorrow, the entry fee would increase. One soldier reached out to Song Qingling and said, "Household registration, 3 silver coins." She handed over her belongings to him. The soldiers took her, checked the travel permit, and looked at her. They saw she was wearing outdated clothes from 2 years ago, and her bag was wrinkled and not made of good material. This confirmed that Song Qingling was a low-ranked merchant in the trading caravan. Many caravans traveled between Xiwan County every day. The county is near the sea and produces many seafood products. Traders from Qingzi County often come here to buy and then resell for profit. The travel permit was fine, and she had the money. The soldiers returned her permit and let her go. Song Qingling entered the city gate, feeling glad she was low-key. The soldiers seemed to judge people by appearance. The family ahead of her looked wealthy and well-fed, clearly rich people. If not them, then who? Inside the city was a town called Qingshi Town in Xiwan County. She decided not to rush further today. She wanted to walk around, see the prices, and buy some things. By asking passers-by, she learned where the main street and the market were. Since she was close to the market, she headed there first. It took her about 2 minutes to walk to the market area. It was a straight street with stalls on both sides. Some sold small trinkets and miscellaneous items, others sold dried goods, seafood, seaweed, and other marine products. There were also a few water vendors. People came and went, shoulder to shoulder. The lively shouts of vendors filled the air, creating a busy, lively atmosphere. Some stalls had wooden signs with prices written on them. Seafood and dried goods cost at least 100 coins per jin, half a kilogram. Water was also expensive. Some water, with a slightly yellowish muddy color, sold for 38 coins per bucket. Clearer water, without any yellow tint, cost 80 coins per bucket. Most water on sale was the lower quality, priced at 38 coins per bucket. Water vendors often stayed in shady spots to sell, because the water would evaporate in the sun during the day. Many people wanted to buy water. They gathered around the stalls. The wealthy paid directly, while others could only watch longingly. Song Qingling walked around, observing. She saw 2 stalls selling live chickens and ducks. Each had only a few, and they looked thin. The price was over 60 coins per jin. Because of the drought, people didn't have enough water or food. Raising chickens and ducks was quite costly. After walking a bit further, she saw an entrance on her right with a sign that read Market. Inside was a larger space with more people. She entered and looked from stall to stall. Since she was about to go to the island, she wanted to stock up on supplies to feel more secure. Her supplies included clothes, food, shelter, and medical items. The market had several shops: a blacksmith, a bookstore, a general store, and a cloth and clothing shop. She went to the grocery shop and asked the shopkeeper if they had rice and flour. Unfortunately, they were out of stock and would need some time to restock. The neighboring regions of Juzhou and Longzhou were experiencing a drought, and the northern areas were not much better. Rice and flour were transported from the south, which made the journey long. Even if the goods were delivered after many difficulties, they would be expensive. Wealthy families had already secured their supplies through connections, and when goods arrived, they would be delivered directly to their homes. She probably wouldn't be able to get any soon. The rice and flour in her space totaled about 15 or 16 stones. Based on a yearly consumption of over 300 jin, it could last about 5 years. For meat, she had about 10 horses, a wild boar that hadn't been processed, and more than 10 chickens and ducks. The most important thing was vegetables, which she didn't have. She thought that once she reached the island and found freshwater sources, she needed to plant more vegetables quickly. When she thought about vegetables, she noticed there were no stalls selling wild greens, let alone homegrown vegetables or wild fruits. After walking around, she decided what to buy first: food. She bought a few chickens and ducks and some eggs, which were few. She also bought some pork from a nearby stall. Since it was hot, the pigs had been slaughtered in the morning and left outside for a while, attracting flies. She carefully examined the quality of the meat and chose a slightly better piece, about 10 pounds of front leg meat and 2 pigs' feet. She also bought about 10 pounds each of dried seafood like squid, dried fish, shrimp, and kelp. She didn't buy too much for now because the closer to the coastal towns, the cheaper the prices. Next, she went to the general store and bought whatever she could: seeds for vegetables and rice, dried chili peppers, brown sugar, coarse salt, beans, peanuts, cooking oil, lamp oil, and other supplies. Before coming, she pushed a handcart, paid, and the shopkeeper carried the goods out in batches. She then went to the blacksmith to buy limited arrows and also bought a few iron pots, basins, and cans. She couldn't be short of necessary tools. At the fabric shop, there was only cotton. She bought as much as she could: thin and thick cloth for making clothes and shoes, a few sets and pairs of each. Considering the island's climate and the possibility of frequent rain and humidity, she bought all 18 rolls of oilcloth available. Since she had money, she bought enough storage space. She was worried that even with money, she might not find what she needed when she wanted it. Song Qingling also visited a bookstore, choosing some practical and interesting books. In her free time, they could help pass the time and also allow her to learn new knowledge. Every time she filled a handcart, she pushed it to a remote alley to store the goods in her space. She also changed into different clothes, put on high-heeled shoes stuffed with cotton, adjusted her makeup, and stuck on a fake beard. She always appeared in the market with the same look, which made her easily noticeable. The market was almost done, and she was about to go for a walk on the main street. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something. She had been shopping for most of the day, but didn't see anyone selling horses, cattle, mules, or donkeys. What was going on? She even said that buying a horse to travel along the main road would be faster. She returned to the market, changed back into her original outfit, and found a stall owner she had bought from before. Through asking around, she learned the truth. It turned out that 3 days ago, soldiers came to the market and forcibly took away the horses and cattle from those who sold them, including mules and donkeys. Why are they taking them away just like that? Song Qingling sensed something was wrong. The soldiers' actions seemed like they were seizing people's property. Normally, only during wartime or emergencies would the government take horses for support supplies. The stall owner shook his head, looking helpless. He whispered that it was said they were sent to Yuanyang, possibly because a noble person there was planning something big. The noble person referred to the Prince of Huainan. Song Qingling nodded and left. Without horses, she could only walk. There was a pharmacy outside the market street. She went there to buy medicine, listing the medicines she needed but hadn't bought last time. She used her mind to look at the list and told the young apprentice the names of the medicines. As before, only a few medicines were available. What was more strange this time was that she couldn't find medicines for treating injuries or stopping bleeding. The apprentice said those medicines had also been taken. Song Qingling asked suspiciously why. The apprentice looked around and whispered that they were sent to Yuanyang. Again, it was said to be Yuanyang. This explanation seemed reasonable on the surface because there was a war there. But she still felt something was off. She couldn't buy medicines for injuries, but she had bought everything else she needed. On the main street, the wide street was lined with closely packed buildings. Most were gray brick and tile houses, similar in appearance. The tea houses and taverns were made of wood, 2 stories tall, with pavilions built more elegantly and beautifully. Some shops on both sides of the street were closed, while others were open, mostly selling food and daily necessities. There was a pharmacy on the main street. She planned to buy more medicine. When leaving, her eyes glanced at the shops on both sides. She saw some snacks, small pieces arranged in bamboo boxes, 10 compartments per box, costing 6 taels each. That was too expensive. She thought it was better not to sell pastries and just make money quickly. Hey, you, come over. Amidst the lively sounds, a deep voice caught her attention. She turned her head and saw soldiers checking passers-by. When the soldiers saw people gathering to watch, they drew their swords to disperse them, then took some passers-by to a quieter place for detailed questioning. Song Qingling stood on the shop steps, looking from above and seeing clearly. The soldiers were carefully checking the household registrations of the passers-by. She noticed how thorough their inspection was. She left thoughtfully. After buying medicine at the pharmacy, she pushed a cart full of herbs, heading toward a small alley. Unfortunately, a soldier from the opposite side was walking nearby, a few meters away. Zhou Wu was a merchant from Yuanyang County. If he was caught and saw her buying so much medicine, she would face a long interrogation. Suddenly, she had 2 small stones in her hand. She watched the soldiers and the people walking around. The stones flicked out one after the other, hitting 2 passers-by's legs as they nearly brushed past. The hit passers-by wobbled and tripped each other, falling in a way that blocked the soldiers' path. The stones were kicked away by other people passing by, unnoticed. Seizing this chance, she quickly pushed her cart into the alley, gathered all the herbs, and changed into Zhou Wu's outfit. She wandered around a bit more and noticed soldiers checking passers-by every few steps. At Fushan Inn, Song Qingling asked about the room prices. She took out 56 coins and rented a small single room with a wooden bed, a table and chairs, and a window. The innkeeper took the money and recorded her household registration. "Sir, why are there so many soldiers checking passers-by on the streets this time?" she asked. The innkeeper looked up without raising his head. "Who knows? It started just a few days ago." Not getting much information, Song Qingling took her registration and carried her bag upstairs to the 2nd floor, then closed the door behind her. She went to the window, opened it, and saw that it faced the inn's backyard, not the main street. It was already noon. She didn't plan to eat at the inn and took out some spicy dried meat to snack on while looking at the map Han Yong had given her. Fongdan town was east of Qingshi town, separated by 4 other towns. After deciding on her route, she put away the map and organized the herbs she bought today and from Yuanyang County, placing them in the medicine cabinet. She had been busy traveling and hadn't had time to do this before. It was noon, the sun was hot, and with soldiers outside, she decided not to go out. She sat on the chair, using her mind to place each medicinal herb into the medicine cabinet. Each small compartment was labeled with the name of the herb, making it much easier to find later. Suddenly, the door was knocked loudly. Knock, knock, knock. Military inspection. Open the door quickly and cooperate. Song Qingling hurried to tidy up the bed and yawned slowly as she went to open the door, squinting at the outside. Is something happening? Outside stood a burly soldier with a rough face. Are you Zhou Wu, from Yuan County? Show me your household registration document. Song Qingling pretended to realize he was a soldier and nervously took out her household registration from under her clothes. I was sleeping soundly and didn't realize the official was here. Official, here is my household registration. She handed it over with both hands. The soldier took it and examined it carefully, occasionally glancing at her face. She caught sight of other rooms where soldiers were also inspecting. Are you here for business? The soldier asked. She smiled and replied, Yes, I just arrived in the city this morning and haven't had time to buy anything yet. Official, it's so hot outside. You must be busy with official duties. Please buy some cold tea to drink and cool off. She reached into her sleeve and handed 2 taels of silver to the soldier. The soldier was surprised by her straightforwardness.
Who wouldn't be?
It's so hot, running around all day, it's exhausting. He took the money and kept his eyes on the room. Song Qingling wisely stepped back a few paces, allowing them to check inside. The soldiers inspected the house as part of their routine. It was small with few items, so they quickly understood the situation. After finishing, they returned her household registration. Before leaving, the soldier secretly pressed the silver into his hand and quickly whispered, Get your goods and leave the city early. Then he hurried out of the room. Song Qingling bent over and kindly saw the soldiers off, then closed the door to block their view. Her expression immediately changed. She listened carefully outside, hearing the soldiers go downstairs. She gently opened the door and followed behind. A few soldiers left the inn and headed toward a shady alley nearby. The sun was blazing, and only a few people appeared on the street. Passers-by saw the soldiers and instinctively lowered their heads, avoiding any confrontation. Following behind, Song Qingling paused at the corner. The alley was on the other side of the wall. She could hear their conversation. It's so hot. After this, we still have to check Huajie Street, the east and west suburbs. We won't get a break today. Exactly. I hope we catch someone soon. Whoever gets caught will be rewarded for their effort. I thought it would be easy to catch them, but it's not like catching ants. The spies must be very careful, prepared for every possibility, unless they accidentally reveal themselves. This saying makes sense, but we shouldn't encourage others or weaken our own strength. Everyone should work harder and be more careful. The higher-ups are urging us quickly. If we fail to handle this well, the days ahead will be tough. A few soldiers complained to each other as they left the alley to continue their search. They walked away, and Song Qingling came out from another alley. She had hidden earlier when she heard them complaining. Catching spies? Xiwan County is near the sea. Compared to inland areas, it has rich resources and is likely already targeted by other countries. Now that the northern country has discovered spies, it might be too late to stop them. The hot weather made the shops on the street close early. Song Qingling was alone on the street and returned to the inn with heavy thoughts. She sat on a chair, thinking about everything. If the northern country finds spies, what actions will they take? All the oxen, horses, and medicinal herbs have been conscripted. How long until they draft the men? Her household registration documents are all under a man's name. Once they start arresting people and soldiers meet her, she will definitely be taken. After thinking carefully, she decided to leave the city and go around Qingzi County near Xiwan County to see the situation and prepare for two possibilities. First, she fears her guess is right and chaos is coming to Xiwan County, especially with the draft. Second, even if she is wrong, she can detour to Fengdan Town. The downside is she will have to walk more, but it's safer. She made up her mind and took out dried seafood she bought in the morning to prepare. With nothing to do, she took out a wooden stick and started carving a wooden arrow. After a long time, her technique became more steady and skilled. Her fingertips developed a thin layer of calluses. She carved until nightfall. Her hands felt a bit sore, so she stopped, wiped them with a damp cloth, and ate a bowl of lean meat and vegetable porridge with 2 pancakes. After eating, she washed herself, applied some powder to prevent prickly heat, and lay down to sleep. Her leg wound had scabbed over, so no medicine was needed, just rest and recovery. Tomorrow, she must wake early, stock up on supplies, and leave the city. She slept well through the night. Before dawn the next day, Song Qingling got up and exercised in her room for an hour. When she left the inn, the sun had already risen. The street was not crowded. She only bought some cotton and a few sets of clothes at the main fabric shop. Other shops were either out of stock or not open for business. She pushed her cart to the market, heading straight to the pork stall. Yesterday, she went late, so the pork wasn't very fresh. Today, she arrived early and the pork looked shiny and fresh. A pig had been split in half. Before she arrived, someone had already bought dozens of jin, a Chinese weight unit, of it. She took all the remaining pork, about 140 jin. The vendor took the money happily, cut the pork into large pieces as she requested, packed it into a bag, and carried it onto her cart. She saw some pig offal, blood, intestines, liver, and asked the vendor how much it cost. Poor families rarely get to eat meat all year, so eating pig offal is fine. They sell well and have different prices. Song Qingling spent a few dozen coins to buy the offal. As she pushed the pork into an alley, she sensed someone following her and kept walking calmly. Behind her were 3 men. They were villagers from the distant eastern suburbs, hoping to find some work at the market. When they saw a thin, frail-looking person buying all that pork, they thought about stealing it and also taking the remaining money on her. They exchanged looks and smiled, not realizing she was unaware of their plans. When they reached a turn, Song Qingling turned away, temporarily out of sight. The men hurried after her. Just as they turned the corner, a sharp, cold flash of light appeared, making the 3 men close their eyes. Ahead, Song Qingling held a knife, stabbing one man after another. Blood splattered onto the alley wall, like ink spreading and slowly flowing down. These men were petty thieves with little skill. After dealing with them and finishing the wounds, Song Qingling changed her outfit. She pushed an empty cart from another direction toward the market to buy dried seafood. As a merchant, she needed to leave the city and had to maintain her appearance. After buying a cartload of dried seafood, she headed toward the city gate. Approaching the gate, only she was leaving. Few were entering. Perhaps to find spies, the guards at the city gate were twice as many as yesterday and checked more strictly. At this moment, a man holding a horse, who was just about to enter the city and pay the fee, was stopped. "Why are you stopping me?" "I already paid," he said. "This strong and well-built horse has been conscripted. A horse that can be used by the officials is lucky for its owner." Yesterday, the soldier with the triangular eyes saw that the man hadn't loosened the reins. He immediately drew his sword, scanning the man up and down. When he noticed a slight bulge under the man's shirt on his chest, he curled his lips and said harshly, "Are you trying to disobey the county magistrate's orders? Anyone who does so will be executed on the spot." The man saw that he was serious and dared not resist. He raised both hands, offering the reins. The soldier frowned, staring at the man's chest, and snorted heavily. The man was perceptive and understood immediately. He took out the small bag from his chest and handed it to the soldier. The soldier was satisfied and let the man go. Other soldiers nearby saw nothing unusual. They collected tolls for entering the city and split any extra money privately. Song Qingling pushed her cart over. The soldier with the triangular eyes saw her pushing a cart full of goods. He licked his lips slightly and gave a subtle signal to his companion, who then went to collect tolls for leaving the city while he stayed to check her cart. He examined the goods on the cart, touching and inspecting them. He said, "Today's exit fee is 3 taels." Song Qingling rolled her eyes inwardly. She searched her body and finally took out 3 taels of broken silver from her shoe. She had guessed yesterday that there would be a fee today, so she had already put the money into an old cloth shoe she had worn before. Traveling to escape famine, she preferred straw sandals in the heat. Sometimes at night, to avoid mosquito bites, she wore cloth shoes. Wearing shoes in this hot weather for a long time would surely make them smell terrible. The soldier with the triangular eyes looked at the silver disdainfully, lifted his coat to let her put the money inside, then drew his sword with one hand, ready to check the goods on the cart. He said, "This cart, what's inside? Surely there's no hidden people underneath?" He was about to cut into the burlap sack to check thoroughly. The cart was loaded with dried goods. If it was damaged, it would be hard to sell. The soldier knew this well, and was deliberately doing so, a slight smile on his face. "Official." Song Qingling watched his expression and pretended to be frightened. She opened one of the burlap sacks, revealing dried fish, shrimp, and seaweed inside. All dried goods in there. The cart is small, so there's no way anyone is hiding inside. "Official, you work hard under the blazing sun, every day. Please accept this bag of dried seafood as a token of respect. It will help you recover your strength." The soldiers earned a fixed salary each month. During years of famine, their families were slightly better off than poor families. Dried seafood was expensive, and they usually couldn't afford to buy it for themselves. Hearing her words, the soldier's eyes lit up, and he confidently took the nearly 20 jin of seafood bag. This dry goods bag is worth several taels of silver. Song Qingling coldly watched the soldier's sneaky smile, thinking, "Just eat it if you want. Whoever eats it will be doomed. No one can take her things for free." The soldiers used their authority to do dirty work, either wanting money or valuable items. Since escaping the city couldn't avoid this step, she decided to let them have their way, using their lives as the price. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The greedier, the more dangerous. Once they get the seafood, the soldiers will surely divide it. How they divide it, then take it home to cook and eat. If they do, they will all die. Yesterday afternoon, she took out the dried goods she bought in the morning, set them aside, and added water mixed with arsenic to soak the dried items. She then laid them out to dry in the sun. The hot weather dried everything in the afternoon and evening. The dried goods are colorless, tasteless, and look perfectly fine. Even heating at high temperatures won't affect the poison's effectiveness. After paying and delivering the goods, she successfully left the city. 2 miles outside the city gate, she turned into a small forest, confirmed no one was nearby, and stored the dried goods in her space. She took out an old handcart filled with daily supplies, placed her bow and arrows on top, and tied 2 machetes around her waist. Recently, she observed that everyone in the refugee groups carried handcarts, more convenient than backpacks, especially after a day of travel and exhaustion. Her legs, which had nearly healed from injury, were now strapped with sandbags to improve strength and agility. Using a handcart also has another advantage. Its larger size allows her to hide more items in plain sight, concealing her space items from suspicion. She put on a straw hat and covered her face with a cloth. After everything was ready, Song Qingling pushed her cart and set off. She headed toward the border between the 2 counties. Meanwhile, at the city gate, a soldier rode into town. Seeing a few more people trying to enter, he called the person in charge of managing entry aside and took out a document stamped with a red seal. He said, "This is the latest order from the county magistrate. Once those outside the city enter, the city gates will be closed immediately. People can only enter, not leave." The person in charge took the document, quickly read it, and understood why the city gates needed to be closed. In the forest trail, Song Qingling pushed her cart forward. She was now in Qingza County's area. She didn't know if there were poisonous insects, people getting poisoned, or other dangers nearby. She walked carefully and cautiously. The morning passed without any problems. At noon, under the blazing sun, she found a shady spot to rest and eat lunch.
There was no one else around.
She drank honey water with ice, ate 2 rice balls, a pancake, and nibbled on some spicy dried meat. The meat was slightly spicy, fragrant, and chewy, which satisfied her craving. After eating, she lay down on a straw mat as usual and took a short nap. In the afternoon, she felt energetic and ready to continue. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard footsteps and talking voices. She didn't open her eyes, but knew a group of people was coming. There were at least 10 horses and 3 mules pulling carts. The group saw her lying under a tree in the distance and looked at her with surprise. The forest was dense with trees. The only open, flat area was here, shaded by trees. The leader of the group, a man in brown clothes with a short beard, said, "Let's rest here for lunch." They stopped a few meters away from Song Qingling. Some of them, dressed in plain gray linen clothes, laid out clean straw mats under the shade of the trees. Small round tables were set on the mats. Some took out pots and bowls from the carts to prepare lunch. More than 20 men in black linen clothes, with belts and swords, stood guard outside in the hot sun. They set up 4 straw mats. About 10 people, both men and women, sat on each side. Their clothes looked simple, but of good quality. These people rested and drank water. The gray and black-clad workers looked busy, clearly servants or workers. One woman, wearing a bright green dress and with a round face, wiped sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. "It's so hot. I didn't expect it to be much hotter outside than in town," she said. The man in brown, sweating heavily, fanned himself with a hand fan. He said, "It's a bit hotter. Dad, Mom, drink more water. In the afternoon, we'll go pick up Uncle and the others, then head to Tianshui Lake. There should still be water there. Big brother, we're in such a hurry. What about home? Is that news true?" The speaker was the man's younger brother, who looked thinner and had a lighter complexion. The man wanted to speak, but suddenly remembered that there was a stranger lying and sleeping nearby. He wasn't sure if the person was truly asleep or just pretending. He softly looked at himself and, feeling confused, said to his family, "Absolutely, when we left home, didn't you see how hurried Lee's family and Joe's family were?" A young boy, about 15 or 16, who looked quite similar to the man, recalled the scene before they left home. "Yeah, Dad was right. I heard a lot of noise from the Lee family next door, like there were thieves." The old man sighed and shook his head. "The world is really chaotic now." The man comforted him. "Dad, we've always maintained good relations. We left just in time. As long as we're careful outside, we'll be fine." He didn't speak quietly this time, but at a normal volume, intending to warn Song Qingling, who was sleeping nearby. Listening to their conversation, Song Qingling had long lost her sleep. She could tell these people were from a nearby town, a large family, not ordinary folks. They were likely merchants, involved in some trade. They had money, and they had arranged good connections with the authorities. They had learned about some danger in advance and left the town with their families. As for what danger, considering the current situation, it was easy to guess. First, war was unlikely because if fighting had started, they wouldn't be so leisurely. They would have fled much faster. It was about capturing young men. War was cruel. Ordinary people drafted into the army often ended up dead. The wealthy people in the town knew in advance that young men might be taken. They packed their things and ran away. She thought they might have stopped along the way to stock up on supplies. She closed her eyes and smelled the delicious food cooking in that family's house. It smelled so good, rice and meat. She got up to pack her things. The guards, who had finished eating and were taking turns resting, saw her moving and looked at her cautiously. When they saw she finished packing and left directly, they relaxed. She walked farther away, then stopped to look at a map carefully. The place she was about to pass was Lonjiang Town, which belonged to Xiwan County. She had heard about it earlier from those people, and she could reach it by tonight. After confirming the route, she pushed her cart and continued walking. About half an hour later, she saw a few people on the small path ahead. She kept walking straight ahead, not looking directly at them, but could tell what was happening by listening to the sounds. There were two teenage girls crying and begging a family of four for help. They said they had gone out to pick wild vegetables and accidentally fell into a trap set by hunters. The family consists of a middle-aged couple, a son about 16 or 17 years old, and a 15-year-old daughter. The woman also has a daughter, and seeing her, she feels pity.
Miss, don't worry.
We will go help rescue your family. Where are they? Song Qingling walks past them. Two women kneel on the ground, pleading for help. They lower their heads. The women see a cart and people passing by. They exchange a glance and both have a cold, dark look in their eyes. My grandfather, my parents, and my aunt and brother all fell into a trap. They must be hurt. Kind-hearted uncle and aunt, if you're willing to help save them, how can we bring them back to the village? Yes, should we run back to the village and then come back? It would take until night. My dad said there are wolves in the woods, and we can't hold you back. The two women speak together, tearfully, making the family of four feel more empathetic and sad. Now, every household is hungry and has to go out to find wild vegetables, dig roots, or peel bark. Their family is also in the woods looking for food. They feel sorry for the two women's situation. Even at this moment, the other side is still thinking about them. A middle-aged man is considering how to help bring all the women's family members back to the village at once. He notices Song Qingling pushing a cart ahead. Having a cart would save a lot of trouble. It can carry at least 3 people. He and his son each carry one. He immediately runs forward. Hey, little brother, wait a moment. The man steps in front of Song Qingling, explaining the situation of the women asking for help and expressing his idea to borrow the cart. No, I won't lend it, she replies coldly. The man's son comes over, surprised that Song Qingling refuses. He sternly criticizes, just borrow it once. We'll return it after use. This is a matter of saving lives. The woman and her daughter also come to ask. Big brother, please, just let us borrow the cart. Those two sisters are so pitiful. The two women kneeling nearby turn around but don't lift their heads. Their faces are covered with cloth hanging down, and they kneel and cry, begging, please, kind person, save our family. If we wait any longer, their condition will only get worse. Once this is over, we will definitely repay your kindness. What kind of empty promises are these? Song Qingling had long seen through the tricks of those two women, including why they kept their faces covered with cloth and always kept their heads bowed, afraid to lift them. Seeing the two women kneeling and begging humbly, Song Qingling remained unmoved. She changed her tone and asked to borrow a cart. The man's son couldn't bear it anymore and raised his voice at her. You're so cold-hearted and unkind. You won't even help with such a small favor. Are you really human? His sister angrily stared at Song Qingling. Big brother, how can you be so cruel? You're a bad person. Our parents taught us to help each other since we were young. Didn't your parents teach you that? The man, acting like an elder, lectured her. Out in the world, we should help each other. Little brother, if you act like this, and if you face difficulties later, no one will help you. Then you'll understand how it feels. Song Qingling didn't want to argue with them. She directly pulled out her big knife, her eyes fierce. The whole family of four was frightened and huddled together, making way for her. Song Qingling pushed the cart and walked away. When she couldn't see them anymore, the man's son dared to step forward, pointing angrily in her direction and cursing. That person is a notorious troublemaker. She should be caught and put in jail. The man still felt some lingering fear and said, Enough of that. Let's hurry to help Miss Zhou and the others. The woman and her daughter wanted to help the Zhou sisters up, but they dodged away, saying they had chickenpox and were afraid of infecting them. They also said they could walk on their own. The Zhou sisters led the way ahead. The family of four followed behind, all thinking about saving people, with no other thoughts. After they left, Song Qingling returned. She watched their figures disappear into the distance, thoughtful for a moment. Then she put away her cart and stepped to catch up. She wouldn't interfere in other people's affairs without reason. She had her own plans. The Zhou sisters led the family of four quickly through the forest. After about 2 hours, They stopped and pointed to a large pit. It's right there. Someone was calling for help at the bottom. Help. Help. The man put down his basket and said, "We happen to have a rope. Let's pull them up together." He took out 3 ropes, giving one to his son and one to his wife. They moved forward with the ropes to rescue the people, but didn't notice that the Zhou sisters had taken a different, slightly left turn. As they walked, they reached a place with messy, dry grass. Their feet slipped, and they all fell down into the pit. The 4 who fell shouted loudly from the bottom. The sister from the Manhwa family picked up 2 large stones and threw them down forcefully, instantly silencing everyone. From the pit where someone had just called for help, 3 people emerged, her parents and older brother. The pit was deep, but there were stairs built into it, and they climbed up using the steps. Father Zhou rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, "How many people this time, and how much stuff?" "For people," the sisters from the Zhou family replied. "For baskets," they added. Father Zhou and his son went to see what was inside the baskets. The mother and 2 daughters from the Zhou family pulled the people at the bottom of the pit up, tied their hands and feet with ropes, stuffed dirty cloths into their mouths, and then searched them. As they searched, the 3 women's eyes kept falling on the faces of the unconscious mother and daughter. Although their skin wasn't perfect, it was pleasing to look at, especially the 15-year-old girl with delicate skin. Mother Zhou's rough, dirty hands touched the girl's face. Her face was also covered with cloth, but her eyes, exposed outside, shone with a cold, crazy smile. She muttered, "What a beautiful face, so lovely. How could it be so beautiful? It shouldn't be." The sisters from the Zhou family shared this thought, their eyes full of jealousy and malicious intent to destroy. The 3 women each held a sharp stone and repeatedly scraped the mother and daughter's faces, leaving bloody scars. Seeing those wounds, they looked satisfied, giggling wickedly. The intense pain woke the mother and daughter. They wanted to scream, but their mouths were sealed, and they couldn't break free. They could only watch in horror and helplessness as the crazy Zhou family women hurt them, tears of regret falling. The mother and daughter fainted and woke up repeatedly. While scraping, the mother's cloth fell off due to her large movements, revealing her face. Her face had several red, swollen lumps as big as fermented buns, some bursting open and oozing yellow fluid. Her features were severely deformed by the lumps. Seeing the cloth fall, Zhou's mother hurriedly picked it up and put it back on, hiding her ugly, terrifying face. Only after they had completely scarred the mother and daughter's faces did the Zhou women stop, sitting there with a satisfied smile, admiring their work. Meanwhile, Zhou's father and son weren't idle. They searched the baskets and found only a few wild vegetables and mostly roots and bark. Disappointed and angry, they each picked up a knife and cut off the limbs of the father and son. Song Qingling, hiding in the shadows, quietly watched everything unfold. The timing was just right. Song Qingling took out her bow and arrow, aimed at her targets, and shot 2 arrows in quick succession, killing the Zhou family father and son who were facing away from her. Next, she targeted the mother and daughter. 2 of them fell down, and one turned to run but was shot down by her arrow. The man among the 4 family members was dismembered and already dead. The mother and daughter, apart from scratches on their faces, had their hands and feet cut off. They were bleeding heavily and lying there with their eyes closed, unaware of their fate. She appeared quickly to finish off anyone still alive, not letting anyone go. Then she searched their bodies. Inside Zhou's father's shirt, she found a crumpled household register, indicating they were farmers. Their registered origin was a nearby village. The sisters, Zhou Chuanqing and Zhou Chunmei, were 15 and 13 years old. She had some male household registers but no females. To make future plans easier, she thought about collecting more if possible. She didn't search the entire family. She only looked at the household register, then tossed it into her space. Afterwards, she wiped her hands with a damp cloth. The Zhou family likely encountered poisonous insects in the forest, which disfigured them. They didn't return to the village and decided to stay there. From their injuries, They didn't seem too serious. She had seen worse, swollen, pus-filled bodies with a terrible smell even from a distance. Having obtained what she wanted, she left the forest immediately and took the small path back on her way. As the sun set, a beautiful sunset painted half the sky red, adding a bright splash of color to the otherwise dull, dusty environment caused by the hot weather and flying sand. Song Qingling arrived at the edge of the forest near Lonjiang town. She saw that the town's entrances were open and unguarded. Some towns had city gates, but this one did not. She waited until it was almost completely dark before entering the town. Before entering, she carefully observed. 2 groups of people had already left, each with their families, pulling wagons, either mules or donkeys. Ancient town layouts were quite similar. Having visited several towns, she roughly knew the directions. She headed straight for the main street and the wealthy residential area, taking notes with charcoal on grass paper to avoid forgetting or missing anything. After exploring, an hour had passed. Darkness covered everything. Night was the best time for her to do her work. She wore tight black clothes, didn't wear a straw hat, and covered her face with black cloth. It was late, and people in ancient times usually went to sleep early. The streets were empty. Her first stop was a general store, which she entered by climbing over the back wall. Tonight, the moonlight is not very bright, and the backyard is dim and dark, making it hard to see clearly. She moves carefully along, cautious as she goes. The backyard is separated from the front yard by a door. The door was originally closed. During her inspection, she used a long needle to open the front door. Inside the main hall, all items for sale had been cleared out, so she casually opened the door. After so much time, the door has been left open without anyone noticing, which confirms that the shopkeeper and his family ran away. She searches the backyard thoroughly and finds nothing unusual. There are 2 storage rooms, both locked. She uses wire to open them. One is filled with broken tables, chairs, and wooden basins, all of which she collects to use as firewood later. After gathering these, she carefully searches every corner of the room and notices something strange. There's a cellar underneath. She skillfully pries open a disguised wooden board, lights her torch for illumination, and finds no wooden ladder inside. She takes one from the space above and places it below. Climbing down the ladder, she holds her torch and looks around. The space isn't very big, about 10 square meters. In the corner, she sees 5 large iron barrels, each about a meter high and thicker than 3 grown trees. Opening them, she finds they contain kerosene. The kerosene is made from tung oil or sesame seeds, and there are 3 large barrels. There are also over 20 barrels of tung oil, which has many uses: waterproofing, preservation, healing bruises and injuries, reducing inflammation and pain, and protecting weapons. These are all valuable items. Next to the large barrels, she finds 6 smaller iron barrels, about half the size of the others. She opens them and finds peanut oil, sesame oil, and tea seed oil, totaling over 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. Excellent, she thinks. She's collected everything she needs. Besides the oils, there are various miscellaneous items wrapped in layers of oilcloth, including bags of seeds for grains, fruits, and vegetables, jars of wine. More than 10 boxes, each with 6 jars, along with boxes of saltpeter and sulfur. There are also over 20 firecrackers, fire starters, and fire steels stored separately. Daily items like bowls, chopsticks, pickled vegetables, and jars are also collected. She notices there's no food or coarse salt, so she guesses the shopkeeper took everything with him, making it hard to restock. After finishing the lower area, she moves to another room and searches every corner. During this search, she finds several taels of silver. Finally, she takes all the wooden shelves, baskets, and other items used for storing goods from the main hall. Next, she heads to a restaurant located a few shops away, separated by a few buildings. She usually climbs over the wall to get in through the backyard. The restaurant has 2 floors and covers a large area, about as big as several regular shops. She first went to the kitchen. Obviously, she couldn't find anything valuable there. She checked the pots, bowls, cabinets, cutting boards, iron pots, ceramic pots, jars, vegetable baskets, and tongs. A 2-meter-high pile of dry firewood, 3 meters long, was stacked in the corner. The kitchen knives and cleavers were all taken away. She didn't see any left. There was no cellar or secret room nearby, so she didn't hesitate and moved to the main hall. She removed all the tables and chairs, then went upstairs to do the same, removing tables, chairs, screens, small tea tables, and other items. There were only 4 shops left, a fabric store and a tea house. The shop owners had already run away. It was obvious they learned about the need to catch the men from the town chief, who had received the secret message. The town chief, wanting to gain benefits, had thought carefully beforehand. He knew he couldn't spread the news everywhere. He would only tell the wealthiest people who could pay the most and gain the biggest profit. If he told everyone, people would run away and they wouldn't catch enough men. How could he explain this to his superiors? So, upon arriving in town, Song Qingling focused on observing the best-built shops that could make the most money. She checked the fabric store. The main hall was cleared out, but the display shelves remained. They had been taken away. She couldn't be sure about other places, but she believed the shop definitely had a cellar. Fabrics are bulky and heavy, hard to move, and easily noticed. Some fabrics are valuable. To avoid losing money, the shopkeeper would hide the valuable items somewhere inside the shop, so they could still sell them later if they returned. She searched the backyard and various rooms. Finally, she found clues in a room. The wooden bed was crooked and uneven, not straight. There were many messy footprints in front of it. She removed the bed and found a cellar beneath it. She held a torch and went down. The scene inside the cellar surprised her. Perhaps worried that the fabrics would get damp, this cellar was different from others. It was built with earth bricks and was well decorated. It covered about 10 square meters, with a dirt brick floor. On top of that, there were square wooden boards, covered with oilcloth, and piled high with many items. She took a chair, stood on it, and lifted the oilcloth slightly. Inside, she saw colorful, dazzling silk and satin fabrics, various materials like cotton, brocade, silk, and gauze, more than 100 rolls. A well-made set of clothing, including men's, women's, children's, young people's, and elderly's garments. There are cloth shoes, sewing supplies, face towels, pillows, bedding, and other bedding items. There are also 5 boxes of kapok, but unfortunately no cotton. Against the wall, there are more than 20 pieces of oilcloth. All of these are to be taken away. Tea house. This place also has 2 floors. The first floor sells tea leaves, and the second floor has tables and private rooms for people to drink tea and eat snacks. She first went to the main hall and the second floor to remove the shelves, tables, chairs, and other items. Then she moved to the backyard. The backyard has 2 large rooms and 1 small room. The small one is the kitchen, and the larger one is a storage room. Both are empty. In ancient times, tea leaves, like salt, could not be sold privately. They were under a monopoly system. Tea was a hard currency for foreign trade, showing its high value. She personally isn't very fond of tea and doesn't drink much, but in the future, it could be used to exchange for other goods. Since tea is so precious and can come in many sizes, it can be hidden in many places. She carefully searched, removing everything inside the rooms. There was no sign of underground spaces on the ground or above the beams. The walls are made of mud bricks. She used a dagger to poke and tap around, checking for loose bricks. Some bricks look normal, but with enough force, they show signs of looseness. She used the tip of the dagger to gently push at the edges of the bricks. When she could grip them, she pulled them out. Several bricks could be removed, revealing a small space inside. Inside, there was a small iron jar about 20 centimeters high. She took the jar in her hand, shook it, and heard a rustling sound. She opened it and found tea leaves, which smelled quite fragrant. Next, she knocked on the walls of the backyard, the main hall, and the second floor, and found over 30 cans of tea. She also discovered a sack of about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, of cornmeal and several jin of coarse rice in the cracks of the kitchen's brickwork. She spent a bit more time in the tea house. When she left, it was past midnight. In a wealthy residential area, Song Qingling targeted 4 wealthy households, finding them empty: the Zhou, Li, Wang, and Lu families. These families are the local merchants, including the one she met at noon. Her main focus was on the kitchens, main courtyards, backyards, and storerooms. Usually, when people leave, valuables are hidden away to prevent theft. In Wang's backyard cellar, she found some grains and miscellaneous items. His family deals in general goods. The grains included cornmeal, coarse rice, and glutinous rice, totaling about 1 dan, roughly 16 kilograms. The glutinous rice is round and sticky. There are 2 dough measures of beans. There are 2 barrels of cooking oil. The miscellaneous items include tea leaves, soap nuts, pickled vegetables, and other objects. There are no valuable items like sugar or salt. She opened the locked storeroom, which had a screen, wooden shelves, vases, and some decorative items that looked a bit valuable. Most people would see it wasn't empty and might happily take some of the more valuable-looking things without thinking much, then leave. But she was more certain there was a problem inside. She carefully explored and found a hidden compartment. She discovered a secret mechanism and opened it. The compartment was behind a wall behind the shelves. She removed the shelves and stepped inside. The space was small, only a few square meters, and contained several wooden boxes. She counted 4 boxes. 2 boxes held treasures: shining silver, gold, jade, and pearls. The other 3 boxes contained miscellaneous items, such as rare calligraphy and paintings, collectibles, and other valuable objects. In the Zhou family stash, she found dozens of fine fabrics and 3 treasure boxes. In the Li family storage, she found over 20 jars of tea and 4 treasure boxes. The Lu family runs a restaurant. They didn't find any grain, only 2 treasure boxes. During a famine, running a restaurant was tough. After searching everything, she had been busy for a long time and hadn't eaten dinner. She was hungry and feeling a bit low on blood sugar. She sat on a chair in Lu's main room, wiped her hands, and took out roasted sweet potatoes, a bowl of lean meat porridge, and cornmeal buns. She ate quickly and greedily. While eating, she heard noises outside and wondered if soldiers were recruiting. Recruitment at midnight is meant to catch people off guard. She didn't go out to check, just finished her food. Her previously cut hair was still there, and now it could be useful. After so long, her hair had grown long, with the ends uncut. There was a dressing table in the room. She sat sideways in front of the mirror, some of the hair on top of her head with a cloth. She planned to add hair extensions to grow long hair and restore her female appearance. She didn't need to think much. By morning, she would leave the town, where soldiers would be guarding the entrances. She took a small handful of her cut hair, used a thicker black thread, stronger than sewing thread, and tied it to the layer of hair underneath the fixed-up hair. She tied it across, then pinned her long hair up. She repeated this layer by layer. It was a slow process. Her palms were sweaty, and she had to stop now and then to wipe her hands. It took her about half an hour. Her arms were tired and soft like noodles, hanging on her knees as she rested, listening quietly to the increasingly loud noises outside. Outside the town, groups of soldiers held torches and knocked on every door, checking each household's registration and counting the people inside, as well as conscripting men. Men from 14 to 60 years old were taken, and those who resisted or hesitated too long were cut down on the spot. If they refused to go, they would be killed immediately. If they cooperated, they might live a little longer. No one escaped. Even if they tried, their families were there. Without food, money, or proper registration, they were considered illegal residents. Once caught, they faced death. For a while, the whole town was brightly lit with fires, noisy and chaotic. People separated from their loved ones cried sadly, their grief lingering. In the Lu family where Song Qingling was staying, no one came to search or seize property, probably because the town mayor had given a warning early. She sat down to rest, took out a straw mat from her space, and laid down to sleep. Suddenly, her hair grew long, which she found a bit strange. She was hot and uncomfortable, tossing and turning until she finally fell asleep after a while. The next morning, the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. Song Qingling managed to sleep for about an hour, her eyes feeling sore. She rubbed her eyes, tidied her long hair, and styled it to match Zhou Chuanqing's household registration, half pinned up, half flowing down her back. After fixing her hair, she looked at herself in the mirror from different angles to make sure everything looked fine, then put away her cosmetics. She changed into an old, faded, and yellowed lady's outfit, then took a basket. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so she ate a bowl of lean meat porridge and 2 steamed buns. Once ready, she left the Liu family, took a long detour, and headed from the common residence area toward the town's entrance. On the way, she saw few people, mostly women walking hurriedly and looking exhausted. At the town entrance, 2 rows of soldiers stood armed, with 2 more soldiers sitting across from each other in the corridor. In front of them was a small table where they checked the registration of people entering or leaving the town. Next to each soldier stood a stern middle-aged woman, about 40, with her hair. A few people were leaving the town, and Song Qingling followed behind them in line. Everyone passing through had to undergo a close inspection by the woman. When it was her turn, she handed her registration to the soldiers and stretched out her arms for the woman to feel her body. After the inspection, the woman nodded to the soldiers. The soldiers looked at Song Qingling's face with her registration, noticing she was thinner and taller than the description on her record. At her age, she was in the growth phase, and her slender build was normal. He returned the household registration to Song Qingling and said, "Go ahead." Song Qingling thanked him and took it with both hands. After leaving the town, she headed along the small path that should have been straight yesterday. She walked for about 3/4 of an hour. Seeing no one around, she tied her hair in a man's hairstyle. Changing to a long-haired style was troublesome, and she was worried about encountering soldiers recruiting men on the way, so she decided not to undo it for now. She kept it as a man's style when no one was around and could switch to a woman's style when needed, using it flexibly. She wore a straw hat and mask to travel quickly. Near noon, she passed a village and heard dogs barking loudly. She saw soldiers recruiting men. In the final stage, they were taking the men away. She crouched down and hid in a thick patch of grass. Soon, the soldiers and the recruitment team passed by. The village men were gathered in the middle, flanked by soldiers with swords. The soldiers complained about the hot weather, and the villagers looked exhausted, all with red eyes and tears, scared and confused but powerless to change anything. An old man with a white beard hugged a boy about 10 years old, softly comforting him, repeatedly saying everything would be fine. His rough, calloused hands trembled constantly. They looked back at the village with longing, trying to see their loved ones and the village one last time, but they failed. The soldiers noticed they were moving slowly and slapped them several times. Amid the soldiers' curses, they gradually walked away. The villagers who lost loved ones looked ahead with tears streaming down their faces, crying out for their children, fathers, and husbands. Many fainted from crying. The men in the village were only under 13, and a few over 60. During this difficult famine year, without strong young men, their families lacked support. They wondered how they would survive in the future. Song Qingling continued forward, found a shady spot at noon to rest, ate lunch, and then lay on a grass mat for a short nap. In the afternoon, as she traveled, she heard faint, muffled crying ahead, an older woman. In this remote wilderness, unusual events often mean trouble. The crying grew clearer as she approached. She saw an elderly woman with white hair and a hunched body sitting by the small path, holding her foot and crying painfully. The old woman also noticed Song Qingling and suddenly brightened her dull eyes, then flashed a fierce look. Her crying did not stop. "Ugh, ugh, my leg." Song Qingling looked straight ahead, pretending not to see her. "Little boy, I came out looking for water and accidentally hurt my leg. Please help me. My family is just over there, not far away." The old woman softly begged, pulling out 2 dark, round bread-like cakes and offering them. She smiled kindly and said, "You're also fleeing from hardship, right? Good child. You must be hungry. Eat these to fill your stomach first. Few people fleeing hardship outside could refuse free food offered to them. Song Qingling slowed her steps and looked around with a cold gaze. She saw a few eyes hiding in the grass on the left side. There were traps on the path ahead and near the old woman. She pursed her lips, turned to the old woman as if just noticing the cakes, appearing very hungry and eager to eat, then moved closer. Seeing that she was interested, the old woman's lips curled slightly into a smile. But in the next second, she couldn't smile anymore. A sharp flash of light, like a blade, shot past her eyes, forcing her to close them. When she opened her eyes slightly, she saw Song Qingling approaching with a fierce look, holding a knife and stabbing at her. The knife pierced her chest and was pulled out. Drip, drip. Thick, bright red blood dripped down the blade and onto the ground. Bang! The body fell to the ground. Grandma! Grandma! Mother! 2 middle-aged men and 3 young boys in their teens jumped out from the grass. Seeing that their plan was exposed, they exchanged fierce looks, pulled out weapons, sickles, knives, clubs, and rushed at Song Qingling in a swarm. The 2 middle-aged men were clever, trying to lead her into a trap intentionally or unintentionally. She sneered coldly, pretending to be fooled, gradually moving toward the trap. They nervously watched, distracted for a moment, hoping to give her hope, then delivering a painful. Suddenly, Song Qingling's steps changed, swift as the wind. She moved among them, swinging her knife and killing one after another. It didn't take long. Everyone was dead. These people were villagers from nearby, with no real fighting skills. She guessed they set traps here to catch people, probably related to conscription. First, she finished off the wounded, then searched their bodies. She found a few dozen coins but didn't touch the 2 cakes, unsure if they were poisoned. Behind the old woman's small woods, there were messy footprints. She followed them and saw a pile of grass where 2 men were, one in his 30s, the other in his teens. She checked their pulses. They were unconscious. They had injuries, but nothing visible on the surface. When she looked at their mouths, she saw dried brown marks. It turns out their voices were silenced by poison. Those people forcibly fed them toxic herbs to damage their voices, so they couldn't speak. Their ages and appearances roughly matched, and since they couldn't talk, they could be mistaken for others and drafted into the army. This is what chaos looks like. Natural disasters and war make survival very difficult. Forcing people into service cuts off normal lives. This was just the beginning. Some people, for their own benefit, started to act selfishly, harming others. Over time, more and more people faced survival problems and did whatever it took to survive. This also means that escaping hardship in the future will be even more dangerous. Song Qingling ignored the 2 people and kept moving forward. Her past experiences during the end times made her realize clearly that in chaotic times, you can't be overly kind. Being kind, helping others without thinking, or saving people can lead to disaster if you're not careful. In such times, she must always remember, I want to stay alive and live well. Anything that threatens her life must not be interfered with or involved in. People say she's selfish, but her words are on her. She can't control what others think. If wanting to stay alive is selfish, then isn't everyone in the world selfish? As the sun sets, a warm orange glow covers everything. The sand is hazy, the grass and trees are yellow and dry, and the path winds and twists. Most days, she sees only barren, lifeless scenes. The morning sun is too bright, but sunset is a rare moment when she can relax her mind. The sunset looks like a big salted egg yolk, bright and vivid, a special sight in this dull environment. Everyone likes unique things. She follows the sunset, walking faster and feeling lighter. In the evening, she finds a tall, lush tree in the woods and decides to sleep in it tonight. There are some poisonous insects, but not as many. She applies some powder from a blue porcelain bottle on her body. Then she wipes her hands clean, eats dinner, and after finishing, climbs back up the tree to sleep. She sleeps peacefully through the late night until she's awakened by a series of faint, thunder-like sounds. At first, she thought it was thunder, but after listening, she realized it wasn't. The sounds were distant and unclear, making it impossible to tell where they came from. The intermittent noise lasted for about 3/4 of an hour. She thought about it and lost her sleep. Lying on the grass mat for over an hour, she got up at the hour of the horse, around 5 to 7 a.m., to exercise. After finishing, she was covered in sweat, but felt very refreshed. She used a damp cloth to wipe herself clean, applied some cooling powder, and sat down to eat breakfast. The sky was just beginning to lighten. She packed up her belongings, pushed her cart, and set out. In the morning, there was sometimes a gentle breeze, making it less hot and quite comfortable. By midday, the sun was high and starting to get hot. After walking for a while, Song Qingling stopped in the shade to drink water from her water bag. From behind, she heard chattering voices. She saw a group of mostly women with backpacks walking toward her. They seemed to be fleeing from hardship. There were some men too, but they were mostly young or elderly who couldn't walk well. Everyone looked at her with surprise and a bit of envy. For more than an hour after that, Song Qingling kept meeting similar groups fleeing from hardship. Ordinary families had lost their men, with no water or food left. Staying at home meant starving, so they went out to find roots and bark to eat, which could keep them alive for a while. She thought for a moment and decided to change back into her daughter's clothes. Currently, her young man's disguise was too obvious, as seen from how passers-by reacted. She went to a hidden spot and changed into her daughter's outfit. She smeared a thin layer of yellow mud on her face to hide her fair skin. With this disguise, when she met others later, their gazes were much calmer. Many families had their men taken for military service, yet she was still safe, which made some people feel uneasy. As it was nearly noon, she found a shady spot by the path to rest. She laid out a straw mat, quickly ate 2 pancakes while no one was around, then leaned against a tree trunk, planning her route in her mind. In about 3 days, she could reach a place called Jushan and Jufeng Mountain in Xiwan County. Between the two mountains was a lake called Tianshui Lake, which looked quite large on the map. A few days ago, she saw information about this lake in a bookstore. It's the largest and deepest lake in Xiwan County. She planned to go see it and stock up on water if possible. She hadn't stored water in Qingzi County and didn't dare drink the water there. She only drank water from her space, since water is needed for cooking and washing. On average, she used about 8 liters of water daily for cooking and cleaning. In the past half-month, she used nearly 200 liters, but her space still had over 400 liters left. The sun was blazing, and she closed her eyes, resting against the tree trunk. Suddenly, someone arrived. She could hear many footsteps. A girl about 15 years old with graceful eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes raises her hand to wipe sweat from her face in the crowd. She asks Xiaomai, "How much longer until we reach the water? Is there really water over there? The forest is dangerous. Can we really go through it? Or should we go back to the village?" Xiaomai is the leader walking at the front. She is the same age as the girl but taller by half a head, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes that show her strength. She replies, "Dongmei, it's almost there. We'll reach Tianshui Lake in 3 more days." A woman pulls along a boy about 7 or 8 years old. She stops and chokes up, saying, "Xiaomai, Dongmei is right. There are wild animals in the forest. How can we, just women and children, handle it? Maybe we should go back to the village and wait. It might rain soon, and then they can come back." They are talking about the men who have been taken away to serve in the army. Most people agree and stop to listen. Xiaomai kindly says, "Without water, we will all die of thirst. It hasn't rained for months. It's hot and dry every day. Do you think it will rain? If we stay united and face the danger together, it's better than waiting in the village to die." Xiaomai's mother, Lu Sanyang, says, "Qionyang, there's no water in the village. Even if we go back, the adults can endure for a while, but how can the children? We can't leave them." Qionyang is the woman pulling the boy. She looks at her son's innocent face, tears welling up. Yes, going back means waiting for death. The children are the last hope of the family. Even if she dies, she must protect him. They encourage each other with words of comfort. Li Dongmei, feeling hot and uncomfortable, looks around and spots Song Qingling under a tree. There's someone over there. Following her finger, the crowd looks in that direction. When they see it's a woman, their faces visibly relax. Xiaomai says, "Let's go." They continue their journey. When they pass by Song Qingling, they pause briefly and look curiously. Once they walk past, Song Qingling opens her eyes. Most of this group are women, and they seem to be headed to Tianshui Lake. The girl at the front, Xiaomai, immediately catches her attention. She notices she is carrying 2 bows and arrows on her back. In any time or place, unless one is very strong, women and children are at a disadvantage in chaotic times. The environment is harsher, and they are physically weaker than men. This is an undeniable fact. Song Qingling was not in a hurry to travel. It was very hot, and she knew she would soon get sunburned if she kept walking. It was better to rest for a while, regain her strength, and have more energy to continue in the afternoon. After resting for about half an hour, she got up and continued her journey. Her leg injury was almost healed, so she didn't delay her walk. Early in the morning, she met Xiao Mai and her group. They were sitting under a tree resting. Xiao Mai was holding a knife and carving wood, probably making a bow and arrow. When she saw Song Qingling walking over, she pursed her lips, hesitant to speak. Song Qingling kept walking straight, without looking at her. In the evening, the forest was filled with tall, thin, dense trees with few leaves. Song Qingling found a good spot to set up camp by the path. Everything was ready, and there were no other people nearby. She sat down to eat roasted yam and steamed bread for dinner. After a while, she sat and carved wooden arrows, helping her digestion while practicing with a leaf between her fingers. About 15 minutes later, footsteps approached. She put away the leaves and continued carving arrows. It was Xiao Mai and her group. They looked around and finally chose a spot some distance from Song Qingling to set up camp, lighting a fire and spreading grass mats. Once they finished, everyone sat on the mats and took out dry food from their bags to eat. Xiao Mai chewed her bread while watching Song Qingling. She saw how skillfully Song Qingling carved her arrows, and her eyes brightened. After finishing a wooden arrow, Song Qingling put it down. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the ground in front of her. "You also have a bow and arrow.
Can you shoot?" Xiao Mai asked happily.
Song Qingling remained silent. Xiao Mai looked at her seriously, her face serious. "We escaped from our village to find water at Tianshui Lake. I see you're alone, and traveling alone is dangerous. I was out hunting with my father and brother when we encountered wild wolves in the forest. They are very fierce and quick." Xiao Mai spoke earnestly, her expression serious. Song Qingling looked at her with a calm, steady gaze. Seeing this, Xiao Mai's heart suddenly beat a little faster. She wondered why she felt this way. Without thinking much, her tone grew a bit sad. "Your family was also taken away to serve in the army, right? That happened to us too. I mean, no harm. I just saw you walking alone. We're all women out here, and it's not easy. Do you want to travel together? We can look out for each other." "I don't want to join a group. I want to sleep now," Song Qingling said firmly, clearly turning her away.
Xia Mei nodded understandingly.
"Then be careful on the road," she said. She turned to leave, thinking quietly. Isn't she afraid to be alone? Back with her own people, Xiao Mai took out several bows and arrows she brought from home, teaching them how to use them and giving on-site lessons. To protect her children and to survive, they studied carefully. Besides Li Dongmei's family of 4, they lay on mats nearby, sleeping like the children. After a tiring day of travel, no one wanted to move, and they were reluctant to learn archery, thinking it was rough and something only men should do. One night passed. At dawn the next day, Song Qingling got up to continue the journey. Xiao Mai and the others only got up afterward. The continuous travel exhausted the children. They were sore all over and cried, wanting to rest. Song Qingling walked farther away, leaving behind the noisy sounds. At noon, after eating and resting, Xiao Mai and her group arrived. The children couldn't walk anymore. The adults carried or held them, walking under the blazing sun with their faces flushed and exhausted. Seeing Song Qingling, Xiaomai felt curious about where she was going and was surprised to meet her again.
Xiaomai, stop and rest. We're all so tired.
Yes, if we go any further, we might faint from the heat. Huang Juxiang, Li Dongmei's mother, held her young son and sat down under a tree. That's right, we're not moving anymore.
Everyone stop and rest.
We're exhausted. Li Dongmei and her sister sat down, fanning themselves with hand fans, complaining about the heat. They said it was better back in the village. After a short rest, Song Qingling got up and continued walking. Over the next 2 days, Song Qingling moved quickly. Each day, besides traveling, she would rest. She and Xiaomai's group would meet once every evening, usually when Song Qingling was asleep, and Xiaomai's group would arrive late to continue their journey. It was clear that Song Qingling was distant and cold. Xiaomai, understanding her mood, didn't bother her further and led her group to a safer place to rest. That morning, Song Qingling entered a bamboo forest and headed along a mountain trail toward Tianshui Lake. The mountain was called Zhushan, covered in bamboo everywhere. Before the drought, the bamboo was probably tall and green, with rustling leaves, creating a beautiful scene. Unfortunately, now it was too dry. The bamboo forest had withered, turned yellow, and covered the ground with thick bamboo leaves, soft and loose underfoot. Along the way, she saw some good bamboo and cut some to carry with her, along with broken dry bamboo and leaves for firewood. After walking through the bamboo forest for over an hour and descending the mountain, she reached a narrow mountain path. Opposite was a tall mountain called Zhufeng Mountain. It looked close but was actually far away. The lake was between the two mountains. As it was getting dark, she emerged from the woods and finally reached the lake's edge. Holding a torch for light, the pit in front of her was actually the edge of the lake. It was a dry, exposed area with sand, soil, and stones. The soil was cracked with many cracks stretching outward. She stepped down, wanting to see how far she could go to find water. After about 15 minutes, muddy ground appeared beneath her feet, indicating water was nearby. She needed to go further ahead. After walking for a while, she saw the flickering of torches ahead. She looked carefully in that direction. The others had also seen her and stopped. They were a bit far apart in the dark night, unable to see each other clearly, and they paused for a moment. Song Qingling held her torch and moved to the right, while the group continued in their original direction. They seemed to avoid contact and did not want to fight. After about half an hour, Song Qingling finally reached a place where there was water in the lake. Tianshui Lake is the largest lake in Xiyuan County. Normally, during dry seasons, people would come here first to find water or settle nearby. But no one was stationed at the shore, which showed this place was not very peaceful. The water under her feet was not the deepest or best quality. Usually, the most popular spots with good water are controlled by powerful groups. The water just covered her ankles. Being cautious, Song Qingling didn't rush to get in. She checked the water for any strange smell or quality by sticking a branch into it. There was no strange smell, and the water seemed fine. Because her vision was limited at night, she couldn't see how deep the water was from afar. She took off her straw shoes and waded in, walking forward. After about 15 minutes, the water level rose slightly, reaching her ankles. The water was slightly yellowish with some mud. Tonight, she planned to collect some water and check other places during the day tomorrow. She reached into the water and stored the collected water in her container inside her space. She kept bending over to collect water. After a while, she felt the water level drop, so she moved forward to collect more. While collecting, she saw the group with torches approaching her. She didn't stop collecting and took out an empty wooden bucket to fetch water. Soon the group arrived. By then, Song Qingling had already carried the water to the sandy shore. If she guessed correctly, the group was from Xiaomai. Sure enough, it was Xiaomai and his people. Xiaomai, leading the group, saw Song Qingling and exhaled in relief. I knew it was her. She's collecting water. There's water in the lake. Let's go. We've finally found water. They left their carts behind, happily grabbed wooden buckets and basins, and ran toward the lake to fetch water. Xiaoma called out to their backs. Be careful. Watch the children. Don't get separated. Wait a moment, it seems like some people are missing. Xiaoma looked serious. She ran over to count the people carefully. After counting, she found 4 people were missing. She anxiously asked everyone. Dongmei and the others are gone. Where did they go? The people who were fetching water looked confused. Someone said, we couldn't find water over there earlier. When we tried to come around, Dongmei and the others said they needed to and went to find a spot. Maybe they didn't catch up at that time? Meanwhile, by the lakeside in the woods, Huang Juhua kept calling out repeatedly. Li Dongmei and her sister were also looking for their brother, Li Shuisheng. Not long ago, they were urinating by the lake, complaining about how hard it was to leave home. Li Shuisheng cried and begged to go back home. They were about to find water when Huang Juhua realized they couldn't go back yet and comforted her son to wait a little longer. Unexpectedly, Li Shuisheng, who was spoiled at home, ran into the woods in anger. The woods were dark and shadowy, with strange sounds from time to time. The 3 women were very scared and huddled together, searching. Then, they heard Li Shuisheng crying ahead.
Shengye.
Huang Juhua heard her sons crying and thought he had fallen or been hurt, so she ran toward the sound. About 10 meters away, Li Shuisheng sat on the ground, hands behind his back, crying loudly. Sheng'er, mother is here. Huang Juhua rushed over and hugged her son, not noticing that Li Shuisheng's hands behind his back were tied with a rope. Li Dongmei and her sister ran over. In an instant, dark shadows appeared and stepped out from the darkness. Mother, someone is here. The sisters shouted in surprise and hid behind Huang Juhua. Suddenly, torches lit up, illuminating the surroundings and revealing the true faces of the shadows. 5 tall, rough-looking men. They surrounded Li Dongmei's family tightly. Seeing only men, Huang Juhua and the others' faces changed drastically, turning pale with fear. Don't come any closer. We have people nearby, Li Dongmei bravely threatened, her trembling voice showing her fear.
Oh.
There are more people? The more, the better, the men chuckled mischievously. They took Huang Juhua's family toward the lake, without lighting any torches to avoid alarming others. Not long after, from another part of the woods, Xia Ma and her group moved quietly into the forest to search for the missing people. The 2 groups parted ways like this. In the forest on the other side, Song Qingling found a suitable place to camp and used all her water filters to purify water. Camping near the lake was not a good idea because it was too obvious. She didn't light a fire but only placed an oil lamp on the ground, which was in a low area and less likely to be seen. While busy filtering water, she heard faint talking voices, men's voices. She turned off the oil lamp and moved toward the sound. Hiding in the bushes, she saw the visitors approaching. The voices became clearer. Those refugees all ran over there, making us come out so far every day to find the escapees. Instead of blaming the refugees, we should blame the wealthy families. Every household has guards, and they outnumber us. That's true. Maybe we should suggest to the boss to bring more people in, fight the rich families, and take back what belongs to us. Tianshui Lake. Where can we find people? The government is drafting men into the army. Many have been taken. The wealthy families have money and power, so they avoid being caught. We live in the mountains, so we weren't taken. That won't work either. Everything's complicated. It's so frustrating. As they spoke, 5 men passed by the bushes where Song Qingling was hiding, unaware of her presence. When they had gone a few steps further, Song Qingling took out iron needles from a bamboo tube and shot each man in the back of the head. The 5 men collapsed softly, unconscious and with their eyes closed. Song Qingling appeared, searched their bodies, and found some silver, a little dry food, several bamboo water tubes, and a few weapons. She stuffed dirty cloths into their mouths and stabbed each of them in the abdomen with a dagger. The intense pain woke them up, but they were too weak to move, staring blankly. Listen carefully, be honest or you'll die, she said. Where is the place with the most water in Tianshui Lake? Who controls it, and what is the situation? She removed the cloth from one man's mouth.
Who are you?
Do you know who we are?
We.
Too much nonsense. She gagged him with a cloth and slit his throat. Blood splattered onto another man's face, frightening him into urinating. A foul smell spread. She opened the cloth in the man's mouth and coldly said, "Speak." I said it's southwest. There's plenty of water, and it's as deep as your knees. It's controlled by several wealthy families. They have over 100 guards, horses, and mules. The refugees are there. After saying this, the man used all his strength and fainted with his eyes closed. She then asked the next person, "Who are you? How many are with you? Where is your main hideout?" "We are the famous bandits of Jufeng Mountain, tough women. We have many people and don't want to die." Sound of a blade slicing through the neck. It was the turn of the next person, who also peed himself in fear. He obediently said, "Yes, we are bandits. We are stationed on the west side of Tianshui Lake, halfway up Jufeng Mountain, with over 70 people." Knowing what they wanted to know, Song Qingling sent all of them on their way and collected the bodies. Earlier, she had been gathering water from a direction closer to the west. Good water is in the southwest. Tomorrow she planned to go and check it out. She went back to continue filtering water. The next day, Song Qingling woke up early to exercise and filter water. As the morning sun rose, she finished breakfast and headed southwest. Tianshui Lake is large. She walked all morning and only stopped to eat 2 simple rice balls at noon. In the afternoon, around midday, she arrived at a refugee camp located right next to a wealthy household. The wealthy camp was built by the lake, in the best location with many shade-giving trees. Large tents made of oilcloth were scattered around, like big houses, spread out in no particular order. There were guards patrolling, keeping watch, making it hard for ordinary people to get close. Some wealthy men sat under the tents or by the lake, fishing leisurely, drinking tea, and eating snacks. About 100 meters away was the refugee camp, with simple shelters made from torn cloth. The trees there were sparse and not very shady. Most residents were women and children, along with a few elderly people, totaling around 60. After observing the surroundings, she pushed her cart over. Seeing that she was a woman, the refugees looked surprised that she was alone. She stopped a little behind the camp, under a large shady tree. She gathered some sticks and tore cloth to make a small shelter where she could lie down and sleep. Next to her on the right was a family living in 2 larger shelters. An old woman, 2 women, and 5 children lived there. The 2 women approached curiously. One of them, a shorter woman with darker skin, asked, "Miss, are you alone?" Song Qingling lowered her eyes, pouting sadly, and said, "Yes, my father and others were taken to serve in the army. My mother died when I was young." People often act one way in front of others and differently behind their backs. A woman introduced her family briefly. A short, dark-skinned woman named Zhang Azhao and a taller woman with double eyelids named Su Chui are sisters-in-law. Their grandmother is also with them. Zhang Azhao smiled warmly and said, "Miss, your things are here. My sister-in-law will watch over them. They won't be lost. I'll take you to fetch water." "Thank you," Song Qingling replied, crossing her arms and pushing a cart with a basket, 2 wooden buckets, and a basin with 2 sets of dirty clothes. She carried the basket to confuse others. Everyone probably has some valuables. Who knows if the camp people might rummage through her things after she leaves? If she takes something out later from her space that isn't visible, it might cause suspicion. Zhang Azhao also took 2 wooden buckets, saying she was fetching water. She saw Song Qingling carrying dirty clothes and said, "You can't wash clothes, bathe, or wash your feet in the lake. You can only fetch water and wash separately." "Is that because of the important people?" Song Qingling asked. Zhang Azhao nodded nervously and said, "If we're caught, we'll be driven away. That's better, as it ensures cleaner water." Song Qingling put the basin back on the cart and followed Zhang Azhao in the opposite direction of the wealthy camp. "Andy, can we fetch water from the lake in front of us? It looks pretty deep." "No, that's the noble people's territory. We can only fetch water from below." If someone dares to take water from above and gets caught, their whole family will be expelled. Miss, don't be foolish. If you go there to fetch water, I'll tell you the truth, there are mountain bandits living near the nobles. They don't dare cause trouble. Song Qingling expressed her gratitude sincerely. Auntie, are you from Xiwan County? I came from Lanjiang Town. Lanjiang Town? I haven't heard of it. Is it within Xiwan County? She nodded in confirmation. We're from Zhuxi village, not far from Zhushan. A few days ago, there was a commotion in the village about conscription. It was chaos, chickens flying, dogs barking. My family, including my father, was taken away. I don't know when we'll reunite. Zhang Azhao stopped walking and covered her face, crying. Playing her part well, Song Qingling reached up to wipe her eyes, hiding a garlic clove in her palm to keep her eyes from watering. I miss my father too, she sobbed. After crying for a while, Zhang Azhao sniffled and shook her shoulders, looking at Song Qingling with sympathy. Miss, enough of that. Let's go fetch water. They walked for over a minute and reached the lake. A few people bent over, fetching water, while some children played with sand and stones nearby. The water fetchers greeted Zhang Azhao warmly when they saw her. They usually get along well. Zhang Azhao took Song Qingling to say hello, briefly explaining that her family had been taken away to join the army, leaving only her. After hearing this, the other sighed and felt sympathy for Song Qingling, offering words of comfort. Song Qingling listened while wiping tears, her eyes scanning the lake. The water here was shallower, but the deepest part was just below knee level, clear and rippling gently. Everyone seemed to avoid talking about sad things again. The water fetchers, carrying their children, left first. After filling their buckets, they chatted as they headed back. Zhang Azhao talked about small village and camp matters. Song Qingling was thinking about boiling water when she got home, washing dirty clothes, and then going to the lake to fetch water and collect rainwater. She hurried over to avoid attracting attention. Given the current situation, she planned to stay here a few days, mainly because she was interested in the wealthy family's horses. Horses were very useful, fast, saving time and effort. There were bandits nearby who had long disliked the wealthy families. They would likely take action, so she decided to watch from the sidelines and wait for opportunities. She also wanted to store water and, with plenty of it, go somewhere farther to deal with a wild boar in her space. By the way, Chuanxing, you came alone from Lanjiang Town. You probably met quite a few people on the way, right? Zhang Azhao suddenly stopped and looked at her with curiosity. Yes, I met many people fleeing from hardship. Some bad guys tried to steal and rob me because I was alone, but luckily I have some self-defense skills. By the way, Annie, have I told you that my father works for a trading caravan in town? He's skilled and I learned some from him, so I wasn't bullied by bad people. No wonder. I saw a bow and arrow on your card earlier. I thought I was mistaken, Zhang Azhao said with a bigger smile. As they talked, they reached near the camp. A group of people was gathered ahead, talking loudly and making noise. They each carried their water and went to their own huts. Zhang Azhao's family was also watching the crowd, not in their hut. Chuanxing, let's go see what's going on, Zhang Azhao said. Auntie, no, I'm very thirsty. I need to boil the water quickly, Song Qingling replied. All right, then. You go ahead. I'll go see, Zhang Azhao said and walked over. Song Qingling filtered the water she fetched with 2 layers of cloth, then looked up at the crowd.
Zhang Azhao happened to walk by.
Some people in the crowd watched the scene with interest and then dispersed. Notably, everyone's expressions looked a bit strange. As they left, the original blocked view became clear. At the center stood a family of 10 who had just arrived, including women, children, and 4 men. Zhang Azhao saw the 4 men and looked shocked, even somewhat angry, loudly questioning, "How could you? Weren't you conscripted?" Su Chui, tearful and choking, said, "Sister-in-law, they said they went outside to find food and got lost in the woods. Luckily, they avoided trouble." Their mother-in-law, holding several children, was also crying, repeatedly calling out for her husband and children. Zhang Azhao took 2 steps back, looking deeply affected. Her gaze on the 4 men was very complicated. The family stood there unsure of what they had done wrong. After filtering water, Song Qingling gathered stones to build a stove, took out a pot, and started a fire to boil water. The family that had just arrived camped under a tree several meters to her left. The men let the women and children rest, then picked up their water buckets and wooden basins, preparing to fetch water from the lake in front of the camp. Everyone at the camp watched their movements closely, seeing them walk closer to the lake. Song Qingling looked around at everyone in the camp, taking in their varied expressions, some gleeful, some excited, some jealous, some numb, hesitant, or lost in thought. She remembered Zhang Azhao had said that the lake in front of the camp was off-limits for drawing water because it belonged to wealthy families. If a few men went to fetch water, someone might report them, and the whole family could be driven away. The 4 men walking felt the strange gazes from others and looked at each other, confused. As they approached the lake, some women rushed forward to stop them and said a few words. After hearing this, the men's expressions changed dramatically, and they repeatedly thanked the women. Song Qingling caught a glimpse to her right, where Zhang Azhao and Su Chui, standing in front of their shelter, did not see the expected scene and sighed in disappointment. The water boiled, bubbling loudly in the pot with steam rising. Song Qingling took the pot down and poured the hot water into a bowl to cool. While waiting for it to cool, she grabbed a handful of ash and scrubbed her dirty clothes in a wooden basin. She wasn't sure about the current situation of the refugees in the camp, but staying low-key was always a good idea. She rubbed and rubbed. The water in the basin was dark and black. They had boiled half a basin of water from 2 buckets, and the remaining 1.5 buckets were all used for laundry. When there was no water in the basin, she could go to the lake to fetch water, but she was not in a hurry. The new family had just gone there. She hung the clothes on a nearby tree trunk, sat on a straw mat inside the shelter, and drank water from a bowl. After a while, the new family returned happily after fetching water. Song Qingling took an empty bucket to fetch water. On the way, she met a few people coming back from fetching water. They greeted her kindly, and she nodded in response. There were 2 other people at the lake, collecting water. She went down, tilted the wooden bucket into the water, kept bending over, and secretly collected water into her hidden storage container. When the 2 finished fetching water and left, she continued collecting until more people arrived to fetch water. Then she stopped. During the day, there were many people, but at night, it was better to come and collect water. She carried 2 buckets of water back home. It was already evening, the dusk was heavy, and some people in the camp had gone to bed early. A few were cooking dinner, setting up simple stoves in front of their shelters and boiling pots. The smell of batter filled the air. Song Qingling put the water down and was thinking about what to eat that night when Zhang Azhao happily came over with a small bowl. "Chunxing, I just made some steamed bread. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Here, have this." She had long noticed that the other person wanted to get closer to her. The small bowl held 3 golden, egg-sized steamed breads. People are often kind and soft-hearted, and once she accepted, she knew she'd be asked for help or to take care of things, big or small, and she'd need to stay a while. Not accepting might seem rude. In dealing with others, it's important to find the right balance. Since the other person took 3 steamed breads, she would give the same in return, keeping things fair. Song Qingling took the small bowl. "Thank you, Auntie. Wait a moment, I have some beans." She took out the steamed bread and put it in her own bowl, then reached into Zhang Azao's bowl and took a small handful of soybeans from her space pouch, about the same amount as the steamed bread, so no one would lose out. Seeing the soybeans handed over and blinking innocently, Song Qingling looked pure and simple. Zhang Azhao smiled a little awkwardly, but still took the bowl. Sitting on the straw mat inside the shelter, Song Qingling ate her steamed bread, facing the water lake, quietly enjoying the beautiful sunset glow reflecting on the water. After dinner, as it grew dark, she prepared to lie down and sleep. Suddenly, she heard noises outside the shelter. More people had arrived. From the sound, there seemed to be quite a few. She slightly leaned forward and looked outside. The camp was lit by bonfires placed at intervals, providing decent visibility. The group arriving was standing in the center of the camp, It's Xiaomai and her companions. Their arrival made the camp lively. Everyone was excited to see Xiaomai and others holding bows and arrows, talking happily about how more people kept coming. They discussed working together to face any danger and supporting each other. She listened to a few words but then stopped paying attention and went back to sleep. The shelter was private and comfortable, but only on one side was open. She felt a bit hot while sleeping, so she waved a hand fan to cool down and tossed and turned until she finally fell asleep. Late at night, in the silent, dark forest, shadowy figures tiptoed closer to the edge of the refugee camp. The faint moonlight illuminated their faces, which she could vaguely see. They were all men, each with a wicked smile. Finally, so many women have come from the mountains. The brothers are all eager now. Later, we'll catch those kids and run into the woods. They'll worry about the children and chase after us. Then, will this alarm the wealthy families? We don't have many people, and if it won't. Trust what the boss said. They're not close to the refugees and won't interfere. As long as we don't cause trouble over there. Our main plan tonight is to cause some chaos. Don't forget, be careful, and don't be too rough. This is the boss's plan. Matsugo, we all know what to do. They quickened their pace. Suddenly, Song Qingling, sleeping in her shelter, opened her eyes. She heard faint footsteps nearby. Could it be those mountain bandits? She thought it was very likely. She peeked outside and saw that no one in the camp noticed. After a couple of seconds, she opened her mouth and shouted loudly, "Snake! There's a snake!" Her shout not only woke some people in the camp, but also startled the suspicious mountain bandits. They stopped and looked at each other. The man called Matsugo didn't seem worried. He ran to the front and shouted, "Let's go." They sped up and ran toward the camp. The people who had just woken up came outside to see what was happening and saw the bandits running toward them.
Ah!
Bandits are coming! Bandits are coming! Everyone screamed in fear. Women instinctively ran back to their shelters to protect their children. The bandits grinned wickedly and chased after them. One of them swung at the shelter, causing it to shake and sway like a small boat in stormy water, ready to capsize at any moment. They rushed inside and grabbed children, trying to take them away. People who are a bit apart quickly gather their children and run toward the prosperous camp, seeking shelter. Suddenly, the camp erupts with panicked shouts, which surely alert the prosperous camp. The hosts rush out to ask the guards what is happening. When they learn the truth, their frowns immediately relax, and they instruct their guards to stay alert and prevent the refugees from rushing in. They also secretly send some guards to investigate the strength of the mountain bandits. So far, neither side has fought directly. Knowing the enemy and oneself leads to victory in every battle. On Song Qingling's side, a few mountain bandits also come over. Two of them, seeing her alone, have greedy eyes that suddenly brighten. The other bandits run toward Zhang Aozhao's house. Soon, there are cries of children and screams from the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Zhang Aozhao keeps calling out for Chunqing, hoping someone will come to save them. Song Qingling doesn't want to get involved publicly. If she intervenes and doesn't take full responsibility, she might become a target afterward, which is exhausting and unhelpful. She watches the approaching bandits and turns to run into the woods. Two bandits exchange a sneer, completely ignoring her, and chase after her. Over there, Xiaomai is shooting at the bandits with her bow and arrow. Several women from her village stand beside her. They have been learning archery from her these days and are among the better students. Faced with this sudden trouble, they tremble with fear. Don't be afraid, stay calm. Follow what I taught you. Raise your bow, aim, and shoot. Encouraged by Xiaomai, the women aim and shoot wooden arrows at the bandits. Except for Xiaomai, who is slightly more accurate, only 2 women hit their targets. Their confidence grows, but those who miss feel disappointed and guilty, anxious to try again. The angry bandits, embarrassed, wave their swords and attack Xiaomai and the others. Due to their injuries, they are not very effective, swinging a few times before hitting once. They become furious, cursing loudly, acting like street thugs. Other bandits cause destruction, knocking down shelters and stealing children and women. Guards hiding in the shadows look at these clumsy tactics and sneer. In the chaos, Xiao Mai leads them to fight the bandits and manages to rescue several children. Because of poor aim, they hit few targets, and several bandits manage to escape with children, holding them tightly. The child's mother cried as she chased after them, glaring at Xiao Mai and others with resentment, as if blaming them for saving other people's children but not theirs. "Please help my child. Save my child first. She's over there, taken by bandits. Save my son, quickly. Hurry." The helpless villagers gathered around Xiao Mai and the others, begging them to rescue the children. Because of the crowd's pulling and pushing, Xiao Mai and the others were distracted, making it harder for them to shoot. Several remaining bandits, holding children, ran away into the woods. Xiao Mai shouted loudly, "If you don't want the children to die, let us go after them." Some children had also been taken from their village, and they needed to be rescued. Hearing Xiao Mai, the panicked people regained some reason and quickly moved aside. Xiao Mai told others from the same village to hurry toward the prosperous camp, then led her group into the woods to chase the bandits. In the forest, the bandit running at the front saw they were almost caught, so he knocked out the child in his arms and threw him on the ground. The mother, seeing her child fall, rushed forward regardless of everything, hugging her child. This was exactly the scene the bandits had expected. He smirked and walked over, pushing the woman down, then riding on her and tearing at her clothes. "Stop, no!" The woman shouted in terror, struggling desperately. Her strength seemed so weak compared to the larger, stronger man. Suddenly, a wooden arrow shot rapidly through the air, piercing the bandit's back. He collapsed with a loud thump, dead. The woman quickly got up, adjusted her clothes, and hugged her child. She kept her distance, watching the bandit die, and immediately understood someone had saved them. She looked around but saw no hero. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us, our mother and child. Thank you, hero." The woman knelt and bowed her head in gratitude. By this time, Song Qingling had already gone far away. The two bandits who had been chasing her were also dealt with in the woods. In this chaotic world, she understood deeply what she needed to do to survive and held firmly to those principles. There was one particular thing she found especially intolerable: witnessing some beasts vent their animal instincts through beastly acts. Such behavior made her physically uncomfortable and disgusted. In her past life, she had experienced being harassed by strangers. On a stormy day on her way home, she was walking through a somewhat secluded alley with an umbrella when a greasy, bald, middle-aged man suddenly reached out and grabbed her shoulder, covering her mouth with his other hand. A man, using his strong build, dragged her into a dark, narrow alley, intending to overpower her. During the struggle, one of his hands was not behaving properly, touching her inappropriately. His groin pressed against her back, with something uncomfortable pressing against her. She reacted quickly, resisting the nausea, and elbowed the man in the chest. Then she kicked his knee, causing him to stumble. Taking advantage of his pain, she fell to the ground. She pulled out her art knife, took off her shoes and smelly socks, and stuffed the socks into the man's mouth. She then stabbed the man's groin area several times with the knife. The man fainted from the pain. She then called her sister to explain what happened. On the surface, she appeared very calm, but only she knew her hands were trembling as she held the phone. Within 10 minutes, her sister arrived. Her sister hugged her gently, patting her back softly and repeatedly saying, "It's okay, it's okay." Although she didn't know all the details later, she was confident that with her sister's quick and decisive skills, the man would not have a good ending. Afterward, the incident left a shadow in her heart. Unless it was an emergency, she strongly disliked close contact with strangers. A bandit raid caused chaos in the camp. It was the perfect time to go to the lake to collect water. Song Qingling went to the lake. If she encountered any malicious beasts trying to do harm, she would shoot them without revealing herself or risking her safety. It's not appropriate to do such things openly, as it could lead to moral accusations. She only did it because she couldn't stand those terrible animals. Only when they were dead would they be truly harmless. But this didn't mean she would act immediately if she saw such a situation. Her priority was always her own safety, and she stayed alert at all times. While moving through the woods, Song Qingling spotted guards hiding in the shadows, watching the bandits. The conflict between the bandits and the wealthy families was happening faster than she expected. At the lake, she reached the deep water area and hurried to collect water. One of her principles was to leave a margin. She didn't collect all the water, taking advantage of the night to move toward the wealthy camp. She continued collecting water in deeper, better spots. The wealthy camp's residents were hiding in their shelters, and their guards were busy preventing bandits from approaching or seeking refuge, making it very chaotic. She took this chance to collect water freely from the lake. She kept collecting until she could clearly see the water level lowering. When she felt it was enough, she stopped. She estimated she had collected about 2,000 liters of water, using about 1/3 of her storage containers. She was very pleased with this. Last time in Lonjiang town, she found many supplies, but she didn't find much water. Every household's well was dry, and the wealthy bought water to drink. She didn't rush back to the camp, but instead went into the woods, making herself look a bit messy. She took out a horse carcass from her bag, smeared horse blood on her arm, and pretended to be injured. In this situation, she didn't want to appear as a very powerful person, but rather as someone capable of protecting herself without seeming too strong. The more powerful she acted, the more attention she attracted, and people would come closer to seek safety, which made her responsibilities heavier. She sat quietly in the woods, listening to the sounds fade away, then slowly walked back to the camp. As she neared, she supported her injured hand with the horse blood-stained hand and walked tremblingly.
Chunching your back.
Zhang Aozhao's voice called out. Her family was gathered at the house of 4 men. Song Qingling saw that their 2 families seemed to get along well, which suggested something had happened to change Zhang Aozhao's view of them. She noticed that the 4 men were injured and had blood on them. "Annie, a few bandits came out trying to catch me. They forced me into the woods, but I finally found a chance to escape. Are you all right? You're injured."
"We're fine."
It was really dangerous just now. Mao Mao, Ingzi, and the others were taken by the bandits. At a critical moment, Brother Hu and the others fought the bandits and rescued the children. Zhang Aozhao came over to check Song Qingling's injury. "Auntie, it's good that you're okay. You all chat first. I need to go back and treat my wound." She took the opportunity to leave. On her way back to her shelter, she saw most of the camp's people gathered in a circle. In the center, she heard Xia Mai's energetic voice. "Tonight, we fought off the bandits together. From now on, I will do my best to teach everyone archery. Only if we unite can we resist all dangers. Starting tomorrow, everyone will wake up early to strengthen their physical training," and Xia Mai outlined the plan. 5 families had children who couldn't be saved, and several others had been abused by the bandits. They cried loudly inside their shelters, heartbroken. Xia Mai went around comforting and encouraging them, saying that once people became stronger, everything would get better. Song Qingling turned her back to the inside of her shelter, wrapped her blood-stained hand with a cloth, and dabbed some blood on the outside. "I just finished, and behind me, I hear increasingly close footsteps." She has a good memory and quickly recognizes who is coming by the sound of their steps, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. "Is that really you? When did you arrive here?" A joyful voice from Xia Mai comes from behind. "No, that's not important." Song Qingling turns around, stands up, and makes eye contact with Xia Mai, her expression cold. Xia Mai notices the bandaged arm of Song Qingling and asks, "Did you shoot those bandits in the woods? Although they didn't have deadly weapons, I can tell they died from arrow wounds." "So what?" Song Qingling had already guessed that as long as she stayed here, she would eventually meet Xia Mai. "You're amazing. You saved them," Xia Mai says excitedly, smiling with her eyes. "I still stand by what I said. I don't plan to join others." Song Qingling lowers her eyes, quickly glancing at her bloodied injuries on her body. Xia Mai is stunned, confused.
"Why?
We are more people, so we can handle dangers better. Even if not everyone can defeat the bandits, together we managed to save many children tonight. With you here, I believe they will improve even faster. Song Qingling shakes her head, thinking Xiaomai's idea is too simple. From tonight's observations, she is sure the bandits are more powerful than they seem. They're deliberately holding back, showing off to wealthy families. Are you not afraid alone? One person's strength is limited. Xiaomai desperately tries to persuade Song Qingling. I need to rest. Song Qingling turns and enters the hut, lying on a straw mat with her back facing outside. Xiaomai stares at her back, wanting to say many things but knowing she won't be heard. She stands for a while, then walks away feeling disappointed and sad. From the way Song Qingling killed the bandits, Xiaomai thinks she is not a heartless person, just appears cold on the surface. So, Xiaomai hopes to find a chance to persuade her again soon. When Xiaomai returns to the hut where the villagers are staying, she learns they also suffered tonight. 4 people died, including 3 children, and 5 women were kidnapped by the bandits. It will get better. We need to stay strong and not fall apart. Those people, including Dongmei and the others, we will work together to rescue them. Xiaomai firmly believes that as more people gather at the camp and become stronger, their ability to solve problems will also improve. That evening, the people at the camp, shaken by the recent disaster, couldn't sleep well. However, Song Qingling slept peacefully. The next morning, she woke up, rubbed her eyes, and saw the bright sunlight outside. Everyone at the camp, young and old, was still practicing under Xiaomai's guidance, starting from basic horse stance training. Song Qingling carried her basket on her back, picked up her bow and arrows, and quietly left the camp to go into the distant forest. Staying behind and waiting to be found by others didn't seem good. It was better to leave early for peace and do her own things. She wandered through the woods for about an hour, then stopped to filter water using the supplies she had stored in her space. She made a few more filters since she had plenty of wooden barrels. She spent several hours making filters, boiling water, storing dry firewood, and sharpening arrows. By evening, she returned to the camp. She still needed to check on the camp situation and see when the mountain bandits might clash with the wealthy families. Seeing her return, Zhang Azhao sighed in relief. Chunxing, I didn't see you during the day, but since your things are still here, I guessed you went into the woods. Yes, I went into the forest to find herbs. Luckily, she actually found 2 half-lotus plants in the woods. You know herbs? Zhang Azhao asked happily. Some, not many. Where did you find them? Tomorrow we'll go look too. Brother Hu and the others are badly hurt and worried about finding medicine. Since the Hu family saved their children, Zhang Azhao and others had changed their opinion of the Hu family, who once they thought were unkind. Now, everyone at the camp accepted them. Song Qingling pointed out the location. As she looked around, she saw 2 familiar figures near Xiaomai's village where they were stationed. Annie, are there more people at the camp today? Yes, 8 more families came. More people are always good, Zhang Azhao said with a smile, then looked in the direction Song Qingling was watching. The 2 girls are from the same village as Xiaomai. They came with the Ma and Lu families at noon. They're quite pitiful. They got separated from Xiaomai and the others earlier, and in the woods, they met wild wolves. Their mother and younger brother were eaten by wolves. Luckily, the sisters found a hollow tree to hide in and escaped this disaster. Zhang Azhao looked a bit emotional. She couldn't wait to share the good news about finding herbs with the Hu family and quickly left after greeting them. Song Qingling withdrew her gaze and thought to herself. It was a coincidence that the sisters Li Dongmei returned, but their story about the woods didn't hold up under closer scrutiny. They had lied. Not far away, sisters Li Dongmei and her friend were washing dirty clothes with other villagers. They occasionally looked up, their eyes darting around nervously. Xiaomai approached. Song Qingling frowned slightly, her eyes cold like sharp ice shards, warning of danger that could spill out at any moment. Xiaomai suddenly made eye contact with Song Qingling, her heart racing uncontrollably, her palms sweating. I want to say that starting tonight, every household in the camp will take turns watching over the night. When will it be my turn? At midnight, Song Qingling nodded slowly, her gaze heavy and fixed on Xiaomai. Seeing that look, Xiaomai felt uneasy. She swallowed her words, turned around, took a few steps away, and exhaled deeply, realizing her back was damp with sweat. She looked back at Song Qingling's silhouette, feeling worried. Before returning to her shelter to sleep, Song Qingling had eaten rice balls, dried meat, and mung bean soup outside. Near midnight, she woke up and got up to stand guard outside the camp with others.
Time passed second by second.
Suddenly, Song Qingling sensed something was wrong. Her eyes swept over the seemingly peaceful forest. She could feel someone approaching the camp, but didn't want to reveal her awareness. When she saw shadows in the woods, she pointed and whispered, "Look over there. Someone's coming." The guards nearby looked over and immediately shouted into the camp, "Bandits are coming." Indeed, bandits arrived. They rushed out of the woods, just like last night, not many in number. After last night's incident, Xiaomai had prepared well in advance. She had already informed everyone in the camp during the day about how to respond if bandits attacked again at night. When they learned the bandits were coming, women and children who couldn't defend themselves ran towards the safer, wealthier part of the camp, which was the last line of defense. Xiaomai led the few men and those skilled with bows and larger physiques to confront the bandits. Although Song Qingling also participated in the fight from the outskirts, she did so half-heartedly. She observed that the bandits' fighting strength tonight was about the same as last night, loud and boisterous. She knew the bandits were about to attack seriously. The battle lasted about 15 minutes. The situation was similar to the night before. Both sides suffered injuries, and some refugees were killed. The bandits also kidnapped a few children and women. Xiaomai led people to chase after them for rescue. During the fight, some guards from the wealthy families had hidden in the shadows to watch the situation and then hurried back to report the truth to their masters. Several household owners gathered in a shared meeting hut. After hearing the news brought back by the guards, they each reacted differently. Some sneered with contempt. Some thought carefully. Others dismissed it, believing the mountain bandits were just a disorganized group that wouldn't cause much trouble. In the end, they agreed that they should stay alert and avoid provoking trouble, as that was the best approach for both sides. They could destroy the bandits if they wanted, but doing so would cost some guards. In these chaotic times, without bandits, new problems could quickly arise. Without guards who would protect them. Just as they finished their discussion and prepared to go home, sudden commotion erupted outside the hut. "Are those refugees causing trouble again? I told you we should have driven them away." "Enough, stop arguing. Let's go see what's happening." They stepped outside and saw several bandits running over, causing noise around the camp's edge. A guard ran over to report some bandits who were trying to steal women and children from the refugee camp were chased here. "They'll be gone soon. Just a few bandits." The household owners relaxed, no longer paying attention to the matter, and went back to their huts to sleep. High up on a tall tree nearby, Song Qingling stood on the trunk, watching the scene below. The bandits were being chased by Xiaomai and others, fleeing toward the refugee crowd. The women and children near the prosperous camp had no self-defense skills. They had originally stayed more than 100 meters away from the camp, afraid to get too close, because guards would attack if they did. But suddenly, in this moment of chaos, frightened refugees with their children scattered in all directions. Some were chased by bandits and ran toward the prosperous camp, prompting guards there to rush over and restore order. Guards usually stood at regular posts, but now, many had gathered here, while others kept watch at a distance. Amid the chaos, two slender figures quickly slipped through gaps in the guard line and ran into the prosperous camp. They headed toward different huts. From her high vantage point, Song Qingling recognized the two women as Li Dongmei and her sister. They had been in the camp for less than 3 minutes. After finishing whatever they were doing, they hurriedly ran out. When they reached the camp's edge, they encountered two guards. They sobbed and explained that they had run here because bandits were chasing them and they were scared. Two guards felt nervous and scared, worried about making mistakes. They checked to make sure there were no other refugees in the camp and looked for any unusual signs around. While they were distracted, Lee Dongmei and her sister took the chance to slip into the crowd of refugees. Meanwhile, the guards, being many in number, quickly caught 4 mountain bandits and killed them on the spot. The scene was chaotic, and a few other bandits managed to escape. The escaping bandits didn't run far. They hid in the dark and kept a close watch on Lee Dongmei and her sister in the crowd. They did it. That's great. Let's go back and tell the others. After the chaos, the guards drove all the refugees away. To stop them from approaching again, they even drew their swords and killed a few people. The guards cut off the bandits' heads and hung them on trees outside the camp as a warning. Then they stood guard. 3 teams of 5 people each patrolled around the camp, checking for anything unusual or anyone sneaking in. Song Qingling watched for a while but didn't see any problems during the patrols. It seemed the bandits planned to strike later tonight. They had made some preparations at the prosperous camp. She didn't expect things to move so quickly. She jumped down from the tree, planning to rest for a while. When the fight started later, she could take advantage of the chaos, raid the bandits' hideout, and gather supplies. By dawn, she thought she could leave on horseback. Song Qingling returned to the refugee camp and crawled into her tent to sleep. Outside, it was a mess. Some children had been taken, and some relatives had been killed by the guards. The crying was loud and sad. Later in the night, everything was silent in the prosperous camp. This was the easiest time for guards to get sleepy. When they felt sleepy, they pinched themselves to stay awake, as the pain kept them alert. In the small woods outside the camp, 8 bandits were hiding in different directions. Each had a bag, and inside, they had snakes of various sizes crawling out. The snakes moved smoothly and silently, like flowing water. At first, they were cautious in the unfamiliar environment, but after a while, they stopped to watch. Then, somehow, they started crawling toward the camp. The guards, watching ahead and around, didn't notice anything strange on the ground. After a while, some guards felt pain on their feet. Something was crawling on them. There are snakes. Suddenly, the camp erupted with screams. Ah, snakes. There are snakes. Help. Someone come quick. A venomous snake climbed into the camp and entered the owner's shelter, frightening everyone and causing them to panic. They quickly ran outside to call guards to kill the snake. The guards obeyed the order. 15 minutes later, the snake had not yet been killed, and over 30 guards had been bitten and poisoned. The number of bites was still increasing, and some owners had also been bitten. The scene was chaotic. There were people on night watch at the refugee camp. They heard the commotion and sensed something was wrong. Xiaoma led a few people to check the situation. Song Qingling woke up. She didn't rush to go. She decided to wait until the fighting was mostly over before going. Soon, Xiaoma and others went to the prosperous camp. One of them returned with news. Mountain bandits attacked the prosperous camp. Things are very chaotic there. Everyone was anxious and asked what they should do. Xiaoma said everyone should pack up quickly. If the situation worsens, we will have to leave. People hurried to pack their belongings, fetch water from the lake, and fill bamboo tubes, moving quickly and busily. To avoid suspicion, Song Qingling also started packing, but everyone was busy with their own tasks and didn't pay much attention to others. 15 minutes later, Xiaoma returned with a serious look, leading a group of people. Xiaoma loudly said, "The prosperous camp was ambushed by mountain bandits. The situation is not good. We must leave now." Everyone knew that falling into bandits' hands would mean no good outcome. They agreed with Xiaoma's words and decided to leave. Fortunately, they had finished packing. The people followed Xiaoma, the leader, into the woods. Song Qingling deliberately stayed at the back of the group. When no one was paying attention, she stopped and walked in the opposite direction. Once she was sure no one was around, she took down her cart and headed straight for the prosperous camp. Not long after Song Qingling left the group, 2 more people quietly slipped away while others weren't paying attention. A little over a minute later, Xiaoma turned back to check the group's condition and see if anyone was following. When she looked closely, she was shocked to find 3 people missing. Dongmei and the others, and she's gone too. She knew Song Qingling was capable of protecting herself and didn't like to stay with others. She guessed that Song Qingling had secretly left, feeling a bit regretful. But Dongmei and her sister were ordinary people. Xiaoma was worried they might have accidentally gotten separated. Xiaoma told someone from her village to lead the group eastward while she went to find Dongmei and the others. Once she found them, she would rejoin the group. We come from the same village. We can't just leave them. You all go ahead. There is one more point. They are all part of the same team. If she chooses to ignore the situation and just walk away now, how will others feel? How can they work together in the future to face other problems? The prosperous camp. When Song Qingling arrived, the bandits and guards were fighting fiercely. She climbed a tall tree to watch the battle. Loud barking came from the camp. Just by listening, you could tell how powerful the dogs were. The vicious dogs only attacked the guards and the wealthy families, clearly brought by the bandits. She counted 5 vicious dogs. They were all lean and swift, obeying the commands of a tall, muscular man with a beard who was covered in muscles. He waved a big sword, attacking fiercely. He was the strongest among the bandits and clearly their leader. As she expected, the true strength of the bandits was revealed tonight. The previous 2 nights at the refugee camp, they had hidden their power. She was watching when she heard footsteps and voices approaching. They've started fighting. Let's wait here first. When they win, we'll go out. Better to go back to the village. There's food, water, and shelter. Traveling around all the time is tiring. Only that silly guy Xiaomai can handle it. Xiaomai is now in charge of so many people, acting so proud. But he only has 2 hands and 2 legs. Can he really manage everything? If something happens, can he handle it? A single spit could drown him. The visitors were Li Dongmei and her sister. They were sitting under the tree, where Song Qingling was watching. After tonight, Tianshui Lake will be controlled by the boss, becoming... They were sitting under the tree, where Song Qingling was watching. After tonight, Tianshui Lake will be controlled by the boss, becoming a dominant force. Our sisters sneaked some powder into the camp tonight, so we've made a contribution. Once everything is settled, we'll serve him well. No worries about food or drink. Isn't that great? So peaceful and safe. Li Dongmei smiled happily, imagining the future. A few days ago, their family was captured and taken to the bandit camp on Jufeng Mountain. The boss didn't sell them to others. Their mother, who used to favor boys over girls, now had to listen to them. After a few days of peace, the boss didn't sell them to others. Their mother, who used to favor boys over girls, now had to listen to them. After a few days of peace, they wanted to stay and live a good life. The battle was clear. The bandits had the advantage. The wealthy families packed their things and prepared to run. They had many belongings and people, so they couldn't run fast. Soon, the bandits would catch up and attack. Of course, some quick-moving families managed to escape. After they left, Song Qingling jumped down from a tree and moved toward another part of the camp. From the tree, she saw supplies on that side, with a few bandits fighting evenly against guards. Wealthy families had abandoned 3 carts and fled into the woods with important items. After some time, Song Qingling arrived nearby and saw 3 bandits and 5 guards ahead. She hid in the shadows, waiting. Eventually, only 2 exhausted guards remained, and when they fell, she stepped out, stabbing them with a dagger. After finishing them off, she looked around to see if anyone was nearby and to gather the supplies. Just then, she heard the sound of hooves approaching from this direction, along with loud, boastful laughter from the bandits chasing someone. She quickly hid in a nearby patch of grass. Soon, 2 wealthy men on horseback, pulling carts, rushed past, kicking up dust. She closed her eyes and quickly covered her mouth and nose to avoid choking on the dust. Behind them, 4 bandits on 2 horses chased after them, engaging in a pursuit. Since they were close, the bandits soon intercepted the 2 men. Clearly, the bandits would win. Seizing the moment, she killed the extra horses and kept only the one that looked the best. The camp was over 2 miles away, so riding there would save time. She mounted her horse, adjusted the reins, and headed in a different direction from the camp, shouting, Go. The horse sped forward, and the wind hit her face. She was glad to finally have a horse. Just as she was feeling good, four guards suddenly burst out of the woods ahead. A fat man stood under a tree, pointing at Song Qingling with a fierce expression. Catch that refugee. She dared to steal my horse. Kill her. The man had lost contact with his family and had just arrived here with four guards. The guards ignored Song Qingling and drew their swords to attack. She remained calm, squeezing her legs against the horse's belly to control her direction. When she was close enough, she drew two knives from her waist and attacked swiftly and fiercely, cutting down each guard one by one. The man under the tree was so frightened by her ferocity that he froze in place. Watching the last guard fall, he pushed a cart and tried to run. But Song Qingling didn't give him a chance. She shot an arrow, knocking him down. She had seen 3 carts nearby, loaded with supplies. She slung her bow and quiver onto her back, holding the reins tightly. Her cold, sharp eyes scanned to the left. A few meters away, Xia Mai stared blankly at Song Qingling. You're so strong. Why don't you want to join others and help more people get stronger? Isn't it better to have more people? Are you trying to say I'm selfish? Song Qingling slightly curled her lips. Seeing Xia Mai biting her lip and blushing, her face looked unnatural. Song Qingling smiled coldly. Doing what you think is right isn't selfish. It's following your heart. Everyone can do it. But demanding others follow your way all the time, that's selfish. This made Xia Mai both shocked and speechless. After thinking carefully about her words, she took 2 steps forward. You're always alone. Aren't you afraid? Don't you feel lonely? Since we were young, we've lived together in the village, including the wolves and bears on the mountain. I really can't understand how you can always go your own way. Song Qingling looked at Xia Mai calmly. Is fear and loneliness more important than living? In a chaotic world, life is hard enough. There's no time to think about such things. If Xia Mai stubbornly blocked her path again, Song Qingling wouldn't mind killing one more person. Once her attitude and thoughts were clear, Xia Mai fell into endless confusion and reflection because of those words. She even felt ashamed to face Song Qingling and wished she could find a hole to hide in or disappear quickly from her sight. Xia Mai walked away in a daze, her eyes dull, like a flower under the scorching sun, losing water and nutrients, withering away. She muttered to herself, "Did I really do something wrong?" Watching Xia Mai walk away, Song Qingling dismounted, led her horse, and searched the guards for weapons. 4 large swords fell to the ground. These were iron weapons, valuable and practical, not to be missed. In the woods, there was a handcart. Song Qingling tied her horse to a tree, then entered the forest herself. Before collecting anything, she looked around carefully. Xia Mai was already far away, with no one nearby. She first searched the man, finding many hidden items, money, dried food, and roughly checked the handcart, which contained gold, silver, coins, and grain. She stored everything in her space. At this moment, the battle between the mountain bandits and the guards was probably nearing its end. Although the bandits had won, they had also suffered some losses and were badly wounded. She quickly returned to gather the supplies. It wouldn't take long, and then she could head to the bandits' hideout for the next step. Song Qingling rode her horse near the camp. There were horses at the camp, and she thought about it and decided to kill one of them. She tied it to a tree, but when she left, it was easy for others to ride away with it. She killed the horse and stored it in her space. She used a damp cloth to clean her hands, then climbed the tallest tree to get a good view of the camp and plan her next move. The vicious dogs needed to be killed first. They had keen noses, were fierce and strong, comparable to wild wolves. Their strength showed they had been carefully trained by their owner. She saw the dogs tied under a tree. Nearby, she heard sounds and quickly hid among the grass leaves. After a while, 3 people came, pulling and tugging. Summer Mai dragging Li Dongmei and her sister. Summer Mai, let go. We won't leave. Leave us alone. Are you deaf? We said we chose to stay willingly. Summer Mai, why can't you just let us have a good life? No, mountain bandits are not good people. I can't let you stay there. Summer Mai, taller and usually strong from exercising, dragged the sisters and gradually walked away. Their voices faded until they disappeared. Song Qingling ignored this and, after observing the camp, decisively climbed down the tree and headed toward the dogs. The camp. The mountain bandits had won a battle and were finishing up. They were stabbing the still-living guards and wealthy families, killing those who hadn't died yet, and eliminating the few venomous snakes to prevent their own people from being bitten. The bandit leader didn't do the dirty work himself, but was busy moving the wealth of the rich families. 5 vicious dogs were under a tree nearby. They sniffed the blood, excited, wagging their tails, drooling with clear saliva, and their paws left wet spots on the ground. They couldn't resist the smell. Even with thick ropes around their necks, they desperately tried to get close to the bodies. But after many attempts, they failed and growled fiercely. Some of the bodies had died from poison or snake venom, so the bandit leader had tied the dogs up to prevent them from eating. Ugh, ugh, ugh. 2 of the dogs twitched their noses. They caught the scent of a human and suddenly looked fierce. Just as they opened their mouths to bark, a large piece of bloody horse meat was thrown in front of them. The strong smell of blood made them lower their heads and look down. The fresh meat was a deadly temptation, and they had no other thoughts. Greedy, the dogs fought over the horse meat, tearing it apart and swallowing it greedily. After a while, the vicious dogs all fell to the ground, blood coming from their mouths, noses, and ears. They were all dead. After dealing with the dogs, Song Qingling moved quietly along the side of the camp. She silently encountered bandits, quickly killed them with a sword, and then finished them off. She had the advantage of being hidden while the enemies were exposed. The progress was smooth. She quickly took out more than 20 bandits, with about 10 left. When only 8 bandits remained, the bandit leader sensed something was wrong. It was strangely quiet. As he drew his sword to check the situation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, like a needle. He reached up to touch it but couldn't find anything. His body tilted and he fell down. A small iron needle was stuck in the skin behind his head. To deal with the strongest bandit leader, Song Qingling wanted to finish him quickly. The others were no threat. She was running low on her sleeping powder, which was becoming scarce. The iron needle could be removed and reused. Later, she planned to see if she could find some mandrake to make more sleeping powder. The bandit leader was large, and his fall made a loud noise, alerting the other bandits nearby. They ran over from different directions to see what happened. Song Qingling, hiding in a tree, took the opportunity to catch them all in one go. She shot arrows at them. Earlier, the bandits had fought fiercely with the guards. They were tired and injured, so none survived. After killing them, she jumped down from the tree. As usual, she finished off any remaining enemies to prevent future trouble. While doing so, she searched the bodies. She found various items, including useful money and weapons, which she kept. There were many bodies, and the whole process took about half an hour. Besides her and 5 horses, there was nothing else around. She gathered supplies from the open area and checked each shelter. Anything useful was collected. She initially wanted to take down all the shelters, but she found herbal powders like snake bed grass, which snakes like, in the cracks connecting the shelters to the ground. Most shelters were stained with blood. She saw many broken snake corpses around the camp, guessing the powders were spread by Li Dongmei and her sister. To remove the powders and bloodstains from the shelters, she would need water, but she didn't want to waste it. So, she decided not to take the shelters. Now, only corpses and dirty shelters remained in the camp. She headed to the lake. The lake in front of the prosperous camp was still the deepest and clearest, but due to the high temperatures and many people using it, the water level had dropped to her calves. Song Qingling carefully took some water and then returned. She stopped under a tree, leaving the best-looking horse behind. The other horses had been killed and taken away. She turned her horse around and headed quickly toward Bamboo Peak Mountain. At the same time, in the woods, Xiaomai was holding a rope, dragging herself forward. Behind her, Sisters Li Dongmei's hands were tied with the rope. They were almost furious. Xiaomai, why are you treating us like this? Our legs aren't on you. We can go wherever we want. Let us go. We don't want to follow you. How can you be so selfish, forcing us like this? Xiaomai stopped walking, her expression vacant. She remembered what Song Qingling had told her. She stood there, once again lost in painful self-doubt. She had only done this for Dongmei and the others, but why didn't they understand? Instead, they blamed her. It was late morning, the sun was high. On Bamboo Peak Mountain, cicadas chirped loudly in the forest. Song Qingling led her horse forward. There were many trees in the woods, so riding was not suitable. Her arrival startled two birds that flew away from the trees. It was late September, just 2 days until the beautiful October autumn. The heat still hadn't eased. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking about when the hot, dry weather would end. Half an hour later, she stood on a small hill. About 100 meters ahead, on flat ground, there was a wooden structure covering about 80 square meters. It was a 2-story mountain village. Because of the higher ground, she could see the whole village clearly. It was empty inside. The village was surrounded by trees, with bamboo groves rustling. The environment was quite nice. The back door was locked. The wall was made of earth, about 2 meters high. She threw a 3-pronged iron hook, grabbed the rope, and climbed over to enter. She opened the door and led her horse inside, tying it up. Inside the village was so quiet she could only hear her faint footsteps. She moved carefully, planning to explore the village first. After walking around, she found some rooms were locked. Many rooms on the second floor were locked, as well as the kitchen downstairs. She also found a stone staircase in the backyard leading underground to a dark, cramped dungeon. Hearing voices from the dungeon, she tiptoed inside and hid behind the wall. She listened carefully and guessed that people were kept in a cell, women and children. The prisoners were crying softly, helplessly. Song Qingling guessed that mountain bandits had captured them because they were fighting for territory with wealthy families at night. To prevent them from escaping, they had been locked up. She learned about the situation in the village, then left the dungeon and began collecting supplies upstairs. Starting from the first-floor kitchen, she unlocked the door and entered. She collected useful pots, bowls, iron tools, water containers, and stacked dry firewood in the corner. She found 3 bags of coarse rice, 2 bags of cornmeal, and a small bag of white flour. On the wall, she saw some dried wild game, including wild chickens, rabbits, snakes, and birds. There were only 2 cans of coarse salt as seasonings. She carefully searched every corner of the kitchen but didn't find a cellar or hidden compartments. Other rooms on the first floor seemed to be simple dwellings for mountain bandits, with one room containing 2 wooden beds. The environment was dirty and messy. She searched through each room and found over 200 coins. She also took useful items like wooden beds, chairs, buckets, and basins. In the backyard, there were 2 storage rooms and a warehouse. The first storage room held farming tools and wooden utensils. The warehouse was locked and stored weapons, including about 10 bows and arrows, several knives, machetes, and curved swords. The 3 rooms at the back of the second floor, at the innermost part on the left side, belonged to the bandit leader. Their doors were all open. She collected all useful items inside and found over 100 taels of silver in a hidden compartment. There were also several cans of tea and 10 jars of fine wine. Other rooms on the second floor housed notable members of the band. She found some grain, rice, flour, beans, about 4 dough, a traditional measure. She also found over 30 taels of silver coins. The bandits often robbed travelers, so she believed they had more food hidden away. She searched suspicious spots and, after half an hour, exhausted and sweating, she finally found signs of a cellar in an inconspicuous patch of grass in the backyard. It was well concealed with grass leaves. Fortunately, she was patient. She pried open a layer of yellow earth and grass-covered wooden planks used as camouflage. Inside the cellar was dimly lit. The ground was not high above the surface, so she jumped down with a torch. The cellar was about a few square meters. In one corner, she saw 8 burlap sacks, 3 with coarse rice, 2 with beans, and the rest with cornmeal and white flour. Nearby, there were 2 wooden chests. She opened them. One contained half a chest of gold and silver treasures, and the other held wine. In total, the bandit camp yielded over 4 shur, a traditional measure, of grain, which was a good harvest. She hadn't yet sorted the supplies from the prosperous camp, but she planned to check them later when she had more time. As soon as Song Qingling reached the ground, she heard voices and footsteps coming from around the corner of the storage room, familiar sounds. She quickly untied her horse, slipped out through the back door, and closed it behind her. The wooden door wasn't fully shut, leaving a small gap. She peeked through the gap and saw 3 people, Xia Mai and Li Dongmei, the sisters, heading toward the dungeon. Without delay, Song Qingling led her horse and quickened her pace downhill. When she reached the bottom of the mountain, she rode northward, heading toward the town of Linhai in Pingde County. While traveling, she briefly used her mind to check the supplies collected from the prosperous camp. These items were stored separately. They had collected 20 carts, 6 carts with pots, bowls, mats, and baskets, 1 cart with silver, coins, and herbs for treating cold illnesses, including anti-inflammatory and pain relief herbs, amounting to dozens of taels of silver. 4 carts contained grains and loose salt, mainly cornmeal and beans, totaling over 6 shur, a traditional measure. The salt weighed more than 30 jin. 2 carts held wooden boxes filled with clothes on the outside and treasures of gold and silver inside. 2 carts carried beautiful women's dresses, and 2 others had men's clothing. 3 carts contained dressing tables, small cabinets, round stools, and other miscellaneous items. There were also more than 10 bulging bags filled with clean clothes and shoes, some hiding silver coins, totaling dozens of taels. Not bad, quite a harvest. As she hurried along, Song Qingling organized the supplies. She stored herbs in the medicine cabinet, placed grains on empty wooden shelves, each shelf sorted by type for easy access and clear overview. By 3/4 of noon, she stopped to rest, poured water into a basin for her horse, and fed it some dry grass. But just eating dry grass wasn't enough. After a day of running, the horse's energy was depleted. It needed nutritious food, or it wouldn't last long. She still hoped this horse could carry her farther. So, she planned to wait until evening, roast some beans, and mix them with dry grass to feed the horse. While the horse ate and drank, she sat down to have lunch. 2 rice balls with green bean soup, a boiled egg, and 2 strips of dried meat. After eating her fill and resting a little, she resumed her journey. In the afternoon, after about half an hour of running, she encountered people, not the refugees from the camp, but others from different places. Their situation was similar, mostly women and children. Because she was riding fast, they only exchanged a quick glance before going their separate ways. After a while, she saw that the number of people had tripled. Though she only glimpsed them briefly, she keenly sensed that their eyes looked at her strangely, and they appeared very anxious, as if a fierce beast was chasing them from behind. She looked back and saw that these people didn't stop but turned their heads to whisper among themselves, pointing at her, though she couldn't hear what they were saying. What's going on? She wondered, feeling something was off. Less than a quarter of an hour later, she encountered a large group of fleeing refugees again. This time, she tightened her reins and slowed down her pace. The group saw her run in the opposite direction from them, their faces changing quickly with shock, and they looked at her with eyes like they were seeing a madwoman. "Hey, miss, where are you going?" Song Qingling pulled on her horse's reins. "Ma'am, I need to go to Rinha town." "Oh no, you can't go there. Hurry southward. Bienda County and Chongning County have been attacked and fallen to the Great Swoop Army. Their troops are heading toward Longzhou from all directions." The old woman didn't say more and hurriedly ran after the group, anxious. Fengdian town belongs to Bienda County, and Chongning County is also on the coast. It is a county under Bienda County. The Great Swoop Nation has really attacked the coastal areas of Bai country. Actually, a while ago, that night, Song Qingling was awakened by a loud thunder-like sound from afar. She guessed that another country might have used black powder to open the coastal defenses of Bay Country. She tightened her reins, turned around, and ran back in the direction she came from, leaving everyone behind. Things didn't go as planned. No matter how the route changed, she decided to escape while the chaos was still manageable, avoiding the soldiers and fleeing. She wasn't running aimlessly. She had memorized the map given by Hong Yong very well. Since she couldn't go to Bienda County or Chongning County, she decided to return to Zhoushan, then head south along Qingzi County toward the next city, Huzhou in Longzhou. Huzhou's southeast is Lianzhou, which also has the sea. Her biggest worry was that her speed might not keep up with the Great Swoop Army. She rode her horse on a small path until nightfall, arrived at Zhoushan, then had to walk over the mountain and down to return to the trail before she could ride again. She didn't stop, holding a torch and traveling through the night. More than an hour later, she descended Zhoushan. Before that, she gave water and dry grass to her horse, then kept riding without pause. The problem was that at night, her visibility was limited, so she couldn't run very fast, and carrying a torch made running difficult. Running a bit slower was better than walking in place. She kept going until midnight, when both she and her horse were exhausted and had to stop to rest. She poured water into a basin for her horse to drink, then lit 2 mosquito coils. Worried that she wouldn't have much alone time on the road ahead, Song Qingling didn't rest. She gathered stones to make 2 small stoves, took out a large iron pot and some beans, and started a fire to roast the beans. It was better for her horse to eat cooked beans. She fried the beans in 2 pots at once, each holding a large spatula in each hand, constantly flipping to prevent burning. When the beans' surface turned a different color and the aroma of beans became obvious, she knew they were done. We cooked 4 pots in total, about 200 pounds, with a strong bean aroma. The horse tied to the tree sniffed the smell, became excited, stamped its feet in place, raised its long neck, and neighed loudly. "What's the rush? I haven't even eaten yet," Song Qingling said as she set the pot down to cool. She was exhausted and sat heavily on a chair. The bowl on the table held the initially cooked beans, now cooled. She grabbed a small handful and ate them, cheeks puffed out, crunchy and crisp. They were okay, but lacked flavor. Adding some salt would make them tastier. She kept some for herself and packed the rest into bags. After a day of running, she was very tired. She tidied up, set up some defenses around her, then lay down to sleep. When she woke up, she opened her eyes to see the sky slightly brightening. She rubbed her eyes with her hand, feeling groggy. She still wanted to sleep but knew she couldn't. She had to get up early and keep moving, running as fast as she could. She quickly got up, wiped her face with a damp cloth, and felt a bit more awake. Then she went to the nearby bushes to take care of her personal needs. She was quite regular, going early in the morning, unless she had stomach issues or diarrhea at other times. Since she had no tissue paper, she used leaves to wipe after defecating. She wasn't used to small wipes, so she used torn cloth strips, which were clean and hygienic. One day, she planned to wash and steam the cloth strips for disinfection so they could be reused. On the run, she could easily use the bushes outside. If she settled down, she thought proper toilets would be necessary. Without her phone, she could only think about these miscellaneous things while on the toilet. After finishing, she wiped her hands, poured half a basin of water for the horse, and prepared some cooked beans, hay, and salt water in another basin for it to eat. If the horse didn't eat enough grain and didn't drink water, it wouldn't digest well. The salt water encouraged it to drink. She ate 2 steamed buns and a boiled egg casually. 15 minutes later, she packed up and set off again. Both she and the horse were in their best condition for a new day, running for over an hour without stopping. At noon, she wanted to find a shady spot to rest. She noticed some bodies lying on the trail. She had seen several earlier that morning while traveling, but she was in a hurry and didn't stop to check. From her horseback position, she observed from a distance that these bodies had recently died. They showed no visible wounds, which was unusual. Strangely, there were no signs of animal scavenging, though flies and maggots were present. These people likely died from illness, unlike the previous cases in Qingzi County, where they ate toxic food. She suspects it might be a plague. Natural disasters, war, starvation, high temperatures, and drought can easily spread viruses. She didn't stay long, put on a mask, and rode away quickly. After riding for about half an hour, without seeing any bodies nearby, she stopped. Having finished her lunch, she lay on a straw mat and napped for half an hour. When she woke up, she drank a bowl of herbal soup she had prepared earlier to prevent illness. Besides wearing a straw hat and mask, she also wore a mask infused with dried mugwort and mint. It was stuffy, but it kept her safe and made it hard to tell her gender. In the afternoon, she ran for over an hour, seeing many fallen bodies along the road, at least 30 or more. Near evening, a few children around 10 years old ran out of the woods, blocking her path. They knelt and begged her for water, crying sadly. "Big brother, I got separated from my family. This is my little sister. We haven't had water for days. Please, lend us some water for my sister. She's about to give up." A skinny boy, like a monkey, with sunken eyes, hugged a dirty, dusty girl who looked about 5 or 6. The girl was barely breathing, limp and lying on the boy, eyes closed, breathing shallow. Next to them was an older boy, wearing torn, dirty clothes with many holes. His stomach was thin, ribs sticking out, with scars all over his body. He and his brother desperately kowtowed to Song Qingling. "Big brother, my brother is also about to die. Please, give him a chance to live. Save him. Our parents have died from illness.
He's the only family I have left."
I don't want to lose him too." The brothers' foreheads touched the ground, blood seeping from their wounds. Anyone with a soft heart would be overwhelmed seeing this scene. But Song Qingling's heart was as hard as stone, and she was very calm. Out here in the wilderness, the chance of adults surviving was very low. It wasn't normal for children to come out alone. Although she sensed no movement behind her, she felt a killing intent. Pretending not to notice, she said to the children, so sad, "Come here, I have water. Take it and share it." As she finished speaking, she quickly drew a machete from her saddle and spun around, swinging the blade. The blade flashed sharply. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying. Behind Song Qingling, on each side, stood 2 fierce-looking women. They held axes and initially planned to attack her from behind, but they were spotted. Their axes were struck, causing them to retreat. The 2 women stepped back a few paces. At the same time, Song Qingling clenched her thighs around the horse's belly, tilted her head back, and spun her knife between her wrists, changing its direction so the blade faced them. With 2 swift cuts, 2 blood streaks appeared on the women's necks. Blood spurted from their major arteries like small fountains, and they collapsed and died. "Mother!" The 2 older boys urgently shouted and ran quickly towards Song Qingling. The other 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were too weak to stand, scrambled up and followed the older boys forward. 4 women of different heights emerged from nearby bushes, shouting loudly and wielding kitchen knives, machetes, and sickles, rushing toward her. Song Qingling sat on the horse, wielding 2 knives to defend herself. She attacked their weapons at tricky angles, then forcefully threw her blades. As the weapons dropped, they simultaneously swung their knives toward her necks. At this moment, the 2 older boys were about to reach the horse. Suddenly, they pulled out 2 daggers from nowhere, one in each hand. Their faces were twisted with anger, eyebrows raised, eyes blazing with fury. They aimed their daggers at the horse. If the horse was hurt and fell, the people on its back would be thrown off. Seeing this, Song Qingling's eyes sharpened. She spun her knives twice, gathering strength, then threw them at the boys. After throwing, she grabbed the reins and kicked the stirrups to leap onto the horse's back, avoiding the sickles swung at her from behind. Using her mind, she conjured a silver spear out of thin air and pierced the woman's throat. The remaining woman was about to reach the horse. She was stunned by Song Qingling's swift and ruthless actions, her eyes filled with deep fear.
Bang bang!
The 2 older boys, wounded by their knives, fell to the ground. The woman, seeing this, trembled all over and retreated a bit further from Song Qingling. She ran toward the children, shouting, "Quick!" Before she could finish, a silver spear shot swiftly from behind and struck her in the back of the head. All the adults have died. The children cried loudly and fearfully. Two big boys looked at Song Qingling, who seemed like a fierce warrior, and felt chills down their spines. A cold feeling crept from their feet to their backs. They also saw the adults lying on the ground, now dead. Their eyes were full of anger, and they clenched their teeth tightly, as if trying to bite through everything. They forced themselves to stand up despite their pain, hugging the boys and girls who ran over, and ran in the opposite direction.
Run.
Hurry up and run. Standing on horseback, Song Qingling looked expressionless as she took out her bow and shot 4 arrows. After shooting, she jumped down, picked up a machete to finish off any remaining threats, pulled out a silver spear to store her space, and finally searched the bodies. Unfortunately, she found nothing. She had several weapons, but she collected them all. These people weren't new to this kind of work. They knew their routines well. They distracted the seemingly harmless children to attract attention while the adults hid in the dark, waiting for a chance to strike. Once everything was done, Song Qingling mounted her horse and continued on her way. At night, she found a suitable place to camp. Seeing no signs of anyone nearby, she cooked 4 pots of beans as a backup. She drank plain boiled water, which she had boiled over 100 liters while staying in the refugee camp, enough for now. She checked her cooked food. About 2/3 of the rice balls, steamed buns, and flatbreads had been eaten. There was little green bean soup left, only a few ice cubes, 10 boiled eggs, and a few pieces of dried meat. She was thinking about making some more cooked food when she heard strange noises. She quickly packed up the tables, chairs, pots, and pans outside, along with the makeshift stove and ashes. After packing up, she wanted to sit on the straw mat, but the sounds of coughing from the forest nearby grew clearer. She quickly put on her mask, rolled up her belongings, and placed them into the wooden basket beside her horse. This basket was from before, when she had killed her horse. She kept it to carry visible items. Before those people arrived, Song Qingling rode away quickly. She didn't run fast that night. Her plan was to find a quiet place to camp while traveling. But after over an hour of running, either the terrain was bad or there were people around. Some were camping in the woods, others by the small paths, with campfires that were easy to see. Those on the small paths saw her riding alone and tried to block her way. Song Qingling took out her bow and shot wooden arrows, firing 3 at a time. She shot more than 10 arrows, all hitting their targets, some dead, some wounded. Her attack was powerful and shocking, making others dodge and hide. The enemies retreated, and she rode her horse quickly past them. The benefits of using wooden arrows are clear. They can be shot out and do not need to be retrieved. She ran and stopped repeatedly. After midnight, she finally found a quiet, decent place to rest. Her horse was tied to a tree, and she gave it half a basin of water and some food. She set up defenses around her, lit some mosquito coils, and laid down on a grass mat. As she felt sleepy, she listened to the horse drinking and breathing, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. She was deeply asleep when a few sharp screams woke her up. She opened her eyes groggily and grabbed a machete. It turned out that a group of 4 men and 3 women had tried to steal her horse while she was sleeping. They stepped into a trap and hurt their feet, crying out in pain. Angry and annoyed, Song Qingling's face darkened. She stepped forward with her knife and quickly dealt with all of them. Blood spilled onto the ground. Afraid it might attract wild animals, she packed up her things and continued on her way. It was still dark outside, probably close to dawn. She hadn't rested well. Her eyes felt sore. She took out some mint honey water from her space and drank a couple of sips. She took a deep breath, feeling the coolness in her throat reach her stomach, which helped her wake up a bit. A few days later, Song Qingling arrived in Tongan County, which was the home of Hong Yong and others she had heard about before. Aside from resting, she didn't stay long and headed toward Huzhou. More than half a month later, she entered Huzhou's territory. During this time, she encountered many people fleeing from hardship every day and night. Most were women and children, with some men. Some of them eyed her horse like a stubborn insect that kept coming back, wave after wave. This made it hard for her to sleep well lately, and she was exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. One evening, she led her horse through the woods to find a campsite. She noticed this place didn't seem to have many footprints or signs of people. At first, she was happy, thinking she could sleep well tonight. But then she thought more carefully and felt something was off, a strange, unexplainable feeling. It's better to be cautious. She walked for about half an hour on the mountain and didn't see anyone. The signs of human activity were very few. Instead, she found some wolf fur, footprints, droppings, and even black bear fur. Are there wild animals in the mountain? No, wait. If there were wild animals, why didn't her horse seem nervous or panicked? Usually, animals have a very sharp sense of smell. She felt something was strange. Coincidentally, she found a very hidden cave covered with dry branches and fallen leaves. If her horse hadn't sniffed and nudged it, she wouldn't have noticed it. The cave is quite large, with an entrance tall enough for a horse to enter. She hurriedly led the horse inside. Finding a cave to spend the night isn't easy. As long as she blocks the entrance and covers it well, it should be fine. Song Qingling initially planned just to block the entrance and rest there, but remembering the strange things about this mountain forest, she paused to think. After some consideration, she decided to investigate further. If she found anything unusual, she wouldn't stay here tonight. Otherwise, she wouldn't sleep peacefully. To prevent the horse from running off, she tied it to a large rock inside the cave before leaving, and gave it some food and water. Outside, night had fallen, and shadows of trees danced in the wind. Song Qingling moved quickly through the forest. Her leg injury had fully healed, and the scabs were almost gone. This area is made of connected mountains, rolling endlessly. In the evening, she took a quick look at this mountain and didn't find anything unusual. She wondered about the neighboring mountain and decided to check it out too. Throughout her journey, she only saw signs of wild animals, but no animals themselves. When she reached another mountain and searched around, she found some clues. Near the edge of a grassy field, under some bushes, there were faint footprints on the sandy ground. She lowered herself to look closely and recognized them as human shoe prints, though incomplete. Someone was on the mountain, and they had deliberately erased their traces. Just as she wondered if someone was living and hiding on the mountain, she suddenly heard faint sounds coming from another direction in the forest. She moved quietly closer. After walking a bit, she saw a man about 10 meters ahead, dressed in tight black clothes, with a long sword at his waist. The man moved quickly and steadily, clearly trained in martial arts. He kept glancing back, alert and cautious. Song Qingling kept a close but not too close distance behind him. She thought he lived on this mountain, but as they kept walking, they crossed another mountain and continued onward. She hesitated, unsure whether to keep following him, sensing a faint, elusive smell in the air. It felt strangely familiar. Normally, she couldn't smell anything with her breathing, but she took a deeper breath and caught a faint scent. It was subtle, likely influenced by the night wind. Instinct told her to keep following the man. After a while, the night wind shifted toward her, carrying a slightly stronger fragrance. She finally recognized what it was, a sweet smell, mixed with a hint of something else. It was the scent of processed poppy seeds. In this remote mountain wilderness, such secretive activity was suspicious. She was certain there was some hidden plot behind it. Song Qingling followed the man as they crossed another mountain, which took about 2 hours. Due to the night wind, the sweet scent around them fluctuated in strength. Finally, the man arrived at a tall mountain with cracks in its surface, surrounded by jagged rocks, with steep terrain. He paused at and Song Qingling, hidden in the shadows, looked carefully. She saw several figures almost blending into the night behind the rocks, likely guards watching over the area. After a brief exchange, the man entered and disappeared. The guards hid behind the rocks. Based on the mountain's shape, Song Qingling guessed there was a valley inside. There were guards at the entrance. Eliminating them would be easy, but if the people inside the valley realized they were gone, they would search the mountain thoroughly because the valley held secrets unknown to others. To avoid alarming anyone, she crouched quietly in the shadows to gather more useful information. Getting closer, she could smell the sweet scent more clearly. She was curious about who was behind all this, capable of such a large operation. Their background must be quite powerful. Since they were in Huzhou, under the jurisdiction of the Cultural Propaganda King, she guessed it wasn't him behind this. Inside the large valley, the terrain was flat where they had set up camp. Bright fires burned at intervals, with patrols walking around and people resting in tents. About 3 miles away, the area was as bright as daytime. Large pots were set up on the ground, steaming with heat. Dozens of people were adding firewood and stirring a thick, dark liquid with large wooden spoons. Nearby, over 100 others were working on different tasks, some sifting with wooden screens, others filtering through cloth screens on tall wooden racks. Everyone was busy, wearing sleeveless tops, showing strong, muscular arms with dark skin. They all looked tough and fierce. The black-clad man she was following entered. Everyone who saw him bowed respectfully and called him sir. He nodded, looking cold. He asked the manager, who hurried over, "How is it going?" "The progress is smooth. We've prepared another batch." The manager led the man to the camp and into one of the tents. Inside, there was no furniture, only high wooden shelves stacked with several layers. Each shelf held blocks of brown, biscuit-shaped, hard material. The man pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve and, through the cloth, randomly checked the items on the wooden rack. Besides this shelter, the other 3 shelters of the same size also contained similar items. "Not bad," the man said after inspecting, casually tossing the handkerchief onto the ground. The steward, with a big smile, took 2 long sticks from a nearby wooden rack, carefully picked up the handkerchief, and threw it into the campfire outside. The flames instantly devoured the cloth, briefly brightening, and the handkerchief turned black as it burned, with black smoke drifting away. Seeing the man come out of the shelter, the steward quickly said, "Sir, the rest of the packing will be finished late at night, and it can be moved before dawn." The man nodded and went to check the various workstations, offering advice when he saw something incomplete. The steward followed him humbly all the way. After finishing, the man walked to a tree where no one was around, his dark eyes gazing at the busy workers. "Keep a close watch. A big battle is coming, and we must not be careless. If they come into contact with that thing, it could harm the workers." The steward looked serious. "Rest assured, sir. We all know how dangerous that poison is. It's highly toxic. We are very careful and avoid touching it. If we accidentally do, we immediately rinse with water." The man paused slightly, lost in thought, recalling some people he had seen before who had come into contact with that stuff, turning into reckless, mindless, terrifying figures, neither fully human nor ghost. His master had said that the item was used against the Dongi people and enemies, and must never be used on our own people. The man stayed in the valley for about an hour, inspecting the progress of the work and secretly checking if anyone was hiding that item. Even a small mistake could lead to disaster, so he aimed to cut off the source quickly if anything was found, to prevent uncontrollable events. Outside the valley, Song Qingling had not left. She waited and waited until the man finally came out. He walked alone, returning the same way he came. Song Qingling followed behind him. He was very cautious, almost caught twice, but she reacted quickly and hid each time. They returned to the second mountain they had visited earlier. The man sped up a little, then after about half an hour, slowed down again. Ahead was a mountain pass between 2 mountains. Under the night sky, she could barely see the outline of the forest. Below, flickering lights showed dozens of military tents, with patrol teams moving back and forth, conducting checks. Looking around, Song Qingling estimated there were about 1,000 people there, all wearing armor, holding silver spears, with swords at their waists. "Those people are soldiers,"